Here is change. The earth is destroyed, and all races descend on the battlefield of the heavens. In this battlefield where the strong prey on the weak, everyone owns a territory and an altar of arms, summoning soldiers to fight for them. Lords can attack each other and annex territories. Once the territory is lost, the lord will be permanently wiped out and completely disappear in the battlefield of all races. What's even more terrifying is that the 3 dark disasters will randomly descend every 3 days, sweeping away everything and tearing apart life. Therefore, here, only plundering and fighting can give you a chance to survive. At this time in the boundless snow forest, the wind was howling and snowflakes were flying. A dilapidated wooden house was shaking in the wind and snow, and the wooden boards kept making a creaking sound as if it would be swallowed up by the wind at any time. It's so cold. Suddenly, I opened my eyes abruptly, and the coldness came like a knife blade, and there was a biting coldness in all directions. The sound of the wooden house trembling in the wind echoed in my ears. I seemed to hear a voice faintly. Lord Chenli, do you want to build a normal blank territory? Build. Memories flooded into my mind. I remember that before I lost consciousness, I seemed to hear something. This place seemed to be the battlefield of all races. Constructing a blank campsite, automatically bound to the normal snow wolf servant altar. Boom! A crude stove suddenly appeared in the middle of the wooden house where I was. It stood there quietly, emitting a faint warmth, as if symbolizing hope. Next to the fireplace, a tall flagpole stands facing the wind, symbolizing the ownership of the territory. In an instant, the muddy land was covered with bluestone floors, solid and neat. The area of more than 100 meters around the wooden house was paved with flat stone slabs, and the originally shaky wooden house became more solid in an instant. A few steps away from the side of the wooden house, there suddenly appeared an altar about 1 foot high. Mysterious runes appeared on the altar, ancient and mysterious, emitting a faint fluorescence. Before my eyes, a translucent panel appeared. Territory information, territory nickname, blank territory, territory level, normal bound servant altar, normal snow wolf altar. Territory upgrade conditions. Requires a common 1-star territory upgrade stone. Requires at least 1 common 1-star soldier servant. Requires at least 2 soldiers. Summoning altar information. Summoning altar nickname. Snow wolf soldier servant level. Normal 1-star basic soldier unit. Snow wolf summoning speed. Summon 1 snow wolf every 30 minutes. I quickly glanced at the panel and couldn't help shivering. It was too cold. White cold air blew out of my mouth, condensing in the air, and even my eyelashes were covered with a layer of frost. I looked at the empty stove in front of me and realized a serious problem. I must find firewood and food as soon as possible, otherwise I would either freeze to death or starve to death. Ding! The Human Lord Area channel has been opened. The Human Lord Area trading area has been opened. The light screen in front of my eyes flashed, and 2 new interfaces appeared. The regional chat channel, and the trading area. What a speechless incident. I was randomly sent to a broken wild boar camp. There are ferocious beasts everywhere. Brothers, I may not survive this night. I suggest you don't come into contact with other humans casually. In this world, survival is the only creed. The people above are too pessimistic. At times like this, finding reliable allies will give you a greater chance of survival. The human race is the weakest on the battlefield of all races. Many races are naturally strong, and we can only survive in humiliation. All kinds of resources were put up for trade: wood, water, flint, pheasant, but the trading conditions were very harsh. Looking at my empty cabin, I couldn't help but grit my teeth. We must gather supplies as soon as possible, otherwise we won't survive today. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar sounded from the depths of the snowy forest, echoing like thunder. My heart suddenly tightened. Beasts! I immediately remembered someone in the chat channel mentioned that the territory was besieged by beasts. Could it be that I was also targeted? Half an hour later, the snow wolf altar flashed with light, and a snow-white figure emerged from it. A snow-white, 1.6-meter long snow wolf stepped out of the snow. Its fur was clean and tidy, as if it had never been stained by dust. Its pair of ice-blue pupils, with a gentle light, looked at me quietly, as if waiting for orders. The panel appeared. Servant information, nickname, Snow Wolf talent, normal 1-star level, normal 1-star vitality, 1.1 skills, none evaluation, a rookie beast servant. Noob, the corner of my mouth twitched. Isn't this evaluation too real? However, as I was observing the snow wolf, a golden rectangular frame suddenly appeared on my retina with 3 large characters written on it. Synthesis column. Synthesis column function. You can synthesize and upgrade everything. 2-in-1 upgrade. Must be of the same race. No limit on the number of times. You can specify the main synthesis target and retain its intelligence. 2-in-1 synthesis upgrade. My heart skipped a beat. Doesn't this mean that the snow wolf can be strengthened? What makes me even more excited is that in the chat of the regional channel, I have never seen other lords mention the synthesis function. Could this be a special ability that only I have? 30 minutes later, the second snow wolf was born, and its appearance was almost identical to the first one. Merge. The 2 snow wolves instantly turned into light and merged into one. Obtain a normal 2-star Snow Wolf King. Boom. A more powerful figure appeared. This is a burly Snow Wolf King that is nearly 2 meters tall. It has an even stronger body and a tuft of golden hair on its forehead, which reveals its extraordinary power. Servant information, nickname, Snow Wolf King talent, normal 2 stars level, normal 2 stars vitality, 2.1 skill, Wolf King howl. Evaluation, barely a low-level rookie beast. Awoo. The synthesized Snow Wolf King walked to my side affectionately. Its long, white, and lush fur made my palm slide over it, and I felt a comfortable and smooth feeling. Its blue eyes are like bright blue crystals, exuding a noble aura that cannot be ignored. As the leader among many wolf tribes, the appearance of this Snow Wolf King is definitely one of the best. However, at this moment, the Snow Wolf King, who was originally snuggling beside me, suddenly seemed to sense something. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes fixed on the lush snow forest in the distance. A sharp, murderous aura suddenly emerged from its piercing eyes, as if an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. I felt its warmth, hugged the Wolf King tightly, and looked in the direction of its gaze. The next moment, a huge monster appeared in the field of vision, a black-brown bear, quietly appearing under the snow forest. The brown bear was huge, nearly 2 meters tall, with thick brown fur all over its body like an indestructible armor. On its chest, there was a white cross printed on it. Roar! A deafening roar of a bear resounded throughout the area like thunder. With this roar, the surrounding snow forest shook violently in an instant, and a large amount of snow fell from the treetops, causing a blizzard. The brown bear's huge eyes were locked on me and the Snow Wolf King, with extremely strong aggression flashing in its eyes. Then it rushed over suddenly. Nickname, Linhai Brown Bear level, ordinary 1-star status, healthy vitality, 1.5. I was relieved when I saw the level of the brown bear. In comparison, the level of the Snow Wolf King was 1 star higher. If I had not awakened the golden synthesis bar, it would not be easy to deal with this forest brown bear with the 2 ordinary snow wolves I have summoned, and I might even face considerable danger. Oh, the Snow Wolf King roared, and his skills were activated instantly. A powerful pressure swept around. The Linhai brown bear that had been rushing towards me ferociously was frightened by this power and suddenly stopped, and its offensive momentum was instantly weakened by a large margin. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Snow Wolf King pounced forward quickly and bit the brown bear's neck fiercely. Its sharp claws scratched the brown bear's eyes, tearing them apart, causing it to lose its vision immediately. Blood gushed out, dyeing the snow red, and the splattered blood looked extremely glaring among the ice and snow. The painful brown bear let out a shrill cry and struggled to recover from the shock, but having lost its eyesight, it was obviously unable to continue competing with the Snow Wolf King. After struggling for just a few dozen breaths, the Snow Wolf King tore hard and completely cut off the brown bear's neck. The brown bear's head rolled down with a loud bang, and blood dyed the Wolf King's mouth and the surrounding snow red. The air was filled with a pungent, fishy smell. The target monster is dead. As the system prompt sounded, the brown bear's body was shrouded in white light and quickly disappeared from the spot. Following that, there were several reward messages. A complete bear skin has been obtained. 100 kilograms of fresh bear meat has been obtained. A complete brown bear heart has been obtained. These dropped items quickly flew into my body, and 3 new items were automatically added to my backpack. The space backpack I carry with me is not limited by the number of grids and can hold any items, which makes it extremely convenient to handle all dropped items. We have the meat, and the only thing we need is firewood. I took out a pound of fresh bear meat from my backpack, put it in the trading area of the human lord's area, and marked that it required 10 pounds of dry firewood in exchange. In less than 3 seconds, the transaction was successful, and I had 10 more kilograms of firewood in my backpack. The more firewood there is, the cheaper it is. This exchange saves me a lot of time and effort compared to peeling and cutting the meat myself. A moment later, inside the cabin, I lit the stove and started to cook the bear meat. The air was filled with an alluring aroma, and I couldn't hide my excitement at the delicious food I was about to eat. However, as the roars of wild beasts became more frequent in the surrounding snowy forests, it seemed that more predators were attracted by the aroma of bear meat. I sat in a warm cabin wrapped in a bear skin, but I'd already made plans in my mind to embark on a new adventure. 2 hours later, the military camp summoned 4 snow wolf kings, and I once again synthesized a mutated lightning wolf king. After several synthesizing steps, it was finally confirmed that every time the snow wolf king was used for synthesis, a wolf king with lightning attributes could be obtained. It's time to explore. I stood up, put on the brown bear skin, turned over and rode on the mutant thunder wolf king. My eyes penetrated the snow forest with anticipation, caution, and a hint of murderous intent, ready to start a new journey. Deep in the boundless snow forest, a dark blue giant wolf was slowly walking under the shadow of an ancient tree. Its graceful steps made people admire it, and every movement of its muscles showed unparalleled strength and beauty. On its back, it is covered with a layer of dark brown bear skin, with its body hidden in it. From a distance, it looks like a huge bear lying on the back of a wolf, appearing mysterious and majestic. I have left my territory for nearly 1,000 meters, and have been exploring eastward step by step into this unknown snowfield. Along the way, I opened the channel of the human lord, and the voices of other lords kept coming to my ears. Some human lords just sighed about the misfortunes they had encountered, but before they could finish speaking, their IDs were quickly erased. The prompt on the screen coldly read, "This lord has been permanently erased from the battlefield of all races." When I saw those bloody words, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Suddenly, my eyes fell on the ground, and a huge footprint came into view. The size of the footprint made people frown. It looked like it was left by a giant. I looked down and found that the mutant Thunder Wolf King had also stopped, crouched on the ground, and began to sniff the source of the footprints with his nose. "Are these footprints?" I said to myself. Just as I was thinking, a rustling sound suddenly came. On the seemingly peaceful snow, a burly snowman, nearly 4 meters tall, suddenly rose up. His body was like 2 huge snowballs piled together, with strong limbs and unexpectedly flexible movements. The snowman raised the popsicle in his hand and aimed directly at where I was. The mutant Thunder Wolf King's reaction was even faster than that of the snowman. His hind legs had explosive power, and he jumped up, easily dodging the fierce attack. The popsicle hit the ground with a deafening sound, and a piece of open space was instantly created in the half-meter thick snow. "Prepare to attack," I whispered. Immediately afterwards, the lightning horns on the mutant Lightning Wolf King's head flashed, releasing a dazzling blue ball of lightning. The ball of lightning streaked across the sky like a meteor and hit the snowman hard. The vitality has exceeded 2, and the talent is 1 level higher than the snow wolf. I silently evaluated the snowman warrior and saw its huge body turned into flying snowflakes in an instant by lightning. Then, a line of text appeared on my retina. "A piece of snowman energy core has been obtained." I took out the blue crystal from my backpack, and its cool touch made me feel a slight chill. The mutant Lightning Wolf King could not wait to take the energy core, bit through its shell, and quickly swallowed it. It immediately felt a surge of power flowing into its body, and its vitality was enhanced. Continuing eastward, we advanced a few hundred meters. The mutated Thunder Wolf King remained highly alert, and suddenly discovered a suspicious pile of snow. After confirming the danger, it quickly released a ball of lightning. There was a loud bang in the air, and the snow pile was blown away, revealing the energy core of Snowman Warrior. While observing the Wolf King's battle, I collected the energy cores of the Snowman tribe. After swallowing 2 cores in succession, The mutant Thunder Wolf King's vitality increased by 0.2. At this moment, 6 snowman warriors suddenly appeared in the snow forest ahead, holding huge popsicles and looking very aggressive. The leader was even bigger, with an ice shield on his back that was pierced with hard ice spikes, exuding a strong aura. Is your vitality above 3? I felt nervous, knowing that this battle would not be easy. Although I was outnumbered, I did not act rashly, but decided to launch a sneak attack to ensure my own safety. Little lightning ball, I ordered, and the mutant lightning wolf king responded quickly, releasing a blue lightning ball that accurately hit one of the snowman warriors. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the snowman warriors were blown away, and several snowmen around them were also affected. We have obtained a snowman warrior energy crystal. The system prompt sounded. I didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered the wolf king to retreat. It flew away like a flash of lightning and disappeared into the vast snow forest in a few breaths. After returning to the territory, I relaxed a little and began to prepare for the next move. 2 hours later, I synthesized another ordinary 3-star mutant lightning wolf king. Do you want to synthesize the mutant thunder wolf king? The prompt on the synthesis panel flashed again. I responded without hesitation, yes. Ding! The system prompt sounded. The Orc Wolf Warrior has been synthesized into a bronze. Orc Wolf Warrior wearing shining white armor. He was burly, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a white helmet, holding a white spear that was almost as tall as his body, with a tuft of white hair hanging on the tip of the spear. Nickname, Orc Wolf Warrior. Nickname can be modified. Talent, Bronze 1-star level. Bronze 1-star vitality. 4.1 skills. Savage Charge, Accelerated Spear, Armor-Piercing Sweep. Evaluation, elementary level among bronze soldiers, slightly weak. Then the soldier knelt down solemnly and bowed his head. Greetings, Lord, he said respectfully. In order to make it easier to distinguish them later, I named this newly summoned Orc Wolf Warrior Snow Wolf Warrior number 1. The naming of future arms will follow this order. Looking towards the Yeti camp in the east, I know that the Yeti priests and guard there have reached 3-star strength, but the strongest is only 1-star bronze. Once my troops reach bronze 2 stars, plus a few mutant thunder wolf kings, it will be easy to sweep through the snowman camp, although all this still requires time to accumulate. For hours passed quickly, and the second bronze-level Orc Wolf Warrior was finally synthesized. At this time, I already have 2 bronze 1-star Orc Wolf Warriors under my command, and their vitality has exceeded 4. Facing a novice snowman team, there is not much suspense. The sky gradually darkened. The time in the battlefield of all races was always a 24-hour cycle. No matter where you were, the alternation of day and night was in a unified rhythm. The snowy forest was silent under the night. In my simple flatland, a faint firelight shone through the window of a wooden house, swaying gracefully. Oh, 2 snow wolves appeared from the military altar. I combined them into the Snow Wolf King, rode on it, and took 2 bronze-level Orc Wolf Warriors with me, quietly advancing eastward, approaching the snowman camp. This time, I was already adept at it. Leading 2 Orc Wolf Warriors, I led them toward the target. A few minutes later, we arrived at the Yeti camp quietly. The moonlight sprinkled down, and the entire jungle was covered in silver light. Under the quiet night sky, I could see several snowman warriors wandering under the trees, while the snowman priest guard holding the ice shield was still guarding at the foot of the cliff. Kill them, I ordered coldly. Then, 2 bronze-level Orc Wolf Warriors rushed towards the enemy as fast as arrows. During the sprint, they activated the Barbaric Collision skill. The 2 powerful warriors were like 2 heavy lead balls, slamming into the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. The Yeti warriors were smashed to pieces, and even the strongest 3-star Yeti priest guards were not spared and were directly swept to pieces. Ding! A snowman warrior energy core has been obtained. A snowman sacrificial guard energy core has been obtained. As the energy cores were automatically stored in my backpack, I knew that if these energies were combined, they would definitely increase my strength exponentially. Continuing forward, 300 meters later, we encountered another group of snowmen. This time, the enemy leader is still a 3-star snowman priest guard, but this team is smaller, with only 3 snowman warriors. Before the Yeti priest guard could react, the Orc Wolf Warrior next to me pierced his body with a spear. Bronze level and ordinary level is like the collision between steel and eggs, which instantly defeats the enemy and scatters snowflakes all over the ground. Ding! Obtained 3 Snowman Warrior energy cores. Under the moonlight, I took out the energy cores guarded by the Yeti priests. They were like blue triangular diamond crystals, and the cold touch spread throughout my palms. I put these crystals into the golden synthesis column, and after synthesis, I obtained a bronze-level Snowman energy core. Nickname: Bronze 1-star Snowman energy core. Effect: can be used to forge magic equipment or to increase the breakthrough rate of water and ice troops. Then, I combined 4 ordinary Snowman Warrior energy crystals into 2 bronze-level energy cores, and then combined them into a bronze 2-star energy core. The energy concentration has doubled, and although it can still only be used for forging, it will be of great help to future arms and equipment. Time continued to pass, and accompanied by 2 bronze-level Orc-Wolf warriors, I finally rushed to the center of the snowman camp. Before my eyes, a nearly 4-meter-tall snowman tribe leader appeared. He was huge and covered in hard ice armor. Under the moonlight, he looked like a god in silver armor, shining brightly. In the center of the Yeti camp, I rode on the Snow Wolf King. My eyes passed through the crowd and fixed on the figure of the Yeti chief in the distance. After a brief hesitation, I activated the basic player detection skill. An attribute panel instantly appeared in front of my eyes. Nickname: Chief of the Snowman Tribe. Level: Bronze 1-star Vitality. Due to the limitation of my detection skills, I cannot know the exact health value of this Snowman Chief. It's outrageous. There are bronze-level and above monster camps in the novice area. Seeing this information, I couldn't help but feel helpless. However, in the blink of an eye, my eyes locked on the Orc-Wolf warriors next to me, and I quickly dragged their icons into the golden synthesis column. I clicked on Synthesis. Synthesis successful. Bronze 2-star Orc-Wolf warrior obtained. A flash of white light passed by, and a huge Orc-Wolf warrior appeared in front of me. He was nearly 3 meters tall, wearing heavy white armor, and holding a huge orc axe in his hand. The wolf head carved on the axe blade is lifelike, as if ready to tear everything apart at any time. The length of this giant axe is even close to 2 meters. Just by looking at the visual impact of the axe, you can imagine its power. Even a hard rock more than 10 meters high will probably be easily split in half by its axe. Nickname: Orc-Wolf Warrior Talent. Bronze 2 stars level. Bronze 2 stars Vitality. 5.9. Skills: Lightning Axe, 16 slashes of the axe. Primary Rage. Evaluation: an ordinary bronze level soldier, but among the same level, the combat effectiveness is extremely outstanding. The Orc-Wolf warrior appeared. He let out a deafening roar. Under the huge helmet, his black beast eyes glared in all directions. It moved as fast as the wind, accelerating instantly, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight towards the snowman chief in the distance. At this moment, there were no more snowman warriors around, and all the enemies had been eliminated by me. I defeated nearly 100 snowman warriors. Thunder Axe. Although the Orc-Wolf warrior was slightly smaller than the snowman chieftain, its majestic aura far surpassed that of the other. After all, the star-level gap and racial gap between them, as well as the Orc-Wolf warrior's vitality, close to bronze 3-star, all make it appear more powerful. With a loud bang, the giant axe of lightning was swung out from the warrior's hand. The nearly 2-meter-long white axe was instantly covered by lightning, and twisted arcs of electricity jumped on the axe, as if thunder had descended from the sky. Seeing this, the snowman chief quickly raised a 3-meter-high snowman shield to try to block the fatal blow. However, with the blessing of lightning, the Orc-Wolf warrior's axe easily shattered the snowman's shield. The ice shield was as fragile as paper and collapsed instantly. Then, the giant axe fell down with a loud bang, and the huge body of the snowman chief was split into 2 halves by the axe. The treasure chest of the Yeti camp has been obtained. Defeat all monsters in the Yeti camp. Do you want to occupy the Yeti camp? Occupy the camp. You can include it in the player's territory, but you need to send troops to guard it. Do you want to destroy the Yeti camp? After destroying it, you will get a common 2-star territory upgrade stone, which can be used to upgrade the territory. Do you want to convert the snowman camp into your own troops? After conversion, it can be bound to the player's territory, but the territory must be above the normal 2-star level. As the Orc-Wolf warrior killed the snowman chieftain with 1 axe, multiple selection boxes popped up on my retina. I chose Destroy without hesitation. After all, This is only the novice stage. I have only explored the Eastern Territory, and the other 4 directions are not yet known. Moreover, I don't have many types of troops at hand, so it is obviously not advisable to disperse the power. As for converting the snowman camp, my territory is only of ordinary level, not even 1 star, and cannot support a more advanced camp. The Yeti camp has been destroyed. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the common 2-star territory upgrade stone. At this time, an oval white territory upgrade stone automatically appeared in my backpack. When I touched it, a normal 2-star icon appeared. Let's go back. I waved my hand and instructed the Snow Wolf King to start. The Wolf King growled, turned quickly, and took me through the dark jungle in the distance, while the Orc Wolf warriors following closely behind. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Chin Lee for becoming one of the first 100 human lords to kill a bronze-level monster. You have been awarded a new Lord treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Should this message be published on the Human Lords regional channel? If so, do you want to hide your ID? I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows, and then open the Human Lord area channel. The top of the channel displayed the achievement information of many human players. Congratulations to player Wang Chao for becoming the first human lord to kill a bronze-level monster and obtain a bronze-level lord treasure chest. Congratulations to player Li Dazue for becoming the second human lord to kill. Congratulations to the anonymous player, the 6th person to kill. I glanced at the news, and my relaxed mood, due to the destruction of the Yeti camp, became tense again. It seemed that not only me, but even more players had defeated the bronze monster in a short period of time. These players may have better luck, and their troops may have reached 3 stars, which puts them 1 step ahead of me. On the battlefield of all races, the human race's starting conditions are destined to be weaker, and I must rise up as quickly as possible to occupy a place in the next battle. As night falls in the snowy forest, I ride on the back of the Snow Wolf King with a determined light in my eyes. In the evening of the next day, the cold wind in the jungle gradually subsided, but the gray sky was still covered by thick, dark clouds, and there seemed to be no sign of dispersing. More than 10 hours passed, and I spent them safely in the territory. During this time, only 2 1-star black iron monster beasts enter my territory. However, they were soon defeated easily by an ordinary 3-star mutant Thunderwolf King, and I obtained 2 large pieces of meat, which replenished my granary in time. Now, the sun is setting and the sky is getting dark. Orc Wolf warriors appeared. They were wearing heavy white armor, holding huge 2-meter-long axes, and looked awe-inspiring. I once learned from the information on the battlefield of the lords of all races that the human race is at the bottom of the food chain. Therefore, I formulated an extremely cautious development strategy for myself, always putting the word stability first. In the Eastern Snowman territory that I explored before, the Snowman Chief alone was a bronze 1-star monster, which shows that the area around my territory is not safe. Moreover, there might be lords of other races quietly developing nearby. After all, the arms altar can only summon a basic arms unit every 30 minutes. To improve the strength of your own arms, you need to kill the energy cores left behind by monsters of the same level and feed the arms to speed up their growth. With the help of the golden synthesis bar, I can upgrade my troops very quickly. I am probably the only lord who can do this. But even so, I felt the pressure because many human lords had killed bronze-level monster lords earlier than me. Now, I still have very few types of troops, but as the number of troops gradually increases, I plan to organize them into a brigade consisting of 10 squads, and then replenish them when casualties occur. After careful consideration, I decided to take all the troops and explore to the north, because during the day, I saw 2 monster beasts appearing from the north. Apparently, the level of the monster territory in the north is not high, and it is suitable for me to adventure. Although I don't have any high-level armor, I exchanged 20 kilograms of monster flesh and blood for a simple leather armor in the trading area, which at least can provide me with some warmth, although the defense is poor. At this moment, I put on black leather armor, a furry brown bear head helmet, and rode on the back of the mutant Thunderwolf King. The thick hair and gathered fat on the Wolf King's back made it extremely comfortable to sit on. At my command, the team immediately set out and headed north. The mutated Thunder Wolf King and the 3 Snow Wolf Kings quickly turned around and ran towards the north. Following closely behind were the 2 bronze 2-star Orc Wolf warriors. Despite their burly bodies, they could still walk like the wind in the snow, leaving huge and deep footprints. My troops, under my command, galloped forward and gradually advanced. The Snow Wolf King in front began to deploy a fan-shaped formation, expanding the scope of exploration. After walking 2 kilometers, a sharp wolf howl came from the northeast. At this moment, an orc wolf warrior suddenly accelerated, rushed towards the source of the wolf howl, and disappeared into the snow forest in the blink of an eye. Then, I received a message. Your unit, the Snow Wolf King, has died. Dead. I was shocked. It seems that the monster territory in the north may have reached the black iron 3-star level. The level of the monsters is comparable to that of the mutant lightning wolf king. It seems that there are no easy opponents nearby. 1. Starlight, the chief of the snowman tribe. If there is no golden synthesis column as a guarantee, I am afraid I can only develop slowly as an ordinary 1-star Snow Wolf King, and it will probably take several months to wipe out a territory. The alertness in my heart made me more careful, and I controlled the mutant Thunder Wolf King to continue moving forward. After a dozen breaths, we arrived at the location of the Snow Wolf King's body. The Wolf King's body had melted, leaving only a pool of green corpse fluid, which was particularly conspicuous. The injured giant white spider was struggling, and the wolf warrior swung his giant axe to suppress it. At this time, the mixed smell of corpse fluid and spider blood was very pungent. I quickly used the exploration skill, and the information about the ice jade spider appeared on the screen. It was an ordinary 3-star monster with a venom spray skill, and its vitality was still sufficient. I waved my hand and ordered the warriors to kill the ice jade spider completely. With a scream, the spider's body disappeared. Then the system prompts. You have obtained an ordinary 3-star poison energy crystal and an ordinary ice jade spider poison sac. All items have been automatically put into the backpack. However, at this moment, there was a sound of movement under the surrounding snow, and it seemed that a new threat was approaching. Under the lush branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees, the snowy forest was shrouded in thick shadows, and a hint of uneasiness permeated the cold and lonely atmosphere. At the moment when a strange noise came from the surroundings, the orc wolf warrior guarding on my side suddenly cast his eyes towards the snow several dozen meters away. I saw 3 ridges about 10 inches high and 1 meter wide quickly fleeing into the distance. From their oval outlines, it was not difficult for me to recognize that these were the ice jade spiders trying to escape. These monsters seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from the wolf warriors, so they chose to flee. After all, enemies of the same level would definitely pounce on them like hungry wolves when faced with such a threat. Swish! The orc wolf warrior took a sudden step forward, and the snow exploded instantly. A circle of air waves with a diameter of tens of meters spread out in all directions. Only a faint white afterimage cut through the air and rushed straight towards the 3 fleeing ice jade spiders. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the 3 ice jade spiders. The giant axe in his hand swung down like the scythe of the god of death. Then, accompanied by 3 shrill screams, the bodies of the ice jade spiders were split in half, and the entire jungle returned to peace. Ding! The system prompt sounded. A normal quality poison energy crystal has been obtained. Obtained. 3 ice jade spiders dropped 2 poison energy crystals. Right now, I don't have any poison-type soldiers, so these crystals can only be temporarily stored in my backpack. When I have poison-type soldiers, I can use them for upgrading or trading. From the strength of these 3 ice jade spiders, they are obviously the sentries outside the ice jade spider camp. After a brief thought, I contacted the nearby Snow Wolf King through my mind and directed them to continue searching in the direction the ice jade spider fled. Since they chose to flee, they were most likely retreating to the core area of the camp. We must capture this camp as soon as possible. I made the decision in my heart. The Ice Jade Spider's camp is not small. The basic combat units are 3-star. As for the camp lord, he should be between bronze 1-star and bronze 2 stars. I have 2 bronze 2-star orc wolf combat units. The 2 of them working together are enough to deal with it. Not long after, I led the team hundreds of meters deep and finally found a large number of huge spider webs in the snow forest. The diameter of each spider silk is almost the same as that of an ordinary household nylon rope, crystal white, showing a dazzling coldness. The diameter of these spider webs is as high as 20 to 30 meters, spanning between the towering ancient trees, blocking our way. It seems that we are not far from the ice jade spider's lair. I thought to myself. After sensing the more powerful ice jade spider's aura, several snow wolf kings gradually gathered around me, ready to support me at any time. Let's test the hardness of this spider silk. I patted the mutant lightning wolf king under me, and an idea came to my mind. This lightning wolf king and the ice jade spider are monsters of the same level, enough to test the defense of the spider silk. Lightning ball. Following my command, the small horn on the Thunder Wolf King's forehead emitted an arc of electricity, which quickly condensed into a blue lightning ball and flew towards the huge spider web. The electric ball exploded and quickly covered the entire spider web. In less than 3 seconds, the spider web melted completely under the action of the electric arc. However, the power of these spider webs is really limited. What really makes people afraid is the venom of the ice jade spider. Sweep everything, I said coldly, looking at the spider webs that still blocked our way. Although the Thunder Wolf King's attack was effective, it was not very efficient, and it still took several seconds to clear a spider web. As a flash of cold light passed, I decided to let the guarding Orc Wolf warrior continue to move forward and head straight to the depths of the Ice Jade spider camp. At this moment, I was very curious whether the soldiers could get rewards at a certain distance after killing the enemy. I left an Orc Wolf warrior to guard the place, and followed with the other troops. At the same time, Wolf Warrior number 3 had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Its body, like a white mountain, slammed into the spider web, smashing the spider silk into pieces effortlessly. While advancing, the Wolf Warrior also discovered the ice jade spider hiding in the tree and decisively threw the giant axe in his hand. The axe instantly rotated like a sickle for harvesting wheat straw, chopping off the tree and the ice jade spider together. In a flash, the Orc Wolf Warrior had killed 5 ice jade spiders, went deep into the forest, and disappeared from my sight. Ding! The system prompt sounded again. The target monster ice jade spider has been killed. Obtained a normal quality ice jade spider venom sac. A normal quality poison energy core has been obtained. Along the way, as the Orc Wolf Warriors continued to break through, I received more and more rewards. It was indeed a bronze soldier with overwhelming levels. I looked at the ancient tree that was split in half, and I couldn't help but sigh. We continued walking forward, and soon we finally arrived at the scene of the fight. In the open space next to the pile of rocks, a huge, nearly 5-meter-long ice jade spider was fighting with an Orc Wolf warrior. After only 10 rounds, the ice jade spider king was covered with wounds, and his blue blood dyed the ground red. At the same time, white smoke rose from several deep corrosion pits on the ground, showing the terrifying power of the venom. If any creature touched this liquid, it would be corroded instantly. Roar! After more than 10 breaths, the Orc Wolf warrior cut the ice jade spider king into 2 halves without any harm. The huge corpse quickly dissipated and turned into an ice blue wooden treasure chest. Ding! The target ice jade spider king has been killed. You have obtained a bronze quality, ordinary wooden treasure chest. Do you want to open it? When I saw the prompt bronze quality treasure chest, I couldn't help but feel happy. I had defeated the chief of the snowman tribe before and got a treasure chest of ordinary quality. After opening it, I only got 20 ordinary 3-star ice energy cores. These low-grade energy cores may be good resources for other lords to upgrade the star level of water or ice troops. But for a lord like me, who already has a synthesis column, their value is insignificant. However, the treasure chest that dropped this time was different. It turned into a streak of ice blue light in the air, instantly merged into my body, and automatically went into my backpack. Judging from the icon on the backpack, the outer shell of the treasure chest is engraved with a lifelike pattern of the Ice Jade Spider King, which is so realistic that it is shocking. I clicked the Open Treasure Chest button without hesitation. Ding! The system prompt sounded, and then several messages appeared in front of him. A bronze 1-star spiderweb armor has been obtained. Obtained a bronze 1-star poison energy core. Obtained a common 1-star territory upgrade stone. Not only that, after destroying the Ice Jade Spider Camp, I also harvested an ordinary 3-star territory upgrade stone. This wave of loot far exceeded the harvest from the Snowman territory, especially a bronze 1-star armor, which made me very happy. In the backpack, the spiderweb armor is a set of white light armor that perfectly wraps the entire body. After returning to the territory, I decided to carefully examine this bronze-level armor. For me now, this armor undoubtedly greatly improves my defense capabilities. At the same time, I am also planning in my mind that in the future, I must train some military servants who can accompany me or integrate into my flesh and blood to further enhance my defense capabilities. Seeing that I have accumulated all the territory upgrade stones from ordinary 1-star to 3 stars, I can finally upgrade my original territory. At least, the territory is no longer a bare piece of land. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the distant mountains in the north. The sound was very penetrating, sweeping in all directions with unparalleled pressure. I was slightly startled and quickly looked from under the heavy brown bear helmet at the huge, vaguely visible black outline. I had seen the mountains during the day. Combined with my previous speculation, there must be countless terrifying monsters lurking in that endless mountain range. The snowy forest where I was located seemed to be a shelter designed specifically for novice lords. I squinted my eyes, and through a tiny black dot in my sight, I saw a creature with flapping wings flying out from the cliff, like an intercontinental missile being fired, cutting through the sky and flying into the depths of the mountains. This scene could be seen clearly even from such a distance, and the outline of the black spot was enough to convince me that the flying creature was extremely large, at least a dozen stories high. Magic dragon? An idea suddenly flashed through my mind. It is a powerful monster, which may be entrenched in the battlefield of all races. If it is really the pet of a lord, then once I grow up, I will definitely attract its attention. Let's go back to the territory. I immediately looked away, suppressing my excitement and curiosity. There are too many threats around the battlefield, and I am just a small lord who has just entered the novice period. In the days to come, I will have to face the terrifying monsters of the 3 dark disasters, the God-falling tower, and the teleportation of the nether abyss. These are not opponents I can underestimate. Orc-wolf warriors guarding beside him responded in a low voice. First, upgrade the territory, and then speed up the exploration of the surrounding situation. I secretly decided in my heart to speed up the pace of exploration. Fortunately, under the protection of the novice period, the threat of monsters around is relatively small, and the rules of the battlefield limit the range of action of low-level monsters. Therefore, I decided to send a team of wolf soldiers to explore and fight, while I myself would be busy in the territory. By moonlight, I returned to the territory. The small wooden house in the center of the territory stood quietly, with the fire in the stove flickering, warm, and peaceful. After confirming that there were no threats around, I took out the territory upgrade stone from my backpack and prepared to upgrade the territory. It is detected that the Lord has available territory upgrade stones. Do you want to upgrade the original territory? The system's voice sounded in my ears. Yes. Ding. The territory is being upgraded. Congratulations. The territory has been upgraded to ordinary 1-star. Then, with a flash of light, my original territory began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The stone slabs on the ground became thicker, as if they could resist the monsters from drilling in from underground. Those originally ordinary stone slabs seemed to be blessed with magical runes, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. The coverage area of these slabs was expanded more than 3 times to cover almost the entire territory, and a 3-meter-high stone wall was erected at the edge, which was wide enough to accommodate the garrison of troops. My cabin expanded in an instant and turned into a spacious and luxurious wooden house. The walls turned into solid stone walls, and even a seemingly stable chimney appeared. The details of the magic runes began to emerge, and it seemed that the wooden house was becoming more powerful. The territory level has reached the standard. Unlock the upgrade conditions for the Snow Wolf unit. You can use water or ice energy crystals plus territory upgrade stones to upgrade the Snow Wolf summoning altar. After the upgrade, the Summon Combat unit will be upgraded from an ordinary 1-star Snow Wolf to an ordinary 2-star Snow Wolf King. Looking at the prompts in front of me, I realized that upgrading the altar for summoning soldiers is much more difficult than upgrading the territory and requires more monster hunting and territory expansion. Under the cover of night, I stood in the vast territory, looking around, and an uneasy desire emerged in my heart to establish my own monster territory in this open space. Although this goal is ambitious, I know that I still have a lot of unfinished things to achieve. Ding! Congratulations to Qin Li the human player in the 10,000 races battlefield, for successfully becoming one of the top 1,000 human players. Your territory has been upgraded to a common 3-star. Do you want to open the channel? I rejected the proposal without hesitation and decisively chose not to be made public. A ranking in the top 1,000 is already quite impressive, but in this early stage, many lucky players may start out with an ordinary 3-star territory. Therefore, being able to rank among the top 1,000 is already a pretty good achievement. For me, keeping a low profile is the smartest strategy. Territory nickname. Ordinary territory. Can be modified territory level. Ordinary 3 stars plus bound servant altar. Ordinary 1-star snow wolf altar territory upgrade conditions. Requires bronze 1-star territory upgrade stone. Has bronze 1-star or above soldier servants, and the number of soldiers of this type reaches 2 or more number of servant camps that can be bound to the territory. 4. 3 remaining positions area, 400 meters long and wide. Looking at the territory's property panel, I couldn't help but feel proud of myself. The territory has expanded from the original 100 meters to the current 400 meters. With the continuous upgrade, I believe more facilities and functions will be unlocked in the future. If the territory can be upgraded to bronze level, it will definitely bring more surprises. The original restriction of only being able to bind 2 military camps has been lifted, increasing the number to 4. This will allow me to bind more military camps as needed in the future. In particular, besides the Snow Wolf altar, the remaining 3 locations provide me with ample space for expansion. As long as I explore other monster camps, I can transform them into my own altars and summon more powerful servants. I know very well that if I can bind an ordinary 3-star troop altar, the basic combat unit summoned can directly reach 3 stars, which will greatly improve my efficiency. Even faster, I can synthesize silver-level military servants. By then, my position in the novice area will be consolidated, and I will become a top player. I walked into the house after the upgrade, and the first thing I noticed was the stove in the center. The iron stove was no longer shabby, but brand new. There is even a chimney leading to the outside, next to the stove, making it more complete. The bed has also been improved, upgraded from the original single bed to a double bed. Although there is no soft mattress, the animal skin on it is soft and comfortable, providing sufficient warmth. In such an environment, I took out the spider web armor from my backpack and quickly put on this set of white lightweight armor. The armor lining is soft and fits the body. When put on, it not only provides good warmth retention, but also makes movements more flexible. I moved my limbs and found that my punches and kicks were faster, as if the armor gave me extra speed. Looking closely at the armor, I discovered that there were delicate magic runes engraved on its joints. Perhaps it was these runes that enhanced the function of the armor and gave me additional amplification effects. I walked toward the stone wall, raised my armor, protected right hand, and threw a straight punch as fast as lightning. Bang! A metallic muffled sound was heard, and the fist mark was left deeply on the stone wall. Although my strength was enhanced by the armor, the recoil force made my right arm numb and slightly painful. I secretly sighed in my heart, if there is a rare item that can enhance physical strength, how great it would be. However, such a treasure must exist in the battlefield of all races, but it will take some time to find it. After sorting out my thoughts, I took off my armor, ate some bacon porridge that I made myself, and fell asleep. After the altar of the Snow Wolf army cooled down, I prepared to summon new servants to explore the monster territory in the west. The next day, the cold wind in the early morning was still biting. I led 4 bronze 2-star Orc Wolf warriors, 2 mutant Thunder Wolf kings, and 6 Snow Wolf kings, heading towards the unknown area west of the territory. After a night of rest, I also synthesized a new type of soldier, a bronze 2-star Orc Wolf warrior and a mutant Lightning Wolf king. Now, I have 4 bronze 2-star Wolf warriors on hand. I decided to have 1 Wolf warrior guard the territory, and the others would set out with me to explore this unknown western land. The weather was still gloomy, and the cold wind was raging. The snow in the snow forest rolled, forming snow waves hundreds of meters long. Like white ribbons flying in the air, the scene was extremely spectacular. Our marching team still maintained a fan-shaped formation, carefully crossing the cold, snowy area. Although they had traveled more than 3,000 meters, they still hadn't encountered any monsters. At this moment, a sharp wolf howl suddenly came from the front. I immediately changed direction, rode on the mutant Thunder Wolf King, and led the team to gallop towards the place where the sound came from. When I arrived at my destination, I found myself standing at the foot of a rocky hill hidden in a snowy forest. There stood a bronze gate nearly 4 meters high. Part of the door was in ruins, and the other half was covered with deep claw marks and knife marks. These marks showed that a very tragic monster war had taken place here. The surrounding snow wolf kings had already smelled the danger and crouched, ready to fight at any time. At this time, bursts of friction sounds came from inside the bronze gate, accompanied by heavy footsteps gradually approaching. Skeleton monster wearing worn-out armor came out. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with reddish tendons all over its joints, and it exuded a cold aura. The most striking thing is the blue flame burning in its eyes, as if a forgotten warrior has returned to the battlefield. Chapter 10. Dungeon Ruins. Wandering Skeleton Soldiers. Nickname: Dungeon Skeleton Warrior. Level: Bronze 1 star. Status: Healthy. Vitality: Chin Li subconsciously used a detection skill. The simple information panel also showed that this skeleton warrior was actually a bronze-level monster. The 2-meter-tall burly figure was wearing tattered armor, and in his right hand he was holding a cold iron sword that was nearly 1.5 meters long. The blade was flashing with a hint of cold light, and one glance was enough to tell that this sword was extremely powerful. Kill! There was a flash of murderous intent in Chin Li's eyes. Bang! The 2 orc wolf warriors who were a few steps in front of him shot out directly, leaving 2 white afterimages, and arrived at the side of the bronze-level skeleton warrior in less than a breath. One on the left and one on the right, they cooperated tacitly to surround and kill him. After the skeleton warrior sensed the bronze-level pressure from the wolf warrior, the blue soul fire in his skull flickered, and he himself also sensed the great threat. Flee directly into the ancient bronze door. But the wolf warrior was much faster than the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior only took 2 steps back before being blocked from the front and back. Under the attack from both sides by 2 giant lightning axes, the skeleton warrior could only barely block the giant axe in front. When the cold iron sword and the lightning axe touched each other, the sword was conductive and immediately transmitted the electricity to the skeleton warrior, who turned it into a lightning skeleton. Crack, crack! Immediately following, crisp breaking sounds were heard from the skeleton warrior's limbs. The bones shattered and tiny pieces of bone fragments fell from the cracks. Bang! The giant lightning axe behind him chopped the skeleton warrior in half, breaking his body into 2. The broken skeleton body was still submerged in lightning. After being attacked by 2 giant lightning axes, the 2 blue soul fires in the skeleton warrior's head became dimmer. After 2 breaths, it shattered and dissipated. The 2 halves of its body that fell in the snow also turned into powder in an instant and scattered on the ground. The target monster skeleton warrior has been killed. A bronze-quality undead energy core has been obtained. A piece of information appeared in front of Chin Li's retina. A bronze-level energy core exploded, which was already pretty good. When killing the ice jade spider, basically 5 or 6 would explode to reveal an energy core. To upgrade the altar of a type of soldier, not only territory upgrade stones are needed, but also energy cores of the same series. In this case, this type of energy core is an absolute necessity, and naturally the more the better. Whether it is used for trading or for personal use, it is very worthwhile. Is this the entrance to the world of the dead? An idea emerged in Chin Li's mind. It's not very realistic that an entrance to another world appears in the novice area. If, like before, the skeleton warrior that just appeared is of bronze level, then even if this is not the entrance to the world of the dead, it is also a bronze-level monster territory. If the lowest combat unit is bronze 1 star, then their boss must be bronze 2 star or above. This is indeed somewhat dangerous. You 2 go ahead and explore in charge. Chin Li gave instructions to the 2 bronze 2 star wolf warriors. Yes, my lord. The 2 wolf warriors responded in unison, both with deep masculine voices. Afterwards, he ordered the rest of the ordinary-level Wolf King soldiers to spread out and stand guard in all directions. If the bronze portal was filled with at least bronze-level skeleton warriors, those ordinary-level soldiers would only sacrifice themselves in vain if they were allowed to enter. It would be better to stand guard outside to prevent them from being surrounded by any powerful monsters when they return. After completing the deployment, they entered the bronze portal one after another, and their vision immediately became dim. Inside the portal, it was a cold and gloomy corridor with no end in sight. The stone walls of the corridor were covered with mosses that emitted a faint green fluorescence. With the help of the fluorescence emitted by the moss, it is not so difficult to see everything, but even so, the visibility is only about 20 meters. Into the passage. There is also a cold wind blowing. Fortunately, Qinli was wearing bronze-level spiderweb armor when he came out. Under the slightly ferocious white pointed helmet, Qinli could hear the whistling wind in his ears. This also shows that the air inside the tunnel is circulating, so people will not suffocate to death here. Go deeper. After walking cautiously for about 300 meters, they walked out of the corridor. The moment they walked out of the corridor, their vision immediately became wider. There are some shrubs emitting strong fluorescence, and ancient fluorescent trees that are as straight as swords growing around. The light emitted. Although it is not as bright as the daytime outside, it is not much worse. Bang, bang, bang. Before Qin, they could take a look at the surrounding scenery. As soon as they walked out of the corridor, 3 burly skeleton warriors crawled out from the sand on the ground around them. Each of them held a sword in his hand, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards Qin Yi and the others. There is a conspicuous blue soul fire burning in the head. The wolf warriors also took action immediately. Several brilliant lightning axes flashed, and with the destructive power of lightning, they easily dealt with the 3 undead skeleton monsters. The fire and thunder elements are second only to the light element in restraining the undead element. The target monster skeleton warrior has been killed. A broken, ordinary quality skeleton shield has been obtained. Text information emerges in front of the retina. There was an entirely black iron shield in the backpack, and on the surface of the shield, there was a huge skull with blue soul fire engraved. Qinli took out the skull shield, which was an ordinary 3-star shield. There is no skill blessing on the shield. The width is nearly 1.4 meters, which is not very large. It can be used for ordinary humans, but for a burly figure like a wolf warrior, such a skeleton shield becomes very small. Put it away first and wait for synthesis. Qin Li's mind moved. The broken skull shield in his right hand was directly put into the back pocket. This is Qin Li, riding on the mutated Thunder Wolf King, walked forward for dozens of steps. At the exit of the hillside, he saw the ruined city 1,000 meters away from him. He was located halfway up a mountain in a terrain similar to the Gobi Desert. The exit faces the ruined city in the distance. A large section of the protective wall outside the city collapsed, and on the ground in front of the wall, some wandering skeleton warriors could be seen. In addition to those burly bronze-level skeleton warriors, there are also some incomplete skeleton soldiers with missing arms and legs, whose highest level is only ordinary 2-star. There are more than 20 bronze-level skeleton soldiers alone. Besides, there must be more powerful guys in the city. It's not easy to deal with. Qin Li, who was riding on the Thunder Wolf King halfway up the mountain, said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 11 Skill Primary Co-Vision, Skeleton Lord. To be on the safe side, Qin Li decided to let 1 orc wolf warrior guard him, while the other 2 orc wolf warriors began to rush towards the underground city ruins not far away. Kill those skeleton warriors in front of the dungeon ruins and see if you can lure out the powerful guys in the city and get to know their situation first. After the decision, Qin Li entered a wait-and-see mode. With the help of the fluorescent coffins and giant trees on the plains and Gobi Desert, one can clearly see the orc wolf warriors rushing into the plains below. 2 white afterimages rushed away at a high speed, raising a cloud of dust behind them. The powerful speed of the bronze 2-star was enough to smash some ordinary skeleton soldiers that were blocking the route into pieces. As for those bronze 1-star skeleton warriors, in a one-on-one situation, they would basically be defeated after 2 or 3 fights. Bye. The target monster skeleton soldier is dead. Obtained a normal quality undead energy core. The target monster, the bronze-level skeleton warrior, is dead. Obtain a basic co-vision skill book. Skill book. Suddenly, when Qin Li saw the skill book on the text prompt, his eyes lit up with joy, because this was the first time a skill book had appeared. Then, Qin Li's mind sank into the backpack. I saw a skill book with a dark eye icon. It is detected that the Lord player is qualified to practice this skill. Do you want to practice it? Yes. Qin Li did not hesitate. Boom. The next moment, the skill book with the dark eyes icon in the backpack suddenly disappeared. In Qin Li's originally silent and dark sea of consciousness, a weak magical power suddenly began to grow out of thin air, like a strand of blue light emerging from the endless dark space. In the blink of an eye, the light blue magic power condensed into a primary shared vision skill card, quietly floating in the center of the sea of consciousness, emitting a faint light blue glow on the surface. At the same time, after the magic power was generated, Qinli felt his head being wrapped by a warm force. After a few breaths, the feeling dissipated. My mind feels like it has been washed, relaxed, and comfortable. This is the magic cleansing after comprehending the skill card. Is this one of the ways that the Lord of all races can strengthen himself? Practicing a skill book can increase the power of the main body. Qinli felt that his mind was extremely clear and his expression was full of excitement. He found another way to become stronger: equipment and skill books. Swish! Qinli's mind moved, and he called up the attribute panel of the primary consensus skill. Nickname: primary co-viewing. Level: ordinary 3 stars. Requirements for cultivation: ordinary 3-star or above, Lord of all races. Skill details: after activating the primary shared vision, you can choose a soldier servant to share the vision seen by the other party. Restrictions: cooling time is a quarter of an hour. It seems that the stronger the skill book, the more demanding the training conditions are, and the importance of the territory level is reflected. A look of understanding emerged on Qinli's face. Try. Use primary co-vision. Qinli's mind sank into the sea of consciousness, and he tried to recite silently in his heart. Boom! In an instant, he felt that he was in darkness, with a dozen light balls representing military servants rotating around him, with him as the center. The 4 largest light balls are the 4 bronze 2-star orc wolf warriors. That's you. Qinli sensed that the breath of one of the servant light balls was that of one of the wolf warriors charging on the plain below, so he chose him without hesitation. Buzz! Qinli's vision suddenly changed, and a shared vision was established. He saw a burly skeleton warrior standing in front of him, waving his sword and slashing at him desperately. But the next moment, he saw the orc wolf warrior's giant lightning axe chopping down from his right hand, instantly smashing the opponent's skeleton warrior's sword. The fragments of the sword spread in all directions like fragments of exploding shells. Even if there were fragments that were about to hit him, they would be blocked by the heavy armor on his body. Then, after the wolf warrior killed the skeleton warrior with 2 axes, he rushed towards the ruined city as fast as the wind. So fast, Qinli looked at some ordinary skeleton soldiers retreating rapidly on both sides. After feeling the speed of the bronze wolf warriors from the first-person perspective, he understood the power of the bronze-level monsters. Bite! The target monster skeleton warrior has been killed. A bronze-quality undead energy core has been obtained. Then, a familiar text prompt appeared again. During the process of shared vision, Qinli felt the skill magic card in his sea of consciousness slowly dimming. Considering the speed at which magic power was consumed, there would be no problem even if the shared vision process lasted for more than 2 hours. Since he has such a skill, he can remotely share the view of a soldier servant and command the soldier team he has formed to explore the surroundings. He wouldn't have to go out in person. But this primary common vision should have distance limitations. It could be 5 kilometers, or it could be around 10 kilometers. It's just speculation now. When there is a chance in the future, I can find a cannon fodder to test it. Even if the ordinary soldiers in the test are killed, I won't feel sorry at all. We've reached the city gate. After dozens of breaths, the 2 wolf warriors rushed into the underground city ruins from 2 adjacent directions. Large sections of the outer walls of this ruined city have collapsed, and everywhere within sight is devastated. Roar! A moment. A huge black figure walked out from a gap in the collapsed city wall. It was about 5 meters tall and was also wearing dark armor. Some sharp black spikes grew at the joints of the armor. Inside the huge skull, 2 balls of red soul fire were burning fiercely. From the outside, it looked like it was definitely not someone that could be messed with. Similarly, there are a large number of dark gray tendons connecting the bones of this skeleton lord, which reduces the wear and tear caused by friction between the bones. Unfortunately, the normal detection skills that all players have can't throw it this far. When Qinli saw the big skeleton lord from the perspective of the wolf warrior under the primary co-vision, he almost subconsciously wanted to use a detection skill, but unfortunately, he lost it in vain. The distance was too far and nothing was accomplished. In the right hand of the skeleton lord is a huge pale bone knife, nearly 3 meters long. The size of the bone knife is comparable to that of a wolf warrior. Could this skeleton lord be above bronze 3 stars? Qin Li speculated in his mind. In an instant, before he could think about anything else, the black mountain-like skeleton lord, like a black assault truck, violently crashed into the 2 orc-wolf warriors. Chapter 12. Synthesize the orc-wolf tribe chief. Fierce battle. Lightning axe. Primary rampage. This moment, on the Gobi plain in front of the underground city ruins, 2 orc-wolf warriors activated their primary rage skills. Under the shared vision, Qin Li immediately felt it, and his sight was covered with a layer of light red. 2 orc-wolf warriors stood side by side on the same line, and their 2 smaller lightning axes collided with the skeleton lord's huge sword in an instant. Boom! The lightning was raging. The roar echoed. The blue electric light, generated by the collision of the 3 weapons, submerged their bodies. Qin Li, who shared the vision, could not see the situation in front of him clearly. Even without sharing vision, a huge cloud of dust was stirred up around them when they were fighting. Wrapped in the dark yellow dust, the outline of any figure could not be seen clearly. Although he couldn't see the situation clearly, Qin Li, as the Lord, also sensed that the vitality of one of the orc-wolf warriors was rapidly declining. The status of another wolf warrior also fluctuated. Even if the wolf warriors joined forces, they were still no match for the skeleton lord. This was enough to show that the skeleton lord was at least a 3-star bronze lord. It was obvious that they were no match for the other side with only 2 bronze 2-star wolf warriors. It is better to retreat first. If we synthesize the wolf tribe's higher-level troops, we might be able to defeat them. It's a good opportunity to try whether the 2 sides can carry out remote operation of combined arms when the distance is more than 2,000 meters. Retreat. Qin Li gave the order in his mind. Swish. Immediately following, from the cloud of sand and dust covering dozens of meters, 2 white figures pulled out 2 sand and dust waves more than 10 meters long and retreated rapidly. After creating a certain distance between himself and the skeleton lord, Qin Li exited the shared vision state and activated the golden synthesis bar. Under the synthesis column with a golden frame, Qin Li placed the 2 orc-wolf warriors fighting on the plain into it, and the synthesis button suddenly lit up. However, the figures of the 2 orc-wolf warriors in the synthesis column have become a little blurrier than in the close-range synthesis state. It's like the high-definition military class icons have been reduced to standard military class icons. Synthesis. Qin Li chose the orc-wolf warrior on the left as the main unit for synthesis. He could keep 1 soldier with intelligent intelligence and fuse the other wolf warrior. The orc-wolf clan icon on the crafting bar disappears. The wolf warrior on the left disappeared and transformed into a wolf chief with a more sturdy body, also holding a huge axe. But behind the armor of this wolf chief, there was a light blue cloak, and on the cloak there was a pattern of a huge, ferocious white wolf head with bared fangs. The cloak moves automatically without wind, looking very majestic. Buzz. At the same time, the attribute panel of the wolf clan leader also appeared in front of Qin Li's retina. Nickname: Chief of the Orc-Wolf Tribe. Talent: Bronze 3 stars. Level: Bronze 3 stars. Vitality: 6.8. Skills: Small Blizzard, Primary Frenzy, Primary Giant Force Blessing. Evaluation: This beastman has considerable talent among its peers. His vitality is considered strong among Bronze 3-star players. Qin Li looked at the vitality as high as 6.8. Vitality can also be converted into combat power. Among the same level, once it exceeds 0.3, it is estimated to be a small level. The Snow Wolf servants you randomly get at the beginning of the game are only ordinary 1-star, but if they are synthesized to bronze level or above, each synthesized troop will be a strong 1 at the same level. Could this also be an increase in the synthesis column? Qin Li's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. That is very likely. However, if you want to verify this, you can only bind the second type of servant. Now, on the Gobi plain below, one of the orc-wolf warriors who escaped from the flying sand and dust melted his body and turned into a white light, which was very spiritual, and flew towards another orc-wolf warrior. The wolf warrior's body immediately underwent a huge change. His body grew by more than 1 meter in height again, with a light blue cloak appearing behind him. His huge body was only slightly shorter than that of the skeleton lord. The giant axe in his hand was also growing. It was a little larger than the skeleton lord's sword, and both ends of the giant axe were very sharp. If you look closely, you can see pure blue ice magic runes engraved inside the giant axe. The giant axe in the hands of the orc chief of the Snow Wolf clan is also a powerful magic weapon. Bang! At this time, the skeleton lord rushed out from the flying sand and dust. His huge black body glanced around after rushing out. When he saw the wolf chief, who had the same level of aura as him, he was obviously stunned. The two little wolf guys who had just fought with him ran very fast and were a bit faster than him. However, he is much weaker than him in terms of fighting power. As long as he is caught up by him, he is confident that he can kill him. But after he chased out of the dust, the two wolf warriors disappeared, and there was a guy whose aura seemed to be stronger than his. Judging from their attire, they must be in the same group. It is obvious that bronze-level lords have opened up some spiritual intelligence. Unlike ordinary monster troops, they also seek benefits and avoid harm. Even if he encounters a strong enemy, he will not show up easily. The skeleton lord was also in the ruined city before. He observed for a while, and after confirming that his level was higher than that of the opponent, he rushed out of the ruins directly, intending to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. But what he didn't expect was that as the fight went on, a guy of the same level suddenly appeared, and he seemed to be even stronger than him. The skeleton lord clenched his sword tightly, and while he was stunned, he paused and did not choose to rush forward. A monster the same level must be treated with caution. Roar! The skeleton lord opened his huge mouth and let out a loud roar. A huge sound wave reverberated in all directions with it as the center. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, under the sand in the distance, skeleton soldiers and a few skeleton warriors crawled out of the sand. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors that crawled out all rushed towards the orc wolf tribe leader fearlessly. Far away, Qinli on the hillside. Turn on co-view again. A moment of shared vision. His vision turned red again. Needless to say, it must be the wolf chieftain who activated the primary rage. His vitality, which was originally 6.8, was at least close to 6.9 after the rage. Among the bronze 3-star levels, it is definitely the top one. Bang! The orc wolf tribe leader took a step forward, and after his huge boots landed on the ground, he stepped out a small hole on the spot. His body seemed to be equipped with a jet and rushed towards the skeleton lord. In the blink of an eye, it was close. The skeleton lord also swung his sword and opened his huge mouth, spewing out a column of fire, like an enlarged version of a flamethrower, submerging the wolf chief's helmet. Chapter 13. Kill the skeleton lord and synthesize a bronze-level shield. Bad co-viewing experience. Qinli smiled bitterly as he watched his vision being engulfed by a red flame, and he could not see a single hair clearly. If the shared vision skill is used on flying soldiers, the experience will definitely be good, and you can also enjoy the scenery. The worst-case scenario is to use it during combat. The orc wolf chief, whose helmet was submerged by the pillar of fire, swung the giant ice axe in his right hand without any hesitation. Little Blizzard. Skill activated. In an instant, the ice magic runes on the giant axe held by the orc wolf chief released a blue light. Click, click! The axe was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice, and the air was filled with coldness. Bang! The giant axe hit the sword, and a huge muffled sound of metal collision echoed. In a blink of an eye, a storm tornado about 30 to 40 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide appeared in front of the wolf chief and wrapped the skeleton lord inside. In the storm tornado, you can also see ice blades are nearly 1 or 2 meters long, running around in it like a violent storm, like countless ice blades entangled together. This blizzard skill is the ultimate move of the Snow Wolf clan leader. On this basis, the primary rage is also added. The attack powered by the dual skills directly cut off the pillar of fire spewed from the skeleton lord's mouth. Only a little flash of fire could be seen in the blizzard at the beginning, and then it was swallowed up and disappeared. Qinli, who was sharing the vision, and he, who was watching from afar on the hillside, the small snowstorm was very conspicuous from both visual angles. It would be more appropriate to call this a blizzard tornado. A bronze 3-star level cultivator can master this skill. If he could combine 10 orc wolf chiefs, all of whom have this small blizzard skill, and use them together, he might be able to bring down a city wall. It's a powerful skill for siege. Later, he will definitely fight with the lords on the battlefield of all races. The other high-level lords will definitely build their own lord cities. The troops and skills suitable for siege will naturally be very important. Of course, when Qinli wants to attack a lord's territory, he will definitely find out the situation of the other party. He doesn't want to act rashly. There will definitely be lords who will send their weak soldiers and servants to garrison around the city and hide their trump cards in the city. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. On the battlefield, in front of the collapsed ruins of the city wall, after more than 10 breaths, the power of the small blizzard began to decrease sharply. The duration of the skill is limited to a certain period of time. It is rare that it can be maintained for such a long time. The snowstorm dissipated. The skeleton lord was revealed, his bottom part frozen into a lump of ice. At this moment, the skeleton lord's entire body was frozen in a layer of ice that was nearly 1 meter thick. The red soul fire burning inside its skull is much weaker than before. If the brightness of the flame was 10 before, it is now only 3. You managed to hold on? Qinli, under shared vision, looked at the frozen skeleton lord in front of him and was shocked by this small blizzard skill. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised at what the skeleton lord could still endure. But even if I hold on, it will be of no use. With the body frozen and unable to move, it is like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Roar! Snap! At this time, a low roar came from the skeleton lord who was frozen inside the ice. Some skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors who rushed over from all directions were also frozen in a layer of ice and frozen place, unable to move at all. The ice layer, which was more than 1 meter thick, began to crack gradually at this time, and cracks as long as 2 or 3 meters extended out, as if it was about to break through the ice layer. But at this time, the orc wolf chief on the side raised the giant axe in his right hand again, without saying a word, aimed directly at the head of the skeleton lord, and chopped it down from head to tail. The giant axe broke the ice, and large pieces of ice were shattered. The moment the giant axe fell to the ground, the ice skeleton lord in front of him was split into 2 halves. Inside the 2 skulls, the red soul fire struggled to burn for a few times, and then, like a candle flame in the cold wind, it flickered a few times and then went out. The target monster, the bronze-level boss skeleton lord, has been killed. A bronze-level skeleton treasure chest has been obtained. After the skeleton lord is killed, the skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors who were originally rushing over paused and then began to wander around aimlessly. And those bronze-level skeleton warriors who had developed a little intelligence began to think about fleeing into the distance. Kill those bronze-level skeletons. Qinli transmitted his thoughts over a long distance. These are all mobile monster resources, so we naturally cannot let them go. We have to kill them all to maximize our profits. Immediately, the wolf chief, dressed in white armor and a light blue cloak, started running towards the 8 skeleton warriors who were fleeing around him like a violent truck speeding on the sand. During the chase, he chopped the previously frozen skeleton warriors into pieces with a horizontal axe. But unfortunately, these skeleton warriors only dropped a bronze-level undead energy core. At this time, the skeleton boss treasure chest at the original location also turned into a black stream of light like a firefly, flew towards Qinli, and in an instant it merged into Qinli's palm and disappeared without a trace. The moment it merged into his body, a bronze-level skull treasure chest icon appeared in his backpack. It was pitch black in color, as if made of dark metal from the abyss. A pale skull pattern appeared on the dark surface of the treasure chest. The other 8 fleeing skeleton warriors dropped 2 undead cores and an ordinary 3-star broken skeleton shield. It's the same as the skeleton shield that dropped before. Weapons can also be synthesized, right? Qinli was somewhat expectant. After opening the golden synthesis bar, the icons of the 2 skull shields in the backpack will be brightly marked as available for synthesis. A smile appeared in Qinli's eyes, and he felt quite comfortable. Drag the 2 skull shield icons to the synthesis bar, select the skull shield on the left as the main one, and synthesize it immediately. In the blink of an eye, the cracked skull shield disappeared, and what appeared before his eyes was a larger skull shield with the cracks repaired and looking as brand new as new. The attribute panel of the skull shield also automatically appeared in front of Qinli's retina. Nickname, Skeleton Shield. Level, Bronze 1 star. Condition, in good condition. Additional skills, Bone Strengthening. Both the length and height are a little bigger than before. Qinli had checked the attribute panel of the broken skeleton shield before, but found that it had no additional skills. Chapter 14. Exploring the Ruins, the Damaged Ancient Teleportation Array. After a moment, below the collapsed ruins of the city wall, Qinli came here riding on the mutant lightning Wolf King. The agile Wolf King, with the help of protruding rocks, jumped a few times and reached the top of the broken city wall that was dozens of meters high, like a solitary peak. Qinli, sitting on the back of the Wolf King, overlooked the city ahead. This is a small city underground. On the streets of the city, just like the plains outside and the Gobi Desert at the exit, there are many giant fluorescent trees growing there. Just now, Qinli asked the Thunder Wolf King to attack a giant fluorescent tree. After knocking it down, he only obtained 10 kilograms of fluorescent giant tree wood. An ordinary one-star material, this wood is of average hardness, and apart from being able to emit fluorescent lighting, no other functions have been discovered so far. Even after the branches of this giant fluorescent tree were cut off, the rate at which the brightness of the fluorescent light emitted from the branches weakened was very weak. The time for releasing residual fluorescence can be as short as 3 hours. With the help of the giant fluorescent trees and large shrubs in the small town, you can also see the skeleton summoning altar in the center of the city. The altar is surrounded by a circle of giant fluorescent trees, which is very conspicuous. As he looked over, black fog filled the altar, and a skeleton warrior wearing tattered black armor walked out of it, holding a slightly damaged bone sword in his hand. Although the skeleton lord was killed, but there is no option to destroy or transform the altar of the troops. It is estimated that the choice can only be triggered by getting near the altar of the army that is not guarded by boss-level monsters, or killing all the skeletons hiding in the city and wandering on the small plains. Walk. After Qin, Li determined the target. Order the mutated Thunder Wolf King on horseback. Below the city wall, the Wolf Chief, who stood upright like a white hill, set off first, and his speed was several times faster than that of the mutated Lightning Wolf King. After arriving near the altar of the military forces, the Wolf Chieftain had crushed the 3 skeleton warriors near the altar into bone fragments. In addition to dropping an undead energy core, an ordinary skeleton warrior saber was also dropped. Unfortunately, the sword is just an ordinary 3-star one, and its weight is definitely more than 50 kilograms, so he cannot use it at all. This useless equipment can be thrown into the trading area of the human lord in exchange for what he wants. Qinli's idea was to barter, preferably for a skill book, preferably one with 2 stars or above. Moreover, in the current trading area of the human lord area channel, there are very few ordinary 3-star and above weapons. Including the one he threw up, there are only 4. 3 of the weapons were damaged, but his was a complete skeleton warrior's sword, which was an undead sword. During use, it might be contaminated by the aura of the undead, and its character might change. This was not a side effect he considered. After Qinli set the conditions for exchanging a skill book, he ignored it and waited until he returned to his territory to check it out. It is detected that the player has killed the bronze-level boss skeleton lord. Do you want to destroy/occupy/convert the skeleton territory? Transform the skeleton territory. Converting. Transformation successful. Obtained a bronze 1-star skeleton soldier altar. Warning. Level limit. Unable to bind original territory. After Qin, Li chose to transform the territory. The skull altar in front of him, with a diameter of nearly 5 meters, shrank rapidly and turned into a black dot of light, merging into Qin Li's body. The altar icon appeared in the backpack, but when his mind fell on it, a red text prompt appeared on his retina. This skeleton soldier is pretty good. I will reserve it for binding first. At present, Qin Li has a snow wolf troop altar, which is enough for him to synthesize a bronze 3-star wolf tribe leader. It is no longer necessary to have a large number of troop types, but the quality is more important. There should be some places to explore in this city. Qin Li looked around the streets around the altar. At the end of several streets, he could vaguely see some wandering skeleton warriors. This will at least allow us to collect a few undead energy cores. The biggest boss here has been killed, and the remaining skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors are not a big threat. Go sweep. The next moment, Qin Li rode on the mutated Thunder Wolf King, followed behind the Wolf Clan leader, and began to sweep the skeleton monsters on the surrounding streets. The target monster has been killed. 2/4 of an hour passed quickly. In total, on 3 nearby streets, 6 skeleton warriors hiding deep in the streets were cleared out, and 3 undead energy cores and 2 standard swords of skeleton warriors were obtained, all of which were ordinary 3-star ones. Qinli did not hesitate and directly chose synthesis. It was synthesized into a bronze 1-star skeleton lord's blade. The volume after synthesis is close to 3 meters. Needless to say, the weight was not something he could control at all. Qinli felt that if he wanted to synthesize the weapon he would use, it would be best to use a dagger or a short sword. After synthesis, the weight and volume will not increase too much. Qinli checked the skills of the skeleton lord's sword and found that it could summon skeleton soldiers. It would be great if the dropped item was a skill book. The level of the skeleton soldiers is probably of ordinary quality. After all, this is just an additional skill on his sword. Qinli looked at the half-collapsed abandoned temple in front of him. The temple was close to the edge of the underground city. The edge of the dungeon was made of very hard granite. Even with the wolf chief's giant axe attack, he could only chop out a hole of 2 or 3 meters at a time. Although the top of the temple has collapsed, the door below has been largely preserved. On the portal, a pattern similar to a clown can be vaguely seen. The clown's red nose is very clear. The clown has opened his arms as if hugging someone, and below the clown is an oval circular portal. However, the other half of the circular portal was directly cut off by some giant weapon. There were several wounds on the portal caused by weapons, each of which was 5 or 6 meters long. These are definitely not wounds that could be caused by a bronze-level monster. After Qinli approached, he asked the wolf tribe leader to swing his giant axe and try to chop the broken temple door. With a crisp sound of metal collision, the orc wolf chief only left a shallow scratch nearly 3 meters long on the portal, which was far from penetrating the iron door, which was more than 10 centimeters thick. Qinli took a breath of cold air. His eyes became cautious. Walking into the temple from the collapsed wall on one side, there were piles of rubble, a few unknown remains and bones, and only an unknown altar more than a foot above the ground. The altar was nearly 20 meters in diameter, covered with tiny cracks, and looked ancient. Qinli tried to use a player's basic detection skill. A damaged ancient teleportation array. Chapter 15 Transaction, Skill Book Entanglement. Dungeon ruins inside the skeleton territory. Qinli, who was outside the damaged ancient teleportation array, observed around the teleportation array. The degree of damage to the teleportation array was about half. Half of the teleportation platforms were covered with shocking cracks. On the cracks, one can clearly see that many teleportation magic runes have been cut in half and cannot be used at all. Qinli nowadays is unable to repair an ancient teleportation array of this level. However, the unknown giant corpses that appeared around and the extremely solid stone door of the teleportation temple were enough to prove the importance of this teleportation array. First, record the marking information of this ancient teleportation array, and wait until Qinli has powerful troops to repair the teleportation array in the future, and then deal with the problem of this teleportation array. It can't fit into the backpack, so I can only hide it in this ruin. Qinli looked around and thought to himself. Immediately following, he ordered the orc wolf chief on the side to begin moving the huge rocks piled nearby to the side of the teleportation altar, submerging the entire ancient teleportation array and hiding it underneath. At least from the outside, there is no trace of the teleportation array, and this area is not far from his original territory. It would be enough to send 1 or 2 ordinary soldiers to garrison here. Soon, Qinli took several soldiers with him and left the skeleton territory in the ruins of the underground city. On the plain in front of the city, a few skeleton soldiers who had escaped the net could still be seen in the distance, wandering slowly on the plain. These skeleton soldiers are of ordinary grade, and even if you kill them all, you won't get many resources. When Qinli returned to the territory, entered the house, and sat on a bench covered with furry animal skins, he turned on the regional channel of the human lord. There are indeed a few extra unread messages, all of which are anonymous, which shows that everyone is very vigilant. Qinli roughly screened them and found that most of them did not have skill books. Skill books were not easy to drop, and once a monster was killed and a skill book dropped, if one practiced it, he would be able to know the benefits of the skill book. It will definitely not be taken out so easily. Anonymous 1. I don't have a skill book, but I have an ordinary 1-star green caterpillar soldier servant altar. I'm willing to exchange it. Anonymous 2. Hello. I have an ordinary 1-star skill book, Bubble Attack. I wonder if you're interested in exchanging swords. Anonymous 3. An ordinary 2-star entanglement spell with 20 thorn grass seeds attached. I am absolutely sincere in exchange for your sword. Chinli flipped through the information he had filtered. Only 2 human lords took out their skill books for exchange. The ordinary 2-star entanglement skill made Qin Li's eyes light up. Being able to trade for an ordinary 2-star skill book was obviously beyond Qin Li's minimum expectations, and the other party also attached 20 seeds. From this point, it is obvious that if you want to cast this entanglement spell, the seeds of thorngrass are also indispensable. We can exchange. Qin Li opened the private chat in the other party's trading area and sent what he wanted to say. At the same time, in a lush rainforest, the huge green leaves that cover the sky and block out all the bright sunlight above the tree canopy are inside the branches of a towering ancient tree in the jungle. Hiding inside was a middle-aged man wearing green light armor and a beard, lying inside with a slightly weakened look. The space inside the tree trunk is very dark. Only some light can come in through the gaps between the thick trunks, and people can barely see some of the surrounding conditions. Next to this middle-aged man, there was a green-skinned orc who could only sit on the ground. The orcs looked exactly like humans, except that they seemed to be nearly 3 meters tall and very burly. His arms were bulging with muscles, and there were 2 huge white sharp teeth in his mouth. His pair of huge black eyes looked at the middle-aged man on the side with a sense of intimacy. The green-skinned orc was holding a torn wooden mace. They had just experienced a battle and were hiding here. The middle-aged man, Guochang, got an ordinary 2-star wolf fang orc as his servant at the beginning. It took him 2 days to cultivate an ordinary 3-star big wolf fang orc. Moreover, in the process of fighting with some nearby monster groups, he was lucky enough to obtain 3 skill books, but all of them were ordinary 2-star entanglement spells. At most, he could only practice 1. Now, in the process of fighting with the monsters from the outside world, he and his servant, the big wolf fang orc, were trapped here. His own servant troops, the wolf fang orcs, just happened to lack a suitable weapon, otherwise they would not have fled here in a panic and hid. Thanks to him for finding the internal space under the tree trunk in advance. Previously, there lived an ordinary 1-star jungle boar under this tree trunk, but its head was easily smashed by the big wolf fang orc, and it died on the spot. They occupied this place and used it as a base for their retreat. There's news. At this time, Guochang, after eating some food, could only lie on the ground somewhat weakened. He had just used his magic power to the limit and had a severe headache. You can only recover slowly through rest. At this time, you can take a look at the trading area channel of a human lord and see a human lord using an ordinary 3-star skeleton battle knife to trade a skill book. Guochang immediately chatted with the other party privately. He happened to be lucky enough to obtain 3 identical skill books, which came in handy now. Good. Guochang immediately put the entanglement skill book in his backpack into the trading area and clicked the trade button. The other party also put the skeleton sword into the trading area. Both parties can check the properties of the exchanged items, and after confirming that there are no problems, select OK. The next moment, there was a huge sword about 1.7 meters long in Guochang's backpack. The skeleton sword was pale white all over, and a hideous skull pattern appeared on the blade. Not bad, a good knife. Guochang took out the skeleton sword and asked the big wolf fang orc beside him to pick it up. It was indeed an ordinary 3-star weapon, and it was very impressive. Qin Li sighed. In the wooden house, he sat comfortably on a bench, and there was a skill book marked with green branches entwined with each other in his backpack. It meets the training requirements. Do you want to practice the ordinary 2-star entanglement technique? Yes. Qin Li responded without any hesitation. Cultivating. Practice successful. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a strong wood magic began to emerge from Qin Li's mind, and a card of the entanglement skill book was formed in the center of his sea of consciousness. It was green all over and full of vitality. Chapter 16. Thorn Grass Seeds, Ice Lizard Scout. Qin Li was standing on the magic stone slab, holding a green bean the size of edamame in his hand. Qin Li pinched it twice, and the texture of the bean was as hard as steel. This is the entanglement technique given by the person with whom I traded the entanglement technique. This ordinary 2-star entanglement technique does require a plant bean to be performed, and the variety of the bean also has a great impact on the power of the entanglement technique. Moreover, the thorn grass beans given by the other party are all ordinary 1-star plant-type monster seeds, which can be reused. After being stimulated by the magic of entanglement, the thorn grass seeds will begin to grow rapidly. After the magic disappears, the thorn grass will gradually shrink into a fist-sized ball of grass. Once any living creature approaches nearby, it can also attack. Entanglement. Qinli threw the thorn grass bean onto the ground of the magic stone slab. The icon of the entanglement skill book in his mind suddenly released a green magic light, and a magic power was released and merged into the thorn grass bean. Snap! Suddenly, a long thorny grass vine about 1 or 2 inches wide grew rapidly on the surface of the emerald green bean, and according to Qinli's guidance, a circle with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters grew nearby. There are some barbs growing on the surface of this vine, which is very frightening. If such a thorny vine, like a flexible long snake, were to entangle a living creature, the barbs on the thorns alone would be enough to cause the creature to be covered in wounds. If the thorn grass is highly poisonous, the effect will definitely be even higher. It's a pity that the seeds of this thorn grass do not have the effect of adding toxins. If Qinli wants the seeds of poisonous vines, he has to find them himself, or trade them in the human lord's trading area. Qinli released the entanglement spell, and immediately the long, green, thorny vine on the ground in front of him began to shrink rapidly and turned into a palm-sized ball of grass. The thorn grass that has been used with the entanglement spell once can be placed on your stone wall to resist the invasion of monsters, which is a good idea. The entanglement technique can be used to induce its growth, and it can completely cover a small area of the stone wall. If you want to completely protect the 1,600-meter stone wall with thorn grass, the number of thorn grass seeds required must be more than 500. This needs to be collected slowly. Now, suddenly, in the south of the territory, a wolf howl was heard. These are the Wolf King soldiers patrolling near the territory. They must have discovered some invading monsters. Qinli directly entered the primary shared vision, locked onto the Wolf King troops that issued the warning, and directly entered the visual sharing. Qinli's vision suddenly changed, and the next moment he saw several huge footprints left on the snow under a pile of rocks. These footprints are not small in size. They are even larger than the Wolf King's. Judging from its size, it might be an ordinary 3-star monster. Moreover, this monster that appeared near Qinli's territory did not choose to go deeper, but retreated very cautiously. From this point of view, perhaps there is a master behind this monster. When Qinli thought of this, his expression darkened. Now the only thing he had left to explore was the southern area close to the territory, and these footprints appeared in the south. From this point of view, the south of his territory might really be the original landing place of another lord of all races. If they really encountered another lord of all races, and if their territories were very close, only one of them could survive. Then, Qinli began to dispatch several nearby snow wolf kings to the south of his territory to continue in-depth exploration. Originally, Qinli was thinking of resting for a while before continuing his exploration of the south. But now it seems that it would be better to make a concerted effort to completely eliminate this guy in the south who is suspected to be the lord of all races. After all, keeping the other person for one day means giving him her time to develop. These footprints must have existed for at least several hours. Perhaps the other party has already gained a lot of information about him. If you delay for a while, it will only give the other party time to create an opportunity. Qinli continued with the shared viewing. At the same time, he rode on the mutated Thunder Wolf King in the territory, leading a wolf warrior, a wolf chief, and several mutated Thunder Wolf Kings. During the time when he was exploring the skeleton territory, Qinli combined the several snow wolves he summoned into 6 snow wolf kings and sent them to the surrounding areas of the territory to patrol. What he explored in the initial stage were only the territories close to his territory. There must be other places where monsters gathered further out of these territories. He must always remain vigilant to prevent the monsters from other directions from being like the monsters from the south, who came to explore information. If he fails to discover their whereabouts, and they discover the news in his territory, he will be put in a passive position. Qinli rode on the mutated Thunder Wolf King and, with his soldiers and servants, began to head straight towards the southern area. His main perspective switched to the first-person perspective of the Wolf King, which was enlarged on the side at any time. At this time, the Snow Wolf King, who was tracking the footprints, was running wildly in the jungle, but the footprints he found were becoming shallower and shallower. It finally disappeared under a tall old tree. A lot of the snow on top of the tree was rubbed off, leaving some traces on the branches. Escape from the tree? Under the tree. The tracking Snow Wolf King lowered his head and sniffed the other party's scent, then sensed in the direction of the southern snow forest. They continued to chase after it, and after a few breaths, the Snow Wolf Kings patrolling in other directions also followed closely, and the 6 Snow Wolf Kings continued to explore in a fan shape. A moment later, they arrived at a small hill about 100 meters high. The hill seemed to be made up of piled rocks, with huge holes everywhere. Swish! Just after Qin Li and his group of Snow Wolf Kings arrived here, 2 huge white lizard heads popped out from several caves under the rocky mountain on one side. The 2 white lizard heads immediately opened their sharp mouths covered with sharp teeth. White light flashed from their mouths, and they directly spewed out 2 snowballs as big as basketballs, which shot towards the 2 Snow Wolf Kings. The snowball was flying at an extremely fast speed, and as it flew close to the ground, it also picked up a lot of snow on the ground. One could see with the naked eye that the snowball was growing rapidly. After feeling the threat, the 2 Snow Wolf Kings immediately began to dodge, but one of them was still hit by a snowball. With a shrill howl, the Snow Wolf King was knocked away. After the 2 ice lizards hiding in the pile of rocks succeeded, they quickly crawled out. The 2 ice lizards were nearly 4 meters long, with sharp claws on their sturdy limbs. Their cold eyes stared straight at the Snow Wolf King howling on the ground, and they immediately pounced on him. Chapter 17. First encounter with the Lord of all races, the Fox Tribe. Under the lush tree canopy covered with snow, 2 6-legged ice lizards twisted their bodies, leaving 2 deep twisted marks on the snow. They slightly opened their sharp teeth and bit towards the Snow Wolf King, whose half-body was frozen. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Wolf King. Puff! Puff! The sharp teeth fell and immediately bit the neck of the Snow Wolf King. The size of this 6-legged ice lizard is more than 1 size larger than that of the Snow Wolf King, and this 6-legged ice lizard is also an ordinary 3-star servant. It is 1 level higher than the Snow Wolf King. Roar! Another Snow Wolf King hid to the side and roared. If you look closely, you can see 2 mysterious magic runes in the Wolf King's eyes. Far away, Qin Li, who had activated the primary co-vision, also noticed the 2 6-legged ice lizards. From the observation of the Snow Wolf King, he could see the size difference between the 2 lizards and the Snow Wolf King. He also saw the snowball attack just now. Only the mutant Thunder Wolf King has this kind of long-range attack skill. However, seeing the situation, Qin Li had asked the Wolf Tribe leader to go ahead. With his speed, he might be able to rescue the bitten Snow Wolf King before it died. On the snow-white ground, blood was seeping out from the body of the howling Snow Wolf King. Looking down from the air, it was extremely conspicuous. Boom strapje! Right at this moment, from behind the 2 6-legged ice lizards that were biting flesh and blood, a swirling white light shot towards them like thunder. The outermost part of the white glare was accompanied by an extremely fierce gale. The powerful wind and waves even rolled up the thick snow below, leaving behind a snow wave several meters high and hundreds of meters long, which was extremely powerful. The 2 6-legged ice lizards that lowered their heads and bit immediately sensed something, which was the powerful deterrent force of a high-level monster. In an instant, their biting movements suddenly stopped. At this moment, the 2 ice lizards' huge mouths were stained red by the blood of the Snow Wolf King, and drops of blood fell from under their sharp teeth at the corners of their mouths. Half of the body of the Snow Wolf King under him had been eaten clean in a few bites. Without waiting for the 2 6-legged ice lizards to turn around, watching from the side, one could see a huge, rapidly rotating white glare that directly blew up the bodies of the 2 ice lizards. The solid scales and lizard bones were blasted into pieces of meat the moment they came into contact with the white light. The power of the dazzling light remained undiminished, and it blasted straight into the 100-meter-high hill in front of the ice lizard. Boom! The noise was deafening. The white glare came from the side of the hill, penetrated deep into it, and blasted a dark hole straight out from the inside of the mountain. Finally, the dazzling light broke through 7 or 8 huge trees that were so big that several people could hug them, and finally it managed to chop down a huge rock. This was exactly the giant axe thrown by the Wolf Chief. Following Qin Li's instructions, he directly threw the giant axe from a distance, and under the shared vision, Qin Li also saw the whole process. I also marveled in my heart at the power of the bronze-level peak military servants. At the same time, when these two six-legged ice lizards died, 1,000 meters away in the south, in a wooden house surrounded by an ice wall, the fox Lord Fox 6, who had a human body and a fox head, was polishing a bone blade in his hand, and his pupils suddenly dilated. In front of his retina, there was a reminder that the two six-legged ice lizards he had sent to the north were dead. Moreover, the death notices were given at the same time, which meant that the invading monster killed his two ordinary 3-star six-legged ice lizards at the same time. The six-legged ice lizard could be said to be the backbone of his forces. If it was killed so easily, it was enough to prove how powerful the opponent was. Fox 6 was yesterday. He once sent out a six-legged ice lizard to explore the north, and thus confirmed that there was indeed an unknown territory in the snow forest several thousand meters away from him in the north. What made Fox 6 feel more threatened was that the unknown lord of the other side had actually begun to erect a stone wall in his territory. The opponent's territory level must be above ordinary 3 stars. This is a strong enemy. In their regional lord channel, Fox 6 can be considered a very lucky lord, as he started as an ordinary 3-star six-legged ice lizard. Moreover, during these few days, he had used up all his resources to raise a bronze 1-star level six-legged ice lizard king. He himself had killed 2 ordinary monsters that were easy to bully nearby, and gave all the resources to a six-legged ice lizard with a mutated talent. With the bronze-level troops, Fox 6 began to consider the territory of the unknown lord in the north. He also sent his ice lizard scout team to garrison the border between the northern territory and his territory. Now that the 2 ice lizard scouts are dead, it is obvious that the other party has taken the initiative and is heading towards his territory. The other side also has bronze-level troops. Foxman leader Fox 6 had a gleam of fear in his eyes. Even if his original territory was occupied, he could still escape as long as he gave up his own territory here. However, after leaving this territory, he lost the summoning altar that could continuously produce soldiers. Relying on the few six-legged ice lizards he had left, he had no choice but to occupy the territories occupied by other ownerless monsters. This method is life-saving. The sacrifice is also the biggest one, but at least his life was saved. Give it a try. Fox 6 was a little hesitant. He believed that his luck was already among the best in the entire ethnic group, but it was also possible that the Lord of all races, who was his neighbor, was a guy with extremely strong innate life force. Dragons, demons, monsters, and gods are races with extremely strong innate vitality, and none of them can be contended by a weak foxman like him. Fox 6 immediately picked up his bone blade, put on his leather armor, rushed out of the ironclad wooden house, rode on the six-legged ice lizard king on the side, and retreated toward a small hill in the south of his territory. Hidden behind a huge rock several tens of meters high on the hillside, the six-legged ice lizard king that he had cultivated with all his resources was nearly 6 meters long. There was a saddle on its back made of ancient trees and leather, which made it quite comfortable to ride. This location is just right for observing what kind of existence has invaded his territory. If the distance from the territory is more than 600 meters, with the escape speed of his mount, the six-legged ice lizard king, even if the opponent also has bronze-level military servants, he can abandon his territory and flee to another place, occupy the territory of a wild monster, and continue to develop. This is, after waiting for dozens of breaths, Fox 6 finally saw a burly white figure running towards him. Chapter 18. Kill the Fox Lord. Under the sunshine, on the snowy ground reflecting the light of the rainbow, an armored giant wearing heavy white armor and holding a terrifying giant axe came running wildly from the snowy forest in the north of the Fox people's territory. As it ran, a large amount of white snow waves rolled up behind it, like a tsunami of snow waves with a terrifying momentum. Roar! The six-legged ice lizard king on one side seemed to sense the powerful aura of the orc wolf chief in the distance and roared uneasily. It's definitely a bronze-level monster. After seeing this scene, Foxman leader Fox 6 pupils shrank slightly, and he had already considered retreating. He also felt the uneasiness in the heart of the six-legged ice lizard king. From this point, Fox 6 has already understood that the lord of 10,000 races, who is his neighbor in the north, is also a bronze-level lord. Boom! It happened within a few breaths that Fox 6 was observing. The orc wolf tribe leader had now arrived at the side of the ice wall of the territory. He raised the terrifying giant axe in his right hand and chopped it down fiercely, accompanied by a loud bang. Countless ice fragments splashed everywhere. At the same time, the nearly 3-meter-high ice wall at the outermost edge of the territory was like mud in front of the burly monster and was easily shattered. The few six-legged ice lizards left behind in the territory immediately opened their ferocious mouths, their sharp teeth flashing. Strands of white light gathered together and finally converged in the mouth, forming a snowball the size of a basketball. Several snowballs flew through the air and hit the wolf leader's armor, but the wolf leader's body did not move at all. The power contained in these few snowballs makes it feel like even scratching an itch is a bit difficult. The orc wolf tribe leader took a step forward, like a white, ghostly afterimage, and in a flash he appeared in front of the six-legged ice lizards. The giant axe in his right hand was like the god of death's scythe. He aimed at the bodies of the six-legged ice lizards and chopped them down fiercely. The giant axe fell to the ground. The moment it touched the six-legged ice lizards, the ice lizards' hard scales were easily crushed, and their bodies were immediately shattered into more than a dozen pieces. Large amounts of blue blood dyed the stone slabs of the entire territory red. Moreover, even the magic stone slabs in the territory could not withstand the attack of the wolf chief, and a hole about 1 meter deep was blasted out. So strong, on a hillside outside the southern part of the territory. When Fox 6, who was behind the boulder, saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat and his face was filled with fear. One strike can kill 5 six-legged ice lizards without them having any chance to fight back. This combat power is much stronger than the six-legged ice lizard king that he has cultivated with all his resources. He is by no means its opponent. Seeing this, Fox 6 didn't have any reluctance to leave. He chose to abandon this territory and discard the bound six-legged ice lizard servants. In order to save my life, this is the only choice. Walk. The next moment, Fox 6 climbed onto the six-legged ice lizard king and headed south towards the Icewind Valley. There are some two-legged ice demon insects on the outskirts of Icewind Dale, but like the six-legged ice lizards, they're all ordinary 3-star ones. With the six-legged ice lizard king, he could easily break through the blockade of the two-legged ice demon insects and enter the Icewind Dale. In this way, there would be a few more barriers between himself and the Bronze Lord in the north, and he would feel safer. The most important thing now is to leave this place safely. Just as Fox 6 turned around and wanted to leave, we turned around. Unexpectedly, at the top of the hill where he was, there appeared a figure in white armor, and that figure in white armor also had a huge axe. But in terms of size, the white armored figure was smaller than the one that invaded his territory. Were we discovered? Fox 6 was stunned. Then, his expression was filled with cold, murderous intent. The only way to leave here smoothly is to kill this monster army blocking the way. If I had known that the Northern Lord had so many bronze-level troops, I should have left this place long ago. Even if Fox 6 regretted it now, it was useless. Now, only by fighting to the death can we gain a chance of survival. Roar! The six-legged ice lizard king under Fox 6 also felt the murderous intent of its master and couldn't help but open its huge lizard mouth full of sharp teeth. Streams of white heat gushed out of its mouth, accompanied by the lizard's loud roar. The six-legged ice lizard king gathered ice lizard magic power in his mouth. Click, click! In the blink of an eye, ice cubes gathered from the lizard's huge mouth, and an ice ball the size of 3 basketballs emerged from its mouth. The lizard's head swung violently. The hard ice ball suddenly flew out like a cannonball and headed straight for the orc wolf warrior at the top of the hillside. As the ice ball flew out, it also absorbed a lot of cold air from the ice and snow on the ground, causing sharp ice spikes, some more than 10 inches long, to appear on the surface of the ice ball. The power of this ice ball is increasing. After the puck, the six-legged ice lizard king began to twist his body and ran wildly with overwhelming momentum. His momentum was comparable to that of the orc wolf chieftain, but his speed was more than twice as slow. The orc wolf warrior looked at the huge ice ball flying in front of him, dodged sideways, and the spiky ice ball that reached close to him flew past his ear. It directly penetrated several towering ancient trees behind the wolf warrior. Lightning axe. After dodging, the wolf warrior faced the enemy head-on. Countless blue ice arcs began to emerge on the giant axe in his hand, making the entire giant axe covered in blue light. The six-legged ice lizard king, which had just arrived nearby, raised its mouth, and bit fiercely. Puff! The two collide. In the end, the wolf warrior's giant axe attack was more powerful, and the axe blade penetrated into the ice lizard king's head as much as half a meter. Bones cracked. The axe even injured the ice lizard king's head. The wolf warrior at this time even activated the primary level of rage. His combat power was even greater, his eyes were red, and his own grade was originally one small level higher than the ice lizard king, and his vitality was also stronger. If the two sides fight, unless the ice lizard king is equipped with some powerful magic equipment, he will definitely be defeated. Fox 6, who was on the back of the ice lizard king, saw the head of his mount, the ice lizard king, being chopped into pieces by the wolf warrior, whose body was smaller. His expression changed drastically. In this round, they were at a disadvantage. Moreover, the lizard's body conducts electricity. The guy in white armor's slashing attack was accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was transmitted from his body to his body, making him feel numb and weak all over. At this time, even if you want to get down from the ice lizard king, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, with his fragile foxman body, facing a bronze-level soldier, he was basically no different from an ant on the ground. After losing the ice lizard king, his only fate was death, and he could not escape far. He failed in this fight. Bang! Without waiting for Fox 6 to think about anything else. In an instant, a huge axe came towards him and covered his body, smashing it into meat scraps. The ice lizard king under him felt his head go numb, and his movements became stiff after being attacked by the lightning axe skill. It had absolutely no power to resist. A few axe blows chopped off its head, turning it into ashes. Only a few white fluorescent lights were left, flying towards Qin Li's direction. Chapter 19. Ice Valley Giant Worm, bound to the Ice Lizard Unit. The target monster, the bronze-level six-legged Ice Lizard King, is dead. The target Fox Tribe leader Fox 6 is dead. A bronze-level Ice Lizard Energy Core has been obtained. Has the Foxman Tribe's Fox 6 territory been destroyed, converted, occupied? North. At the edge of a snowy forest, 300 meters away from Fox 6 territory, Qin Li, who had just leisurely arrived riding on the mutant lightning wolf king, saw several lines of prompt text messages appearing in front of his retina. Just now, after mastering the basic covision skill, he could already see the appearance of Fox 6 from the Fox tribe. He is not a pure human, but an orc lord. In fact, they're almost from the same tribe as the orc snow wolf tribe that he controls now, but fox people are definitely not good at fighting. Being able to have an ordinary 3-star soldier servant in the early stage, it is estimated that Fox 6 is at the forefront of his entire clan. However, he met Qin Li, who had a golden synthesis bar. Fox 6 has already bred a bronze-level, six-legged ice lizard king. If he waits for a few days, after the dark disaster, perhaps Fox 6 can breed a few more six-legged ice lizard kings. It's better to strike first. Transform. Qin Li chose to transform Fox 6 territory. Qin Li has a bronze 1-star skeleton soldier altar in his hand, but due to the limitation of territory grade, he cannot bind it. But this six-legged ice lizard is good at both close combat and long-range attacks, especially the ice wall surrounding Fox 6 territory. There's also a layer of stone wall inside the ice wall. These ice walls are all made of ice created by the six-legged ice lizards, which wrap each area with ice created by their own cold air. But the ice wall that he spent so much energy to create was easily shattered by the bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leader. Boom! After Qin Li chose to transform, the territory that Fox 6 had carefully built collapsed in an instant, and the original place returned to being a snowy area like other places. At the same time, a white light the size of a fingernail flew straight into Qin Li's body, causing an icon of a six-legged ice lizard's altar to appear in his backpack. It was a circular altar icon, and in the center, there was a six-legged ice lizard roaring towards the sky. The ice lizard looked lifelike, like a living, miniature version of the six-legged ice lizard, with 6 thick lizard legs under its belly, all with sharp claws. It's a good harvest. Qin Li was very satisfied. Being able to obtain this ordinary 3-star, six-legged ice lizard soldier servant altar is already a huge gain on this trip. In Fox 6 territory, the remaining six-legged ice lizards were also easily killed by the orc wolf tribe leader, and several ice lizard energy cores were obtained. No equipment or skill books were dropped. There seems to be a valley to the south of this place. Qin Li, who had been activating primary shared vision, had his vision bound to a mutated Lightning Wolf King. At this moment, the Lightning Wolf King was under Qin Li's orders. Leading several Snow Wolf Kings in his territory, he continued to explore towards the south. After running for several thousand meters, Qin Li saw the vast and boundless valley in front of him through the shared perspective. Both sides of the valley, they are all surrounded by towering ancient trees. The place where the Thunderwolf King stopped was the edge of the snow forest. Looking down, there was a cliff with a drop of nearly 100 meters. However, this cliff is not vertical at 90 degrees, but closer to 60 degrees, and there are huge protruding rocks on the downward cliff. With the help of those protruding rocks, you can enter the valley below. I guess when Fox 6 wanted to escape, he also wanted to enter the valley. What is that? Monster? At this time, looking down, the mutated Lightning Wolf King saw that on one side of the edge of the valley, there were two strange giant insect monsters that walked only on their thick legs. Its body is nearly 2 meters long, like a velociraptor, but the body of the velociraptor has been transformed into a huge Zerg trunk. The front end of this strange monster has protruding sharp teeth that are visible to the naked eye. The teeth are huge and interlocking. Moreover, the two giant insect monsters that ran to the edge were still fighting for a huge piece of monster flesh in their mouths. The sharp teeth on the huge mouths easily bit off the large piece of flesh and swallowed it whole into their stomachs. It seems that there are quite a few monsters in this valley. Qin Li, who saw this scene, sighed in his heart. There seems to be no end to this valley, and there are many jungles growing below the valley. It can be seen that Fox 6, who was originally here, did not dare to easily invade the territory of the monsters in the valley. That strange two-legged giant insect monster is at least an ordinary 3-star grade, and is basically at the same level as Fox 6 six-legged ice lizard. However, the number of the giant bipedal insect monsters is still uncertain. Knowing that there is an unknown lord to his north, Fox 6 will definitely not act on his own to attack other places and waste the troops in his own territory. The countdown to the natural disaster is coming. Let's go back to the territory first and survive the first of the 3 dark disasters. Qin Li saw that the huge red natural disaster countdown on the Human Lord area channel was about to end. There was also a sense of pressure in my heart. First, defend your own territory, eliminate the threat of natural disasters, and then make plans for the next step. Snow Forest Edge. The Thunderwolf King, who was lying on the edge of the cliff, was watching with his huge wolf eyes as 2 giant bipedal insect monsters, which were fighting for flesh and blood food below the cliff, ate the food in their mouths, leaving several glaring blood marks on the snow, and then flashed into the snow forest in the valley. Roar! Just when the Thunder Wolf King wanted to retreat. Inside the valley below, suddenly, there was a loud roar of a giant beast. The sound was very penetrating, and it came from the inside of the valley all the way to the snow forest on the cliff, with quite a lot of sound wave power. The snow on the ancient trees at the edge of the snowy forest began to fall from above. A moment, the mutated Lightning Wolf King's hair suddenly stood up, and a natural fear of the superior monsters emerged in his eyes. Oh! The Thunder Wolf King growled, and then quickly fled towards the snow forest in the north. A moment later, Qin Li returned to his residence. During the novice period, he cleared out the several areas around his territory where monsters were entrenched, at least leaving a certain buffer. At that time, when you are attacked by other monsters, you will not be harassed by nearby monsters. Especially the lords of all races like the Fox people. If they are near him, they must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise they will be a great disaster if they stay. If time goes on for a long time, the threat posed by the Lord of all races will be much greater than that posed by some other ordinary wild monsters. Bind the 6-legged ice lizard troops. Qin Li's thoughts fell on the icon of the military servant. Bind successfully. Under the control of his own thoughts, the summoning altar of the 6-legged ice lizard was placed next to the summoning altar of the snow wolf. The summoning altar of the 6-legged ice lizard is several times larger than that of the snow wolf, with a diameter of nearly 7 meters. Chapter 23 Dark Disasters, Special Arms Trading. It was getting close to evening. The brightness of the entire snow forest weakened a little. In the dark clouds in the west, a few wisps of fire clouds can be vaguely seen shining through, which are very conspicuous against the entire gray sky. In an empty territory in the boundless snow forest. At this moment, Qinli walked out of the wooden house. His eyes fell on the altar in front of him, and he explored the attribute panel of the altar. Summoning altar nickname, six-legged ice lizard soldier. Servant level, normal 3 stars. Basic military unit, six-legged ice lizard. Summoning speed, summons a six-legged ice lizard every 60 minutes. One combat unit takes 60 minutes, which is 30 minutes longer than the snow wolf, but the level has also increased by 2 small ranks. 6 hours left. So the first dark disaster came in the middle of the night. These 6 hours are enough to summon 6 six-legged ice lizards, plus an orc-wolf warrior. Then we can combine them into an orc-wolf tribe leader. Qinli thought to himself. Once you have a bronze-level orc-wolf warrior, you can let it guard the territory first. It is at least a bronze-level military force. Qinli returned to the wooden house. I cooked a bear meat hot pot and ate it with big mouthfuls. An hour passed quickly. Buzz! A bright white light emerged from the summoning altar of the six-legged ice lizard, and a six-legged ice lizard with a body length of nearly 4 meters emerged from the altar, with blue vertical pupils and a thick tail swaying behind it. The look he gave Qinli was full of intimacy. The huge six-legged ice lizard ran in front of Qinli like an enlarged version of a pug, wagging its tail and spitting out ice-blue tongue from its mouth from time to time. Qinli threw out a detection skill. The attribute bar of the six-legged ice lizard appeared in front of the retina. Nickname, six-legged ice lizard. Talent, normal 3 stars. Level, ordinary 3 stars. Vital energy, 3.7. Skills, snowball. Evaluation, a noob soldier. 3.7 vitality is also late in the same level. Try the power. Qinli thought to himself. A thought came to my mind. He let the six-legged ice lizard start attacking the orc-wolf tribe leader on one side. Roar! The next moment, the blue vertical pupils of this six-legged ice lizard emanated a sharp, murderous intent. As long as the orders were given by Qinli, the Lord, it would not retreat even when facing an enemy that was several times stronger than him. Just like the 2 ice lizard scouts that Qinli encountered at the beginning. The six-legged ice lizard opened its mouth slightly, and strands of ice-blue magic gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a snowball the size of 2 basketballs. The size and the power of cold air erosion are much stronger than when it was under Fox 6 control. Is this luck? Or is it because there is some hidden attribute bonus in my territory? Qinli was thinking in his heart. However, before that, when he used the golden synthesis bar to synthesize these military servants, their vitality after synthesis was at the top of the same level. This rule applies to the snow wolf, and it should be roughly the same for the six-legged ice lizard. Wait until you synthesize a bronze-level six-legged ice lizard, and then look at the data to see if it is in the late stage like the snow wolf. 5 hours left. Qinli looked at the countdown on the Human Lord area channel with a serious expression. Now, in the Human Lord area channel, more and more people are discussing the 3 dark disasters. Some of them complain about their bad luck, while others began to call for transactions as the first natural disaster was approaching. Many human lords took out the things they were reluctant to sell, wanting to exchange them for some supplies they needed. The demand for armor and weapons increased rapidly. In the trading area, the few ordinary 3-star weapons seen before have all been traded away. In the channel, what bad luck! I have only just upgraded to an ordinary 2-star territory, and more than 90% of my troops have been killed or injured. If it weren't for the active attack by a dog-headed orc lord, it wouldn't be so miserable. Give me a low difficulty for the first natural disaster. This type of complaint accounts for nearly 20% to 30% of the Lord area channels. You need 3 ordinary 3-star swords and weapons. I can exchange them with an ordinary 1-star dwarf troop altar. The one above, what kind of energy core do you need to feed your dwarves to enhance their talents? The level of ordinary 1-star dwarves is too low. This 1-star combat power is nothing but a burden. Both fire and earth are fine. They can be fed with multiple attributes to enhance their talents. Moreover, the dwarves are a special type of forging soldiers. Once their talents are raised to above the ordinary 3-star level, they may be able to forge some ordinary level weapons. If I didn't want to arm the few soldiers and servants I have, I wouldn't have exchanged this dwarf altar. I changed. I have a suitable weapon in my hand. Let's exchange it too. +1. When Qinli saw that a human lord took out a dwarf servant altar for exchange in the regional channel, he had an idea and thought about making an exchange. The dwarf's military servants forge weapons. Even if the iron or can only forge the lowest level ordinary weapons, he can use the power of the golden synthesis bar to synthesize ordinary weapons in the shortest time. From an ordinary 1-star weapon, it only needs to be synthesized a few times to reach the bronze level, and then sold in the trading area. You can gain dozens or even 100 times the resources. Don't wait for him to say anything. After this special type of servant altar appeared in the regional channel, many people realized the importance of the dwarf tribe, even though they were only ordinary 1-star in the early stage. However, it is not difficult to train ordinary level soldiers. By plundering and destroying a few more groups of monsters, you can harvest a lot of energy cores with corresponding attributes. With an energy core, the talents of the dwarves can be improved, allowing them to be upgraded to a higher level. Once they meet certain conditions and are able to forge weapons, this can be an endless source of wealth. The trading volume of low-level weapons in the trading area of the entire human regional channel is still very large. Some ordinary 1-star military servants, after they're summoned, basically most of them have no weapons attached. Once they are equipped with weapons of the same level, this will be enough to give them a significant advantage in combat effectiveness among their peers. In the dungeon ruins, he also obtained more than a dozen ordinary 1-star broken skeleton swords. After synthesizing them several times, they all became ordinary 3-star or above skeleton swords. There were a total of 3-star skeletons fighting, which just met the criteria. Although this dwarf servant altar was exchanged by others, all the people on Earth, as well as humans on other planets, were teleported to the battlefield of all races. With so many human lords, they must have more special military altars. Normal times, they're simply reluctant to take out the good things. Now that the first of the 3 dark disasters is approaching, no one knows what the specific situation is. Basically, everyone is hoarding equipment for the troops. They have to see how powerful this first dark disaster is. Chapter 21. Trade with mountain dwarves and small mountain monsters. In the trading area of the Human Lord area channel, Chinli put all 3 ordinary 3-star weapons he had synthesized up there. The condition for bartering was special rare weapons. Within the territory, the 6-legged ice lizard's troop summoning altar. After summoning the second 6-legged ice lizard, Chinli immediately synthesized the 6-legged ice lizard king. The bronze level 6-legged ice lizard king was more than 7 meters long, with dark blue vertical pupils. Unlike ordinary 6-legged ice lizards, this bronze-level ice lizard king had many spikes growing on its forehead. The thorn ring formed by the intertwined spikes looked more like a crown when worn on his head, which was very majestic. Chinli lost a detection skill. The attribute column of the 6-legged ice lizard king appeared before his eyes. Nickname: 6-legged ice lizard king. Talent: bronze 1-star. Level: bronze 1-star. Vital energy: 4.8. Skills: spiked ice ball, ice blade, ice armor. Evaluation: among the bronze 1-star troops, the ice lizard is considered an elite unit. Her vitality is 4.8, which is indeed close to the late stage of the same level. A hint of joy appeared on Chinli's face. If this is the case, it also proves that after the synthesis, the soldiers that have passed the golden synthesis column are basically at the peak of the late stage in the same level. Buzz. At this time, in the trading zone channel, several message prompts were also found. After his mind was opened, there were several human lords who wanted to trade with him. In the early stage, he was able to take out 3 ordinary 3-star weapons at once, and, judging from the data, these weapons were all of excellent grade among the 3-star weapons. The grade data of this weapon is also extremely conspicuous among many weapons. However, there are definitely not many human lords who have extra special and rare soldiers, and the level of their soldiers will definitely not exceed the ordinary 2-star level. For a soldier servant that is above 2 stars, they would not be foolish enough to exchange it for 3 ordinary 3-star weapons. Hello, I have a rare 1-star troop, the Sunfruit Plant Troop. This troop can absorb sunlight and condense into a 1-star fruit, the Sun Fruit. After taking it, it has the effect of healing injuries and strengthening the physique. Chinli clicked on one. This type of soldier that can condense fruits is still useful in treating injuries, but unfortunately Chinli is not very interested in it. He indeed had no healing and logistical troops, only 2 offensive troops. The types of troops that can be accumulated in the early stages are too limited. Ordinary 1-star mountain dwarfs, can you exchange them? Second, the message is very concise. There is also an icon of the mountain dwarf tribe attached to it. The mountain dwarf tribe is a branch of the dwarf tribe and is also a forging type of soldier. Afterwards, Qinli left this mountain dwarf tribe as the pre-selection and continued to browse the private message from the next lord. An ordinary 2-star special soldier, a small mountain monster soldier. Are you interested in exchanging it? After Qinli finished reading this man's private message, his expression changed. He was also interested in the 2-star troops and the mountain monster troops, which seemed to be of the elf type. Qinli clicked on the icon of the little mountain monster. It was a small stone man with a dark body. Some data of the little mountain monster was also marked on the icon. It looks like a piece of black stone with 2 legs and arms growing out of it. The arms and legs are very thin, and the height is only about 1.3 meters. Its individual combat capability is basically the lowest among the same level. Qinli also made a preliminary selection. Want to see if there are any good ones. But after reading a few more private messages, I found that they were all very ordinary soldiers, nothing new or original. The only forging unit is the mountain dwarfs. I have a bronze-level ice energy core here. Would you like to exchange it for a small mountain monster soldier? Qinli sent this private message to the human lord who owned the little mountain monster. This moment, in a jungle on a mountain range some unknown distance away, a bald young human being was sitting cross-legged on a huge black rock. At this moment, he was cooking a pot of food on the black rock. Chunks of bones floated out of the stone pot, and the aroma of meat filled the air, spreading through the jungle. Ugh! In the distant mountains and forests, there were even some loud roars of wild beasts, which made people feel frightened. A bronze-level energy core? Wow, no wonder he can take out 3 ordinary 3-star skeleton swords in one go. He is a bronze-level lord. Changed. It's not easy for him to get a bronze-level ice-type energy core right now. Although he needs an earth-type energy core, he can definitely exchange the ice-type energy core for the earth-type energy core. There will definitely be a chance to exchange it in the human lord market in the trading zone. The bald young man Wang Shan thought in his heart. Moreover, Wang Shan tried to bind this small mountain monster soldier, but it was too bulky, and its speed and attack power were slower than those of the same level. The only advantage is defense, and even if it is destroyed and turned into pieces of rubble, it can still heal slowly. It is not as good as the mutated black stone tribe servants that I developed myself. He was only half a step away from training bronze-level soldiers. Then, after Wang Shan clicked to confirm the transaction, the small mountain monster soldier servant disappeared, and an ice-blue bronze-level energy core appeared in his backpack through the system's trading area. He took out the ice-blue energy core, and an apple-sized blue crystal appeared in his hand. A chill immediately emanated from the crystal. The coldness instantly enveloped Wang Shan's entire right arm. Nice one. After taking a look, Wang Shan shuddered and put the things into his backpack. At this time, Qinli, after obtaining the ordinary 2-star mountain monster soldiers, used the 3 ordinary 3-star black iron swords to exchange for the ordinary 1-star mountain dwarf servant soldiers. The small mountain monster soldiers, although at a normal 2-star level, seem to lack lethality and have weak vitality among the same level. But after being blessed by the golden synthesis column, this vitality can directly soar to the peak of the late stage of the same level. And after being synthesized to the bronze level, there will definitely be a qualitative change. This is definitely a meat shield type of soldier. Various types of military brigade organizations. Collect them slowly. Qinli took another look at the lively communication on the regional channel. The trading area was closed. Prepare to rest and wait for the upcoming 3 dark disasters. Troops with low initial levels must have low talents. If you want to cultivate such troops to a higher level, you will need a lot of resources. For most of the lords of all races, after they obtain soldiers with higher talents, they will definitely treat the low-level soldiers and servants as cannon fodder. Although it is very realistic, this is one of the cold rules for surviving in the battlefield of the lord of all races. Another 2 hours passed. Qinli once again synthesized a bronze 1 6-legged ice lizard queen and continued to click to synthesize a bronze 2 advanced troop. Chapter 22 Meteorites Fall from the Sky. Fire Dragon. Next to the 6-legged ice lizard altar, one of the 6-legged ice lizard kings disappeared, turned into a few fluorescent dots, and merged into another six-legged ice lizard king. It can be clearly seen that the six-legged ice lizard king that has evolved successfully has become a little bigger, and the thorn ring on its forehead is a little more luxuriant than before. The detection skill is thrown out and the attribute bar appears. Nickname: Mutated Six-Legged Ice Lizard King. Talent: Bronze 2 stars. Level: Bronze 2 stars. Vitality: 5.7. Skills: Big Ice Ball, Chain Ice Blade, Earth Ice Spike, Ice Armor. Evaluation: a rare Ice-type variant among the Bronze 2-star rank. Roar! The six-legged ice lizard king lowered its head, its huge head as big as a millstone, and closed its eyes half a step in front of Qinli. The thick lizard tail swayed behind it. Qinli raised his hand and touched the cold and hard scales of the mutant ice lizard king. This mutated ice lizard king can be said to be the second strongest among his current troops. The first is the bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe chief. 2 more hours. It's almost time. Qinli, standing in front of the stone house in the territory, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, a solemn look emerging in his eyes. More than an hour later, Qinli also synthesized another bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leader and a bronze 1-star orc wolf tribe warrior. Afterwards, the 2 previous orc wolf tribe warriors were combined into a bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe chief. In total, Qinli has 3 bronze level and 3-star orc wolf chiefs under his command. Qinli had no plan to synthesize silver level troops. He still doesn't know what the assessment criteria for this dark disaster are. If the natural disaster were to occur based on his current troop level, and he upgraded his troop to the silver level, it would only increase the severity of the natural disaster. By synthesizing 3 bronze 3-star troops, you can also adapt to changing circumstances. Even if he was teleported away, he could leave behind a bronze 3-star wolf chief to guard the territory, so that he would not be teleported to the Tower of Fallen Gods or to the bottom of the abyss. His own territory would also have a certain ability to fight back. In the battlefield of the Lords of 10,000 races, the countdown to the 3 dark disasters is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 1. Natural disaster is coming. I wish you all good luck. No transmission. Qinli was standing in the territory. After 2 breaths, he was still standing there and had not been teleported. What is that? Meteor? The first disaster. The disaster monster is coming. If it's not teleportation, then only the first natural disaster will remain. Now, at this moment, looking up, there was an extremely thick, flaming meteor from under the dark sky, which seemed to appear out of thin air in the air and fell straight toward the territory where Qinli was. The flaming meteor left a long, fiery red tail behind it, which was very conspicuous in the dark night. It can be said that it could be seen clearly within a radius of dozens of miles. Didn't you say it was a natural disaster monster? This is obviously a meteorite. Qinli smiled bitterly in his heart. Just 3 breaths. The flaming meteorite was about 300 meters above Qinli's territory. As the distance got closer, Qinli roughly judged that the flaming meteorite that fell from the sky was more than 10 meters in diameter. The surface is uneven. The surface of the flaming meteorite was covered by a thick layer of flames. Smash it! A hint of murderous intent flashed in Qinli's eyes. He had several bronze-level soldiers at his disposal, and he still didn't believe that he couldn't blow up this flaming meteorite with a long-range attack. Yes, my lord. On one side, there were 3 burly wolf chiefs. All of them raised the giant axes in their right hands. With the huge force, their entire right arms suddenly became bigger, as if a large amount of gas was injected into them. Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge rotating axes, wrapped in strong airflow, smashed hard towards the rapidly falling flaming meteorite above. The mutant ice lizard king, who had just been promoted to bronze 2-star, spewed out a sharp ice ball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and 78 from its mouth, following behind the 3 rotating giant axes. Boom streepje! 3 rotating giant axes smashed onto the huge flaming meteorite almost at the same time, leaving 3 scars several meters long on the meteorite, and large pieces of flaming debris fell from above. The rubble fell into Qinli's territory, immediately emitting a large amount of heat waves, causing a white mist to fill the territory. The attack of the 3 giant axes cut off 1/3 of the volume of the flaming meteorite, and also shifted the direction of its fall. The mutant ice lizard king's ice ball technique after hitting the flaming meteorite, immediately transformed into a large amount of white water mist, submerging the flaming meteorite. Most of the flames burning on the surface were also extinguished, turning into wisps of steaming black smoke. Finally, the meteorite shook twice and hit an open space 200 meters east of the territory, accompanied by a loud bang. The entire ground shook slightly a few times. Large flakes of snow flew up, and there was a faint tendency for a small blizzard to form. Qinli habitually climbed onto the mutant lightning wolf king on one side. As for the mutant ice lizard king, it was a more suitable mount. But this mutant ice lizard king had just been synthesized not long ago, and there was no time to make a leather saddle for restraint. Sitting on it was far less comfortable than sitting on the mutant thunder wolf king's lush and soft wolf hair. After receiving Qin Li's mental command, several bronze-level soldiers began to rush out of the territory at high speed. The stone wall at the edge of the territory was easily jumped over by them, and there was no hindrance at all. This kind of stone wall can only block the wind and provide some protection against some ordinary low-level monsters. East, outside the stone wall, a huge pit several meters deep was smashed directly into the ground nearly 200 meters away. The impact wave formed at the edge of the pit exposed the moist black soil underneath the snow within dozens of meters nearby, which was quite conspicuous on the entire snow-white ground. In the pit, because of the heat waves released by the scorching meteorite fireball, there were also waves of white air rising straight up like desert smoke. Roar! A dragon roars, coming from the rubble in the pit. The flaming meteorite fell to the ground and turned into rubble. The next moment, a pair of huge, sickle-like red dragon wings broke out from under the rubble. Dozens of pieces of rubble were caused to explode in all directions, hitting the branches of the surrounding ancient trees, leaving holes on the branches. The tree trunks shook and large flakes of snow fell. The scene was terrifying. Crash! Gravel rolling friction. A young fire dragon covered with fine red scales stood up from the pit, its height reaching nearly 5 meters. The wingspan is nearly 10 meters. Outside the stone wall, Qin Li, who was standing behind many bronze-level soldiers, used a player-provided detection skill. Chapter 23, Novice Period Rules Revealed, Gather Intelligence. Under the night, in a snowy forest, several columns of white smoke rose up hundreds of meters high. Below, a young fire dragon with red scales all over its body and wisps of flames coming out of its mouth walked out. Nickname, Fire Dragon. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Status, Healthy. Vitality. Introduction, Dark Calamity Dragon Monster, a rare dragon-type soldier. This Calamity monster has a full hatred value for the Lord of all races by default. If you're not killed within the specified time, or if you kill the Skyfall monster within the specified time, you can survive the Dark Calamity. Countdown to existence time, 120 minutes. It's really a baby dragon. Bronze 3 star, the first dark disaster in the early stage. Is it so outrageous? Or is it because my strongest troop is Bronze 3 star, so this dark scourge is also Bronze 3 star? Qin Li looked thoughtful. Judging from the size of this dragon, it must be a baby dragon or a subdragon species. After all, when he had wiped out the ice jade spider before, he had looked at the mountains in the north. Even though they were so far away, he could still see the outline of a flying dragon. That huge dragon that is as big as a building is the size of an adult dragon. Now this fire dragon is only 5 meters tall. Including the pair of sickle-like flaming dragon wings, it was only about 10 meters long. The size difference between the two is huge. At the same time, Qin Li also began to pay attention to the Human Lord area channel. Natural disaster strikes. There's a lot of communication in this area channel, and a lot of information is transmitted here. There's even a human lord who shares some of the information he speculates. The human side. After learning that in addition to their human race, there were other races with extremely powerful innate life forms on the battlefield of all races, they did not encounter each other. There is still a small number of lords who are willing to share some intelligence information that has little impact on them. Fuck, this is outrageous. I'm an ordinary 3-star lord. A Bronze 1-star monster came as a natural disaster. Well, I can only run away in circles. Fortunately, I have flying soldiers, but the territory I built was completely destroyed by the enemy. What bad luck. I was randomly assigned to the second dark disaster. I'm already in the Tower of Fallen Gods. The first level is in a dark jungle. I haven't encountered any monsters yet. Alas, the same Scourge monsters were chosen, ordinary 2-star lords, and ordinary 3-star dark monsters. Then I am really unlucky. The ordinary 3-star lords and the natural disaster monsters are bronze 2-star. It may be because I trained a bronze 1-star soldier. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Is there a human lord teleported into the abyss? I am surrounded by a group of ordinary 1-star skeleton soldiers. There are too many of them. Is there anyone teleported into the abyss to form a team? It's over. We were in the dark jungle on the first floor of the Falling Star Tower and were targeted by a bronze-level Black Panther. 8 of my 15 ordinary 3-star soldiers were killed before I could barely find a cliff to hide. We were almost dead. This second natural disaster in the Falling Star Tower is much more dangerous than the first one. My fellow tribesmen, help me. I'm in urgent need of a trade for a troop that can burrow underground. I've been chased by a triceratops, and I only have 1 chair troop left. Please. When Qinli saw this message for help, the other party only sent half of it and stopped. The other party's anonymous nickname turned gray at this moment, and 4 words appeared on it, permanently erased. He must have been caught up by the monster and killed directly. The glaring blood-red font also made Qinli's heart tremble. In the channel, I give up. I met the Demon Lord. That guy is definitely not something that humans can understand. He must be a bronze-level life at the lowest. He looks so disgusting. My bronze-level troops are about to be beaten to death by this Demon Lord. Damn, I'm afraid this is the end of me. I was on the first floor of the God Falling Tower and trigger a mission. After staying there for 10 days, I can directly enter the second floor of the God Falling Tower. I was teleported to a small island on the first floor. There are some fish monsters wandering in the lake near the island. I am very safe here, but I don't know if I will continue to stay here if I am chosen by the disaster on the second day. Although most of them are very unlucky, there are some who are very lucky. The location they are teleported to at the beginning is very safe, and they will not be chased by any monsters at all. After browsing so much information, Qinli also figured out some clues. I'm afraid that the first dark disaster will at least add 1 star to the Lord level, and it will bring down a disaster monster. Or add a star level to the level of the troops cultivated by the Lord, or add the same star level to bring down natural disaster monsters. At this stage, the rules for the first disaster monster of the 3 dark disasters are made public. During the novice period, when the disaster monsters first ascend, the level of most disaster monsters will only be 1 star higher than the territory level. The level of some natural disaster monsters will be 1 star higher than the level of the Lord's strongest troop, or equal to the highest troop level. This time, the highest level limit for the first disaster monster is silver 1 star. At this time, this message has been added to the pinned area above the Human Lord area channel. The highest level of natural disaster monsters is actually silver 1 star. Qinli's pupils suddenly shrank. He also noticed that this rule also proposed a novice period, which clearly showed that this rule was still protected. After the novice period set by the rules of the 10,000 races battlefield is over, the level will probably be 2 stars higher. Are you crazy? The highest level is silver. I don't even have a bronze-level monster. If I'm unlucky enough to encounter a silver-level natural disaster monster, won't I be killed instantly? That's outrageous. Did you notice that? This is still the restriction of the novice period. The Lord has been called. If the novice period is over and the natural disaster monsters come, maybe it will be random. Who knows? Now, the protection measures for the first disaster are based on the rules of the natural disaster monsters set by each human lord in the novice period. There are strong ones, and those are the same level. The danger level of the natural disaster monsters is definitely relatively low during this novice period. There are also human lords analyzing the situation in the channel. Qinli withdrew his thoughts and took a deep breath. The 3-star bronze fire dragon that he had encountered now was not the most outrageous thing to say about it. Now, 100 meters away, the 3 orc wolf chiefs had already surrounded the fire dragonate in the center, while the mutant ice lizard king was attacking the city remotely on one side. 4 against 1, the fire dragon scales have been shattered a lot, leaving several axe marks of nearly 2 meters. Red blood was flowing out, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Dragon blood has many uses, right? Qinli's eyes lit up when he looked at the elite dragon blood that was as red as ruby. Chapter 24. Kill the baby dragon. Fire dragon egg. In the snowy forest at night, The angry roars of dragons and the violent sounds of metal collisions, mixed with a few dull sounds similar to those of wild beasts, intertwined with each other and rose one after another. As time goes by, the vitality of the fire dragon, which was trapped in the center by Qin Li's bronze-level soldiers, began to weaken. According to this trend, within a few minutes, this fire dragon that was beaten by the group would definitely be defeated. If the scourge monsters were really a race that descended randomly, then he was really lucky to have randomly encountered such a dragon monster. However, this first dark disaster brings both risks and opportunities. Once you're able to kill this natural disaster monster, the benefits you'll gain will definitely be huge. Roar! The wounded young fire dragon was under siege by 3 wolf clan leaders of the same level. Half of its sickle dragon wings were shattered with several shocking gaps. Even a few pale bones could be seen in the shattered flesh and blood. At this moment, a scar was also cut on the extremely hard skull. The dragon clan's majesty that it had when it first landed was long gone. Suddenly, the fire dragon that was entangled by many types of troops quickly retreated dozens of steps and broke free from the battle group. His entire body began to be covered by a layer of red light. Between the eyebrows, there was a diamond-shaped dragon scale that looked like a ruby, and it began to release a brilliant fiery red light, with this scale as the source. Then it began to spread rapidly towards the body. In just a few breaths, most of the body of the fire dragon was covered in it. The damaged wound on the sickle dragon's wings began to heal rapidly, visibly to the naked eye, and the same was true for the scar on the forehead. The damaged dragon eye also regained its vitality. What a powerful recovery skill. When Qin Li, who was 100 meters away, saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This recovery speed was indeed incredible. Swish! The fire dragon, having recovered some strength, immediately began to flap its wings rapidly, and a strong wind formed in front of the dragon. Young dragon knew that the troops he encountered were very difficult to deal with. I am not the opponent. I want to fly into the air and hide temporarily. But the 3 orc wolf chiefs who were surrounding him would not let the young dragon get his wish. 3 spinning axes flew towards him again. The wolf chief who has activated the rage skill can throw a flying axe with even greater power. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 axes were aimed at the fire dragon, whose neck wound had not yet fully recovered. The first axe penetrated several inches again. The second and third axes chopped most of the axe blades into the young dragon's neck. A lot of blood splattered out. The young dragon was less than 3 meters off the ground when it was attacked by 3 axes and its body began to shake. Immediately following, 2 of the orc wolf chiefs took a step forward at the same time, transforming into 2 swift white afterimages, grabbing the feet of the fire dragon, pulling it down fiercely, and smashing it to the ground. It was like a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds falling to the ground. At the same time, an orc wolf chief standing beside it raised his giant axe and chopped down with it, completely cutting off the young dragon's neck. The look in the young dragon's eyes darkened visibly, and the diamond-shaped scales that had originally emitted a red glow began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ordinary scale. The target natural disaster monster, the fire dragon, has been killed. Congratulations to the Lord player for successfully surviving the first dark calamity. Obtained a bronze-level scourge monster treasure chest. Bang! On the ground. The fire dragon's head was chopped off, and after Qin Li saw the message that the dragon was dead, the remaining body immediately turned into powder and merged into the surrounding air, disappearing without a trace. Now, there was a red natural disaster monster treasure chest in Qin Li's backpack. On the outer shell of the treasure chest, there was a faint shadow of a fire dragon roaring towards the sky, making this bronze-level treasure chest seem very extraordinary. Open the treasure chest. Bye. Successfully opened the bronze-level scourge monster treasure chest. A fire dragon egg with silver-level talent has been obtained. I have obtained a bronze-level dragon skill, Dragon Blood Healing. I have obtained a bronze-level fire dragon saber. Immediately following, several lines of text appeared continuously in front of Qin Li's retina. There were a few more things in the backpack. Fire dragon egg? Qin Li's mind moved. In the blink of an eye, a red dragon egg, nearly 1.5 meters high, appeared on the ground a few steps in front of him. If you look closely at the surface of this eggshell, you can see some fine fiery red scales on it. especially this dragon egg. It only exists in the form of an eggshell. Also from above, a faint dragon power came out. Dragon troops. In this battlefield of all races, there's indeed a race with relatively strong, innate vitality. In this forest and snowy plain, the dragon clan is definitely at the top of the food chain. If only there were two. Qinli sighed. Detection skill is thrown out. Nickname, Fire Dragon Egg. Talent, Silver 1 star. Level, normal. Vitality, incubation time. Evaluation, a relatively rare dragon-type soldier among the silver level ones. This fire dragon has just hatched and is probably of ordinary quality, and it is in this snowy forest. The activity level of fire magic elements is not very high. One has to hunt some wildfire monsters and obtain the fire energy core before being able to train this fire dragon. However, as long as they're trained dragon-type soldiers under the conditions of the same vitality or even lower vitality, with the blessing of some dragon skills and the pressure of the innate life race, the combat power he exerts is definitely comparable to the top ones in the same level. Before this, Qinli had witnessed with his own eyes the bronze 3-star fire dragon being besieged by 4 bronze-level soldiers. Moreover, the 3 orc wolf clan leaders synthesized by Qinli are all in the late stage of combat power among the same level. But even so, the fire dragonlet still struggled for a while before it was killed. If it were any other bronze 3-star monster, it would probably not last even a few seconds before being chopped to death by the 3 giant axes. In order to hatch this fire dragon egg, you probably need a fire energy core. Whatever the case, put it away first. Qinli was very interested in the drop dragon skills and fire dragon sword. If they were bronze 2-star, he could equip them, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat power. The skills and equipment that each lord can equip cannot exceed the level of his own territory by more than 2 stars. Bronze 2-star level happens to be the highest standard that meets the rules. Chapter 25, Flying Monster, Ice Bat. The skill and equipment level rules were modified not long ago when the first natural disaster monster rules were announced. This rule change allows some novice lords of all races to equip themselves at any time when they pick up some high-level weapons in the Tower of Fallen Gods or in the Abyss, thereby increasing their self-protection capabilities. After all, there are many high-level monsters in the 2 disaster areas that were teleported, and there are even some hidden ruins in these places. There will definitely be some lucky guys who pick up some high-level weapons. And this rule change, it will also allow Qinli to equip himself with the weapons and skills he has obtained as soon as possible. Cleaned up the battlefield outside the territory. Qinli returned to the territory. In the warm stone house, the light of the burning fire was reflected on the window. In this boundless snow forest, there was a warm place. Qinli, lying comfortably on the soft bench, focused his attention on the healing power of the dragon blood. The next moment, the attribute panel of this skill appear out of thin air. Nickname, Dragon Blood Heals. Level, Bronze 2 stars. Minimum training requirements, Ordinary 3-star or above Lord of all races. Skill, Explanation. After activating this skill, the powerful healing ability can be maintained for 2/4 of an hour, until the magic power in the leader's body is completely consumed. Restrictions. Cooling time is 60 minutes. It has been detected that the Lord meets the conditions for practicing dragon blood healing. Do you want to practice this bronze-level dragon skill? Yes. When Qinli saw the prompt that popped up, he agreed without hesitation. Boom. A moment. In Qinli's originally dark sea of consciousness, a blue stream appeared. This stream was made entirely of magic power. The former elementary shared vision skill was nothing more than a wisp of blue magic compared to this bronze-level dragon skill. The difference was visibly huge. The surging magic power quickly poured into the center of Qinli's sea of consciousness, and a red skill card of dragon blood healing was formed in the center of his sea of consciousness. In the center of this skill card, there's a faint shadow of a roaring fire dragon. This shadow is lifelike, as if it has come alive on the skill card, under the concentration of this bronze-level magic power. This moment, Qinli felt a sense of joy in every cell of his body. He felt extremely comfortable, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. This time, after practicing bronze-level magic power, the tempering lasted for nearly 1/4 of an hour. 1/4 of an hour later, Qinli felt that he seemed to have become much stronger. Before being teleported, his exercise on Earth was very rare. Now, my originally bulging belly has become flat, with a few abdominal muscles faintly visible, and my body has obviously become a lot lighter. The burning sensation that emanated from all parts of his body receded like the tide. Comfortable. Qin exhaled a breath of foul air. Light body. He suddenly stood up from the bench and jumped on the spot, jumping to a height of nearly 2 meters. After practicing a bronze-level dragon skill, his body underwent such a big change. If you practice 10 or more than 100 skill cards, wouldn't you be able to rival some dragons, monsters, or gods with strong innate vitality? Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light shone from his eyes. Before, with his physique, it was difficult for him to wield heavy weapons, especially the skeleton sword. The bronze-grade skeleton sword, which is nearly 3 meters long, is much taller than his body. Now that it has been tempered and transformed with the skill card, it has given Qin some confidence, and he may give it a try. Immediately following, Qin gaze fell on the bronze 2-star fire dragon sword. The basic data displayed on the icon of this sword only showed a length of 1.5 meters. With his current physical condition, it is not difficult for him to swing it. A thought came to my mind. A ray of fire appeared from Qin's right hand, and in an instant it turned into a 1.5-meter long fire dragon sword, which was slightly curved. The blade is reddish, and there are some fine dragon scale patterns on the handle, which increases the friction of the grip. Qin subconsciously used a detection skill. Nickname: Fire Dragon Blade. Level: Bronze 2 stars. Condition: in good condition. Minimum equipment requirements: Ordinary 3-star or above Lord of all races. Additional skills: Explosive Fireball, Flame Blessing. Qin, who had practiced several skills, also sensed that this fire dragon sword also had a strong magical power. This fire magic power is probably used to maintain the additional skills of this sword. Since the sword is a bronze 2-star level, the quality of these 2 additional skills cannot be too bad at all. It must be above bronze level, equipped with this sword. He also had the ability to protect himself. Even when facing some bronze-level monsters, he could handle them alone. Qin held the fire dragon saber in his hand, which gave him a lot of sense of security. It was a quiet night, surrounded by snowy forests. There was only the roar of some wild beasts in the distance. Qin, feeling a little sleepy, lay on a soft big bed. Outside the house, there were several bronze 3-star Orc Wolf clan leaders stationed there. After a few days of development, Qin finally had a foothold. However, in the battlefield where all races compete for supremacy, this is only the beginning. If this happened in the wild, if a monster above silver level ran out from the northern mountains or the southern ice valley, it would definitely give Qin a headache. Now, from the Human Lords regional channel. After Qin casually browsed through it, he found that the discussion was indeed much less heated. He also saw several human lords who were unlucky. While they were narrating their miserable teleportation experiences, their avatars became gray and were directly wiped out permanently. With a golden synthesis bar, he is much luckier than those dead human lords. Qin couldn't think too much now. The only thing he wanted to do now was to survive on this battlefield. The next day, early morning, just at dawn, Qin, who had just drunk a bowl of meat porridge in the stone house and was brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth with a homemade toothbrush, suddenly felt something strange. In the north, outside the territory, a 6-legged ice lizard that was assigned to patrol the eastern territory suddenly experienced a mental fluctuation. These are the 6-legged ice lizards summoned last night. Qin sent out troops to patrol the area near the territory and expanded the security range outside the territory from only 500 or 600 meters to 1,000 meters in one go. If any other monsters invade, Qin will also let these soldiers who have reached ordinary 3-star levels or above send out their mental fluctuations. Having reached above ordinary 3-star level, he was able to exert some mental power in his sea of consciousness, which was enough for Qin, the master of the army, to sense it. Qin wiped the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he activated the primary shared vision skill card and directly shared the gap with the 6-legged ice lizard that issued the warning. The sight suddenly changed. The 6-legged ice lizard looked up at the sky and saw a huge ice bat flying lightly 2 or 3 meters above the tree canopy, flying towards his territory. Chapter 26. Synthesized Silver Troops, Wolf Tribe Sacrifice. This ice bat has snow-white skin, except for a gray patch below its abdomen. It looks like a manta ray that lives on the seafloor. Besides, the ice bat's pair of wing-like pectoral fins flapped gently in the air, like a ball of cotton candy blown by the wind, floating in the air without any sound. The body length is close to 4 meters, and the length of a pair of pectoral fins is close to 6 meters. At the end of the long tail behind it, there's a spike like a cone, which is flashing with a faint blue light, as if it is blessed with some kind of poison. There are also densely packed sharp teeth in the huge mouth on its head, and some spikes more than 10 inches long grow on its forehead, making this ice bat look extremely ferocious. Not a low level. At least 3 stars or above. Li, who shared the sight of the 6-legged ice lizard on the thick branch, speculated in his mind. Wild low-level monsters have a strong sense of territory. It is absolutely impossible for them to cross their own territory and come to such a far place. Then there's a great possibility that this flying monster is controlled by a lord of all races. And if you can send out your own troops to explore the area around his territory on the second day of the 3 major dark disasters, then the dark disaster you will encounter randomly, just like him, will definitely be the first dark disaster. To be able to deal with a monster that fell from the sky in such a short time, it must take some skill. Maybe it was attracted by the meteorite that fell from the sky last night. Li recalled last night. The way the fire dragon appeared that I encountered after I randomly encountered the first dark disaster. The fall of such a large flaming meteorite is enough to attract the attention of people within a dozen kilometers around. If at that time, there are also lords chosen as the first disaster within a dozen kilometers nearby, he would definitely notice the change in Li's direction. During the 3 major dark disasters, such a large meteorite fell from the sky. It is very likely that the direction where Li is located is also the place where the Lord of all races is located. If so speculated. At this time, the appearance of such an ice bat outside the territory makes some sense. East. Let's synthesize silver-level troops first. A hint of sharpness flashed across Li's eyes. The first dark disaster, the sky-falling monster, disclosed in the human lord area channel was only of silver grade. Although the owner behind this flying troop is most likely not a human lord, he has silver-level troops to protect him, plus some of the information he had collected from browsing regional channels before. Even among the demons, dragons, or other powerful races with powerful innate life forms, not all of them are extremely powerful. Most of them are probably only at bronze level. For those races with strong innate life force, silver level is definitely a good combat capability. Synthesis. Li thought about it. He opened the golden synthesis bar, dragged the 2 orc wolf chiefs into the synthesis bar, selected the first wolf chief summoned on the right as the main one, and then clicked on synthesis. Swish! The icons of the 2 wolf clan leaders disappeared. The wolf chief on the right turned into a much smaller figure in a white robe, looking like a wise man, holding a silver magic wand in his right hand. The name of the arms on the golden synthesis bar also changed. Li synthesized his first silver-level soldier, the Wolf Priest. Outside world, next to the stone house. One of the orc wolf chiefs directly disintegrated and turned into white light, merging into another wolf chief next to him. The next moment, the wolf chief's figure was shrouded in a circle of hazy white light, and his body began to shrink rapidly at a speed visibly visible to the naked eye. From more than 4 meters in height, it eventually became close to 2 meters. Although its body shape was already very burly for an ordinary human being. But compared to the previous orc wolf tribe leader, there have been great changes. He was wearing a loose robe of the white wolf god priest, holding a silver magic wand, and wearing a white sacrificial magic hat. His pair of bright dark eyes were filled with wisdom. Li walked out of the stone house. He used a detection skill on the wolf priest, the silver soldier he had synthesized, and the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Nickname: Orc Wolf Priest. Talent: Silver 1 star. Level: Silver 1 star. Vital Energy: 7.7. Skills: Blizzard, Violence, Aura, Ice Prison, Summon Frost Dragon, Chain Ice Blades. Evaluation: a rare Orc Wolf Tribe soldier in the silver tier. The full version of the Storm Tornado. Li thought of the time when the Orc Wolf Tribe leader used the Blizzard to attack the Fire Dragon, but he didn't have the chance to use it. When the skill of Little Blizzard was used, the Storm Tornado was already tens of meters high. The power of the full version of the Blizzard is that at least the height of the Storm Tornado is definitely over 100 meters, and the power is more than doubled. Can you summon flying units? Qinli looked at the skill column of the wolf tribe's sacrificial soldiers and found that there was one that summoned a frost dragon. Summon a frost dragon and see. Qinli gave the order. Yes, my lord. The silver-level wolf priest in front of him bowed and responded with a very respectful tone. Swish! The next moment, a strong wave of magic power was released from the silver magic wand in the hand of the wolf priest, and a pentagram magic circle was formed with it as the center. The bright white light was extremely conspicuous on the stone slab. The spell is cast. A few steps in front of them, in the air more than 10 meters above the ground, a huge transmission tunnel with a diameter of nearly 20 meters appeared. A frost dragon about 7 meters long flew straight down from the tunnel. Its wingspan was 13 or 14 meters. After spreading its wings, it had the aura of a flying dragon. However, compared with a real dragon, this flying dragon's body is very slender and weak, and its head is as slender and long as a plesiosaur. Qinli threw out a detection skill. Nickname, Frost Dragon. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Skill. Introduction, Magical Summon. Bronze 3 stars, not bad. Qinli nodded. The summoned flying soldiers can reach Bronze 3 stars, which is already very good. With flying troops, he is not afraid of the enemy's flying troops and can fly into the sky and escape. At least he has a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, the wolf priest can only summon one frost dragon flying troop. If you want to have another frost dragon troop, you need to synthesize a second wolf priest. Chapter 27, Half-Dragon Lord, right? In the boundless snow forest, snowflakes were flying and the wind was bitingly cold. In a lush white tree canopy, there was a huge ice bat with snow-white skin, its body blending into the snow. If there were flying monsters over 100 meters high flying by, you would definitely not be able to see the ice bat unless you look closely. This scout ice bat, a rare hint of intelligence, appeared in a pair of dark blue eyes as he looked around. For ordinary soldiers, it is not easy to awaken some intelligence at this level, unless there are some monsters with innate intelligence, which is relatively high. Suddenly, during its flight, on a lush tree canopy about 10 meters away from me, there was a 6-legged ice lizard clinging to the branches, its white lizard scales blending in with the tree. At this moment, a pair of blue vertical pupils suddenly opened. Standing on the ice lizard's line of sight, he stared straight at the body of the ice bat not far away, opened his mouth slightly, and wisps of ice lizard's magic power gathered. Click, click, accompanied by a series of icy sounds. A snowball as big as 2 basketballs formed from its mouth. The 6-legged ice lizard leaned forward slightly and made a spitting gesture. Swish! The huge snowball in the mouth seemed to be launched out by a super strong spring. It instantly turned into a snow-white afterimage and hit the ice bat in the air straight. The ordinary 3-star ice bat immediately felt the danger coming, and the spikes on its back suddenly stood up. After it sensed the snowball attack from one side, it immediately changed its flying direction, twisted its body abruptly, and landed 2 or 3 meters downwards. But even so, this ice bat was still attacked by the snowball and hit on its right pectoral fin. A bruise gradually appeared on the huge and thick pectoral fin. After being hit by several attacks, the ice bat's body could no longer maintain a stable flying posture and began to fall downwards. But after losing direction for several meters, the moment its body hit the treetops, the ice bat flapped its pectoral fins again and began to glide in the air, trying to get into the snow forest and escape directly. And at this time, at the moment when the ice bat burrowed into the tree canopy, then I saw 2 snow-white lizard heads popping out from the snow below and 2 huge snowballs formed from their mouths. It transformed into 2 straight white afterimages and hit the ice bat's head head-on. This made the ice bat, which had just resumed its falling posture, a little panicked. Just as it was trying to dodge, the pain on its right pectoral fin immediately slowed down its flexibility in twisting its body. Bang, bang. 2 muffled thuds of impact echoed from beneath the snowy forest. The snowball hit the ice bat's head very accurately, knocking it unconscious and causing its body to fall straight to the ground. The 2 6-legged ice lizards that had just gathered nearby suddenly had their eyes lit up, and they immediately twisted their tails and pounced forward. It opened its fong-like mouth, bit the ice bat's pectoral fin, and began to tear off large chunks of flesh. Then, the ice bat, which had fallen into a coma, had a lot of flesh and blood torn off by 2 ice lizards. After the last bit of vitality in his body disappeared, his body suddenly disintegrated and turned into a white fluorescent light, flying towards the direction where Qin Li was with great spirituality. Qin Li at this moment, in the process of walking out of the territory, after establishing visual sharing with one of the six-legged ice lizards through primary shared vision, he began to remotely control several ice lizard scouts and killed the flying scout that wanted to sneak into his territory. This flying soldier died. The lore behind this type of army must be aware of Qin Li's existence. It's better to strike first than to strike first. Qin Li, riding on the back of the mutant ice lizard king, looked towards the east with sharp eyes. After Qin Li ordered 3 bronze 1-star soldiers to garrison, he took the wolf priest and the wolf chief, as well as the mutated ice king, 10 mutated thunder wolf kings, and 4 six-legged ice lizards, and galloped towards the east of the territory. Qin Li asked his only silver soldier, the wolf priest, to go to the eastern territory to investigate first, with silver-level troops leading the charge. Even the wolf priest couldn't deal with the unknown territory in the east. Qin Li had no way to deal with the other party for the time being. He could only withdraw his troops back to his own territory. At the same time, in the east of Qin Li's territory, in an underground tunnel nearly 7 kilometers away, a half-dragon warrior, wearing a set of tattered iron armor and holding a broadsword, was chopping at a huge rock with a diameter of about 10 meters. Every time the broadsword chopped, the speed was extremely fast. At the same time, a series of dazzling sparks would appear on the giant black stone in front of him, making the entire dark cave a little brighter. This half-dragon warrior was very close to human in appearance, except that there were 2 sharp black horns, approximately 7 inches long, growing on both sides of his forehead. The neck and cheeks are covered with fine black scales. The half-dragon race is also a type of orc. There is some weak sub-dragon blood in the body. Therefore, after they reach adulthood, they already have a vitality level comparable to that of an ordinary 2-star. If one practices the tribe's breathing method, as long as one has some talent, one can achieve another breakthrough within 2 to 3 years. It has become a monster with combat power close to that of an ordinary 3-star monster. In their half-dragon tribe, before they were teleported to the territory of all races, the only ones who were much stronger than him were the chief's personal guards. Those half-dragon guards have already reached bronze-level combat power. There's a difference of 1 level. The gap is already huge. 1 personal guard is enough to easily kill more than 10 half-dragon warriors. Now, the half-dragon warrior light. He also wants to have the same fighting power as his own guards. After he was teleported to the battlefield of all races and learned the rules, he realized that this was his chance to break through. If he stayed in the clan, his talent would be limited, and there would be no powerful potion that could improve his qualifications. The possibility of him breaking through to the bronze level is very slim, but now that he is on the battlefield of all races, he is the only one who has lived longer than other lords. Improving his vitality is definitely a piece of cake. My ice bat is dead. Right swing of the broadsword suddenly paused. Immediately, a bright color burst out from the dark eyes. The vision of the flaming meteorite falling last night was indeed a dark natural disaster caused by another human race. This guy could have caused a dark disaster of that magnitude, so it's possible that he is also a bronze-level lord. When Wright met the first lord of 10,000 races, he was quite excited. If he killed him, he might be able to obtain several monster servants and a lot of resources in his backpack at once. But it is also possible that I am not the opponent's match. Even if you can survive a dark disaster of that magnitude, you will definitely be injured. You can't wait any longer. You might be exposed. You absolutely can't wait any longer. Wright put away his broadsword and walked out of the tunnel with a determined look. Chapter 28. The Power of the Flying Dragon. Abandoned Mine Underground. Outside the dark tunnel. When Wright walked out, on the side of the tunnel, a mutated, golden-patterned ice bat with a body length of nearly 7 meters rose from the snow. The broad, wing-like pectoral fins flutter slightly. There was a visible circular white snow wave sweeping towards the surroundings. This mutated, golden-patterned ice bat is mostly white, but there's a glaring golden pattern on the edge of its upper body. There is also a golden line about several inches long between the eyebrows. Overall, not only has the body's shape changed dramatically, but also adds a sense of mystery. This is Wright, the only ice bat ever bred. Early last night, Light was also chosen by the first Dark Scourge. In his territory, a bronze 1-star fire snake demon appeared out of nowhere. Fire demons would have some restrictions in this icy cave area. After the fire demon snake girl appeared, Wright took action personally and used his bronze-level troop, the Ice Bat, to freeze the fire demon snake girl. Mobilize the rest of the Ice Bat troops and start the BC attack. Although the Ice Thorn attacks launched by each ordinary Ice Bat cannot easily break the defense of the fire demon snake girl, but a range attack of more than dozens of ice spikes would be as powerful as an attack from bronze-level soldiers. The whole process took less than half a quarter of an hour. Wright defeated the fire snake girl and obtained the treasure chest of the natural disaster monster as a reward, from which he obtained this set of bronze-level ancient armor. There are also 3 bronze-grade fire energy cores. There are only 2 rewards in total. However, Wright felt that it was already very good as it was just a bronze-level armor. Now, it was in the Lord channel of his dragon tribe. There are very few lords who possess bronze-level armor. After all, there are not many bronze-level lords, let alone bronze-level equipment. Only when you kill these natural disaster monsters will you have a chance to get elite equipment in the treasure chest. In other cases, Wright also killed several monsters in the vicinity, but no equipment was dropped. Only a few energy cores were dropped, and the supplies were pitifully few. Only by killing some lords of other races who can collect supplies like him can he accumulate enough talents at once. Go east. Plunder supplies. Wright flipped over and climbed onto the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. The body of this bronze-level flying ice bat dropped slightly. Then it quickly flapped its pectoral fins to stabilize its body and began to rapidly increase its altitude. Call. As its pectoral fins flapped, strong winds were stirred up under the ice bat, blowing up large waves of snow. At the same time, in the surrounding jungle, some ice bats that were dormant all flew up in unison. Wright left 20 ice bats to guard the territory. The remaining 30 ice bats followed behind, heading straight to the west, to the place where the flaming meteorite had fallen. Flying dragon? Wright had just taken off and flew only a few hundred meters out of the territory. His pair of dark eyes seemed to see something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In his sight, he saw a flying dragon flapping its wings in the distance. It had a slender head and sickle-like dragon wings. It was definitely a dragon. It just doesn't look big, so it should be a flying dragon. Before he was teleported to the Lord of all races, in his original world, Phalong's combat power was already much stronger than the personal guards of their tribe. Only the priests in their tribe had ever killed a flying dragon when there was a flying dragon disaster near their tribe. The green-scaled flying dragon, with 3 pairs of green wings and a slender body, still left a deep impression on him. He had witnessed with his own eyes that the captain of his tribal guard was torn into 2 halves by the flying dragon that was hovering near their tribe. The bloody scene is still vivid in my mind. The fighting power of the flying dragon must be greater than that of the bronze ice bat he trained. His ice bat did not have sharp claws, and only magic attack skills could allow it to unleash the power of a bronze-level troop. If he got into close combat with the opponent, his ice bat would probably be torn into pieces by the flying dragon within a few rounds. Is it the Lord of 10,000 races in the west? Just at the moment when Wright hesitated, the outline of the western flying dragon became clearer and clearer, and he also saw a vague human figure from the back of the flying dragon. Run away. Back to the tunnel. The high fighting spirit in Wright's eyes was poured with a bucket of cold water in an instant. Not only that, after the scenes of the powerful flying dragon emerged in his memory, a hint of fear vaguely emerged in the depths of his eyes. In an instant, Wright's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He, a Bronze Star-level golden-patterned ice bat, would definitely not be able to outrun the flying dragon. Even if I escape, it is certain that he will be caught up. The only way now is to escape to the underground tunnel where he was originally. With his exploration of the tunnel, various passages and corners over the past 1 or 2 days, he was able to avoid being hunted down by powerful enemies. Moreover, during the exploration over the past 1 or 2 days, Wright has explored nearly 100 passages. Even so, there are still many that have not been explored. It is obvious that this underground is a very complicated abandoned mine. The traces of human excavation are also very obvious. The golden-patterned ice bat under Wright also sensed the approaching flying dragon from afar, and his heart was filled with fear. After Wright gave the order, it immediately turned around as if relieved and flapped its pectoral fins rapidly, more than twice as fast. Behind, The flying dragon, flying in from the west, was rapidly closing the distance between the two sides, and in the blink of an eye the difference was only 300 or 400 meters. The wolf priest, standing on the back of the frost dragon, looked at the group of ice bats fleeing in front of him. At the same time, he also noticed that under the rock on the side in front of the other side, there was a dark tunnel leading to the underground. Chain of ice blades. The wolf priest, holding the silver magic wand, activated his skills. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 7 crescent-shaped ice blades, nearly 1.5 meters in length, condensed out of thin air in the air a few steps in front of him. The ice blade was crystal clear, and under the sunlight, a colorful rainbow light appeared on the surface of the ice blade. The ice blade appeared out of thin air. There was a series of rapid, air-breaking sounds in the air. The speed was several times out of the frost dragon, and it directly targeted the golden-patterned ice bat that had just landed. Wright, who was on the back of the golden-patterned ice bat, didn't dare to look back after hearing several rapid noises behind him. Instead, he just headed straight into the dark tunnel. A series of huge ice bats behind him flapped their pectoral fins, flew into the group, and followed closely behind Wright. However, the golden-patterned ice bat, which was unable to get into the tunnel due to its huge body, was in a miserable situation. Sensing the danger, the golden-patterned ice bat quickly twisted its body to avoid the first 2 ice blades. But the 5 blades that followed, as fast as the wind, pierced his skin firmly, leaving 5 shocking scars on his back. Chapter 29, Underground Territory, Crush the Dragon Clan Lord. Wright escaped into the tunnel. Hearing the shrill screams coming from the mouth of his golden-patterned ice bat behind him, his eyes sank and his expression became even colder. If I can escape this time, I will definitely come back again. At this time, Wright himself had already realized that the first time he met the Lord of all races, he would be like an iron wall. In regional channels, nowadays, there are very few lords in the clan who can reach the bronze level. Therefore, this also gave Wright great confidence. But I didn't expect this to be the result. Is it all I can do to abandon the ice bats? A hint of helplessness emerged in Wright's expression. Even if he escaped from the other party, it would not be easy to develop with just a few ordinary 3-star ice bats. Fortunately, his own fighting ability is not weak. As long as he is still alive, he still has a chance. Outside world, Chenli rode on the mutant ice lizard king and moved quickly through the jungle. The snow forests on both sides quickly retreated and were in the air hundreds of meters ahead of him. It was a wolf priest riding a frost dragon. Chenli, who had activated the primary shared vision, also saw the scene of the escape of the Lord of all races he encountered this time through the visual lock of the wolf tribe priest. He saw the other person's appearance clearly. Judging from the appearance, the sharp horns on the forehead and the scales on some parts of the body, there was a high probability that he was not a human. Ice prison. After Wright entered the tunnel, a few breaths later, the wolf priest riding on a frost dragon arrived in front of the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. After suffering 5 huge wounds on its body, this golden-patterned ice bat was still able to struggle and flap its wings, hovering in the air, trying to escape. But at the moment when his pectoral fins flapped, the movement of his body caused the broken wound to flow out and blood dripped onto the snow below, which was extremely conspicuous. The wolf priest cast the ice prison spell at the first opportunity. Click, click! Dozens of icicles nearly as thick as buckets appeared out of thin air around the mutated golden-patterned ice bats. In the crystal-clear icicles, one could vaguely see ice-blue magic flowing. The icicles were built in an intertwined manner, completely trapping the mutated golden-patterned ice bats inside. Swish! After the wolf priest walked down from the frost dragon under him opened its huge fangs, raised its sharp claws, and pounced on the ice bat trapped inside the ice prison. The teeth and sharp claws tore off a lot of the ice bat's flesh and blood. Immediately following, the ice bat trapped inside the ice prison opened its mouth with a circle of fine and sharp teeth. Blue light flashed in its mouth, and a beam of ice blue light hit an ice pillar in the ice prison. This beam is comparable to the size of an adult's waist. Ice beam. This magic skill can be used to attack a bronze 1 or 2-star monster. If it is hit at close range, its body will most likely be frozen into a huge block of ice. It's a pity that the opponent of this golden-patterned ice bat is a silver-level wolf priest. There's a whole level of difference between the two of them. The target monster, The bronze-level mutant golden-patterned ice bat is dead. A bronze-grade ice energy core has been obtained. Immediately, the frost dragon on one side attacked with its long, sharp tail like a scorpion's tail and pierced the ice bat's pectoral fin with its stinger. In the blink of an eye, under the poisonous attack from the flying dragon's tail spike, the golden-patterned ice bat only lasted for 3 breaths before it died. The flesh and blood shattered into dots of fluorescent light, scattering all over the ground. And at this time, Qin Li, riding on the mutant ice lizard king, also arrived at the entrance of the underground tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black, but the Lord of all races had abandoned the bronze-level soldiers who were protecting him. All you need to do is send a 3-star bronze wolf chief to go in and capture the half-human lord. Go and get him back, Qin Li whispered. Yes, my lord. The wolf chief, who was a few steps away from him, said this respectfully and took a step forward. The moment his footsteps landed on the ground, the entire ground around him shook and his body turned into a swift white afterimage and entered it. After the wolf chief entered the tunnel, a slight roar began to be heard from the entire dark tunnel. Those were the noises made by the armor he was wearing rubbing against the passage. Then, Qin Li rode on the mutant ice lizard king and entered, with the wolf priest following beside him, although the wolf priest was a magician who was good at long-range attacks. But his own quality is comparable to some bronze 1-star monsters, and the speed of his steps is also quite fast. As for the frost dragon and some other types of military servants, they are stationed at the exit. In order to prevent the Lord of all races who has escaped into the tunnel from having any other backup plans, it is best to deploy a layer of defense force of their own at the exit. Qin Li had a vague feeling. It is very likely that the Lord of all races has placed his territory in the tunnel below. Since he chose to escape, it is obvious that he intends to give up his territory. If the opponent gives up the territory, he will be able to transform and occupy the military altars in the territory when he arrives near the territory. Of course, even if the opponent does not choose to give up the territory, he can still be transformed as long as he is killed. Found it. Inside the tunnel. Because of the wolf priest summoned a glowing ice ball that was suspended in front of him. The blue light emitted from the ice ball illuminated the entire tunnel as bright as day. After they entered the depths of a passage, they found an underground cave covering an area of several acres. There were many stalactites above the cave, which showed that the cave was very old. In the center of the cave, there is a territory surrounded by a stone wall, and inside the territory, there is a stone house with faint lights of fire. And just at this moment, Lita had escaped to the very edge of the passage he had explored. But at this moment, he did not feel relaxed at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. He could clearly hear the dull footsteps getting closer and closer behind him. In particular, a huge crash sound was heard from time to time, as if the other party had directly smashed the barrier of the passage and created a shortcut through the passages. Boom! Ryder just turned into a tunnel he had never explored before. At this moment, he was already about 200 meters underground. There are many reddish bushes growing on the walls of the tunnel, allowing the scene in the entire passage to be seen clearly. Just as Wright entered, a thick tunnel wall behind him was actually knocked open, and a little white giant wearing heavy white armor and a blue cloak on his back rushed out. The terrifying aura and pressure emanating from his body overwhelmed him like an overwhelming tidal wave. For a moment, Wright stood there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. The wolf tribe leader walked up to him mercilessly, raised the huge axe in his right hand, which was much bigger than Wright's, and chopped him down with one blow, crushing him into meat dregs. Chapter 30. Underground Extinct Volcano. Inferior Star, Iron or Vein. The target half-dragon Lord Light is dead. Should we convert their territory? Qin Li under this cave. A text prompt appears in front of the retina. At the same time, at the exit outside the cave, a light red fluorescence flew over and merged into Qin Li's palm in a very spiritual way. The next moment, an ordinary quality treasure chest of a half-dragon lord appeared in Qin Li's backpack. The treasure chest is light red in color. On the surface, one can vaguely see the shadow of a half-dragon human. It's a pity that this treasure chest is of only ordinary quality. A normal quality half-dragon lord treasure chest has been obtained. Open it. Transform the territory. Open the treasure chest. Qin Li made his choice quickly. Obtained a common 3-star ice bat servant territory. 20 ordinary quality ice energy cores have been obtained. Obtained a bronze 1-star ancient warrior armor. A series of text prompts appear before your eyes. And at this time, the orc wolf tribe leader in a distant cave emitted a mental fluctuation, as if he had discovered something. Primary co-vision. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, the shared vision skill card floating in the center suddenly released a circle of blue magic light. After determining the position of the wolf tribe leader, it bound the opponent's shared vision. The sight suddenly changed. What appeared before his eyes was a tunnel illuminated by a lot of light red fluorescent moss. And at the end of the tunnel, it seemed that the slight vibration caused by the wolf chief's powerful brute force in hitting the tunnel just now cracked the stone wall at the end of the tunnel. But after it cracked, a very dazzling red flame came out from the crack that was nearly 2 meters long. After walking in, looking through this crack that is almost an inch wide, behind this stone wall, there is a naturally formed underground magma river. The dazzling flames were released by the flowing magma underground. No wonder the temperature below this underground tunnel is so much lower than outside. Now, Qin Li, who had just transformed into the half-dragon Lord Light, had a look of understanding in his eyes. Judging from these passages, this is a mine that was abandoned a long time ago, and the traces of excavation on the surface of the caves are also very old. A long time ago, this must have been a mine where something was mined. Perhaps the truth lies deep in this interconnected underground tunnel. Moreover, this underground mine is probably adjacent to an underground extinct volcano and will not be disturbed by the ice and snow from the outside world. If I were to bind myself to the mountain dwarf army servants, they would just be ordinary 1-star dwarves with low physical fitness. With his flat territory, if a big snowstorm came up in this snowy forest, he might freeze to death. This abandoned mine, near the underground extinct volcano, is suitable for living for the mountain dwarves. He can also move the summoning altar of the mountain dwarves here. Not only can it avoid the invasion of cold weather outside, but it may also be possible to use the minerals deep in the abandoned mine to forge weapons. Now, the wolf chief, who received Qin Li's order, shared vision with Qin Li and began to pass through tunnels like a swift white gust of wind. After walking nearly 300 meters in total and crossing more than 100 tunnels, they finally reached the depths of the abandoned mine. The amount of light red fluorescent moss here is much greater than that in the outside world, and many of the caves underground are connected to the lava river. There is no problem with air circulation. And deep in this mine, there is also a huge empty cave covering an area of nearly dozens of acres. It seems that a lot of soil has been moved here. It seems to be an underground farmland abandoned here. This mine is close to an underground extinct volcano and has a suitable temperature, so there is no problem growing crops. It is also not easily invaded by monsters from the outside world, and is protected by hundreds of underground tunnels. If the wolf chief had not left his breath as a mark, it would have been very difficult to walk into the depths of the cave. This place can exchange some crop seeds from the Lord's trading area, which is enough for the mountain dwarves here to sustain their lives. Moreover, as the wolf chief was moving rapidly, he saw a lot of water sources gathered under several abandoned mines. The water sources there were so clear that you could see the bottom, and there were even some small silver fish only an inch long swimming at the bottom. After the wolf chief approached the water source, the hundreds of silvery little fish left behind hundreds of silvery traces on the bottom of the water when they fled in all directions. It was very beautiful to see, and these silver fish moved very quickly. But if the wolf chief takes action, it'll be very easy to catch him. This mine has not been fully mined. It seems like a lot of ore. Now, the wolf chief walked to the end and glanced at a corner of the mine. He saw several unknown skeletons. Perhaps some monster had entered the mine and killed the weak creatures that were mining in the mine. It is quite lucky for Light, the half-dragon lord, to encounter such a territory in the early stage of becoming a novice. The wolf chief picked up a piece of raw, or as big as a basketball on the ground. It seems to be not much different from ordinary hard rocks. However, there are many small pieces of iron or embedded in the rocks. These iron ores are black in color, and there is some starlight on the surface. Under the illumination of the surrounding light red fluorescent moss, the starlight on these minerals became very conspicuous. A moment later, after the wolf tribe leader brought back the ore, Qin Li used a detection skill. Nickname: low-grade star iron ore. Level: ordinary 2 stars. Effect: forging weapons, etc. The information discovered is quite simple. But this is indeed iron ore, although it is inferior star iron ore, but this ordinary 2-star level is already good. He has also seen people trading iron ore in the Lord area channel. Ordinary iron ore, after being forged, is only of 1-star quality. 2-star iron ore is already comparable to black iron. If we want the mountain dwarves to survive, we have to open up a second iron ore territory here. Qinli thought to himself, this place is 5 kilometers away from his original territory. It would be nice to be able to move his original territory, but unfortunately, there are currently no published rules on how to move the original territory. Perhaps after the novice period, some rules regarding the initial territory will be released. Chapter 31. Occupy the mine and bind the dual arms altar. Underground star iron mine cave. Built in a cave on one side of the underground farmland. The thickness of the stone wall surrounding this cave is several times that of some other caves, and some simple defensive iron doors have been built into several passages outside the cave. Although it has been rusted over the years, its defensive power has been greatly weakened. But as long as the mountain dwarves here can develop, it will be easy to build higher-grade defensive iron gates with the inferior star iron or veins that can be excavated here. We have successfully occupied the abandoned mine here and are building an altar for the mountain dwarf troops. The prompt text appears. In an instant, in the center of the empty cave in front of him, a very mysterious 5-pointed star magic circle emerged. After the magic circle was formed, it began to shine. There appeared an altar for summoning soldiers with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Some ancient teleportation runes are carved on the altar. Summoning altar nickname, Mountain Dwarf Troops. Servant level, normal 1-star. Basic military unit, Mountain Dwarf. Summoning speed, summon a Mountain Dwarf unit every 30 minutes. Qinli threw out a detection skill. Immediately following, the attribute panel of this altar then appears. It takes 30 minutes to summon a mountain dwarf. This speed is almost the same as that of the snow wolf. Qinli glanced at the summoning speed column. It seems that the summoning speed of ordinary quality soldiers should be similar in most cases at the same level. But since an iron or territory has been opened up here, troops should be stationed here. He went back to synthesize several bronze 1-star wolf warriors and a bronze-level 6-legged ice lizard king. There would definitely be no problem for several bronze-level troops to be stationed under the underground volcano in the early stage. Once the iron mine land here is opened, and then cooperate with it, when the territory is upgraded to bronze level, the bronze-level skeleton soldier's altar will be bound to it. After the bronze skeleton is equipped with star iron equipment, its combat power value will definitely increase a lot. Among the same level, it is absolutely invincible. Qinli could already imagine the scene of his overwhelming skeleton army, protected by the standard black iron star armor, charging like a steel torrent. With an army of more than 1,000 bronze-level skeletons, he has the courage to challenge even the gold-level monsters. Afterwards, Qinli led a few mutated Thunder Wolf Kings guard here, and then returned to his own territory. In order to save time, he first bound the Ice Bat army altar to his own territory. The number of arms altars that can be bound is 0, reaching the maximum arm altar limit. If you want to get more bindable arms positions, you can continue to upgrade to obtain. Just after Qinli bound the flying soldier's Ice Bat, these 2 lines of text appeared in front of his retina. With his current territory level, the number of bound troop altars is only 4, and now all have been bound. If he can destroy another place where bronze-level monsters are entrenched, or the Lord of all races in a bronze-level territory can also obtain bronze-level territory upgrade stones to upgrade his own territory. Qinli looked at the Ice Bat summoning altar nearly 10 meters in front of him and cast a detection skill. Summoning altar nickname, Ice Bat Soldier. Servant level, normal 3 stars. Basic military unit, Ice Bat. Summoning speed, summons an Ice Bat every 60 minutes. Same 60 minutes. It's the same speed as the 6-legged ice lizard. Qinli looked at the summoning speed of the Ice Bats and was certain in his heart that, perhaps, for every star level increase, the speed of the summoning altar would increase by 15 minutes. Currently, in the ordinary level troop altars, the summoning speed increases every 15 minutes. As for the bronze level, Qinli does not have any data about the bronze level troop altars, so he will have to wait until later to make any speculations. No matter what, I finally have flying troops, and the silver-level wolf priest I synthesized has the skill to summon frost dragons, which is an unexpected surprise. But unfortunately, the frost dragon is a magical summoned creature and cannot exist for long, and it cannot leave a distance of 5,000 meters from a caster. It is simply impossible to complete long-distance reconnaissance operations. With the help of the primary shared vision skill, and combined with the frost dragon, the information it has about various monsters around it can be greatly increased. Sama. He can also start drawing a map of his own. Mark the monsters in the surrounding areas and the situations of some other lords of all races on the map. This will give him a good analytical reference for how to deal with the surrounding forces in the future. Now, Qinli had no plan to let the Wolf Clan priest, a silver soldier who was good at long-range spellcasting, do the work of scouts. At this stage, Qinli is still thinking about putting the mineral veins under the underground dormant volcano into operation. Trading area. In the future, it will definitely not be limited to the human race. Later, trading areas for other races will definitely be opened. We will have a large number of weapons in our hands, which can be consumed and can definitely be exchanged for a large amount of other supplies. Of course, what Qinli traded away were definitely the low-level weapons he had discarded. Then, Qinli, feeling a little sleepy, rubbed his temples. It was already noon, and he seemed to have returned to his previous office. It was time for a nap. Moreover, even though there was a fur saddle on the mutant ice lizard king's back, it was still a little bumpy and his limbs felt a little sore. Wait until Qinli fell asleep and woke up again. It was approaching night. Walked out of the stone house. Around the ice bat altar not far from the side of the stone house, there were 5 huge ice bats about 1.5 meters above the ground, flying slowly around the altar. There were also some more soldiers summoned on the other 2 altars around. Qinli walked to the ice bat altar. Swish! Immediately following. The 5 huge ice bats flying around the altar, with a body length of nearly 4 meters, approached Qinli, and all of them uttered cheerful chirps from their mouths. Nickname: Ordinary Big Ice Bat. Talent: Normal 3 stars. Level: Ordinary 3 stars. Vital Energy: 3.4. Skills: Ice Spikes. Evaluation: a rare flying troop among the same level, but with relatively weak combat capability. Exploration Skills: this was also the first time Qinli saw the attribute panels of these ice bats. Attack skills: very simple. There's only 1 ice spike attack. However, in the evaluation, there's 1 more rare race. Ice bats may be rare among flying soldiers. Qinli didn't hesitate at all. He opened his golden synthesis bar, dragged 2 ordinary large ice bats into the synthesis bar, and clicked Synthesis. Chapter 32, Breaking News: Underground Velociraptors Invade. The next moment, Qin stood in front of him. The body of one of the floating ice bats suddenly disintegrated and turned into dots of blue fluorescence, which merged into the body of another ice bat. In the blink of an eye, the giant ice bat, which was only about 3 meters long, began to undergo tremendous changes, and its body grew rapidly. It grew straight to 7 meters in length, doubling its body size. Its pair of pectoral fins, as big as wings, stretched over 10 meters when spread out. There's also a layer of gorgeous golden patterns on the edge of its body. It exudes the captivating aura of a bronze-level monster. The mutated golden-patterned ice bat in front of him just flapped its wings slightly and created a strong gust of wind. This mutated golden-patterned ice bat before this. The wolf priest had already killed one, and under the primary common vision, he could see very clearly that the size of this huge ice bat was enough for a bronze-level orc wolf chief to stand on it. With such a large back volume, a huge wooden saddle nearly 3 or 4 meters long can be built, which can be used to transport some items. After all, after that, the space of his territory will become larger, the types of troops summoned every day will increase, and the supplies required will increase, including the flesh and blood of some monsters, which are also urgently needed. After killing some monsters in the wild, there is a high chance that you can obtain some monster flesh and blood, some of which is contaminated. Some ordinary humans with poor physical fitness absolutely cannot be eaten, but some races whose vitality can exceed one after adulthood can be swallowed. This contaminated monster flesh and blood, or some uncontaminated monster flesh and blood, can be used as food for the monsters in one's territory. Now, there are still some ice-attributed ice spirit fruits near his territory. Relying on those large numbers of ice spirit fruits, Qin Li and his soldiers and servants can still hold on. But once all the ice spirit fruits around are picked, you have to find other foods that can replace the ice spirit fruits for a long time. However, now we have obtained dozens of acres of farmland with a suitable temperature from under the underground waste mine. With suitable seeds, we can plant some short-cycle crops or fruits, which can solve some problems of the source of food. In the long run, crops still need to be planted to maintain the consumption of a large number of troops. Moreover, under the abandoned mine underground, the fire magic is active, which is suitable for planting some fire magic fruits. Maybe we can continue digging from under the mine later. You will also encounter some magic fruits. Nickname: Mutated Golden Ice Bat. Talent: Bronze 1 star. Level: Bronze 1 star. Vital Energy: 4.6. Skills: Critical Ice Lance, Level 0 Tornado, Bronze Level Ice Giant Hand. Evaluation: a rare bronze level soldier of the same level with strong combat power. Qin Li explored the attribute panel of this mutated golden pattern. At the same time, he then synthesized the other two ordinary large ice bats on one side into bronze-level mutated golden patterned ice bats. After the two golden patterned ice bats appeared, they floated several meters in the air with their wings spread out, and their huge bodies looked like two houses floating in the air. Synthesis. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis bar, pulled the two mutated golden patterned ice bats into it, and clicked the synthesis button again to create a bronze 2-star flying soldier. If he patrols around his territory, he won't be easily killed or captured by other monsters. At first, the half-dragon Lord Light sent out an ordinary big ice bat, which was just an ordinary 3-star one and was very easy to deal with. It won't have much of a deterrent effect on some monsters. Bronze-level monsters are at least not the lowest level. Synthesis successful. I have obtained the bronze 2-star giant tooth gold pattern ice bat. Puff. The next moment, during the synthesis process, the mutant golden patterned ice bat selected as the main one grew larger again, reaching a length of nearly 8 meters. At the same time, accompanied by two slight muffled sounds, two huge snow-white teeth nearly half a meter long grew out of its mouth, like the two huge fangs of a saber-toothed tiger. In terms of appearance, it adds a bit of ferocity. Qin Li called up the attributes of this giant-toothed golden patterned ice bat. Nickname: Giant-toothed golden patterned ice bat. Talent: Bronze 2 stars. Level: Bronze 2 stars. Vitality: 5.7. Skills: Bronze level giant ice hand, chain ice spear technique, micro tornado technique, sonic attack. Evaluation: a rare flying troop of the same level, with outstanding combat power among the same level. With the help of the golden synthesis bar, the vitality of the synthesized soldiers is at the same late stage as that of the same level, including the ice bats that are not good at attacking. Their vitality has reached the late stage of monsters of the same level. Your unit, the Thunder Wolf King, is dead. Just at this moment, such a prompt suddenly appeared on Qin Li's retina. Underground mine. Qin Li was stunned. In the underground mine, he only left a few Thunder Wolf Kings to guard it. After all, he had just dealt with the half-dragon lord nearby, and the surrounding monsters would definitely not attack the underground mine in such a short time. But what he didn't expect was that one of the Thunder Wolf Kings he had placed in the underground mine had died. Could it be that there are other monsters hiding deep in the mine? Qin Li thought to himself, this possibility is the greatest. At this time, the last bit of setting sun in the west also completely disappeared, and the night fell. Qin Li asked the wolf tribe to perform a sacrifice and summoned the frost dragon. He took the newly synthesized bronze-level troops and several previous bronze-level troops and quickly rushed to the underground mine 5 kilometers away. After a moment, the frost dragon landed at the entrance outside the mine. There were no traces of other monsters' footprints on the snow at the entrance, which also proved that it was indeed not an invasion by monsters from the surrounding areas. There was a problem in that underground mine. Just now on the way here, 2 of the mutated Thunder Wolf Kings stationed by Qin Li were killed, leaving only 1 Wolf King alive. At this time, deep in the underground mine, a red velociraptor, covered with red hair, nearly 4 meters long, was currently using its sharp front claws to hook a piece of wolf meat and was feasting on it. Its dragon mouth, full of sharp teeth, was now stained with blood. The red-haired velociraptor lowered its front claws. He cut open the chest of the Thunder Wolf King below and bit into the Thunder Wolf King's heart. Several faint blue arcs of electricity jumped twice above the heart. This made the velociraptor's mouth feel a little numb. However, this weak electric current could not cause any harm to him. Under the stimulation of the flesh and blood, as well as the magic power in the heart, it made him bite the heart of the Thunder Wolf King fiercely, pulled it out of the body, bit it into pieces and chewed it, and finally swallowed it into his stomach. Chapter 33. Searching the Mine, Underground Jungle. The night is dark. Cave entrance. After the frost dragon fell into the entrance of the mine, a huge white afterimage flew out from the snowy forest behind it. The burly figure of the Orc Wolf Tribe leader also landed next to Qinli. The speed at which the Wolf Chief was running madly was only slightly slower than that of the frost dragon flying in the air. Walk! A hint of sharpness flashed across Qinli's eyes. Then, he switched to the mutated Ice Lizard King that followed the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat and went straight into the dark mine. Primary Co-Vision. Qinli used this skill while moving in the tunnel. After capturing the breath of the last mutated Thunder Wolf King in the cave below, he immediately established visual sharing with the other party. Swish! In the upper right corner of Qinli's visual space, a first-person perspective of the Thunder Wolf King appeared. After his mind fell on that small-frame perspective, his line of sight began to expand rapidly, occupying his entire visual space. In the sight of the mutated Thunder Wolf King, he was currently in a closed cave. There was a passage outside the cave with many huge rocks collapsing from above. It caused a lot of huge rocks to hinder the way. Bang, bang, bang. But outside the cave, a lot of rubble began to fall from the stone pestle that blocked most of the passage. It seemed as if something huge was about to rush over from the side of the pile of rocks. Boom! Immediately following, a large piece of rubble splashed out, and from the top of the huge pile of rocks, a huge velociraptor head popped out. The head was covered with red hair and a pair of ruby-like eyes, under the illumination of the light red moss in the passage, released a ferocious gaze that could bite people. When the red-haired velociraptor saw the Thunder Wolf King hiding in the cave, it immediately opened its ferocious sharp mouth and let out a shrill scream. Sizzle! And the Thunder Wolf King in the cave, under Qinli's command, cheered up and overcame the pressure from the superior monster. Electric arcs gathered from the small pointed corner on its forehead. The sound of electric current echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a lightning ball as big as a fist gathered. The ball of lightning left a blue afterimage in the air and hit the head of the lizard that was sticking out from the pile of rocks. After a dull sound, the huge lizard head was blown back in an instant, and a slightly angry roar of a velociraptor was heard. A piece of hair on the velociraptor's head was directly burned by the power of lightning, leaving a large area of charred hair. There was a faint trace of blood released. The left eye of this red-haired velociraptor was also severely injured by the stimulation of the electric current, and it was barely able to open. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the Thunder Wolf King knew that his master, Qinli, had already rushed over with many soldiers and servants, and he only needed to hold on for a few more dozen breaths. You could be rescued after 5 or 6 breaths. Inside the passage, above the huge pile of rocks blocking the center, a large space had been dug out by the angry red-haired velociraptor. The body of the red-haired velociraptor began to drill towards the gap frantically. But at this time, in the passage behind him, there was also a series of roars, and the huge vibrations came from the rocks underground. As a result, a lot of fine powder fell from the top of this ancient cave. Suddenly, the red-haired velociraptor's eyes were filled with anger, as if it had been injected with a strong sedative, and the anger in its eyes quickly faded away. Instead, there was a hint of fear. A monster that can make such a big noise before even arriving in front of him is definitely not an easy creature to deal with. The red-haired velociraptor glanced at the mutated Lightning Wolf King not far in front of it, and could only quickly retract its head, turned around, and began to run towards the end of the tunnel, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible and return to the small jungle under the ground. He did not originally live in this underground mine, but just as the red-haired velociraptor rushed out of the end of the tunnel, it saw a burly figure wearing heavy white armor flying towards it. The speed was several times faster than his, and from a huge white afterimage, the red-haired velociraptor also felt the pressure from a superior monster. For a while, the red-haired velociraptor felt his legs getting a little weak, and he wanted very strongly to escape from this place, but his legs were not under his control at all. Before the red-haired velociraptor could do anything, the huge white afterimage appeared in front of him. The huge white axe fell down like lightning. He didn't even have time to see the shape of the axe of the man in white armor before his consciousness fell into darkness. If you look from one side, the body of the red-haired velociraptor was directly chopped into a pile of meat scraps by the giant axe. A slightly pungent smell of blood wafted from the passage. At this time, Qin Li, who was following in several passages behind, saw several lines of prompt text appear in front of him. The target monster, the bronze-level red-haired velociraptor, is dead. Obtain a bronze-quality fire energy core. Obtain 50 kilograms of fresh velociraptor flesh. Obtain 5 unpolished velociraptor ribs. The energy core of the fire system. Qin Li's eyes lit up. If you want to hatch the fire dragon egg, what you need is this kind of fire energy core. But before that, Qin Li obtained a lot of energy cores, and after some attempts at synthesis, he found that the maximum limit for the synthesis of these energy cores was that they could not exceed 2 major levels of their own lord level. Synthesis to silver level is already the limit. If we infer from this, even if the mountain dwarves he is bound to start forging weapons, the limit of the synthetic weapons they can produce is only silver grade. Now the level of his territory is just an ordinary 3-star level. After he settled the mountain dwarf tribe, he let the ice bats fly around his territory to explore and collect the intelligence information he needed. Find a place where bronze-level monsters are lurking and destroy them there. At the end of this cave, there is still a weak breeze blowing from all around this passage. Many places in these passages must be connected to exits to the outside world, not just the underground lava river. Now, this red-haired velociraptor that suddenly appeared deep in the mine must have come from another place. The level is close to bronze 1-star. Search for other exits of this mine, tunnel nearby. Qin Li gave the order. The wolf tribe leader, the wolf priest, and several other bronze-level soldiers and servants they brought with them began to search the mine extensively. A moment later, the wolf chief discovered an exit leading to other places. After Qin Li gathered many soldiers and walked over, he saw a crack more than 3 meters wide in the depths of the mine, connecting to an underground jungle. Chapter 34. Hard-skinned red fruit. Transform into a subdragon monster. A huge crack extends down from the giant rock above the tunnel, passing by this passage, connecting the underground mine and this extremely well-hidden underground jungle. Look through this crack. I saw a lot of fluorescent bushes emitting a hazy white light, which formed a clear contrast with the light red light in the passage. I didn't expect that there is such an underground jungle next to this extinct volcano. Qin Li walked in through the crack. At his side followed the wolf priest. The chief of the orc wolf tribe and the ice lizard king also squeezed in, one after another. But when the chief of the orc wolf tribe squeezed in, he made the entrance about 1 more circle bigger. It can be clearly seen that the originally long and narrow crack channel has been squeezed into a huge human-shaped figure. Look up at the sky. On the cliff, nearly 100 meters in the air, there are many huge, white fluorescent plants, just like looking at the sky full of bright stars. Roar. After entering this underground jungle, you can even hear a low roar coming from the distant, lush bushes in front of you. Shwa, shwa. The sound of 2 objects rubbing against the bushes was heard, and 2 red-haired velociraptors that looked exactly the same as before appeared in front of Qin Li. When the 2 red-haired velociraptors appeared in front and behind Qin Li's head, after seeing such a group of bronze-level monsters, the pair of ferocious eyes froze in place, their bodies stiffening as if petrified. At the same time, the 2 red-haired velociraptors subconsciously wanted to retreat backwards, and one of their thick hind legs took a step back. Cut them down, Qin Li said coldly. After receiving the order, the wolf chief, the mutant ice lizard king, and the other orc wolf warriors and the 6-legged ice lizard king all flew forward. The wolf priest was guarding Qin Li's side and did not take any action. Instead, he stared at the lush jungle around him with cautious eyes. The target monster is dead. Obtain 30 kilograms of fresh velociraptor flesh. Get a complete velociraptor skull. The 2 red-haired velociraptors that were also chopped into pieces by the orc wolf chief did not drop a fire energy core. This made Qin Li a little disappointed. Keep moving forward. 100 meters later, he encountered 4 red-haired velociraptors that came to die, and on the way, Qin Li also saw a lot of fire fruits growing in the jungle. These fruit trees are also extremely large, and it looks like they've been growing for who knows how many years. This underground jungle is actually a good place. It is such an open area, and because it is next to an underground extinct volcano, the temperature in this jungle is very suitable, close to 20 degrees. At Sheen Li's command, an orc wolf warrior nimbly climbed up the fruit tree and picked a few red fruits as big as basketballs. There are white lines on the surface of these red fruits, and the lines are very light. The surface also feels a little rough. Sheen Li took out the fire dragon sword from his backpack, and the blade fell on the fruit peel. With a light slide, the rough fruit peel was easily cut open. Immediately following, a very tempting fruit aroma emanated from it, a bit like a mixture of strawberry and apple, and the flesh was a fresh red color. Sheen Li used a detection skill on the fruit and the fruit tree next to it. Buzz. 2 attribute bars appeared in front of Sheen Li's retina. Nickname: Mutated Hard-Skinned Red Fruit. Level: Ordinary 2 stars. Effects: Sweet and delicious, edible by all races. After eating, fire-type monsters can slightly increase the strength in their bodies. Monsters of other attributes can also have the effect of strengthening their physical fitness after eating. Side effects: After eating too much, your body temperature will rise slightly and last for 20 to 30 minutes. Nickname: Mutated Hard-Skinned Red Fruit Tree. Level: Ordinary 2 stars. Efficacy: A batch of dozens of hard-skinned red fruits can be produced every 2 months. The information displayed in these 2 attribute columns is very clear. However, Sheen Li's detection skill does not reveal much information when detecting monsters or objects above the bronze level. Sheen Li wanted to upgrade this detection skill, but he didn't know how to do it. I guess this kind of skill is also dropped by monsters. No wonder these hard-skinned red fruits smell so good. Sheen Li held the hard-skinned red fruit with the rough skin split open and took a bite. It was indeed sweet and delicious. He had eaten a lot of stewed meat, and it was quite good with these delicious hard-skinned red fruits. We have to pick some to take back, Sheen Li thought to himself. Then he looked up at the fruit tree above that was full of hard-skinned red fruits. There was a large area of these red fruit trees nearby. This kind of fruit tree would never be able to grow so lushly in the icy and snowy weather above. Sheen Li rode on the mutant ice lizard king and walked only a dozen meters. After eating the entire hard-skinned red fruit, he burped lightly. This hard-skinned red fruit, with a somewhat rough peel, was thrown into the mouth of the mutant ice lizard king, and the mutant ice lizard king swallowed it directly into his stomach. Keep moving forward. After nearly 1,000 meters, there were a lot of fighting noises in the jungle in front of him, but these noises were short-lived, and the wolf chief was in charge. Basically, those red-hair velociraptors that have just reached the bronze 1-star level are no match at all. Under Sheen Li's military team, they were completely vulnerable. The target monster, the bronze-level elite velociraptor, is dead. Do you want to occupy/destroy/convert the red raptor's territory? Transform. Bite. Transformation successful. A bronze 1-star red raptor servant altar has been obtained. To be bound. This red-haired velociraptor has the blood of a subdragon. Any creature with the word dragon in its name definitely has dragon blood. However, the dragon blood in the bodies of the red-hair velociraptors he killed was already very little. But Sheen Li is able to synthesize it. The dragon bloodline of bronze level is low, but after being synthesized to silver level or gold level, the dragon bloodline in these red-hair velociraptors must be much more than before. I thought that after experiencing the thrill of flying on a frost dragon, if I could have an army of dragons, wouldn't I be able to become the overlord of the surrounding area? This place can be developed into a second territory. Sheen Li thought to himself. If he encounters an irresistible, powerful enemy and gives up his territory, he will have to find a place to go. This can be used as the second territory transfer point. A summoning altar for the mountain dwarves was also built here. This underground jungle can be turned into a living place for the mountain dwarves. Chapter 35. Synthesize a dwarven blacksmith and mining. Undergrundmine. Fortunately, the red-haired velociraptor that ran out of the gap did not find the cave where the mountain dwarf's summoning altar was located. Sheen Li also did not see any prompt information about the death of his own army, the mountain dwarfs. In the dwarf cave, beside the altar, there were already a few more mountain dwarf civilians who were beginning to communicate with each other, a total of 10. My lord. When Sheen Li walked into the cave, The 10 mountain dwarf civilians in front of them hurriedly looked at Qin Li and spoke to him with a respectful tone. The mountain dwarves are intelligent humanoid beings. Even though the level they are summoned at is only an ordinary 1-star, their intelligence is higher than the bronze level of some wild carnivorous monsters. Qin Li nodded slightly in response. These mountain dwarves appear to be only about 1.3 meters tall, but their bodies appear to be very strong, and almost every one of them has a shovel in their hands. No equipment is needed to build, just the weapons that come with the troops. This is the same as the giant axes summoned by the wolf warriors. Then, Qin Li used a detection skill on a mountain dwarf. Nickname Mountain Dwarf Commoner. Talent, Normal 1-star. Level, Ordinary 1-star. Vital Energy, 1.1. Skills, Level 0 Mining Technique. Evaluation. The initial stage of the forging troops is mediocre among the same level. The vitality is only 1.1. This is the type of soldier with the lowest vitality Qin Li has ever seen. After all, the dwarves are good at forging weapons and mining. Moreover, even ordinary 1-star mountain dwarves Pingming know how to mine. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis bar. He dragged the icons of 2 mountain dwarf civilians into the group, selected the dwarf on the left that looked stronger as the main one, and then immediately clicked to confirm the synthesis. Buzz. The next moment, in the synthesis column, the icons of the 2 mountain dwarf civilians disappeared completely and were replaced by mountain dwarf forging apprentices. The body shape has not changed much from the original, except that there is an iron hammer needed for forging on the waist of the forging apprentice. Nickname, Mountain Dwarf Blacksmith Apprentice. Talent, Normal 2 stars. Level, Ordinary 2 stars. Vital Energy, 2.4. Skills, Level 0 Forging, Level 1 Mining. Evaluation, the initial stage of forging troops for a newbie. Judging from the attribute column of this forging apprentice, there is an additional Level 0 Forging skill in the skill column. This Level 0 forging skill is probably only used to forge some qualified farm tools. Moreover, even with the blessing of the golden synthesis column, the vitality of this mountain dwarf tribe is only average among the troops of the same level. With an extra 0.1% of vitality, it is far inferior to some other combat arms. Basically, their vitality belongs to the late stage among the same level. After Qin Li synthesized another forging apprentice, he continued to click on synthesis. Then, an advanced apprentice was synthesized. The appearance is still the same as that of a blacksmith apprentice, but there is an additional level 2 mining skill in the skill bar. Qin Li synthesized another advanced apprentice. The 2 advanced apprentices performed synthesis again, and this time they were directly synthesized into bronze-level troops. Ordinary-level troops had limited capabilities. Only when your military servants reach bronze level can you be considered to have entered the entry level. These forging and mining techniques are the simplest. What Qin Li wants is not these, but also intelligent forging troops that can build a forging room. Buzz. In the golden synthesis column, the 2 advanced apprentices disappeared, and a bronze forger from the mountain dwarf tribe appeared. His body was slightly larger than that of an ordinary dwarf. He was about 1.40 meters tall, and the hammer he carried was much bigger than that of an advanced apprentice. Qin Li looked at the mountain dwarf blacksmith in front of him, and with some anticipation in his eyes, he cast a detection skill. Nickname, Mountain Dwarf Blacksmith. Talent, Bronze 1 star. Level, Bronze 1 star. Vitality, 4.3. Skills, Level 2 Forging, Forging Room Construction, Mineral Vein Exploration. Level 3 Mining. Evaluation, a relatively rare forging unit in the same level. Yes. Qin Li looked at the Dwarf Grandmaster Duan and the Forge Construction skill in the skill column. This was exactly what he wanted. Forging weapons could not be done out of thin air, but a forge had to be built. And the construction site could be the underground jungle discovered by Qin Li. This cave is regarded as the birthplace of the mountain dwarves, and it is concealed enough. Even if other lords invade, they will not be able to find the summoning altar of the mountain dwarves in the underground jungle for a while. What materials are needed to build a forging room? How many days can it be completed at the earliest? Qin Li asked the dwarf blacksmith in front of him. In reply to the lord, we need some stones and some wood. With enough manpower, the construction can be completed in 2 days. The mountain dwarf forger responded, Yes, I'll prepare some bronze-level personnel for you. Can that save some time? Qin Li continued to ask. Thank you, Lord. It may be completed in a day or so. The dwarf blacksmith continued to respond. Then, Qinli then assigned the 3 bronze 1-star orc wolf warriors and several 6-legged ice lizard kings that he had synthesized to the mountain dwarf blacksmith and asked him to arrange for them to help him build a forging room. As for the other 2 mountain dwarf civilians, Qinli also combined them into a forging apprentice and used them as a helper. After all, this blacksmith apprentice also knows mining techniques and must be very skilled in this kind of quarrying work, which can be of some help when building the forge room. When a mountain dwarves summon the altar and summon new dwarf troops, they will be sent into the underground jungle to mine. Although there are no mining trucks, we can get a few large wooden barrels and tie them to the side of the 6-legged ice lizards, or to their backs, which is much faster than any mining truck. As for the construction location of the forge room, it was built on the site of the former red-hair velociraptor's nest because it was hidden enough and located in the center of the jungle. Even if there is an invasion by a powerful enemy from outside, it can still provide some hindrance. Everything is going on in full swing. After Qinli returned to the stone house in his original territory, he began to prepare to let the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat patrol the area within a radius of more than 10 kilometers with his original territory as the center. "Go ahead, in front of the stone house," Qinli said softly. The giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat floating in the air a few steps in front of him let out a soft cry, flapped its huge pectoral fins like wings, and immediately flew up to 100 meters in the air, flying towards the crown of the towering ancient tree, and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. Death of Ice Bat Scout, Gold-Level Monster. The moonlight is like a veil. A huge ice bat flew past the tree canopy more than 10 meters away and flew towards the north. The huge pectoral fins flapped very gently. The wind created was very weak and could only create a small wave on the thick snow on the treetops. Now, Qinli, who was in the stone house in the territory, had a preliminary visual communication with the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat, and then lay leisurely on the soft big bed. After his vision was connected to the first-person perspective of the ice bat, he began to analyze some of the monsters that the ice bat had seen based on his own memory. Half a quarter of an hour later, the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat flew nearly 6 kilometers away before it saw some monsters on the ground. The bronze-level, giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat has such powerful vision that even in the dark, the scene it sees is as bright as day. From a jungle below, one could see a giant white-haired ape with lush long hair all over its body, and its body height is nearly 3 meters. Its sturdy arms were even bigger than the legs of these white-haired giant apes. When it moved, it placed its arms on the ground to support its body and moved rapidly forward. Under the cover of night, the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat in the sky flew silently over the treetops, overlooking the white-haired giant ape running on the ground. Judging from the sturdy size of this white-haired giant ape, its grade is very close to bronze grade. It's almost certain that this should also be a place where bronze-level monsters are lurking. Qinli's own territory is still an ordinary 3-star one, but lacks a bronze 1-star territory upgrade stone to destroy this group of white-haired giant ape monsters. Your own territory level can be upgraded. List it as tentative target 1. Qinli made the decision in his heart. If there were no other groups of bronze monsters closer to his territory, this white-haired giant ape would be his first target. Swish! The ice bat continued to fly north. While flying over the snow forest, we saw many igloos built in the snow forest. They were all large half-ovals. The height is close to 6 or 7 meters, and it looks like it is built with huge blocks of ice. There are nearly 89 igloos in number, and the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bats did not get too close to the giant ape monster's territory. Once the number of giant apes increases, the difficulty of finding ice bats will definitely be greatly reduced. There's a risk of being discovered, so they can only conduct a rough observation on one side of the igloo group. Moreover, at the edge of their white-haired giant ape's ice house, there's an ice wall several meters high. Monkeys are monsters with relatively high innate intelligence, and they have already learned how to build some walls to block the attacks of some monsters. After passing through the territory of the white-haired giant ape, the terrain suddenly became rugged, and then it rapidly dropped hundreds of meters forward. The ice bat flying in the air looked back. It turned out to be a cliff that was nearly hundreds of meters high. And below are towering mountains, and between the mountains are rivers flowing. The peaks have various shapes. Some are like straight sword peaks that look like giant swords. From a distance, the surrounding areas are very smooth cliffs. Some of them look like various birds and beasts, which are dazzling. At the same time, it gives people a sense of vastness and grandeur visually. Under the cover of night, the peaks were blurry and dark, just like a terrifying giant beast hundreds of meters or thousands of meters tall sitting on the ground. The mutated golden patterned ice bat felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, even in the severe cold weather of the snowy forest, most of the water in the river that is nearly 100 feet wide is still flowing. The river flows endlessly from the north. After encountering a group of white-haired giant ape monsters and a huge raised land platform where Qin Li's territory was located, then it began to turn and flowed towards the east. At this time, the giant-toothed, mutated, golden-patterned ice bat was originally flying calmly in the tree canopy, relying on the lush tree canopy to conceal its huge ice bat body. But now, after flying down from the cliff that was hundreds of meters high, the shape of the golden-patterned ice bat immediately became extremely conspicuous. Without the tree canopy blocking the figure was directly exposed to the night sky. Roar! The next moment, an angry dragon roar was heard by the golden-patterned ice bat. Not far below, on the mountain that looked like a giant sword, a gigantic ice dragon swooped down. The ice dragon's body was nearly 10 meters long, and its wingspan reached more than 30 meters. Its size was more than twice that of the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. The sickle-like white dragon wings flapped rapidly. It turned into an extremely swift afterimage in the air and was rapidly approaching the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat at an extremely fast speed. Giant Ice Hand. Sonic Attack. Facing life-threatening situations. Qin Li, whose primary shared vision had become somewhat blurred, was aware of the unstable mental fluctuations coming from the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. He also knew that this ice bat must have encountered a powerful enemy. He immediately ordered an attack. In an instant, in front of the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat, a giant icy hand with a diameter of 6 meters suddenly condensed. The giant hand looked exactly like a human hand, but it was made entirely of hard black ice. It is difficult to defeat other bronze 2-star monsters unless they have extremely strong armor. The abdomen of this giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat also began to swell rapidly, and the entire body of the ice bat became oval-shaped. When the ice bat's body reached its limit, circles of sonic halos that were almost visible to the naked eye emanated from its mouth. It was smashing towards the huge ice creature. Boom! This sonic attack was almost ineffective against the ice dragon. The opponent's flying speed was not affected at all, and even accelerated by a bit. Before and after arriving, with its ice dragon body, it smashed the giant icy hand into pieces. Countless ice crystal fragments fell from the sky. The giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat sent out by Qin Li was caught by the ice dragon's sharp claws like iron hooks. The dragon claw easily penetrated the ice dragon's defensive scales and pierced into the ice dragon's flesh to a depth of nearly half a meter. It opened its mouth and bit off the flesh and blood from the golden-patterned ice bat's head piece by piece. The blood spilled into the air. The giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat didn't even have a chance to resist before nearly 1/3 of its body was eaten. The exploration journey had not even lasted an hour when they died on the road. Your unit, the giant-toothed, gold-patterned ice bat, is dead. Is that ice dragon a gold-level monster? Under the primary shared vision, Qin Li could barely see the outline of a giant dragon. A hint of fear and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Chapter 37, Synthesize Silver-Level Flying Arms. You also have to carefully explore the surroundings. However, just over 10 kilometers away, there are gold-level monsters blocking the way. And in the south, there are definitely monsters of gold level or above lurking in that ice valley. After all, it is only in the snow forest at the edge of the ice valley. There are groups of monsters that are almost bronze level or above entrenched in these places, and a number of those monsters cannot be determined. The only thing that can be confirmed now is the giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat, which is a group of white-haired giant apes above bronze level that were discovered during the exploration in north. That tribe of white-haired giant apes had about 90 igloos, and there were at least 2 white-haired giant apes in each igloo. In the entire white-haired giant ape tribe, there are nearly 180 bronze 1-star fighters. This is also a strong force. In terms of overall strength, it is several times stronger than the red-haired velociraptor in the underground jungle. With the current military strength Qinli has, he is capable of dealing with the white-haired giant ape clan, but this will also cause certain losses to himself. Once one's losses are too great, and if other monsters invade nearby during this process, the gains will not be worth the losses. For example, apart from the white-haired giant ape, there is also the golden-level ice dragon perched on the sword peak. With its flying speed, it is only a dozen kilometers away. It is estimated that it will take less than a few minutes to fly over his territory. However, due to the fact that the lords of all races are still in the novice stage on the battlefield of all races, that golden-level ice dragon will definitely not leave its own territory without permission. Otherwise, the ice dragon wants to go hunting. The group of white-haired giant apes on the cliff are a good target for food. We need to accumulate more strength. There was something serious in Qinli's eyes. The death of his bronze 2-star, giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bat this time also made Qinli realize the danger of the battlefield of all races. There is no need to send out any strong flying troops. The most flying troops they had were bronze level or above. Just by exploring the north, they lost the strongest flying troops they had just synthesized. This was really a big loss. The same thing happens if you sacrifice an ordinary large ice bat. Continue the investigation? Qinli was a little hesitant. In memory, I recalled the scene of the suspected gold-level ice dragon flying over, occupying the entire field of vision. Isn't it just a gold-level monster? At this stage, the golden synthesis column has a 2-level limit on the synthesized energy core and equipment, but Qinli has not encountered a bottleneck in terms of military types. And even if it's just a silver-level army, 20 of them can't beat one gold-level one, so let's say 50 or even 100. The murderous intent in Qinli's eyes grew stronger. Immediately, Qinli then confirmed his plan. First kill the white-haired giant ape monster in the north and upgrade your territory to bronze level. In this way, you can bind bronze-level skeleton warrior servants. As undead skeleton warriors, their vitality is extremely strong among their peers. Even if their limbs are chopped off, they will not feel much pain. Broken bones can be healed as long as one is willing to consume one's own dark, undead power. Wait 2 days. Qinli thought about it and fell asleep. At the same time, Qinli also wanted to use the extra bronze-level energy cores he had to try to exchange for some skill books in the channel's trading area. Thus, 3 bronze 2-star ice energy cores were hung up. It has the largest number of ice energy cores. He was also planning to exchange the fire-type energy core for some bronze-level ice-type energy cores, but no one came for the time being. After all, among all the human lords today, only a very small number have upgraded their territories to bronze level or above, and most of them are at ordinary level. It is normal that no one comes to exchange energy cores in a short period of time. What Qinli hopes is that someone can exchange his skill book for him. A day and a night passed. The first of the 3 dark disasters has ended, and many players who were teleported to the Tower of Fallen Gods and the Abyss of the Undead have also returned. Among these human lords, there must be some who are lucky enough to get some skill books. For some duplicate skill books, it is natural to trade them in order to maximize profits. It is safest to exchange the skill books for the resources they need. The next day, at noon, more than 10 hours passed. A lot of basic troops were summoned from Qinli's territory. Qinli first synthesized the group of ordinary big ice bats flying in the air one by one. 16 hours is enough to synthesize the ice bat troops to the silver level. After synthesizing in pairs, after synthesizing the 2 giant-toothed, golden-patterned ice bats, this ice bat actually evolved into a new attribute. The golden patterns on its body rapidly degenerated and disappeared completely. Instead, it was replaced by a thick layer of white bone armor on the surface of the ice bat. This set of bone armor provides the ice bat with powerful defense and also enhances its combat effectiveness. However, this may be due to the blessing of the golden synthesis column. After synthesis, these soldiers and monsters of the same level are comparable to the peak of the late stage. The subsequent evolution will definitely become stronger and stronger. After the golden patterns on the body and the thin layer of scales disappeared, only a pair of huge, ferocious teeth remained in the mouth of the ice bat. The name also changed to white bone ice bat. Bronze 3 stars. With this imposing aura and the pressure of its size, Qinli even felt that this bone-type ice bat could fight against the Orc Wolf Clan leader and would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Qinli's remaining ice bats were just enough to synthesize a second bone-type ice bat. If you want to combine it into silver grade. After Qinli used the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat to explore the surroundings of the territory, he only explored the northern direction for more than 10 kilometers and encountered a gold-level ice dragon. The same is true in the south. There must be gold-level monsters lurking in the Ice Valley. Now only the west and the east, which are farther away, have not been explored. But even if they have not been explored yet, Qinli is very clear that they are definitely not easy to deal with. Currently, the most secure thing for Qinli is still a powerful silver-level monster or above, and it would be best to have a gold-level monster around. But there's not enough time. We have to wait for a few more days. Only when the arms alter summons enough basic combat units can we try to synthesize gold-level monsters. Should we combine the 2 silver ice bats? Qinli looked at the prompt on the golden synthesis bar, determined that the bone-type ice bat on the left was the main one, and clicked on synthesis. Bye! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the silver-level Advanced Bone Ice Bat. Chapter 38. Advanced Ice Bat, Summoning Treeman. In the gray sky, the heavy clouds that had originally accumulated together became a little thinner than the previous 2 days. When Qinli looked up from his territory, he could clearly see the very distant horizon. There were several bright golden beams that shot down obliquely from the sky and fell straight into the snowy forest in the distance. From around the golden beam of light, one can also see some flying monsters, flying around them with extremely agile movements. As for what race those flying monsters were, Qinli was not able to detect it. He could only vaguely see a few sesame-sized outlines. Even so, it was also because Qinli benefited from practicing several skill books, and his physical fitness and even eyesight had improved to a certain extent. The snowflakes that had been floating in the sky for several days also stopped. It seems that this vast expanse of snowy forest is slowly warming up. Now, in Qinli's territory, there were 2 bone-type ice bats floating in the air several meters in front of him. The body of one of them turned into countless white light spots and merged into the body of the other bone-type ice bat. In an instant, the body of the bone-type ice bat that was chosen to evolve grew again, reaching 10 meters in length. With a wingspan of about 20 meters, it already has some powerful aura of a demon, especially from the mouth of this advanced version of the bone-type ice bat. Originally, there was only a pair of ferocious giant teeth, but now a pair of slightly smaller, sharp teeth grew out from the lower part of its mouth. The bone armor on his body became a little thicker. The tail of this ice bat also has a huge tail ball full of ice spikes. It is estimated that just a simple tail swing attack is not something that ordinary silver-level soldiers and monsters can withstand. It would be a good idea to just swipe it and send it flying. Qinli felt the visual oppression of this bone-type ice bat, and he felt very happy. Then, Qinli used a detection skill. The attribute column of his first silver-level flying soldier appeared before him. Nickname: Advanced version of the bone-type ice bat. Talent: Silver 1 star. Level: Silver 1 star. Vital energy: 7.8. Skills: Silver-level giant ice hand, tornado, enhanced sonic attack, super large ice blade, silver-level ice chain. Evaluation: a rare flying combat unit. The vitality is pretty good, only 0.1 away from the peak of level 9. Qinli nodded slightly. At the same time, he took out a silver-grade ice energy core and threw it into the air. This advanced version of the bone-type ice bat, which was as big as a house, lowered its body very quickly. He opened the 2 pairs of ferocious giant teeth in his mouth. Bang! At the moment when the giant teeth merged, a very heavy collision sound came from its mouth and echoed around it. After swallowing the silver-level ice energy core, the ice bat's aura was indeed slightly enhanced. Moreover, after it digests that energy core, the aura on its body will definitely increase even more, but it is definitely unrealistic to rely on an ice energy core to increase its vitality by 0.1%. Qinli also synthesized another orc wolf priest. Moreover, even the 6-legged ice lizard can be synthesized into a silver-level troop after these 16 hours. With the addition of the 6-legged ice lizard, a silver-level military servant, Qinli already has 4 silver-level troops and 10 bronze-level troops. but there are fewer bronze-level troops. But 4 silver-level troops are equivalent to hundreds of bronze-level troops. A gap in rank is like a huge chasm. Qinli clicked to synthesize a silver-level Orc Ice Lizard Warrior. Explored his attribute column. Nickname: Orc Ice Lizard Warrior. Talent: Silver 1 star. Level: Silver 1 star. Vital Energy: 7.7. Skills: Mysterious Ice Armor, 16 Gale Blades, Earth Ice Spikes, Ice Wall. Evaluation: the most powerful lizard tribe troop in the same level. Same as the Snow Wolf. After a certain number of synthesis, they all began to synthesize toward a semi-human form. Leave behind a wolf priest and a few bronze-level servants, and the rest will go and wipe out the white-haired giant ape tribe in the north. Qinli made arrangements. Then, after the wolf priest summoned the frost dragon, Qinli stepped onto the dragon's back. Many silver-level and bronze-level soldiers began to march towards the location of the white-haired giant ape tribe. While moving, Qinli also entered the trading area of the channel. There are indeed a few unread messages. At present, these bronze-level energy cores of his are still very tempting to most human lords. Moreover, most of the private messages are about wanting to exchange skill books for energy cores. A human lord actually wanted to exchange a bronze-level skill book? Qinli opened an unread private message. This anonymous human lord actually planned to exchange a bronze-level skill book, the Summoning Treeman Technique. This skill book has a short introduction. Nickname: Summoning Treeman. Level: Bronze 1 star. Skill effect: can summon a Bronze 1 star Treeman warrior, which can exist for a long time unless the Treeman dies. 1 skill book of Summoning Treeman in exchange for 3 Bronze 1 star Ice Energy cores. The other party's private message is very simple. This bronze-level skill book can actually enhance his own life-saving skills. Qinli also did a special search, but found that no one had taken out a bronze-level skill book for trading in the public notice board of this trading area. Otherwise, most lords don't have extra skill books. It is estimated that there are still many human lords who have not even practiced a skill book. After all, the chance of dropping the skill book is not high. Otherwise, Qinli would have killed so many monsters of high levels, and the skill books dropped would have been very few. Not to mention some other ordinary human lords. Qinli put the 3 ice energy cores into the transaction and clicked confirm. After seeing the transaction information sent by Qinli, the other party did not hesitate, and the 2 parties quickly completed the transaction. Qinli did not hesitate and started practicing directly. Boom! In the Sea of Consciousness. There is also an additional strong azure magic power, which eventually gathered into a skill card emitting blue fluorescence. The skill card also showed a figure with a slender body and tangled branches as its lower limbs. From the thick branches, the face of a young human appeared, and the lush treetops above its head looked like thick long whips being swung. The appearance of the tree man that appears on this skill card already looks very ferocious. Arrive. And at this time, Qinli did not have time to continue checking other private messages, as they had already arrived at the territory of the white-haired giant ape tribe. But what he didn't expect was that there was another group of monsters in the territory of the white-haired giant ape tribe, and the 2 sides were fighting on a small scale. Chapter 39. The Snipe and the Clam fight each other, and the first encounter with the human lord. Roar! Under the snowy forest. Hundreds of meters away from the outskirts of the white-haired giant ape tribe, a number of green-skinned orcs holding huge maces appeared from the northwest jungle. Those green-skinned orcs were all wearing leather armor and had sturdy bodies. Each of them was about 2 meters and 5 tall. But even so, compared with the 2, they were somewhat weaker than the white-haired giant apes that were about to attack. But the number of these green-skinned orcs is huge. Under the snowy forest, just a quick glance showed that the green-skinned orcs were several times more numerous than the white-haired giant apes, at least over 300 of them. In the air, Qinli, who was on the back of the frost dragon, was not in a hurry to enter the battlefield below. Instead, he let his troops stay where they were. Continue to observe this battlefield. The Snipe and the Clam are fighting. After they have consumed their energy in a fight, he can reap the benefits. Moreover, the most crucial point is that these green-skinned orcs are at least ordinary 3-star levels and can actively attack. Basically, there's more than 80% probability it can be confirmed. Behind them, there are the lords of all races who are guiding and commanding them. The enemy dared to attack such a bronze-level territory. The types of troops at his disposal could not be limited to so many green-skinned orcs. He must have also cultivated some powerful bronze-level monsters. After the two previous encounters with the lords of all races, Qinli became much more cautious. It is very likely that there are very few human lords near him, and most of them are from other races. Even if we encounter those races with stronger innate vitality revealed by the system, there's a great possibility. In the snowy forest, the sounds of fighting and weapons clashing rose and fell, and could be heard from a very long distance. Basically, all of them were white-haired giant apes above bronze level, and the casualties between them and the green-skinned giant were basically 1 to 5. It takes 5 green-skinned orcs to surround and kill a white-haired giant ape and pile up the lives of the green-skinned orcs to kill it. Only, among the white-haired giant apes, there was a bronze 2-star white-haired giant ape king, whose body was much larger than those of the surrounding species. The height of the body is close to 3.5 meters. 2 huge arms that are thicker than buckets can blow away 1 or 2 green-skinned orcs wearing leather armor with every swing. The leather armor on the green-skinned orcs could not withstand such terrifying force. In the process of flying out, the leather armor on his body had been broken into dozens of pieces and scattered on the surrounding snow. In this small-scale battle, the white-haired giant ape king was like a small meat grinder. Even so, the green-skinned orcs under the command of the Lord still did not retreat at all. Even if some green-skinned orcs approached the side of the giant ape king and swung their maces, they could not break the opponent's defense. The damage caused to the giant ape king was almost 0. And just at this moment, in the northwest jungle, suddenly an extremely swift afterimage of an arrow came rushing over, making a sound of breaking wind, and went straight towards the giant ape king. Just when the giant ape king wanted to dodge. Puff! On the snow beside him, 2 vines as thick as an adult's thighs immediately broke out of the ground, grew rapidly, and wrapped around the legs of the giant ape king. It made its evasive movement stop suddenly. The bronze-level giant ape king also felt the threat from the flying arrow, but with his legs tied up, he could only raise his arms to block his chest. The next moment, the arrow pierced through his arm, and the tail feather of the arrow remained on one side of the giant ape king's arm. The magic arrow on the other side pierced through it, and strands of blood dripped down from the position of the arrowhead. The injured giant ape king's eyes immediately turned red. The originally flawless white hair on his body at this moment began to show red in many places. Rage skill. Now, Qinli, who was hiding his body in the treetops in the distance, saw from afar the hair on the giant ape king's body. After many places began to turn red, he looked somewhat clear. Basically, when the rage skill is activated, there will be this kind of special change. The giant ape king raised his head and looked forward. His eyes seemed to penetrate more than 100 meters away and saw the elf figure holding a bow and arrow hiding under the snow forest in the distance. Click, click! At the same time, the place on the injured arm of the giant ape king, where the magic arrow pierced, began to be frozen by a thin layer of ice, and the range of the ice even began to spread to the surroundings. But the giant ape king used his other arm without hesitation to pull out the magic arrow, broke it, and threw it on the ground. He let out an angry roar, rushed into the snow forest, deliberately provoking. On the treetops, Qinli looked thoughtful. The lord of all races behind him probably saw that his green-skinned orcs could not cause any harm to the giant ape king. So he began to reveal his position. Use the long-range attack troops on your side to injure the giant ape king first. This was mostly to lure the giant ape king into the trap. Really, after more than 10 breaths, from the snow forest in the northwest, an unwilling roar of the giant ape king began to be heard, and the roar became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths, everything became quiet. After the death of the giant ape king, the rest of the white-haired giant apes, under the continuous attacks from the green-haired orcs who outnumbered them by several times their number, also began to think of retreating. The battle line that had been deadlocked was suppressed at this moment, and began to move back towards their tribe. Ice Lizard Warrior, go and take a look. Qinli ordered the orc ice lizard warriors under the ancient tree in the snow forest. Yes, my lord. The ice lizard warrior placed his hand on the sword in the snow-white scabbard on the side and responded respectfully. The words fell. As it took a step forward, it turned into a swift, white afterimage, leaving only a very faint trace on the snow. A light breeze blew by, rolling up a tiny snowflake, which was able to erase the footprints left by the ice lizard warrior. Primary co-vision. After the ice lizard warriors left, Qinli also activated the shared vision skill. The first-person perspective also has an additional optional first-person perspective for the ice lizard warrior. After zooming in on the ice lizard warrior's perspective, it only took a dozen breaths. He quietly moved several hundred meters and sneaked into the snow forest in the northwest from the edge of the battle between the two groups of monsters. Qinli also saw the master behind this group of green-skinned orcs. Human Lord. Qinli also had some surprises. In the sight of the ice lizard warriors, in an open space in the snow forest in the distance, there was a middle-aged man with a slightly pale complexion, a hooked nose, and a hoarse face. He was wearing a warm white fur coat, and beside him were two tall elven archers, nearly 1.9 meters tall, both men. She has long golden hair and pointy ears. Chapter 40. The Lord Cursed by the Abyss. In the snowy forest, Su Yang supported his knees with his hands, gasping for breath. From his perspective, he could also see mouthfuls of white air being exhaled. Far away, in a clearing in the snowy forest about 10 meters away, the white-haired giant ape king who was about to rush to him was now wrapped in a dark liquid. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the dark liquid was filled with blood and flesh veins, like a living thing. Moreover, the white-haired giant ape king, who was wrapped in this dark liquid, had his hair on the body corroded completely, revealing layers of muscles. The blood and energy in the body were being devoured by this ink-like liquid. The entire dark liquid was also wriggling, as if it was swallowing. With each wriggling, the body of the white-haired giant ape king wrapped in it began to slowly shrink. When Su Yang looked at this strange liquid, his eyes were full of disgust and pain. The first time he was chosen by the dark disaster of the abyss, he was randomly teleported to a low-risk area in the abyss. But even in low-risk areas, there are also silver-level abyss monsters. Although he was not unlucky enough to encounter a silver-level abyss monster, he encountered a bronze-level monster. This guy's body did not seem to have much destructive power. Moreover, it is parasitic in an ancient stone box like a treasure in the eyes. Moreover, the moment Su Yang took the stone box in his hand, he was injured by the cursed monster in the stone box, which was disguised as a black ball the size of a cherry. Immediately afterwards, Su Yang fell into a coma. When he woke up, he was already possessed by this bronze-level abyss monster. He was filled with regret, but it was too late. This bronze-level monster helped him gain a lot of strength in a very short period of time, and even got him 2 bronze-level elven archers. But all this was basically for himself. After, Su Yang understood that this body of his was basically out of his control. This cursed monster was able to make him unconscious and hypnotic in some way, and he had no idea what it did during that time. The longer the time, the thinner your body becomes. He needs a large amount of monster flesh and blood for nourishment every day. If he has less, he will feel that the cursed monster parasitic in his body is devouring his blood, making it weak. It's really unlucky. In the end, Su Yang's expression was full of helplessness. Before, he also resisted, but the magic arrows in the hands of his 2 bronze 1-star elf archers could only cause very limited damage to the cursed monster. This cursed monster can also transform its own body into liquid, and magic arrows can even pass through its body. After resisting once, Su Yang was tortured half to death. He didn't want to experience the kind of pain again, which was like being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. What the hell is that? At this time, from the perspective of the ice lizard warrior, after seeing the strange black ink ball that swallowed the giant ape king, a solemn look emerged in his eyes. It can suppress the giant ape king who is at least a bronze 2-star level. The vitality of that strange dark demon group must be above bronze 3 stars. The possibility of silver level is not very high. In the regional announcement of the human lords, there is no news that any human lord has killed a silver level monster. But it is also possible that those human lords chose to conceal the news. But the number must be extremely small. If he could come across one, his luck would be too outrageous. Get started. Try to kill the other side's human lord. Qin Li's expression showed murderous intent, and he gave remote mental orders to the ice lizard warriors who were hundreds of meters away. The ice lizard warrior who received Qin Li's order immediately used the mysterious ice armor skill. In an instant, a layer of black ice several centimeters thick was added to his body, and a huge and ferocious lizard-shaped black ice armor was constructed outside his body. He took a step forward, and a shallow pit was created in the snow beneath him. His body turned into a swift white afterimage, rapidly approaching the human lord who was guarded in the center by two bronze-level elven soldiers. While running wildly, the ice lizard warrior's sharp eyes fell on the human Lord Su-yang. Earth ice spikes. A thought came to my mind. A strong magical power was released from the ice lizard clan and transmitted into the ground. At this time, Su-yang's eyes were still on the cursed monster in front of him, and suddenly a loud noise came to his ears. A moment, Su-yang seemed to be aware of something. A chill rose from his spine and spread throughout his body, and his body became a little stiff, just as he subconsciously turned around and wanted to retreat. Puff! He didn't see anything clearly. His body lifted off the ground directly, and from half a step in front of him, a huge ice spike as thick as a bucket grew out from the ground, and its length was nearly 4 meters high. At this moment, the huge, crystal-clear ice spike pierced directly through Su-yang's chest, making him feel cold all over. His body was lifted off the ground, his feet were on empty air, and he was already nearly a foot above the ground. On the ice spike in front of the chest, where it touched the wound, strands of blood seeped down, dyeing the ice spike several dozen centimeters away red. Cough! A sharp pain came from his chest, and Su-yang coughed up a large amount of blood. Ah! Save me! Su-yang widened his eyes, his pupils enlarged several times, and the desire for life began to burn in his heart. He looked up at the cursed monster that was devouring the giant ape king and shouted loudly. On both sides of it, the two bronze one-star elven archers just reacted at the moment they raised their longbows. Their necks were chopped off by a sword from an ice lizard warrior who was several heads taller than them and as tall as a white mountain. One in front and one behind, but half a breath. For a silver-level soldier that is good at close combat, facing two bronze-level long-range attack soldiers, it would be as easy as taking something out of a bag to kill them. Bang! With two slight sounds, the two elven archers who fell to the ground after their heads were cut off turned into two large pieces of white fluorescent light that flew in all directions. These two bronze-level archers did not drop any items. At this time, Su-yang, who was originally roaring ferociously and hoping to be rescued by the cursed monster, had his entire vision blocked by a man in white armor whose body was covered with thick black ice. It completely blocked his view. He raised his head with difficulty, but before he could say another word, a huge white sword came towards him, and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. The target monster, the bronze-level elf archer, is dead. The target human lord is dead. Chapter 41 Destroy the Giant Ape Tribe, Intermediate Co-Vision Skill Book. The Ice Lizard Warrior, who was protected by the black ice armor, easily killed the human lord, then turned to look at the strange black ink ball. The lord is dead, but this guy doesn't seem to be affected at all. Qinli frowned slightly. According to the rules that Qinli knew, when a lord of a certain type of army dies, his servants who did not die in battle will not die with him. But they will also suffer heavy losses, and without the restraint of the Lord, they can still escape far away. Swish! After the strange black ink ball sensed the aura of silver-level monsters emanating from the ice lizards, it knew that this was not an enemy it could deal with. At the same time, the cursed monster was extremely confused. Before, the human lord he was parasitizing also explored this place and found only this one tribe of white-haired giant apes. The others didn't find anything. If there were any silver-level monsters nearby, he would not let the human lord come here to die. He finally found a host, leaving the underground abyss that will never see the light of day. Moreover, while parasitizing on the human lord, he had already devoured 2 bronze-level monsters in just less than a day. Moreover, they're all monsters with vigorous blood and vitality. Deep under the underground abyss, it was not his turn to enjoy this bronze-level blood-chi monster. He was basically blocked by the other powerful groups of undead monsters near him. It had been a long time since he had swallowed so many blood-filled monsters. So after swallowing a few, he started to get addicted. If he continued at this rate, he would be able to be promoted to the silver level in less than a month. But now, suddenly a silver level monster appeared, and he was not able to resist it. Run! The abyss cursed the monster, and the only thought left in his mind was retreat. Immediately following, from the perspective of the ice lizard warrior, The strange black ball that originally wrapped around the white-haired giant ape king began to shrink rapidly. In just over 10 breaths, most of the blood and energy in the giant ape king's body was devoured, leaving only a huge giant ape skeleton with less than 20% to 30% of flesh and blood hanging on the skeleton. The ink ball shrank into a black sphere the size of an apple and burrowed directly under the snow, trying to escape. But in the perception of the silver-level ice lizard warrior, the aura of the netherworld on this cursed monster was too conspicuous. The movement speed is pretty good among bronze-level monsters, but for the silver level, it seems a little insufficient. The ice lizard warrior took a step forward, like a white ghost, and arrived at a place more than 10 meters away, raising the long sword in his right hand. Stabbed directly under the snow. The powerful force from the sword poured out, directly blasting away the snow below. In an instant, the area within a diameter of several meters was cleared. Below, a figure also emerged from the ink ball that the cursed monster transformed into, just when the cursed ink ball was still trying to escape. When turning around, I saw a wolf priest wearing a loose white robe and holding a silver magic wand. The magic robe on his head and the silver level pressure on his body. This made the cursed monster, who wanted to escape, feel helpless. One silver level is not enough. A second one pops up. Ice prison. At Qin Li's instruction, the wolf priest came to provide support. Block the path of this cursed monster. Directly use the sealing method of ice prison. Not good. A mysterious pentagram magic circle immediately appeared beneath the body of the cursed monster, and he immediately felt a great sense of uneasiness in his heart. But just when he wanted to escape, it felt like my vision was covered by a layer of ice, and the world became much more blurry. His body couldn't move at all. From the outside world, the surroundings of the cursed monster were frozen in an ice ball, which is about a circle larger than the cursed monster's ink bead. The thickness of the ice prison seal was nearly an inch. Take a closer look. Many ice runes emerged from the ice. This bronze-level cursed monster could not break through the silver-level seal. After the cursed monster was sealed, it looked a little panicked. It is also impossible to communicate with the outside world. They could only watch as he was picked up by the wolf priest and then handed over to a young human lord. Qin Li stared at the cursed monster with some confusion. Throw out a detection skill. Nickname: Unknown Abyss Cursed Monster. Level: Bronze. Skills: Can parasitize, can curse, details unknown. Parasitic, curse, abyss monster. After seeing the attribute column of the guy in the ice ball in his hand, a hint of fear emerged on his face. With these things, one can imagine that from the perspective of the ice lizard warrior, the human lord he saw looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. If this is the case, then the two can be linked together. Before, apart from the 3 dark disasters, that human lord must have been chosen to be teleported to the abyss, and this cursed monster must have been encountered under the abyss. As a result, it parasitizes on the body. Kill him. Qin Li didn't want to keep this unknown thing. The attribute columns that I can explore only have some of the simplest attributes. It is hard not to wonder if this cursed monster that came out from the abyss has other cards. Will it attract other members of the same tribe? Yes, my lord. The wolf priest on the side took over the ice ball that sealed the cursed monster and released a weak magic power from his body, which flowed into the ice ball. Click, click. The next moment, the surface of the ice ball was covered with cracks and shattered all over the ground. The cursed monster sealed inside also vanished. Well, Qin Li thought of the miserable appearance of the middle-aged man, who was also a human. If I were teleported to the abyss, there would be a high chance that I would encounter such monsters. The dark jungle on the first floor of the God-Falling Tower was not a good place to stay. This battlefield of all races is too dangerous. The target monster, the white-haired giant ape, is dead. The intermediate co-vision skill book dropped. Bite. It has been detected that there is a white-haired giant ape territory in front of the Lord player that is eligible for occupation/destruction/conversion. Can you make your choice? Destroy. Destruction successful. A bronze 1-star territory upgrade stone has been obtained. Do you want to practice the intermediate co-vision skill book? Qin Li's mind fell into the backpack, and the icon on the skill book activated its attribute bar. Nickname: Intermediate Co-Viewing. Level: Bronze 1-star. Minimum training requirement: Ordinary 2-star or above Lord of all races. Skill details: After activating the intermediate shared vision, you can choose a soldier servant to share the vision seen by the other party. Restrictions. Cooling time is 10 minutes. Practice. Qinli did not hesitate. In the past, with his primary shared vision skill, once the distance exceeded 5 kilometers to more than 10 kilometers, the picture would become very blurry. With the intermediate shared vision skill, the range of shared vision of various arms would definitely be much larger than before. Chapter 42. Upgrade the bronze territory and bind the skeleton soldier type. After cleaning up the white-haired giant ape tribe, I got a lot of ice and wood energy cores, but no equipment or skill books dropped. However, the intermediate shared vision skill book that dropped before was already quite good for Qinli. Then, Qinli, with his many soldiers and servants, began to head straight towards the snowy forest in the northwest direction. The frost dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flapped its wings and turned into a swift white afterimage above the tree canopy, flying into front at an extremely fast speed. Under the snow forest, there was an ice lizard warrior running wildly in it, and not far away from him was an advanced version of the bone ice bat. 3 silver-level troops lead the way ahead. The rest of the bronze-level troops, which moved slightly slower, follow behind. Since the human lord has been killed, his territory naturally became ownerless. According to the rules of the battlefield among the lords of all races, he had to get close to the opponent's territory in order to destroy it and obtain the territory upgrade stone. As for the green-skinned orc troops in the hands of the human lord, Qinli was not very interested in them. Wood-type troops were far inferior to ice-type troops, and their combat effectiveness in this snowy forest was not as strong. They have the advantage of geographical location, and these green-skinned orcs are the lowest-level troops among the orcs. There is no need to convert this type of troops. Towards northwest, after traveling about 4 or 5 kilometers, they arrived at the territory of the human lord, who built the territory on the side of a small mountain. There's only a stone wall 2 or 3 meters high. After Qinli destroyed this territory, he only got an ordinary 3-star territory upgrade stone. There were also signs of several groups of monsters lurking around the human lord, but it was obvious that they had all been eaten by the other side. There was only a summoning altar for green-skinned orcs in his territory. Even the 2 bronze-level elven archers on the opponent's side were not summoned by the altar. There is no doubt that the 2 bronze-level elven archers must have been created by the cursed monster that came from the abyss. Qinli returned to his territory. The first time, using the bronze 1-star upgrade stone he obtained, he upgraded the level of his territory to bronze. It is detected that the Lord player has a bronze 1-star territory upgrade stone. Do you want to upgrade the original territory? Yes. After Qinli saw the prompt text appearing in front of his retina, he directly chose OK. The territory is being upgraded. The next moment, the territory upgrade stone icon in Qinli's backpack disappeared. The ground of the entire primitive territory began to shake slightly. The empty territory and the stone wall in the distance are moving towards the outside world. The extra space left after the movement is also filled by the magic stone slab. The height of the stone wall also increased by 1 meter, reaching nearly 4 meters, and began to have some defensive capabilities. And in the center of the territory, above the door of the stone house where Qinli lived, there appeared a bronze pentagram defense magic circle. This seems to be a passive defensive magic circle. When Qinli's thoughts fell on the bronze defensive formation, the formation did not give him any feedback information. Maybe it's just a model. The territory must be upgraded to bronze 2-star or even above before this defensive formation can be activated. Territory upgrade completed. When this text message appears in front of me, then an attribute panel about this territory appeared automatically. Territory nickname, bronze territory. You can change the nickname. Territory level, bronze 1-star. Bound servant altars, ordinary 1-star snow wolf altar, ordinary 3-star 6-legged ice lizard altar, ordinary 1-star mountain dwarf, ordinary 3-star ice bat. Territory upgrade conditions. You need a bronze 2-star territory upgrade stone, a bronze 2-star or higher soldier servant, and the number of this soldier type reaches 2 or more. Number of servant camps that can be bound to a territory, 5. 1 position remaining. Area. The length and width are both 500 meters. There is an extra position for a soldier servant. Qinli's eyes lit up with joy. This was exactly what he thought. It just happens to meet the level requirements for binding to the bronze-level skeleton troop altar. Bind a bronze 1-star skeleton warrior altar. Qinli's mind moved. Binding. Bite. Bind successfully. Summoning altar nickname. Skeleton warrior race. Servant level. Bronze. Basic military unit. Skeleton warrior. Summoning speed. Summons a skeleton warrior every 120 minutes. It takes 2 hours to summon a bronze-level skeleton warrior. See the summon speed column. This summoning speed is indeed slow. An ordinary 3-star large ice bat and a 6-legged ice lizard can summon a combat unit every 60 minutes. This is basically the same as the summoning speed of a bronze-level soldier he synthesized. There is just one more undead skeleton warrior. If the bronze-level skeleton army were to wear silver-level combat armor and weapons and attack with the skeleton sea tactics in the bronze level, they would be absolutely invincible. Even if it was a silver-level troop, Qinli was confident that he could use more than 100 silver-level equipped skeleton warriors to wear them down. At this time, one side of the stone house, when Qinli's territory was upgraded to bronze 1-star level, the diameter of the altars of the 5 soldiers he bound to summon servants became 10 meters. Just looking at the still empty bronze-level territory, after upgrading to the bronze-level territory, there's still no magical building that can be built. Even if I wanted to build some houses or magical defense equipment in this empty territory, there was no chance. He could only let some of his soldiers cut down trees and build some wooden houses in the snowy forest near the territory. Call. Suddenly, the weather, which was originally about to improve, suddenly changed drastically. The wind is howling. All of a sudden, heavy snow began to fall. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the stone wall of Qin Li's territory, which had just been upgraded to bronze level, was covered with thick ice and snow. Fortunately, most of his soldiers are ice type, so they can withstand the blizzard outside the stone house. We need to build some houses. With so many soldiers, we should first build some sheds to shelter from the wind and snow. Qin Li, who was in the stone house, looked through the transparent glass window at the ice lizard warriors outside the stone house who were covered with a layer of ice and snow by the blizzard, and thought in his heart. As for the 2 wolf priests, as long-range magicians, they released 2 thin blue magic shields with a diameter of more than 10 meters from the silver magic wands in their hands, protecting everything around them and blocking the wind and snow from the outside. After drinking some bone soup and eating a hard-skinned red fruit in the stone house, Qinli contentedly took a wolf priest and rode on the frost dragon. Let the other 2 silver-level soldiers follow and head straight to the underground mine 5,000 meters away. Chapter 43. Synthesize the dwarf chieftain and upgrade the forging room. Soon, abandoned underground mine. There are already quite a few mountain dwarf civilians in the cave where the mountain dwarves are settled. Each of the dwarves is only about 1.3 meters tall, and they all hold shovels. He stood there in a daze. Some of those with higher levels of intelligence were even communicating intermittently, and they were all wearing dark brown linen clothes. Synthesis. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis bar. The mountain dwarf civilians were synthesized one by one. Now more than a day has passed. The strongest of the other types of troops have already been synthesized in a silver level, so his bound mountain dwarves naturally have to keep up with the progress of the other bound troops. After more than a day of work, the bronze-level dwarf blacksmith who had been synthesized before was estimated to be almost done building the forging room. When the mountain dwarves were synthesized to the 2nd level of bronze, the level of their blacksmiths was only raised from low to medium. Bronze 3 is the advanced level. There's not much change in appearance, but in the skill column, the levels of mining and forging are both improving. Finally, after synthesizing 2 bronze 3-star advanced blacksmiths, it turned out to be a mountain dwarf tribe leader, wearing iron armor with a magic hammer on his waist, a beard, and bright eyes, but his height was only about 1.4 meters. Not much has changed. After synthesizing a silver-level dwarf chief in one breath, there were only 4 mountain dwarf civilians left in the entire cave. Qin Li combined them into forging apprentices in pairs. Let these 2 forging apprentices stay with the dwarf chief as 2 helpers first. The speed at which the dwarf chief can forge weapons is definitely much faster than that of a blacksmith. It's a pity that he has only discovered such an abandoned inferior star, iron or vein. Even forged weapons are limited by the material. The level of the weapon is probably not going to be high, and it would probably be difficult to reach bronze level. Nickname: Chief of the Mountain Dwarf Tribe. Talent: Silver 1-star. Level: Silver 1-star. Vital Energy: 7.6. Skills: Level 6 Forging, Bronze Equipment. Forging Room Construction, Mineral Vein Exploration. Level 7 Mining. Evaluation. Among the same level, there is a powerful dwarf tribal leader whose combat power has been enhanced. Not only is his forging skill powerful, his combat power also surpasses that of the dwarves of the same level. Immediately, Qinli used a detection skill, which landed on the dwarf chief. The property bar appears. The 6th level forging skill in the skill column can only forge bronze level equipment. From this point of view, the chief of the mountain dwarf tribe, who is only a silver 1-star soldier, cannot forge silver level equipment. Moreover, even to forge bronze level magic equipment, special materials are required. Qinli's backpack only contains some bronze level monster bones. If he only used the bronze level monster bones to forge weapons, it would be very difficult to maintain the bronze level, unless there were other bronze level ores to assist. My lord! The newly synthesized dwarf chief walked up to Qinli and spoke to him with a look of respect. Qinli nodded in response. This dwarf chieftain knows how to detect mineral veins. This is quite useful. You can explore the area near its territory. Maybe there are some rare mineral veins. Qinli thought to himself. Then, Qinli took the dwarf tribe's chief and 2 other ordinary-level forging apprentices to the underground jungle. Although only a day or so has passed, considerable changes have taken place here. At the original location of the red-haired velociraptor's nest, there were several 3-story wooden houses nearly 10 meters high. Although the wooden houses were very simple, but the key positions are connected to each other by special embedded rivet structures, maintaining the great stability of the house. On one side of this wooden house, there's a forging room built entirely of stone, and the entire room is built with huge black stones. Moreover, if you look closely at the black stone from a closer perspective, you can see that there are many subtle magic patterns on the surface of the black stone. Like the buildings in Qinli's territory, they are all magical buildings. In this forging room, the bronze-level mountain dwarf blacksmith raised his slender right hand in front of a forging furnace. A fiery red light appeared at the fingertips, and forging runes were being engraved on the side of the furnace. Dozens of meters away from the 2 buildings, fences were being built with wood. The 2 orc wolf warriors that Qinli assigned to the dwarf forger, as well as the 6-legged ice lizards, were also being built. They cut down trees on the outskirts, made wooden stakes, placed them around the houses, and slowly began to build an outer defensive fence. My lord! When the dwarf blacksmith saw Qinli coming over, he hurriedly finished the engraving work in his hands and bowed to Qinli. At the same time, his gaze fell on the dwarf chieftain who was half a step behind Qinli. The silver-level aura and pressure made the dwarf blacksmith look stunned. Then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. After being upgraded to bronze level, these intelligent soldiers are basically the same as humans, and their intelligence even surpasses humans. It is precisely because of this that they also desire to acquire knowledge that can make them stronger. Knowledge is priceless. His lord now has a stronger blacksmith from the same clan by his side. If he can serve as his assistant and practice with the other party, it is possible for him to improve his blacksmithing skills. Once he gets promoted, he will be able to prove his worth and understanding. Thus, you can stay with the lord for a long time. My lord, this is a primary forging room. With the runes on this furnace, it can only forge ordinary grade equipment at best. I can upgrade this forge to bronze level. If I could find other bronze grade ores or silver grade ores, I am confident that I can upgrade the level of this forging room to the peak of bronze level. The chief of the mountain dwarves next to Qinli spoke. How long will the upgrade process take? Qinli nodded and asked. It only takes an hour. The mountain dwarf chief responded in a firm tone. Well, just go for it. Indir did it. Immediately, the chief of the dwarf tribe stepped forward and immediately began to engrave. He raised his right hand, and the red flame at the tip of his right index finger was several times brighter than that of the lower-level dwarf forger before. Soon, an hour later, after the dwarf chieftain engraved the last rune, buzz, hundreds and thousands of runes formed a complete magic circle, and instantly a hazy red light was released on the stove. Qinli, who had just returned from a walk around the underground jungle, cast a detection skill on the forging room. Nickname: Bronze 1-star Forging Room. Function: it can release bronze-level magic flames, refine impurities in iron embryos, improve the toughness of weapons, and other basic properties. Chapter 44. one-horned fire python in the lava river. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Li's second branch territory, in the center of the underground jungle. In the bronze-level forging room, crisp and pleasant metal knocking sounds were heard. Since before the furnace, there was a dwarf chief wearing black armor and with a full beard. He was holding a magic hammer and hitting an iron ore tempered from inferior star iron. Every blow of the hammer and the ore can spark off a large amount of sparks. Beside it, the low-ranking dwarf blacksmith and several dwarf blacksmith apprentices around him all watched this scene with burning eyes. 10 minutes later, the mountain dwarf chief now had a long sword with a sharp blade in his hand. The sword was nearly 1.5 meters long, and the blade was flashing with a cold light. The dwarf chieftain also carved circles of patterns on the handle to enhance the grip. My lord, due to material limitations and the lack of other minerals, I can only create this ordinary 3-star weapon. I have engraved a toughness rune on the sword, but due to material limitations, I can only engrave this much. The chief of the mountain dwarves walked up to Qin Li, raised the sword in both hands, and spoke to Qin Li in an extremely respectful tone. This lower-grade iron ore is only of ordinary 2-star grade. It is already quite difficult to forge an ordinary 3-star weapon. Qin Li nodded. He took the sword and swung it twice. The blade broke through the air, giving off a sharp feeling. This weapon was indeed good. Even among ordinary 3-star hotels, its grade is definitely in the upper middle range. It is worthy of being a silver-level forging unit. Qin Li threw out a detection skill. The attribute column of this long sword appeared before his eyes. Nickname: Ordinary Star, Iron Long Sword. Level: Ordinary 3 stars. Effect: Toughness +1. It takes 10 minutes to forge an ordinary 3-star iron sword. This speed is quite fast. 6 swords can be forged in an hour, and 12 swords can be forged in 2 hours. It only takes more than 2 hours to synthesize a silver-grade star iron longsword. Period. Qin Li synthesized several more forging apprentices and asked them to go deep into the abandoned mine and start mining for inferior star iron. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Immediately following, in a mine that had been silent for who knows how long, the sound of mining was heard again. This time, Qin Li ordered the silver-level ice lizard warriors to patrol deep in the mine and began to explore every tunnel. Look for some passages connected to the underground volcanic lava rivers. This underground extinct volcano is connected to nearly 100 mines underground, which is enough to show how huge this underground extinct volcano is. Such a huge underground volcano. It is very likely that a fire monster will be born. The original fire-type, red-haired velociraptor under the ground developed with the help of the power of the underground volcano, one of the unexplored mine tunnels. After the orc ice lizard warrior entered the tunnel, the red light in the entire tunnel suddenly became several times brighter. At the end, it is a huge crack that people can pass through, and the width of the crack is at least 2 meters. The next moment, the orc ice lizard warrior released a mental wave, which Qin Li could sense. At this time, not far outside the forging room, Qin Li, who was resting on the back of a mutated Thunder Wolf King, sensed the mental fluctuations coming from mine. He immediately used intermediate-level shared vision to bind the ice lizard warrior. Moment. Qin Li's first-person perspective changed, and a red light replaced his sight. Is this an underground lava river? Are there monsters? The ice lizard warrior who walked to the lava river at this moment frowned slightly. The heat wave blowing in his face made him feel a little disgusted. He was originally an ice-type monster, and being next to this lava river where the fire magic element was active made him feel a little depressed. Moreover, in this lava river, one can vaguely see a one-horned fire python swimming slowly in it. The body of the fire python is almost as thick as a bucket. His body is covered with fire dragon scales, which look as gorgeous as if they were made of rubies. A red-pointed horn nearly several inches long grew on the head. It is more than 10 meters long. Half of the one-horned fire python's body floated on the lava river, drifting with the waves with its eyes closed, as if it was taking a rest. After Qin Li saw this scene, a solemn look appeared in his eyes. But there is also some joy. There really are fire monsters in this lava river. If there are a lot of them, we can get a lot of fire energy cores. With these fire energy cores, it will be enough to breed the fire dragon eggs that have not hatched. Before, he synthesized a bronze-level peak fire energy core, and after devouring it, the fire dragon egg showed signs of breaking out of its shell. The young fire dragon life in the fire dragon egg became extremely active. According to this trend, it won't be long before the fire dragon egg hatches from its shell. When Li came to the underground mine this time, he even thought about temporarily building a place to simulate a fire dragon's nest for the fire dragon egg next to the lava river. The fire magic element here is so active that it will definitely help the hatching of fire dragon eggs. Attack first! Li gave the order in his mind. Earth Ice Spikes. The Orc Ice Lizard Warrior's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this time, the one-horned fire python in the lava river sensed the murderous intent and suddenly opened its pair of red vertical pupils and saw the burly white figure on the bank of the lava river. The unicorn fire python sensed the threat and subconsciously thought of burrowing into the magma to hide. But before he could get deeper into it, a huge ice spike nearly 1 meter long fell from the air above it and pierced through the fire python's head. Before the fire python could make any sound, its head was blown off and it died instantly. The target monster, the bronze-level unicorn fire python, is dead. A bronze-level fire energy core has been obtained. These 2 lines of text appeared in front of Li's retina. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Finally, I got a bronze-level fire energy core. Now, the fire dragon egg can be hatched. Li, who was waiting for the star iron weapon beside the forging room, saw a very spiritual fiery red fluorescent spot flying from a distance and merging into his body. Then he took out the 1.5 meter tall fire dragon egg and placed the extra fire energy core in the backpack on the top of the fire dragon egg. This red energy core, the size of a yellow apricot, was placed on top of the fire dragon egg. A strong suction force was emitted from the unborn baby fire dragon inside the fire dragon egg, and the energy core of the red crystal began to emit a circle of fiery red halo. It was like a thin, fiery red mist that enveloped the fire dragon egg. The mist, which contained rich fire magic particles, was being rapidly devoured by it. Chapter 45. The baby dragon hatches. Darkness triggers surgery. Snap! A moment later, the fire dragon egg a few steps away from Li suddenly cracked on one side, leaving a crack more than 1 meter long. Afterwards, more and more cracks began to appear, covering most of the fire dragon egg. The next moment, a round head, similar to a huge red lizard head, popped out from the fire dragon egg. A pair of eyes that looked like inlaid rubies looked at Li on the side and blinked twice. Then, the little fire dragon that was hatched from the fire dragon egg also stretched out its 2 arms. Although it had just hatched from the fire dragon egg, it already had sharp dragon claws. After the little fire dragon came out of the eggshell, he grabbed the bronze-grade fire energy core that had not yet been completely absorbed, held it in his arms, and stretched out his bright red tongue, starting to lick it like a child eating his favorite candy. After this young fire dragon hatched, its pair of sickle-like fiery red dragon wings could be clearly seen behind it. However, the pair of dragon wings, with a wingspan of no more than 3 meters, were folded on the back of the little fire dragon because it had just emerged from the eggshell not long ago. There was even a little egg white juice on many places on the wings. But after coming into contact with the air, this little fire dragon flapped its wings from time to time, releasing a lot of firepower from its body, so the egg-white mucus on its body disappeared rapidly. Now, Li could clearly feel that this little fire dragon that had just hatched had already been bound to Li's original territory. Therefore, even without using the detection skill, you can still call up the attribute panel of this little fire dragon at will. Nickname: Juvenile Fire Dragon. Nickname can be changed. Talent: Overlord 1 star. Level: Ordinary 3 stars. Vital Energy: 3.9. Skills: Fireball, Claw Attack, Dragon Roar. Evaluation: a rare dragon soldier with powerful talents. Overlord level talent. When Li saw the talent column, he was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared. Nowadays, the strongest monster Li had ever encountered was only of gold level, and the only thing that could be confirmed about the Overlord level was that it was definitely above gold level. It may even exceed the gold level by several levels. As expected of the Dragon Clan, even in the rating column, it is mentioned that the talent is strong. It's a pity that synthetic cultivation is not possible. Otherwise, this could greatly shorten the growth cycle of the fire dragon. Now it can only feed some fire energy cores. Li looked at the little fire dragon that was lying on the ground a few meters away, holding the fire energy core crystal with a lazy look on its face. At this stage, it is estimated that it will not be of much use if it is put into battle, as it is only of ordinary grade. Once you reach the bronze level, it may still be of some use. It can be used to scare other monster troops. It is just a newborn dragon, but it has the dragon's roar in its skill column, worthy of being a member of the magical dragon clan with powerful innate life. At this time, Li's attention was shifted to the first-person perspective of the ice lizard warrior, and he gave orders through remote thought, asking him to follow the lava river and begin searching for the one-horned fire python in the lava river. Try to get a few more bronze-level energy core crystals inside the tunnel of the underground magma river. At this moment, the orc ice lizard warrior who had activated the black ice armor to protect himself, after receiving Li's order, looked at the front and back of the tunnel, and then began to look for the unicorn fire python towards the front of the tunnel. Half an hour later, the orc ice lizard warriors only killed 3 one-horned fire pythons, all of which were bronze 1-star to 2-star monsters. The combat effectiveness is not strong. Even a one-horned fire python noticed it in advance and drilled directly into the lava river. The ice lizard warriors definitely cannot enter the interior of this lava river, even if he had the black ice armor to protect him. However, they could not withstand the terrifyingly high temperature in the magma. So some silver-level fire-type servants were able to briefly enter the magma river and kill the escaping one-horned fire python. There must be a group of one-horned fire python monsters around this underground extinct volcano. What a pity. These one-horned fire pythons may be scattered throughout the entire extinct volcano in dozens or even hundreds of lava rivers. This time, if a few one-horned fire pythons were killed in the lava river passing through the underground mine, it would definitely alert the other pythons, which would most likely cause them to not come to this lava river again. After thinking about this, Li also looked somewhat helpless. I don't have many fire energy cores. He could only put his extra ice energy cores on the market in exchange for some low-grade fire energy cores. For an ordinary level energy core, Li only needs to synthesize it and follow the maximum synthesis limit of the golden synthesis bar. His original territory was upgraded to bronze 1-star level, and the equipment and skills he synthesized also directly reached gold 1-star level. Synthesizing a gold-grade energy core is enough for Charmander to devour. While being posted in the trading area, Li still had several unread private messages, all of which saw the bronze-level ice energy core that Li had hung up and used some ordinary grade skills to trade. Li clicked on the unread private message and read it through. The skill books that these human lords took out were all ordinary 1-star to 2-star levels, and nearly 90% of them were 1-star skill books. There is only one 2-star skill book. Nickname, Dark Touch Surgery. Level, ordinary 2 stars. Minimum training requirements. Lord of all races above ordinary level. Skill detailed explanation. After using this skill, you can summon a dark octopus tentacle more than 1 meter long from the other dimension to attack. The duration of its existence depends on the Lord's magic power. Restrictions. Cooling time is 1/4 of an hour. Li made the exchange. There are no duplicates for the other 1-star skill books, and using ordinary 1-star skill books to exchange for bronze-level energy core crystals is a losing business. Moreover, the power of ordinary 1-star offensive skill books is too weak. Among them is a bubble attack. By using this skill, one can spit out a bubble the size of a basketball from the mouth. The power of this bubble is almost the same as the force of a slap from an ordinary person. To those monsters, this is just a tickle. Security is funny. Li casually flipped through this 1-star skill, read the private message, and then click delete all. The energy core crystal, which is only of bronze 1-star rank, is not enough to attract many lords to trade their high-quality skill books. Several more hours passed. Li came to the forge where the dwarf chief was, and looked at the star iron long swords and blades placed beside him. After Li put them into his backpack, he opened the golden synthesis bar and planned to synthesize them one by one. Chapter 46. Natural disaster is coming. Silver level star, iron one-handed sword. Underground jungle land. Li, who was outside the forge, synthesized 4 silver 1-star iron one-handed swords in one breath, upgrading them from ordinary grade to silver grade. There has not been much change in the appearance of this one-handed sword. It just made the sword appear to have a layer of hazy silver light on it. Qin Li used a detection skill on one of the silver-level one-handed swords. Swish! The next moment, the attribute bar of the one-handed sword appeared before his eyes. Nickname: Star Iron One-Handed Sword. Level: Silver 1 star. Condition: in good condition. Equipment requirements: a lord of all races above bronze 2 stars, or a life form of all races. Equipment reduction conditions: because it is a lord's troop or a weapon forged by the lord himself, the star equipment requirement can be reduced by 1. Additional skills: silver level sword and shield, silver level sword energy attack. Qin Li held the one-handed sword, which was very suitable. Excellent grip. Moreover, because the weapon comes from the forging room of his own army, the star requirement is lowered by 1, which is just a big rank lower. Qin Li can just equip it and use it. Then he performed the mind binding. Qin Li naturally got himself a silver-grade weapon for self-defense. However, at this stage, Qin Li does not want to use the weapon for himself because the synthesized grade is too high. If you have too many high-grade weapons in your hands, it may attract the attention of more powerful people, so you should arm your skeleton soldiers first. Qin Li wanted to arm the skeleton soldier squad, but for the time being, he could only ask the dwarf chief to forge the star iron sword. Now, the second dark disaster was about to come. Time is running out, and I can't forge a shield. However, this one-handed sword also has a sword and shield skill, but I don't know how powerful it is. Let's try the defense strength first. Sword and shield. After Qin Li sensed the magical aura contained in this silver-grade star iron one-handed sword, his mind moved. Buzz. The next moment, half a step in front of him, a sword and shield formed and moved with his body. The sword and shield was oval in shape, a translucent silver shield, like a blurry, transparent crystal. It is nearly 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Attack. Qin Li asked the wolf priest who was following him to cast magic and attack the silver-level shield. Chain of ice blades. A weak magical power was released from the silver magic wand in the hand of the wolf priest on the side. From the void beside him, crescent-shaped ice blades nearly 2 meters in length formed, and each ice blade exuded a terrifying chill. One could even see with the naked eye that some cold air was rising from the ice blade, like a large amount of water vapor, and the temperature around it dropped a few degrees. The temperature, which was originally close to 20 degrees, dropped by about 10 degrees. Swish, swish, swish. The wolf priest only condensed 3 ice blades and did not continue to condense other ice blades, accompanied by several swift sounds of breaking through the air. After 3 loud thuds, the ice blade shattered. The silver sword and shield in front of Qin Li also had 3 huge scars, which went directly through the entire sword and shield from top to bottom. Afterwards, Qin Li could feel that the magic power in the one-handed sword in his hand began to be injected into the broken sword and shield. Because of the injection of magic power, the cracks on the sword and shield began to recover rapidly. After the sword and shield were restored, the magic power on this one-handed sword was enough to repair the sword and shield twice. It's pretty powerful. Qin Li nodded slightly and canceled the sword and shield floating in front of him. Sword attack. Qin Li held the sword in one hand and slashed down in front of him. The star iron sword fell. A crescent-shaped sword energy nearly 2 or 3 meters long burst out from the blade, and it struck the stone wall in front of him with the force of thunder. A huge crack 4 meters long and nearly 3 meters deep was left on the stone wall. There was total darkness in the crack. Qin Li felt a little nervous at this power. Leave 2 for myself, so I can kill some flesh and blood bronze monsters. There was some eagerness in Qin Li's eyes. When I was an ordinary human being on Earth, I had never controlled such powerful strength before those powerful monsters. Being able to kill the opponent with your own hands, the feeling of controlling this power is quite refreshing. More than half a day passed quickly. It's getting dark. The countdown for the second dark disaster appeared again in the regional channel of the Human Lord. I'm so impressed. The Dark Scourge has come again. Don't let me be teleported to the Godfall Tower. That place is not suitable for a novice lord. There are no bronze-level soldiers. It is at the bottom of the food chain. If I am chosen to go to the God-Falling Tower for the second time, I should land at the same time and place. This way I won't be afraid. I have found a very hidden place. If I am chosen, I will definitely be able to successfully avoid this dark disaster. What are you afraid of? This is a place where risks and opportunities coexist. Maybe we can encounter some relics of gods. It's possible. Last time, I met many human lords. They all said that they picked up a lot of good things. If two lords fight, we can still reap the benefits. How exciting. Huh. If you see how terrifying those monsters and demons are, you will know. That place has teleportation for all races. I don't know how far the distance between each level of the abyss and the God-falling tower is. Last time, I saw two monsters fighting for a trophy from afar. The combat power of each of them must be at least bronze. Alas, when will this dark disaster end? It's already difficult to survive in this battlefield of the lords of all races, and now there's this damn disaster. Fuck, this time I must rush into that ruin. Shapaj. Many human lords began to talk among them. When Shinli heard some human lords talking about some other powerful lords of all races, his expression became much more serious. Even if he had silver-grade weapons and arms to protect himself, he probably wouldn't be the strongest among the demons, monsters, and other powerful lords of all races. But among these human lords, Shinli believed that he was definitely among the top 3. In the current announcements on the Human Lord Area channel, there has been no news of anyone beheading a silver-level boss-level monster. With the support of the Golden Synthesis Bar, Shinli's improvement speed is definitely far beyond that of some other human lords. As for some other monster tribes and demon tribes, Shinli has never encountered them and does not dare to conclude that they are much stronger than them. If I were chosen by the other 2 dark disasters this time and teleported to the God-falling tower or under the abyss, there would be a good chance that I would meet him. In front of the forge, Shinli synthesized 8 silver-grade weapons in one breath, plus the previous 4, and he bound 2 silver-grade weapons to himself. In total, there are 10 silver-level weapons, which are enough to arm 10 bronze 2-star and above skeleton soldiers, and can be formed into a team of 10 combat units. Chapter 47, The Second Natural Disaster. Teleportation to the Godfall Tower. Late at night. It was still a moonless day. The sky was pitch black. One could only see a layer of silver light on the edge of the dark clouds in some weak spots of the clouds. Below, in Shinli's original territory, after more than 10 hours, Shinli combined the troops summoned by his own troop altars into several silver-level troops. The Ice Lizard Warriors, the Advanced Bone Ice Bats, and the Wolf Priests were all combined into a silver-level troop. As for the leader of the Mountain Dwarf tribe, Shinli allowed his second territory to continue developing under the underground volcano. For the time being, these dwarves, who are mainly forging troops, have not been allowed to join the combat units. As for the skeleton warriors, just when the second dark disaster was about to come, 10 bronze 2-star advanced skeleton warriors were synthesized. The height of each advanced skeleton warrior is close to 2 meters, different from the bronze 1-star skeleton warrior. These advanced skeleton warriors, because of the blessing of the Golden Synthesis Bar, have no scars on their bones. The whole body is as white as jade. At the joints of the bones of these strong skeletons, one can even see some dark red tendons with the naked eye, which greatly increases the movement speed of the skeleton warriors. Moreover, Shinli immediately equipped these bronze-level skeleton warriors with silver-level star iron one-handed swords. Inside the empty eye sockets of these skeleton warriors, there's a pair of orange soul fires burning. The color is extremely dark. My lord! After seeing Shinli, these advanced skeleton warriors half-knelt on the ground very respectfully and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Shinli threw out a detection skill. The property bar appears. Nickname: Advanced version of Skeleton Warrior. Talent: Bronze 2 stars. Level: Bronze 2 stars. Vitality: 5.7. Skills: Undead Recovery, Skeleton Armor, Primary Rage, Bone Spur Attack. Evaluation: a rare type of skeleton soldiers that have evolved. Their combat effectiveness is among the best among the skeleton soldiers of the same level. Equipment: Silver Grade Star, Iron Longsword. Skeleton Armor? Shinli asked one of the advanced skeleton warriors to demonstrate his skills. Only when he understood the skills of these skeleton warriors could he deploy an attack in an orderly manner when encountering a strong enemy. Click, click. When Shinli ordered the skeleton warrior on the far right to add skeleton armor. The next moment, a layer of skeleton plate armor nearly an inch thick began to condense on the empty skeleton of the skeleton warrior. This plate armor simply protected the main torso of the skeleton warrior. From a naked eye, the defensive power does not seem very strong. I guess even the wolf priest can't withstand an ice blade attack. Bone spur attack. Kinli whisperat. Puff. As soon as Shinli finished speaking, Some nearly several inches long bone spikes suddenly appeared at the joints of the skeleton warrior's bones. At the same time, a bone spike nearly 1 meter and 5 or 6 meters long grew out from the palm of his left hand that was not holding the sword. The entire spike is 1 inch longer than the one-handed star iron sword. After this bone spur was unleashed, it looked even more hideous than before. These advanced skeleton warriors do not have any skills that can perform long-range attacks in their skill columns. All of them are melee combat. Qinli thought to himself that if he was chosen to teleport after the Dark Disaster, only a silver-level wolf priest, those ordinary grade soldiers, and several bronze-level soldiers would be left. Take all the rest away. Make sure to keep as much combat power as possible with him, because only in this way can his safety be guaranteed to the maximum. The second Dark Disaster. Countdown is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 1, fight. The Lord player was selected to be teleported to the Dark Scourge Meteorite Tower. Teleport immediately. Countdown 3 seconds. Swish. Qinli chose to leave behind a wolf priest just as he had planned before. 3 seconds go by in a flash. In an instant, Qinli felt a weak, pulling force coming from the void around him, and his vision fell into darkness. Wait until the vision is clear. You're in a jungle full of lush shrubs. Looking up, you can see towering, straight, ancient trees everywhere. His silver-level soldiers were all by his side. You have entered the dark jungle on the first level of the God-Falling Tower. To enter the second floor, you must obtain the second floor's teleportation card. The source of the teleportation card can be obtained from boss-level monster lords or some ancient ruins. After dozens of times, still after the first level, there will be a certain chance that the combat power will be suppressed by the void law here. Immediately, these lines of text appeared in front of Qinli's retina. Transportation card. Qinli extracted important information from these texts. Moreover, if you stay here for too long, your combat power will be suppressed. Although I don't know how strong the suppression is, but according to the laws of the void here, the degree of suppression will definitely not be low. It is estimated that the longer you stay, the more likely you will be punished by the law of the void. This is such a cruel lord game. If you can't find the teleportation card, the combat effectiveness of your troops will become lower and lower. Even if they're strong enough in the outside world, they will be suppressed in this first level of the Dark Forest, and the difficulty of passing the levels will definitely become higher and higher. Roar! Qinli's ear. Suddenly, a beast roar was heard not far away. In the lush rainforest, the bushes began to emit noises of friction from monsters moving quickly through them. This dark forest is daytime now, but even so, the lush tree canopy above heads blocked most of the sunlight, and only through the gaps in the tree can one see rays of bright sunlight slanting down. However, the overall brightness is still much brighter than the night. The monsters nearby were moving and soon came closer. The next moment, a two-headed black panther jumped out from the bushes dozens of meters in front of him. The black panther was nearly 5 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, with strong and powerful limbs and soft, shiny black hair all over its body. The two pairs of dark eyes of the two-headed black panther jumped out from the bushes when they saw Qinli and the 6 silver-level soldiers around him, as well as a number of bronze-level soldiers. In an instant, the two-headed black panther froze in place, not daring to move. The air seemed to freeze. This two-headed black panther was very clear about his own strength. With his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat some powerful soldiers emitting silver-level auras. This was tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 48, Fox Demon Lord, Silverblade Mantis Insect. The first floor of the Tower of Fallen Gods. In the dark forest. Kill it. Qinli, who was lying in an open space in the jungle, looked at the two-headed black panther that suddenly appeared in front of him, and spoke with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The words fell. The 2 silver-level wolf priests beside him immediately launched long-range magic attacks. Ice Prison. Chain of Ice Blades. Click, click. At this moment, the two-headed black panther, sensing the threat of life and death, subconsciously wanted to shrink back and flee directly. But before he turned around, he felt a horrible chill coming from beneath his body, and in just half a breath, the ground under his feet was covered by a huge layer of ice with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters. My legs were stuck with ice, and I couldn't move. I can only struggle with my upper body. But this icy feeling began to spread from the limbs upwards, and soon reached the torso, with most of the body frozen. In sight, several huge crescent-shaped ice blades were also seen, leaving a few faint outlines in the air and flying straight out from the neck of the two-headed Black Panther. The scimitar's ice blade neatly cut off the two-headed Black Panther's neck. Blood gushed out. The two-headed Black Panther flying in the air saw its headless body. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. A silver-level, terrifying monster. The two-headed Black Panther had eaten 2 foreign human lords a few days ago. The types of soldiers and monsters that each human lord could control were very limited. It is a bronze-level monster, and it is very easy for it to deal with a human lord. But I had a very filling meal. But this time, after he smelled the scent of the human lord, he rushed up impatiently, but he didn't expect to meet a tough guy this time. Bang! From the outside world's perspective. After the two-headed Black Panther's head was chopped off, its body immediately turned into a point of light and dissipated into the void, leaving only a lot of blood that had spurted from its neck and fell to the ground. A faint smell of blood began to spread around. The target monster, the bronze-level two-headed Black Panther, is dead. Obtained 50 kilograms of fresh Black Panther flesh. Obtained a bronze-level wind energy core crystal. Immediately, these 2 lines of text appeared in front of Qin Li's eyes. Qin Li's nose twitched slightly. Looking at the pool of blood of the Black Panther monster on the ground, he frowned slightly and immediately rode on a mutant ice lizard king prepared on the side and dived into the lush bushes behind him. He is not aware of the situation around him now, so it is better to be cautious. After all, the danger level of this god-falling tower is much higher than that in the snowy forest. There are also many other lords with powerful, innate life forms. It would be best to let your flying troops explore the surroundings. Finding a nearby bronze-level boss lord is the safest way to get a teleportation card. As for the ruins, this thing may rely entirely on luck or a special way of opening. At least for now, Qin Li has no information about the ruins in this dark forest. After a dozen breaths, in the open space that Qin Li left, a silver blade mantis with a body length of nearly 3 meters flew out from between the upright ancient trees on one side. The air was buzzing, and in a flash it flew over more than 10 meters and landed in the open space in the jungle. The entire body of this silver blade mantis insect is emerald green, but its pair of sharp swords are covered in a faint silver glow. This silver blade mantis insect stared at the blood on the open space with its pair of long mantis compound eyes. Immediately following, he tilted his head and looked in the direction Qin Li was retreating. After pausing for a few seconds, huge cicada wings suddenly spread out behind him. Buzz! After leaving a slight buzzing sound in its original place, it flew away in the direction it had just come from. This silver blade mantis insect flew 2,000 or 3,000 meters in the jungle. It landed on a branch that was nearly 10 meters wide, and the tiny barbs on its claws fixed its body firmly on the branch. He lowered his head and let out a faint chirping sound. A few meters in front of the silver blade mantis insect, on a thick branch, there was a woman in a white dress. The woman had a pair of narrow pink eyes. His pupils were full of pink, and his expression was filled with a slightly dizzying illusion. But behind this woman, there was a long red foxtail, which was nearly 2 meters long and even bigger than the woman's body. Are there any remaining human auras? This is worth tracking down. The human race currently doesn't have any powerful lords. A hint of coldness flashed across Hu Sanyang's cunning eyes. The red tail behind it swayed slightly. His mind moved. In an instant, more than a dozen silver blade mantis insects emerged from the lush jungle around them, and all fell down from the lush jungle above. They floated in the air around the thick branches, as if waiting for Hu Sanyang's order. You guys go meet that human guy. Hu Sanyang hesitated for a moment, but still had no intention of taking action herself. Among the demon race, their fox clan is not good at fighting. They mostly practice illusion. Even though she practiced the Yuehua Heart Sutra, she also developed many minor techniques besides illusion. But they can barely fight to a draw with the monsters of the same level. If she wanted to take action against ordinary humans, an illusion would be enough to trap the opponent. But in this battlefield of all races, this is already the second dark disaster. There must be powerful figures among the human lords. If she can avoid taking action personally, she will naturally not show up. What he should do is to hide behind and wait for the opportunity to act. Moreover, the initiative is now in her hands, as it was her troops who discovered the enemy's traces one step ahead. After Hu Sanyang gave the order, the 7 bronze-level, silver-blade mantis insects that she pointed out immediately rushed into the jungle on one side and disappeared into the large forest in a few flashes, without a trace. As for Hu Sanyang, who was on the tree trunk, her body disappeared out of thin air after turning around, hiding under the illusion. Unless there are some monsters with strong mental power, it is impossible to detect her exact location. At this time, after Qin Li entered the jungle with his troops, he ordered the 2 advanced bone-type ice bats to fly directly into the jungle above. Taking their location as the center, they began to explore the surroundings. Intermediate co-vision. Qin Li, who was on the back of the mutated Ice King, bound the gaze of one of the bone-type ice bats and began to observe. This is his first time in this dark forest, so it will be good for him to be more cautious. After dozens of breaths, so many mantis bugs. The advanced version of the bone-type ice bat that Qin Li was bound to was seen flying low over the jungle behind them. There were 7 giant green mantis insects, each nearly 3 meters long, flapping their wings and rushing towards where Qin Li and the others were at a very fast speed. At this speed, the 2 sides will definitely collide in more than 10 seconds. Chapter 49. Sweeping the Mantis Swarm. Counterattack. A humid jungle. If you look down from hundreds of meters in the air, you can see that most of the rainforest area is covered by some humid mist. In the distance, one can vaguely see some monster figures and the roars of birds and beasts. Now, Qin Li looked into the eyes of the bone-type ice bat that was blessed by him. Floating in the air from under the tree canopy, he saw the mantis queen insects flying more than 10 meters below the ground. He was lying on the back of the ice lizard, with a solemn look on his face. He immediately passed the news of being hunted down to the soldiers and servants around him. A moment. The 2 ice lizard warriors immediately used their black ice armor, and the thick ice armor wrapped them up. His eyes were fixed behind him. The 2 wolf priests also turn around. Once the enemy rushes into your sight, kill him at any time. The white bone ice bat that Qin Li was looking at flapped its huge pectoral fins, flew under the tree canopy, and followed the mantis insects with ease. Blocked the retreat of these mantis insects. Try to keep all these mantis insects. Qin Li also had a guess in his mind that there must be a nearby lord of all races behind these mantis insects. There's a high possibility that this is because they left their aura at the place where they fought just now. For some bronze-level monsters, it is basically quite easy to track a scent. Qin Li didn't have any equipment to shield his own aura, so he had to wait until later to see if he could kill the monster and get the aura to drop. Furthermore, in the trading area, there is a treasure that can conceal the aura. Certainly, it would be best to have this kind of special type of servant. Buzz. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Li, who was waiting there, suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound coming from behind him. But after several rounds of magic tempering, Qin Li's hearing ability has been greatly enhanced, and he also heard quite a lot of noise. And, from his sight, because of the skill of shared vision, he could also see the 7 huge mantis insects approaching this place from a bird's-eye view. Swish, swish, swish. When the 3 mantis insects flew over a bush and appeared in the sight of Qin Li and his companions, the wolf priest, who had already condensed magic power and condensed several huge ice blades from his side, immediately controlled the ice blades on his side. Locked the breath of these mantis insects. Nearly a dozen huge ice blades, like a dozen extremely sharp and terrifying sickles, chopped the mantis insects flying in front into a dozen pieces. The power of the ice blade did not decrease much, and it cut through most of the bushes behind them. Finally, the ice blade hit a thick wooden branch not far away. It went straight through 2 giant trees before disappearing. Its power is evident. The 3 mantis insects in front were killed instantly, and the 4 mantis insects following closely behind them also brushed past the dozen or so crescent ice blades. They were almost killed together. The last 4 mantis insects wanted to escape immediately. The enemy's strength was beyond their expectations, and they could not defeat the strong enemy. Escaping is the first priority. Their lord would not want to let them die in vain at this time. But the 4 mantis insects didn't wait for them to retreat. There was also a loud noise coming from above and behind them. A huge white bone ice bat, several times larger than them, landed from the sky. An ice chain as thick as a bucket condensed in front of the ice bat, and the ice chain was covered with dense and sharp ice spikes. The ice chain was very spiritual, like a giant ice python, entwining a mantis insect. The ice chain tore hard, splitting the mantis insect in half from the middle and strangling it to death. As for the other 3 panicked mantis insects, before they could escape, 2 swift white afterimages flew up from below. Their compound eyes only saw the outlines of 2 figures wearing white armor. Then the 2 mantis insects fell into eternal darkness. The last mantis insect escaped more than 10 meters. It was bitten by another white bone ice bat that came over and flew out from behind the tree. Its 2 pairs of thick and ferocious white bone teeth bit off the body of the last mantis insect after just a collision and friction. The target monster, the bronze-level silverblade mantis insect, is dead. We have obtained a wind-type energy core crystal. The 7 silverblade mantis insects that came to look for them were killed by Qin Li in just 3 or 4 seconds. Can you track the scent of these mantis insects? Qin Li spoke. My lord, we could track them down. The 2 orc ice lizard warriors who were protected by thick ice moved their noses slightly under their helmets and smelled the scent of several mantis insects floating in the void. The smell of these mantis insects extended all the way to the depths of the jungle from where they came. Track. See if we can kill the lord behind them. Killing intent emerged in Qin Li's eyes. Since the other party already knew his whereabouts, and he had killed so many soldiers and servants, the 2 sides had become enemies. It's best to avenge this grudge immediately. Moreover, the soldiers and servants sent by the Lord of 10,000 races are all bronze 2-star. Just this piece of information also shows that the Lord of 10,000 races himself is very likely to be a bronze-level lord. Yes, my lord. Qin Li asked the wolf tribe to perform a sacrifice and summon the frost dragon, and the other ice lizard tribe warriors each jumped onto the back of an advanced bone-type ice bat. He immediately followed the scent of the mantis insects and headed straight for the location of the fox demon Lord Hu Sanyang. At this time, Hu Sanyang concealed her figure with the power of illusion and sat in meditation on the thick branch of a tree. Suddenly, he opened his cunning eyes, his expression full of shock, just in a few seconds. All the silverblade mantis insects that he sent out to track down the human lord were killed in the battle. Pre-retinal. You can clearly see those lines of upgrade text that jump out. Silver-level lord? Suddenly, such a thought popped into Hu Sanyang's mind. But how is this possible? Without great opportunities, it is impossible for ordinary humans to control silver-level troops in such a short period of time. The existence of silver-level troops is already comparable to some demons with strong combat power. Her own rank in the demon race's cultivation system is merely at the level of a demon soldier. Converted to the battlefield of the lords of all races, she only has the combat power of a bronze 3-star. However, relying on the power of this illusion, it is very easy to deal with people of the same level. That was why he was so confident that he sent out his own soldiers and servants to track down the human lord. He didn't expect that he picked a human lord with such a weak innate life force and hit a wall. We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave now. Hu Sanyang felt a surge of crisis in her heart. Chapter 50, Kill the Bronze Demon Clan, Random Skill Book. Escape in different directions. Hu Sanyang's expression changed. The 15 silverblade mantis insects beside her split into 3 groups and fled under her command. After a few flashes, the figures of these mantis insects disappeared into the vast sea of trees at an extremely fast speed. But Hu Sanyang chose her own path. Cast an illusion to cover it up. After hiding his body, he jumped down from the thick wooden branch. While falling, he pinched his hands and performed a gliding technique that only demon soldiers could practice. Swish! A breeze blew, lifted its body up, and began to glide towards the inside of the jungle, but when it had flown only 400 or 500 meters. When he looked back, from between the straight tree trunks, 2 gigantic frost dragons flew over. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars with great penetrating power came from the 2 frost dragons, and the dragon, might of the subdragon species, swept in all directions. Although they are not pure-blooded dragons, when the dragon might is released from their bodies, it will cause other monsters of the same level, or monsters lower than them, to feel frightened and terrified. 2 silver-level troops. Hu Sanyang, who had just escaped a short distance, saw the 2 figures in white wizard robes on the back of the frost dragon, and a hint of fear flashed in her narrow eyes. Not good. It's a mage unit. It's unlucky. A human lord can obtain 2 silver level or higher troops in such a short period of time. This human lord must have obtained a great opportunity. Hu Sanyang smiled bitterly in her heart. It's too late to regret now. The mental power of the mage-level soldiers is the best among the same level. They can see through her whereabouts at a glance. After all, she has not reached the silver level yet. It's just bronze level. Before Hu Sanyang could add the power of illusion to her body, the 2 frost dragons hundreds of meters away flew straight towards her. Moreover, she also sensed that there were 2 strong mental powers falling outside the illusion shield she had cast. My whereabouts must have been discovered. If it wasn't the silver level of the mage army, I would definitely not be seen through so easily. Hu Sanyang felt somewhat unwilling. I am so unlucky. Moonblade. Hu Sanyang's pair of narrow and long fox eyes also revealed a hint of struggle at this moment. At the same time, she used her mind waves to make the silver blade mantis insects that had originally fled in all directions rush over again to help her resist the enemy's attack. Hu Sanyang hidden under the magic. I saw a human figure wearing white light armor on the back of one of the frost dragons. The other party should be the human lord who controlled the silver level troops. It activates the Moonblade skill. Suddenly, the demonic energy in his body was released, and a moonlight blade that seemed to be constructed by the bright moonlight condensed from the air half a step in front of him. This moonblade is nearly 4 meters long. It exudes a brilliant silver glow, and this moonblade is also blessed with the power of illusion when wielded by Hu Sanyang, when fighting against soldiers of the same level. As long as the moonblade gets close, if the opponent observes it, he will easily be affected by the power of illusion and will be hit by her attack. After counting the breaths, deep in the jungle, the dozen or so silver blade mantis insects that were originally controlled by Hu Sanyang have also arrived at this moment, but they are still several hundred meters away from her. The 2 frost dragons were already approaching. Now, the 2 wolf priests on the back of the frost dragon, holding silver magic wands, discovered Hu Sanyang, who was hiding in illusion with the silver-level mental fluctuations. The 2 of them worked in perfect harmony and performed a series of ice blade techniques together. Several meter-long crystal ice blades, emitting a terrifying chill, were suspended around the 2 of them. There were 19 of them in total. When Hu Sanyang saw this scene, her heart sank. The moon blade attack that he released was simply incomparable in comparison with this one, and he would definitely lose. The next moment, the moon blade released by Hu Sanyang only collided with one of the ice blades, and both dissipated in the air. The moon blade was shattered. The several meter-long crescent-shaped ice blade was shattered into pieces by nearly 2/3 at this time, leaving only a 1 meter-long ice blade, and its power was greatly reduced. But it blocked an ice blade. The other 18 huge ice blades instantly submerged Hu Sanyang. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds were heard. A dozen ice blades were like a dozen extremely sharp, long swords, piercing through Hu Sanyang's body, revealing her figure from behind the illusion. But at this moment, even Hu Sanyang's foxtail was chopped into several pieces and fell from the air. Nickname: Unknown Fox Demon Lord. Level: Bronze. Skill. At this time, the moment Hu Sanyang's figure appeared, Qin Li used a detection skill. In the blink of an eye, a simple attribute bar appeared in front of Qin Li's retina. The introduction of this attribute column basically only provides a name. The only thing we know is that this is a bronze-level fox demon lord. The Fox clan is not a race that is good at attacking among the entire demon clan. Among the beasts, tigers, leopards, lions, and elephants are born with strong physical qualities. They have considerable advantages over other monsters of the same level. The target fox demon lord is dead. I have obtained a bronze treasure chest of the Fox Demon Lord. Congratulations to the Lord player for becoming one of the top 3 in the human camp in killing the Demon Lord. Should we announce it? Congratulations to the player for winning the ranking reward, a bronze-level monster random skill book. Not open to the public. Qin Li did not choose to make it public. He was just in the top 3. This means that there are 2 others in the human camp who have killed the Demon Lords earlier than him. But what is certain is that the number of human lords killed by the demon lords is definitely double, or even more than 10 times. If he didn't have the protection of several silver-level soldiers, such as the wolf priests, and only had bronze-level soldiers, he would definitely have to fight a fierce battle against such a fox demon lord. At least one thing is certain. If the fox demon lord wants to leave, he will not be able to track him because of his special skill of hiding his body. However, the gains from this battle were quite good. A bronze-level lord's treasure chest and a bronze-level monster random skill book. Qinli looked at the extra items in his backpack and felt satisfied. Let's leave the battle site first, and then go to check what good things are in the treasure chest that exploded after the death of the Fox Lord. Qinli was also looking forward to the bronze-level demon skills. The methods used by the demon clan are extremely mysterious, especially the skill of concealing the body used by the Fox Demon Lord before, which is really a powerful tool for escape and hiding. Chapter 51, Demon Race Skill Book, Moonlight Heart Sutra Part 2, Dark Forest. After killing those severely injured silver blade mantis insects, Qin Li's many silver-level soldiers turned around and went deep into the jungle. Fortunately, the one targeting him was only a bronze-level lord of all races. However, this was the first time he encountered a demon lord. The Fox Lord revealed his true form, and the red tail behind him left a deep impression on Qin Li. On the branches of a tall ancient tree, the thick trunk is located. A tree hole of nearly 20 square meters was temporarily dug out. The tree hole was very cool, and vines hanging down from the tree covered the entrance of the hole. Inside the tree hole, Qin Li sat cross-legged on a wooden bed. At this moment, his mind was focused on the bronze-level fox demon treasure chest in his backpack. Take advantage of the fact that we're not being targeted by other monsters or other lords. Check what you've got first. Now, in the backpack, the bronze-level Fox Lord's treasure chest was a light red in color. On the surface of the treasure chest was a red fox figure that appeared looming, as if about to jump out from the surface of the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Bite. Successfully open the treasure chest. A bronze 2-star territory upgrade stone has been obtained. I have obtained a bronze 2-star silver blade mantis troop summoning altar. I have obtained a bronze 3-star cultivation technique, Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2. After the treasure chest is opened, there are 3 more items in Qin Li's backpack, among which was the territory upgrade stone, which was what Qin Li needed. He could use the territory upgrade stone after leaving the God-Falling Tower. This bronze 2-star silver blade mantis insect troop has average combat effectiveness, so keep it for now and deal with it when needed in the future. At last, what Qin Li was most interested in was the bronze 3-star cultivation technique, the second part of the Moonlight Heart Sutra. The level of this skill in the second part alone is already 3 bronze stars. If it were the middle part, or the complete version of the first part, it might be a skill comparable to gold level. Icon, the properties panel appears. Nickname, Moonlight Heart Sutra Part 2. Level, bronze 3 stars. Minimum training requirements, Lord of all races above bronze 1 star. Skill detailed explanation. It can gather the essence of moonlight and condense the moon's spiritual energy to achieve the effect of prolonging life and strengthening the physical body. When practiced to the great perfection of the Moon Heart Sutra, it can summon a projection of the moon goddess. Additional skills, Moonblade, Frost Moon Mist. Restrictions, practice must be performed under the illumination of the moon. Without the illumination of the moon, the progress of practice will be extremely slow. 2 additional skills, not bad. Qin Li was very satisfied. The moon blade in the skill column reminded Qin Li of the moonlight blade released by the Fox Lord before his death. But the power of the moon blade was so great that even the wolf priest's ice blade could not stop it. But what he valued was the detailed explanation of this skill, which was said to have the effect of prolonging life. The higher the level of the practice technique, the greater the transformation effect on one's own body, the greater the transformation effect will be. Qin Li recalled that some of the skill books he had practiced before would temper and improve his body every time he successfully practiced them. You will feel refreshed, and your physical fitness will also improve to a certain extent. The amount of increase depends on the grade of the skill book being practiced. Practice the Moonlight Heart Sutra. Qin Li's mind moved. It is very likely that this technique was practiced by the Fox Lord he killed. Buzz. In the backpack, the technique icon disappears. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge about martial arts was stuffed into Qin Li's mind, and the mysteries of many martial arts emerge in his mind. In the sea of consciousness, with the infusion of the second part of the Moonlight Heart Sutra, countless mysterious runes emitting hazy moonlight finally gathered into a huge bright moon. The bright moon is like the scorching sun during the day, emitting brilliant and bright moonlight. From under the moonlight, some birds, beasts, or human figures appeared, all of them meditating on the ground, or kneeling and praying respectfully to the full moon above. Immediately following, the bright moon and all the images merged into a pure white skill card. On the skill card were written 4 large characters, Moonlight Heart Sutra. In the lower right corner of the skill card, there's a line of small text that reads, Next part. After successful cultivation, Qinli felt as if his whole body was covered by a layer of warm film, and a tempering force several times stronger than before surged through his limbs and bones. This tempering force flows through his limbs and bones. If observed from the outside, one can clearly see wisps of impurities and ashes emerging from Qinli's pores. A large amount of gray-black impurities flew out. Half a quarter of an hour later, the tempering power that enveloped his body was completely consumed, and a layer of grayish-white impurities fell on the ground of the tree, whole a few steps away from Qinli. Qinli felt that his body was full of strength. He even felt that if he threw a punch at this moment, he could even punch through the tree hole in front of him. Bang! Qinli stood up. He clenched his right fist and smashed it against the wooden wall of the tree hole in front of him. After a heavy muffled sound, Qinli's entire right arm was submerged in it, nearly 1 meter deep. But Qinli also felt that his entire right arm was going numb. It's much stronger than before. His physical speed is probably not much slower than that of an ordinary 3-star monster. As for bronze monsters, some monsters have sharp claws, so it's quite easy to attack such an ordinary trunk tree. Qinli turned his right arm, which was a little numb. Then he calmed down. Continue to focus your attention on the bronze-level monster random skill book in your backpack. After using this random skill book, then you can choose one from among the thousands of bronze-level demon skills and practice this bronze 3-star Moonlight Heart Sutra. He personally felt the power of this tempering force. If I could obtain a bronze 3-star monster skill book and control it, my physical fitness might really be infinitely close to that of a bronze monster. Use the bronze level monster random skill book. Buy. Used successfully. Swish. These 2 lines of text appeared in front of Qinli's retina. The next moment, a roulette wheel appeared in the void half a step in front of him. Each grid on the roulette wheel seemed to represent a bronze-level demon skill book. And every time the wheel turns, the bronze-level demon skill book on it will change at any time. Chapter 52, Small 5 Elements Illusion. Unknown Black Armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Inside a slightly damp tree hole, Qinli was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. At this moment, in his sight, the bronze-level demon skill book that was constantly changing was spinning rapidly for more than 10 circles. The speed of rotation began to gradually slow down. After counting the breaths, the arrow on the roulette wheel fell on one of the squares. The next moment, the thin mist covering the roulette grid was changing rapidly. I have obtained a bronze 3-star demon skill book, Small 5 Elements Illusion. Do you want to practice the Small 5 Elements Illusion technique? At this time, a small 5-element illusion icon automatically appeared in Qinli's backpack. The icon took the shape of a 5-element disc with a mysterious rune on it. Illusion. Qinli was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. According to his 2 silver-level wolf priests, the main reason why the Fox Lord was able to conceal his figure was because the other party cast an illusion. Hide your own figure. For some bronze-level monsters of the same rank, it is impossible to track their location. Even for some silver-level monsters that are good at close combat, there is a great possibility that the opponent will slip away right under their noses. Only mages like them, soldiers who cultivate spiritual power, can sense the location of the Fox Lord if they are within a few hundred meters of them. Even so, one can only vaguely sense the approximate location. But this is enough. By performing a wave of chain ice blade techniques, the opponent can be forced out of the invisible state. Nickname: Little 5 Elements Illusion. Level: Bronze 3 stars. Minimum training requirements: Lord of all races above Bronze 1 star. Skill: Detailed explanation. After practicing this skill, you can perform the 5 Elements Illusion, which can be used to trap enemies, defend, etc. The power of illusion is endless, and you can explore its uses on your own. Additional skills: 5 Elements Shield. Restrictions: Once the spiritual energy in the body is completely consumed, illusions cannot be performed. If they're forcibly performed, there will be a certain degree of trauma to the brain sea of consciousness. Not bad. Looking at the detailed description of the skill, Qin Li's eyes lit up. His luck this time was indeed good, as he was able to randomly obtain such a bronze-level demon skill. And it was exactly what he needed. Qin Li is currently in the early stages of his development, and it can be said that any bronze-level skill book can bring him a significant boost. Practice. Qin Li made his choice without hesitation. Boom. Same as before. A huge tempering force enveloped his body, and also tempered his body. This tempering power is similar to that of the Moonlight Heart Sutra. After all, both are bronze 3-star demon skills. Qin Li was in the sea of consciousness. A stream of pure spiritual energy appeared from the void and flowed into the depths of the dark sea of consciousness. Surrounding this spiritual energy, there's a layer of hazy, gray, demonic energy lingering on it. If the Moonlight Aura on the Moonlight Heart Sutra skill card had made Qin Li feel somewhat cool, then the aura of this small 5-element illusion had a layer of slightly biting corrosive feeling attached to it. After practicing 2 demon skill books, Qin Li also understood that different spiritual energy would produce different effects due to the different skills practiced by the Lord himself. After counting the breaths, the center of Qin Li's sea of consciousness. Next to the pure white skill card of Yuehua Heart Sutra, there's another skill card with colorful light emerging on its surface. The 2 bronze 3-star skill cards were like 2 twin stars orbiting each other. Around them were other bronze and ordinary skill cards, slowly rotating with them as the center. Just like the operating rules of the solar system. 5 elements shield. Now, Qin Li closed his eyes. His divine sense connected to the skill card of the small 5 elements illusion in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, countless colorful spiritual particles appeared from the void around him. What is floating in the air around here is the 5 elements of spiritual energy. They're the most green spots of light around, representing wood-type spiritual energy. Wooden shield. Qin Li raised his right hand. A thought came to my mind. In the blink of an eye, wooden boards nearly 1 meter long began to emerge from the palm of his right hand. The planks were quickly joined together. In just half a breath, a light green wooden shield with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared in the palm of his right hand. It's too weak. Qin Li looked at the wooden shield, which was only 1 or 2 inches thick. A wooden shield of this thickness could only resist the attacks of some ordinary monsters. Just at this moment, Qin Li sensed the mental power fluctuations emitted by an advanced version of the bone-type ice bat. Long before they paused there, Qin Li had already dispatched 2 bone-type ice bat soldiers to begin searching the surroundings. Now, one of them is a white bone ice bat, which must have detected something and released its mental fluctuations, waiting for Qin Li to share vision. Intermediate co-vision. Qin Li's thoughts fell on the intermediate shared vision skill card in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the sight in Qin Li's eyes suddenly changed, and he directly entered the first-person perspective of the bone-type ice bat. Presented before your eyes. It is on the shore of a lake in a jungle. At a glance, there is no end to the jungle lake. In the distance, there are some huge birds flying down from time to time. Their sharp feet held huge blackhead fish. One could vaguely see the tails of the giant fish struggling desperately, but the birds pecked at the black fish's heads several times with their long beaks, piercing them. In the blink of an eye, the giant blackhead fish that was struggling desperately suddenly wilted and stopped moving. But, in the sight of the bone-type ice bats, the most conspicuous thing was the black-armored Tyrannosaurus lying on the sand on the shore of the lake with some undulations on its abdomen. This black-armored Tyrannosaurus was covered with dense black scales all over its body. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its head was turned and buried next to its abdomen. He looked lazy, especially from his nostrils. With every breath he took, 2 strong air currents blew out, blowing up a small amount of dust. From a visual point of view, the length of this black-armored Tyrannosaurus must be more than 10 meters, and on the tip of its thick tail, there's a ferocious spike that is nearly half a meter long. Moreover, on the back of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, you can even see a few birds that are no more than half a meter long. The birds pecked at the back of the Tyrannosaurus a few times and swallowed some of the rotten meat on the scales on its back into their stomachs. It has the effect of cleaning the back of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. This monster must be at least 3-star silver or above. After seeing the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, Qin Li's pupils shrank slightly in the tree hole, and a hint of fear emerged. Chapter 53: Two dragons fighting, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. With the strength of the troops Qin Li currently has, it can be said that the chance of defeating a subdragon species above the silver 3-star level is not high. Even if there is a chance, our side will definitely suffer heavy losses. If this guy were a gold-level monster, he would not be able to deal with it now. Qin Li sensed the direction and distance of the scout ice bat that went out to explore, which was 5 kilometers to the northeast. This direction and location have been set as a restricted area by Qin Li. At this time, the advanced version of the bone-type ice bat hid itself in the jungle 100 meters away from the sand. Its huge body was obscured by the lush branches and leaves. If you don't walk closer and take a closer look, you will never notice that there is such a huge white ice bat hidden in the lush tree canopy on the shore. Now, just when Qin Li ordered the bone-type ice bat to leave, suddenly, in the sight of the bone-type ice bat, the lake, which was originally only rippling, disappeared. From a lake's surface dozens of meters away from the shore. Suddenly, a huge bulge appeared, as if some huge monster was about to run out from under the lake. After the water surface rose by more than 2 meters, 3 black sharp corners, nearly 1 meter long, appeared from under the water. The sharp corner, more than 1 meter long, grew rapidly. Finally, it was close to 3 meters long. From under the 3 black horns is a gigantic lizard monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Countless yellowish teeth like long swords protrude from its mouth, especially the pair of orange-yellow vertical pupils, which were filled with cold, murderous intent, and its gaze was fixed on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus resting on the shore. Moreover, he walked up from the lake very slowly. It was as if it was planning to launch a surprise attack on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus that was resting on the shore. After counting the breaths, the horned lizard monster that walked out from under the lake had almost fully revealed its body, and its size was also more than 10 meters in size. There are 3 huge black horns on the forehead, which looks very ferocious. With its sturdy claws on all 4 limbs, it began to slowly approach the black-armored Tyrannosaurus on the shore. Its huge lizard tail completely emerged from under the lake. There is also a dark black gem inlaid in the lizard's tail. Under the scorching sunlight, the surface of the huge gem was covered with a faint rainbow light. Streams of water flowed down the lizard monster's carapace and thick limbs and into the lake below, which was only 2 meters deep. The next moment, the horned lizard monster approached the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the two were about 10 meters apart, the horned lizard began to open its mouth with pale yellow sharp teeth. Buzz! Countless ochre-colored magic particles began to gather from the mouth of the lizard monster, forming an ochre-colored sphere with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. From the perspective of the bone-type ice bat, it can be seen very clearly that the surface of the yellowish-brown sphere in the lizard's mouth is covered with a very sticky acid. Bang! The horned lizard spat out the acid ball in its mouth, aiming at the neck of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus not far in front of it. The birds on the back of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus were startled first. They began flapping their wings in panic and flew towards the jungle in front of them. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was lying lazily on the ground, suddenly opened a pair of scarlet Tyrannosaurus vertical pupils. Just when he was about to stand up, his body suddenly leaned forward and he felt a heavy hammer hitting his neck. The black scales on the neck have shattered. A large area of bright red flesh was exposed. After the flesh was covered by the highly acidic liquid, wisps of pungent white smoke rose from the wound. Roar! The black-armored Tyrannosaurus lying on the ground let out an angry roar. The terrifying sound waves, with it as the center, caused the sand and dust on the surrounding ground to be blown up, forming a circle with a diameter of several meters. He turned around suddenly. Then he saw the horned lizard with bared fangs and claws flying towards him. They seemed to be very familiar with each other, and the anger in the eyes of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus was even stronger than before. On the lake sand, the 2 huge monsters suddenly collided with each other. Every time they collided, bursts of heavy noises came from between them. In the lake, some fish that were closer to the shore all began to swim towards the deeper parts of the lake under the influence of these huge movements. Opportunity! At this time, Qin Li, through the sight of the bone-type ice bat, saw the 2 behemoths entangled together, and his eyes lit up. These 2 looked like powerful boss-level monsters. No matter who loses, the other one will definitely be seriously injured. After all, after fighting each other for more than a dozen rounds, the two sub-dragon monsters were basically injured, as if their fighting power was on par with each other. In this way, he has a greater chance of reaping the benefits. It is even possible to take advantage of this opportunity to kill two powerful monsters. What a rare opportunity. Qinli did not hesitate and immediately gave the order with his mind. They began to fly towards the northeast, and another advanced version of the bone-type ice bat was released by Qinli to observe the surroundings around them. Once there are other powerful monsters, or the movements of the lords of all races, he will be able to know their whereabouts. Qinli doesn't want to be disturbed by others in this kind of opportunity. Inside the jungle, Qinli stood on the frost dragon, which had a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. Its slender body, coupled with a pair of sickle-like dragon wings, made its movements like a nimble flying swallow. He shuttled through the upright branches easily and cleanly, and arrived at the destination in just a dozen breaths, covering a distance of several thousand meters. When they approached the jungle at the edge of the lake, they were within 1,000 meters. He could vaguely hear angry roars intertwined with each other, and Qinli had always activated the intermediate shared vision skill. Switching to the first-person perspective of the ice bat, the fight between the two ferocious sub-dragon monsters was extremely quick, taking only a dozen or so breaths. They have already fought for more than a dozen rounds. On the sandy ground near the shore, there were gullies that were nearly several meters deep and extended for nearly 100 meters. The gullies seemed to have been corroded by strong acid. Large clouds of pungent white smoke rose from it, filling the entire sandy shore with a pervasive smell. That horned lizard is going to lose. Now, in the sight of the ice bat, the horned lizard that attacked first was never a match for the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Although it took the initiative, its own combat power was still far behind that of the Tyrannosaurus. 2 of the 3 horns of the horned lizard have been broken off, leaving only the shorter one on the left. His body was covered with scars from the Tyrannosaurus's claws, which had dyed the sand into large patches of dark red, and his aura was obviously much weaker than before. Especially the several-meter-long scar on the abdomen, which extended to the ribs, and a piece of pale bones could be seen, looking miserable. Chapter 54, a rare opportunity to fight the wounded Tyrannosaurus. On the shore of the lake, on a sandy ground, the 2 huge monsters collided with each other and fought for dozens of rounds, and both sides were basically injured on the surface. After the scales on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus neck were corroded at first, the horned lizard monster used a desperate attack, leaving several heart-wrenching scars on its neck. A lot of blood also flowed from his neck to his lower body. But compared with the horned lizard that attacked him at the beginning, this injury can be considered a minor one. Roar! On the head of the horned lizard, the sharp claws of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus left 3 scars, half a meter deep and 2 to 3 meters long. A shrill scream came from the horned lizard. Immediately following, the horned lizard seemed to realize that it had hit a wall. Even with a sneak attack, it would not be a match for the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. It had already begun to retreat. Dragging his injured body, he suddenly flew back several steps, and small part of his body had already entered the lake. But when the black-armored Tyrannosaurus saw that the horned lizard wanted to retreat, its eyes glowed red. Open its huge mouth. From its ferocious mouth, wisps of flame spewed out, and countless fire magic powers gathered in them, gathering from its mouth to form a huge fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. The scorching fire waves swept out in all directions with it as the center. View from the side. In the void surrounding the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, its figure was distorted by the high temperature. A faint smell of burning spread in all directions. Boom! A huge fireball broke through the air like a gust of wind and shot towards a horned lizard that had retreated beneath the lake. Very fast, in almost the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the horned lizard. At the same time, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was standing in place, burst out with terrifying power from its strong hind limbs. It took a step forward, and when one of its hind limbs landed on the sand, a cloud of sand and dust dozens of meters high was splashed up, submerging half of its body in it. Bang, bang, bang. Take one step at a time. This caused a long wave of sand and dust to rise on the sand. The sound was so loud and shocking. The horned lizard retreated to the surface of the lake, and a hint of fear emerged in its scratched eyes. He now felt a little regretful in his heart that he should not have provoked this guy now. He didn't expect that this black-armored Tyrannosaurus was several points stronger than before. The injured horned lizard forced itself to cheer up and spit out a ball of sulfuric acid from its mouth. The ball of sulfuric acid and the fireball collided with each other. It exploded instantly, and when the broken fireball fell onto the lake, the horrifically high temperature steamed the nearby waters and caused large amounts of white mist to rise. The figures of their two gold-level subdragons were concealed, even on the side at the edge of the jungle. The bone-like ice bat couldn't see any figure at all. One could only vaguely see a lizard head with a severed neck flying out from the stirred-up water mist after a few screams were heard. The three black horns on the lizard's head had been broken off by the huge force. His eyes were empty and lifeless. After spinning several times in the air, it crashed onto the water surface about 10 meters away. Most of its head was submerged in the water. A lot of blood seeped out of the wound, dyeing the area 2 or 3 meters around it red. The smell of blood began to spread from the water. Far away, in the lake more than 100 meters away, one could vaguely see several fish monsters with spikes on their backs wandering on the lake, looking like they wanted to rush forward. However, due to the terrifying dragon power of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, the fish monsters only dared to wander around the periphery. What they wanted were just some bones left after the black-armored Tyrannosaurus had eaten. The mist dissipated. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus was revealed, with nearly 1/3 of its neck cut off. At this time, blood was flowing out of its mouth. The back and abdomen were also covered with scars. Especially on the abdomen, a small part of the last horn of the horned lizard was left outside. The horned lizard's counterattack before its death also caused the black-armored Tyrannosaurus to suffer a lot of injuries. At this time, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus was on the edge of the lake. It lowered its head and opened its bloody mouth to swallow the flesh and blood of the horned lizard. Qin Li, who was not far from the edge of the jungle, tried to cast a detection skill on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Nickname: Black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Level: Gold level. Vitality: Skill. This most basic detection skill only gave Qin Li a series of question marks in response, but one thing was certain. This black-armored Tyrannosaurus and the previously dead horned lizard dragon are both gold-level monsters. Get started. Qin Li was riding on the mutant ice lizard king. With a thought, he controlled the ice lizard king and began to retreat backwards. At the same time, the wolf priest, the bone ice bat, and the orc ice lizard warriors received Qin Li's order. 6 silver-level troops began attacking at the same time. Snowstorm. Snowstorm. The 2 wolf priests immediately used their best skills. A white pentagram magic circle appeared under his feet. Tornado. Tornado. The advanced bone soldiers on one side also displayed their powerful skills. The orc ice lizard warriors each blessed themselves with black ice armor and cast 2 earth ice spikes. At this time, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, which was eating a horned lizard, suddenly sensed a threatening force and immediately stopped chewing. Looking to the edge of the jungle, not far to one side. Those powerful magical fluctuations all came from the edge of the jungle. Before the black-armored Tyrannosaurus could react, 2 storm tornadoes tens of meters high and 2 pure tornadoes tens of meters high attacked from all sides. The blizzard tornado even swept up the dust and lake water on the ground. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see that there were several holes several meters deep left on the ground where the blizzard tornado was rotating. Countless ice blades and wind blades rubbed against the injured body of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex at a high speed. Make the scars on his body bigger. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus felt a huge threat, and 4 tornadoes temporarily fixed its body in place. At this moment, he suddenly felt 2 pains in his abdomen. The scar on the abdomen was originally pierced by the horned lizard. At this time, 2 sharp spikes, several meters long, appeared out of thin air and pierced into the abdomen, causing severe pain. An extremely angry roar came from the mouth of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. With eyes full of hatred, he looked towards the edge of the jungle. Chapter 55. Straw Man Troops, Snake Demon Lord. Increase the intensity. Qin Li, who was sharing vision, frowned as he looked at the injured Tyrannosaurus that was controlled by 4 terrifying tornadoes. This golden-level Tyrannosaurus was already seriously injured. The scar on the neck has gradually expanded from 1/3 to 2/3. Qin Li also understood that this was a rare opportunity to kill a gold-level monster, which was hard to come by. He had just encountered this opportunity of two dragons fighting each other. Of course, he was going to give it a try. Maybe a teleportation card or a gold-level treasure chest will pop up directly. Qin Li's expression darkened. After giving the order, giant hand of black ice, ice prison, ice chain, super large ice blade. The several silver-level soldiers controlled by Qin Li used all the skills in the skill column at this moment. The magic power stored in the body was basically thrown out without reservation. Magic power is consumed rapidly. The effect is also very good. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus twisted its body, trying hard to break through the four storm tornadoes that trapped him, but then, from his feet to his limbs, he was covered by a large piece of ice. Icicles that were nearly 1 meter thick extended from the ice and intertwined with each other, like several iron cages, tightly binding the thick limbs of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, make it unable to move at all. The blood on the neck of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex began to flow out in large streams under the strong wind. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus, which had lost too much blood, really felt the great threat of life and death at this time. We must escape, otherwise you'll die. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus gathered its last breath, and with its strong hind legs, it suddenly broke free from the four icicle cages. This guy, how come there's still so much energy left? Qin Li, who was sharing the vision, frowned. The dozens of huge pits on the sand of this lake were all left by this black-armored Tyrannosaurus and a previous horned lizard dragon. He has already killed one the same level. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still so hard to kill. If this was a completely healthy black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be absolutely impossible to kill it with the military strength Qin Li currently controls. Even now, 6 silver-level elite soldiers besieged a seriously injured black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex and tried their best, but the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex still had the strength to struggle. It was simply unbelievable. The tenacity of vitality. Hajanha. Several light red halos suddenly emerged from the Wolf Tribe's priest's silver wand, covering the remaining silver-level soldiers in Qin Li's hands. Suddenly, the power of the long-range skills they released increased by 10% or 20%. We must make a quick decision. Through the sight of the bone-type ice bat in the tree canopy, Qin Li also saw the figures of the fish monsters on the lake in the distance, and the movement of these 4 storm tornadoes was quite loud. Qin Li has no flying troops to investigate the current situation around him. In order to deal with this seriously injured Tyrannosaurus, Qin Li mobilized all the strength he could mobilize and fought to the death. After a dozen breaths, scars on the neck. More than 2/3 of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was attacked by 2 oversized ice blades and 2 giant ice hands as big as 2 houses. With one breath, he completely broke the black-armored Tyrannosaurus neck. The huge Tyrannosaurus skull fell to the ground. The next moment, the entire body of the Tyrannosaurus disappeared out of thin air and turned into a light spot the size of a grain of rice, flying towards Qin Li. The target monster, the gold-level black-armored Tyrannosaurus, is dead. A gold-level Tyrannosaurus Rex treasure chest has been obtained. Congratulations to the Lord player for becoming the first human lord to kill a gold-level subdragon. Should we make this public in the Human Lord channel? A gold-level random skill book reward has been obtained. Now, several lines of text appeared in front of Qin Li's retina. Got it. Withdraw. Qin Li didn't hesitate at all. The monsters killed by the lords of all races will be directly transformed into various items and put into the lords' backpacks. However, after the monsters fight with each other and die, or get injured, their physical bodies will still exist. As for the remaining body of the other horned lizard on the lake, Qin Li had no intention of taking it away. They have stayed here for too long. If they stay any longer without knowing the surrounding situation, it would be too risky. Instead, they're likely to be targeted by the spies behind the scenes. Qin Li, riding on the back of the mutant ice lizard king, turned around and jumped onto the back of a frost dragon on the side, flying towards the depths of the jungle. The rest of his silver-level soldiers also followed him and began to return to the depths of the jungle. 2 advanced bone-type ice bats, like before, flapped their huge pectoral fins like wings, turning into 2 white afterimages and flying in 2 directions from under the tree canopy. Start scouting the situation around the jungle. After Qin Li and the others left, in the lake water within 100 meters from the lake shore, there were groups of black fish with sharp spines on their backs. The scent of their high-quality flesh and blood was extremely tempting to them. The flesh and blood of the horned lizard dragon can greatly help these ordinary and silver-level fish monsters to upgrade their grades if they swallow it. A school of black fish flew over. In just a few breaths, it reached the vicinity of the horned lizard, opened its sharp teeth, and desperately tore off pieces of flesh and blood, swallowing them into its stomach. Only a dozen breaths of time passed. Suddenly, more than 100 2-meter-tall grass monsters ran out of the jungle. These grass monsters were emerald green all over. Upon closer inspection, their bodies seemed to be woven together with long green vines. On its head, there are 2 narrow and long eyes like bats, which look very strange. With long arms, he runs as fast as a cheetah. More than 100 grass monsters rushed directly to the surface of the lake, began to carry large pieces of flesh and blood of the horned lizard, and began to transport them into the jungle. In the hands of these grass monsters, a small number of them were holding sharp scimitars. After chopping off a lot of flesh and blood of the horned lizards with the scimitars, they began to transport them at a rapid speed. Whether it is the flesh and bones of the horned lizard or its scales scattered under the lake, they're all being consciously collected by these grass monsters. Now, from above the bushes in the jungle on the shore, there is a thick wooden branch covered by lush branches and leaves. A man with long green hair, whose lower body was a snake and whose upper body was a human god, looked at his grass monster soldiers with a look of joy on his face and moved the flesh and blood of the gold-level monster into the jungle. Put them all into the backpack. The flesh, blood, bones, and scales of this golden-level monster are very popular in the early stages of the 10,000 Races territory, even in the regional channels of their demon lords. Chapter 56, being targeted by the snake demon, gold-level dragon blood. After the snake demon Shui Kuei put all the flesh, blood, and bones carried by his straw man soldiers into his backpack one by one, he didn't want to stay there for too long. Standing on the branch, he looked back in the direction where Qin Li had disappeared. The smell of humans. It's interesting that a human lord can have so many silver-level troops in the early stage. And a gold-level monster as a reward. How tempting. The scarlet snake tongue spit out from Shui Kuei's mouth, and her expression was filled with uncontrollable greed. After all, that is the reward for a gold-level monster. In the previous demon continent, a gold-level monster could become the demon king on a small hill. This reward must be in the other party's backpack. There's a great chance that it could fall out. Now that he has encountered it, he wants to find a chance to see if he can get it from the other party. Even if you can't get it, he just lost some troops. Silver Grass Demon. Take a few bronze-level straw men with you, hide there, and collect some information to see where the human lord has placed his temporary stop. Shui Kuei spoke up. From behind him, just a few steps away, the silver-level straw man monster that was originally sitting on the ground, who was much taller than the other straw men, suddenly stood up. Its body height reaches more than 3 meters. The grass demon that has reached the silver level, in addition to the difference in body size, also has a mouth with fine teeth, like a small shark's mouth. There is a strange look in the 2 pairs of narrow scarlet eyes. Only, if one could break open the chest of this grass demon, one would be able to clearly see that inside the chest of this silver grass demon, there was a silver heart as big as an apple. This heart, which radiates a hazy silver light, is the source of the grass monster's evil spirit and also its weakness. Yes, my lord. Then, a slightly hoarse and harsh voice came out from the mouth of this silver-level grass demon. The words fell. This silver-level grass demon jumped directly down from the branch that was dozens of meters high and then began to enter the bushes on one side. Following the faint aura of the human lord in the void, he ran wildly towards the depths of the jungle in the distance. Behind him, there were 20 of his bronze-level grass demons who also left the main group and ran into the bushes, following closely behind the silver-level grass demon. Alas, it's a pity that I'm a step late. Shui Kuei looked down from the branches at the grass goblin team he had sent out. After they entered the bushes, he spoke with some regret in his tone. When he just arrived nearby, Qin Li and the seriously injured black-armored Tyrannosaurus were already in the late stage of the battle. Although Shui Kuei also wanted to intervene in his heart, but he only had 3 silver-level grass monsters. Moreover, he couldn't be sure whether he still had silver-level troops at hand to deal with the Lord of all races who was severely injured in the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. There are too many unknowns. Shui Kuei decided to give up and just wait until after the war to see if she could get some bargains. Let's go find other prey nearby first. Shui Kuei's mind moved. He took out a small piece of lizard dragon flesh that he had just put into his backpack. This piece of lizard dragon flesh was covered with blood and was as big as a basketball. Puff, puff, puff. Then Shui Kuei opened its sharp mouth and started to bite the meat rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had eaten up the piece of lizard dragon meat in its hand. Such vigorous blood and energy. Shui Kuei's eyes were full of satisfaction. He could be considered to have gotten a pretty good bargain. A thought came to my mind. Shui Kuei then began to take out 100 kilograms of the lizard dragon meat he had obtained. He wanted to exchange it for an ownerless silver-level soldier. With an extra silver-level soldier in hand, he would have more confidence in dealing with the unfathomable human lord. Even if he didn't cause trouble for the human lord, having one more silver-level soldier would increase his chances of survival in the God-Falling Tower. Southeast of here, 7 kilometers away, next to a waterfall that is 100 feet wide. At the foot of the protruding steep cliff on the mountain wall covered with green moss, there's a cave occupied by a bronze-level giant python. This is a giant green-scaled python, as wide as a bucket and more than 10 meters long. After the wolf priest sensed its existence, the orc ice lizard warrior chopped off its head and shattered its body with one move. Contributed a bronze-level water energy core crystal to Qin Li. The secrecy of this place is quite good. The distance to the lake sand where the 2 gold-level subdragon species had originally fought was a full 7 kilometers. The advanced bone-type ice bats that had been dispatched to the surrounding area did not sense any other powerful monsters approaching at this moment. I could take a good look at the harvest. Inside the cave, Qin Li, sitting cross-legged on a soft and huge branch, had a look of excitement and anticipation on his face. This is a gold-level monster treasure chest. It was also the first human lord to be exploded after killing a gold-level monster. In the backpack, the icon of this gold-level treasure chest is completely black, except for a golden line on the edge of the treasure chest, which makes it look mysterious and noble. From outside the treasure chest, a black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex made entirely of black mist could vaguely emerge and was attached to it. Open the treasure chest. The treasure chest has been opened successfully. We have obtained 3 gold-level fire energy core crystals. A gold-level territory upgrade stone has been obtained. A drop of gold-level dragon blood has been obtained. We have obtained 1,000 kilograms of black-armored Tyrannosaurus flesh / 8 black-armored Tyrannosaurus bones / 100 black-armored Tyrannosaurus scales. Immediately, several lines of prompt text messages appeared in front of Qin Li's retina. A gold-grade fire energy core crystal. It does have some uses and can be used as food for the fire dragon, so that it can be upgraded to silver level as soon as possible. Gold-level territory stones are also acceptable. As for that drop of golden dragon blood, Qin Li's mind fell on the backpack, and after seeing the icon showing light golden blood, it immediately displayed the effects of the dragon's blood essence. Nickname, Gold-level dragon blood essence. Bloodline, subdragon species. Effects. After taking this essence blood, the soldiers of any lord of all races can improve their own grade and qualifications. The subdragon species with dragon blood, or purebred magic dragons, or oriental dragons will see the best improvement after taking it. This dragon blood essence is quite good. Qin Li only has a juvenile Charmander in his hand. After taking it, he can maximize the benefits. As for the rest of the flesh, bones, and scales of the black armored Tyrannosaurus, they're also very rare. After all, no gold-level items have appeared in the human lord trading area. Chapter 57, Sweeping the Grass Demon Team. The Snake Demon Retreats. Tower of Fallen Gods. Dark Forest. Qin Li, who was in the cave and had just opened a gold-level treasure chest, sensed that he was being sent out from the jungle not far to the north. The bone-type ice bat that served as a scout, just like last time, emitted a strong mental fluctuation. Intermediate co-vision. Qin Li did not hesitate. The thought fell on the intermediate shared vision skill card in the Sea of Consciousness and activated the skill. In an instant, the blessing was bestowed on the bone-type ice bat, and both sides shared vision. In the blink of an eye, the line of sight suddenly changes. From the bird's-eye view of the bone-type ice bat, one could see below, in a large clearing in the jungle, dozens of emerald green, straw men running wildly on the ground. These straw men seemed to be conscious and were running towards the direction of the waterfall, where Qinli was, only about 4 kilometers away from where he was. Keep going like this. These straw men may reach the waterfall in a few minutes. Oh, are there any other lords of the myriad races eyeing me? Seeing this, Qinli also realized something. After all, when they fought on the sand by the lake, the noise they made must have been clearly audible at least within a radius of several miles. Therefore, after accepting the battle, Qinli immediately evacuated the place. The chance of attracting the attention of the surrounding lords of all races because of that battle is not small. And the most crucial thing is that when Qinli left, he did not care about the corpse of the gold-level horned lizard lying on the water on the lakeside. The harvest of just that one corpse was already a very rich harvest. One is a silver-level straw man, and the rest are bronze-level straw men, from the spiritual fluctuations of the bone-type ice bats. Because of the intermediate level of common vision, Qinli could also sense the meaning of some of the spiritual fluctuations emitted by his own troops. He is just a silver-level soldier, but he dares to track him. The next moment, Qinli commanded 2 orc ice lizard warriors who were resting under an ancient tree nearby. After receiving Qinli's order, they immediately opened their eyes. The 2 of them were like nimble monkeys. Wearing armor, they jumped up from the cliff under the waterfall on this side in a few steps. He ran straight towards the route where the row of straw men were rushing towards him. These 2 orc ice lizard warriors, plus the bone ice bats assisting in the air, 3 silver-level troops besieged 1 silver-level and about 20 bronze-level troops. This is not difficult at all. A moment later, Qinli, who was in the cave, saw from the shared perspective the orc ice lizard warrior who had intercepted the line of straw monsters. Without saying a word, he drew out his sword. After adding the black ice armor, they aimed at the silver-level grass monster in front of them, which was much thinner than them, and used the earth ice spikes. Puff! The 2 come into contact. 2 ice spikes nearly 2 meters long suddenly grew out from the ground and pierced through the abdomen and chest of the grass monster. But this silver-level grass monster had its body pierced. No blood flowed out. His body was made of spiritual grass vines and was not made of flesh and blood. And even the demonic heart core in the chest. When attacked, this silver-level grassman monster can also move the core position of the heart in the chest, so the attack of these 2 earth ice spikes has very limited damage to the grassman. But the 2 orc warriors of the same level in front of him swung their terrifying swords. This is not something that can be resisted casually. After thinking about this silver-level grass demon wanted to pull its body out from the 2 ice spikes. But at this time, when the grass monster wanted to retreat, he saw from his surroundings that several icy fingers as thick as buckets appeared on both sides of his body. At the same time, the straw demon sensed a strong magical fluctuation coming from above his head. The moment he looked up at the sky, he saw a huge ice bat with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. At this time, the ice bat had a huge magical power that locked onto the location below where he was. This silver-level grass demon sensed a life-and-death threat at this moment. Bang! Looking down from the ice bat's perspective, the body of the silver-level grass demon was grabbed by a giant ice beast that was several meters in size, making it unable to move at all. Then, 2 orc ice lizard warriors who were half a step in front of him immediately raised their swords and chopped down suddenly, splitting the body of the grass monster into 4 parts. Following the gap in front of the giant ice hand, he chopped the grass monster into several pieces. Then he saw the demonic heart with a small corner cut off. It was dark green in color and was connected by some fine vine veins all around. After seeing the heart, the 2 pairs of sharp eyes under the helmets of the 2 orc ice lizard warriors flashed with brilliance, and their swords turned and stabbed out. Just like 2 rotating metal drills, they shot out fiercely, and the 2 swords were almost touching each other. Most of the body of this silver-level grass demon was crushed into pieces. No matter how the straw monster moved his demonic heart, he would definitely die this time, as there was no place for him to move and hide. Crash! After the demon's heart was crushed, the silver-level grass demon instantly turned into green vine fragments all over the sky and died instantly. It turned into a green fluorescent light and flew towards the waterfall cave where Qinli was. The target monster, the silver-level grass monster, is dead. A silver-level wood energy core has been obtained. These 2 text prompts appeared in front of Qinli's retina. Outside the cave, A green fluorescent dot as small as a grain of rice flew in and merged into Qin Li's palm. It disappeared like melting ice and snow. And then, in front of Qin Li's eyes, prompts of the bronze-level grass monster being killed began to appear one after another. In less than 2 minutes, this group of grass monsters was completely wiped out. A few kilometers away, the snake demon Shuekui, who was sitting on a thick tree branch, looked at the news that his group of straw demons were dying one after another, and the next moment he raised his hands. Hand-pinched the complicated copy. Buzz. 2 mysterious demon runes appeared within his pair of vertical pupils. From the sight of the snake demon Shuekui, several blurry images of the silver-level grass demon before his death began to emerge. These were the memory runes he had cast on his own soldiers. This memory rune has both mother-child attributes. There is a mother talisman in his sea of consciousness, and the rest of the talismans bestowed on his troops are sub-talismans, so after the death of his own troops and servants, he was still able to trace back with the help of some memory fragments transmitted by Zifu. After dozens of breaths, the expression in the snake demon Shuekui's eyes gradually dissipated. At this moment, his expression was somewhat uncertain. He was definitely no match for the human lord, who had at least 4 silver-level soldiers, and he had also lost a silver-level grass monster, so he could only retreat temporarily. After making the decision, the snake demon Shuekui did not hesitate at all. It moved its snake body and began to move north, away from where Qin Li was. Chapter 58. The Monster in the Cold Pond, the Sealed Giant Turtle. In the lush jungle, a waterfall cascaded down from a 100-meter-high cliff and fell into a huge cold pool below. In the middle of the waterfall, Qin Li, who was in the cave, had just ordered the 3 silver-level soldiers who had annihilated the grass monster to come back. Wolf tribe performing sacrifice outside the cave. He suddenly sent a message to Qin Li, saying that there seemed to be the breath of a demon in the cold pool below the waterfall, although it was weak. However, the wolf priest, who is extremely sensitive to water magic elements, was able to capture it. However, this fluctuation would only be transmitted a little after a few minutes. After several fluctuations, the 2 wolf priests communicated with each other and confirmed that there was indeed a monster lurking below the cold pool under the waterfall. Race and class unknown. The Lord must be notified as soon as possible. Are there monsters entrenched? After sensing the message from the wolf priest, Qin Li suddenly opened his eyes with a look of surprise. After choosing this cave on the cliff, he also explored the periphery of the cold pond. The cold pond covered an area of about 1 acre, but its depth seemed to be over 100 meters. He casually explored it at first and found that there were only some ordinary grade cold pond silverfish in the cold pond. The silverfish were spindle-shaped with a dark blue stripe on their backs. Qin Li asked the orc ice lizard warriors to catch a few silver fish in the cold pond. After knowing that these silver fish did not pose any major threat, he chose this place as the location for the cave. Unexpectedly, beneath the cold pond, there was an unknown demonic wave below. This naturally requires careful exploration. If a monster above the silver level that is good at hiding launches a sneak attack on them, when Qin Li's attention is focused on exterminating the nearby monster groups, the consequences will be quite serious. The danger must naturally be nipped in the bud. Qin Li hurriedly urged the 2 ice lizard warriors to come over, and also summoned back 2 silver-level bone-type ice bats. It was always better to be cautious. After waiting for a few minutes, after the 6 silver-level soldiers and the remaining bronze-level soldiers had gathered outside the cold pond, Qin Li rode on the mutant ice lizard king and stood at the back. There was a wolf priest and all the other bronze-level soldiers beside him, and the other 5 silver-level soldiers were all at the edge of the cold pond. The 2 orc ice lizard warriors added a layer of black ice armor on their bodies, and then jumped directly and resolutely into the cold pool below. Started to go deep into the bottom of the cold pond. Intermediate co-vision. Qin Li, who was outside the edge of the cold pond, used the shared vision skill. After locking onto an ice lizard warrior, he saw the scene beneath the cold pond, where some large silver fish were swimming in the water. After the 2 of them entered the cold pond, the silver fish in the cold pond heard the noise and, after realizing the threat, turned into swift white afterimages in the water and flew towards the bottom of the cold pond. Very fast. The deeper you go, the colder the pond becomes. The surroundings became darker. After going 80 meters deep, One can only see the situation at the bottom clearly through the fluorescent moss on the stone walls in the water. 100 meters below, it has reached the bottom. Two ice lizard warriors wrapped in heavy ice armor looked around under the cold pond, and then their eyes fell on a huge, dark rock at the bottom in front of them. This huge rock is covered with huge water plants. But they both saw that under the boulder were four thick black short limbs and those breathtaking claws. Crash! The next moment, below the cold pond, there was a sudden sound of iron chains rubbing against each other, and a huge dark snake head stretched out in front of the black stone, with its neck bound by a thick black iron chain. The sound of chains at the bottom of the pool came from the iron chain around his neck. Tied up, Qin Li, who had shared vision, was surprised to see the giant turtle at the bottom of the pool being tied up tightly. Try long-range attack first. Indeed. At the bottom of the pool, two ice lizard warriors used the earth-ice spike skill together, locking their auras on the giant turtle monster that was bound by chains. Click, click! There was a crisp sound of ice cracking. In the water on both sides of the giant turtle monster's head, two huge streams of water were immediately locked by the ice magic and transformed into two sharp ice spikes several meters thick. The two ice spikes were like huge, sharp arrows, piercing into the neck of the giant turtle. Roar! The bound giant turtle felt tremendous pain, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Its limbs seemed to be injected with large amounts of gas. In a blink of an eye, they expanded several times. Then it raised its limbs and slammed them to the ground. The entire cold pond shook slightly. A huge wave rose from the bottom of the cold pond, which stunned many silver fish hiding under the water. This caused many silver fish to float up, with their bleached bellies turned up on the water surface. There's hope. Below, the giant turtle tied up with iron chains was unable to break free even though it had entered frenzy and could only roar in anger. And from time to time, a rotating water tornado would spit out from his mouth. The power of the water tornado is quite strong. Judging from the destructive power of this water tornado, this giant turtle monster should also be a silver-level monster. But looking at the iron chains that bind it with dark red runes, this iron chain should also play a certain role in suppressing combat power. The orc ice lizard warrior at the bottom of the cold pond seemed to have consumed a lot of the giant turtle monster's energy after dodging several water tornadoes. He began to gasp for breath in the water, and the originally heart-pounding magical fluctuations in his body began to rapidly recede at this moment. Roar! Then, the giant turtle monster growled unwillingly. The originally violent scarlet color in his eyes quickly faded to emerald color, but the emerald color did not last long and was replaced by a gray color from the edge of his pupils. After counting the breaths, the giant turtle's eyes turned a dead gray, and after its body shrank a circle, it fell powerlessly to the ground. Accompanied by a slight sound, the giant turtle monster fell silent. Hurry up and kill it, Qin Li urged hurriedly. It looked like they didn't need to kill the giant turtle, as it would die on its own. In this case, Qin Li couldn't guarantee that he would conclude that the giant turtle was killed by his troops. If they're not given the opportunity to make a judgment, they will lose a possible opportunity to obtain the treasure chest. Two ice lizard warriors stepped out from the bottom of the cold pond and rushed to the side of the troll like a gust of wind, raising their swords. The head of the giant turtle monster was chopped off directly. A lot of blood flowed out from the neck, dyeing the surrounding mist red. Bite! The target monster, the golden-level psychic giant turtle that was sealed, is dead. We have obtained 200 kilograms of gold-level spiritual giant turtle flesh and blood. I have obtained a gold-level divination coin. Two more text prompts appeared in front of Qin Li. The harvest was pitifully small. It is estimated that the cause of the giant turtle monster's death was mainly the chains that sealed him or other factors after his troops lost most of their vitality. When only a little bit was left, he chopped off the giant turtle's head. Chapter 59. Underground Ruins, Evil Gods on the Murals. This is an entrance to the underground? At this time, at the bottom of the cold pond, Qin Li, through shared vision, saw that after the giant turtle monster died, a dark round iron door appeared in its place. The iron gate was in a half-covered state. After approaching, you can also see some scratches by sharp claws on the iron gate. Qin Li's expression showed a thoughtful look. Whether it is a blessing or a curse is still unknown. However, in this case, there's a high probability that something is sealed inside this iron gate. It may also be a chance or a place of relics. In the Human Lord area channel, Qinli once met a human lord who said that he accidentally entered the ruins of the first level of the God-Falling Tower and obtained a special type of soldier. As for the race and talents of the soldiers, the human lord himself did not reveal it. Moreover, the credibility of this news remains to be verified. In Qin Li's own opinion, he was just watching it for fun. Go check it out. Qin Li gave the order. At the bottom of the cold pool, the two orc ice lizard warriors took a step forward and swam in through the huge iron gate that was 4 or 5 meters in diameter. After entering the iron gate, the view is reversed. The water flow from the outside was actually blocked, and the water flow that was originally flowing downwards actually flowed forward after entering the iron gate. The two ice lizard warriors stood steadily on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, on the wall of this corridor, the bright crystals embedded in the stone wall suddenly released a soft, dim yellow light, illuminating most of the corridor. There was no end to the corridor ahead. And at this time, Qinli also sensed the connection between himself and the two ice lizard warriors, which increased the difficulty a little. Fortunately, he had practiced the intermediate shared vision skill. If it were a primary level of shared vision, it would probably be blocked by the runes on the iron door. The ice lizard warriors continued to advance deeper. 100 meters later, after passing through this corridor, there is a cave covering an area of about several acres. The top of the cave is in a semi-elliptical shape. On the ground, wherever you look, there are many huge white bones from small to large. With the help of the bright crystals around the cave, the ice lizard warriors could clearly see the various murals of evil gods engraved on the stone walls. Each one was lifelike and of different shapes. Basically, every time you look at it with the naked eye, you will feel it is very strange, as if you are looking into the eyes of the mural of the evil god, which makes people feel a chill down their spine. Some evil gods have a huge pale face, and from the shape of the face, they look like a middle-aged man, but around his face are long pale arms, nearly 1,000 arms. Looking closely, the pale arms surrounding the giant face seemed to be coming alive and were shaking slowly. There are also evil gods that seem to be related to the orc army. They have tiger heads and human bodies, but they have scarlet eyes growing on their bodies. Hundreds of red eyes seemed to be blinking as they looked at the two ice lizard warriors. However, among these evil gods, there were a few that seemed to be normal. After looking at a few of them, I also saw a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The snake tail was covered with fine red scales. His eyes were also red, but he had 2 pairs of slender white arms. Compared with some other evil gods, his appearance was much more normal. Is this really a place of ruins? Qin Li, who was in a shared perspective, ordered the 2 ice lizard warriors to stop looking at the murals. After just observing a few of them, Qin Li felt that the mental power in his sea of consciousness was greatly consumed, and he was already feeling a slight pain. If I continue, my mental energy will be consumed even more, and I might even faint. From the corpses on the ground in front of me. If we speculate based on the murals in the caves, this place is very much a relic site. The thing they want to steal is the treasure box on the throne. Under Qin Li's command, the ice lizard warriors looked towards the center of the cave, at the stone throne nearly 3 meters above the ground. The stone throne was on a slightly raised platform, and around the platform was a huge magic circle with a diameter of 100 meters. The ice lizard warrior looked around. Indeed, one could see lines of magic circles depicting the past on the ground, centered around the stone throne. This seemed to be a magic circle drawn for some kind of ceremony. This moment, for some reason, Qin Li recalled in his mind that the human lord he met at that time was parasitized by the cursed creature under the abyss. This would definitely be more painful than just killing the human lord directly. Who knows how many ways of torturing people those cursed creatures in the abyss have. Qin Li commanded his own silver-level ice lizard warriors to run straight to the stone throne in front. While walking, he even touched a few corpses that had been there for who knows how long. The moment the giant hand made of ice touched the corpse shattered directly and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. Don't even think about it. There's no benefit to this. I'm afraid the only guarding force here is the giant turtle monster tied up at the door. I don't know how long it has been, but a gold-level monster has now only become a silver-level monster under the seal of life. Qin Li looked at the shattered bones, and after not receiving any news or prompts, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. He had indeed thought too much. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground under the cave, he was wondering if he could smash the corpses and gain some benefits. The corpses in this place must be from gold-level monsters. After all, even a seal guard is of gold level, and it is possible that he may even be higher. The key point is that the many evil gods or demons shown on the murals do not look like good people. Judging from their strange appearance alone, they are definitely above the gold level. After a few breaths, the ice lizard warrior walked to the bottom of the stone throne and stepped onto the stairs. In this quiet cave, the dull sound made by the contact between the ice under his feet and the stone ground echoed throughout the silent cave. There was no strange phenomenon at all. All this might really be just as Chenli thought. The guards here have all died or have become ineffective due to their age. The ice lizard warrior grabbed the treasure box on the throne and picked it up. Snap! The entire throne was penetrated from top to bottom by a huge crack. The cracks gradually increased in number and eventually covered the entire throne. In the blink of an eye, the stone throne collapsed. And under Chenli's command, the ice lizard warriors also began to turn back from the underground cave. Chapter 60, Evil God Arms, 1,000 Wolves. The waterfall, which was dozens of feet wide, flew down and hit the cold pool below, making a huge roar and stirring up large waves. If you look from a jungle in the distance, you can see a large amount of white mist rising on the edge of the cold pond, which further obscures the scene in the cold pond below. I guess no one could have imagined that there was such a hidden relic beneath this cold pond. Moreover, the guardian force of this ruins is only a giant turtle monster that has been weakened to the silver level. What a pity. This relic doesn't look very good. There's only a treasure box that looks like it is corroded by rust. I hope there's some good things in it. Crash! Crash! The sound of running water was heard. 2 orc ice lizard warriors who had gone deep into the cold pool leaped out of the water and landed steadily on the edge of the cold pool. At this time, Chenli, who was riding on the mutated ice lizard king and controlling the ice lizard king under him, also rushed over. My lord! Among them, the orc ice lizard warrior holding the rusty treasure box walked up to Chenli with a very respectful tone and spoke to him. Chenli took the rust treasure box. It felt heavy in my hand, and a chill came from the treasure box. When it passed through the water in the cold pond, it was like ice cubes just taken out of the freezer. On this treasure box, one can vaguely see a sealing magic circle that has been mostly corroded. Will there be any danger? Chenli frowned slightly. A moment. He thought of the large number of bones in the cave space at the bottom of the coal pond. After taking a look, he asked the orc ice lizard warrior to run to the jungle 200 meters away to open the treasure box, while Chenli turned on the intermediate shared vision and observed the treasure box. After the treasure box was opened, what caught the eye was a mass of red flesh and blood the size of a yellow apricot in the treasure box. The flesh and blood was wriggling as if it were a living thing. We have obtained a growing evil god soldier, the 1,000 Wolf. Do you want to bind this soldier to the Lord himself? This moment, a text prompt appeared in front of Chenli's retina. Evil god arms? Growth type. Looking at the line of prompts that appeared in front of him, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. But it seems that there is no danger. After a few breaths, Chenli opened the treasure box again. Throw out a detection skill. A very complete attribute panel appeared in front of Chenli. Nickname: Evil God 1,000 Wolf. Talent: Bind to the Lord level. Can be up to 2 major levels higher than the host. Level: Silver 2 stars. Vitality: 8.9. Skills: Growth Evil God Body, 1,000 Wolf Illusion, Wolf Demon Hedgehog Technique, Passive Super Self-Healing, 1,000 Wolf Soul Devouring Technique, 1,000 Wolf Poisonous Body, Blood Escape Technique. Evaluation: The only growing evil god soldier, with overbearing talents, able to parasitize within the body of the Lord. It is a rare god-attribute soldier on the battlefield of all races. Can a divine-attributed soldier parasitize within the body of the leader? Chenli looked at the content in the evaluation column of this evil god troop type. It was the only troop type with divine attributes. Just by listening to the name, you could tell that it was probably the only one in the entire battlefield of the lords of all races. Fine. But one thing that is certain now is that this treasure box is definitely a relic. Since the rules determine that this strange ball of flesh and blood is an evil god soldier and can be bound, it is enough to prove that this thing is not dangerous. After Chenli made his decision, The seemingly ferocious red ball of flesh in the treasure box intelligently drilled into Qin Li's palm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a mysterious red summoning circle appeared in the palm of Qin Li's right hand. In the center of the circle was a ferocious, bloody wolf head. Deep in the sea of consciousness, after the strange flesh and blood ball appeared, a card frame emerged from the air around it, freezing it in place. Eventually, the card frame was formed, sealing the 1,000 wolves of the evil god army inside it. Use it as a summoning troop similar to a skill card. Buzz. A small fragment of memory about the evil god Qianlang was released. Qin Li vaguely saw the evil, true form of the evil god Qianlang. It was a huge ball of flesh made up of 1,000 red wolf heads and 2,000 red wolf arms, floating in the air. Just one look at it was enough to make people's heart palpitate. Of course, the fragment of memory that Qin Li saw only lasted for a moment. The evil god's body seemed to be alive. When Qin Li was snooping into this memory, when those 2,000 pairs of scarlet wolf eyes looked at him together, Qin Li felt as if he was falling into an icy cave. A moment later, Qin Li's mind gradually calmed down, but he was still a little scared. Summon, 1,000 wolf. Qin Li's thoughts fell on Qianlong's red skill card in his sea of consciousness. A light red light ripples out from the skill card. A red summoning circle appeared from the palm of Qin Li's right hand. Immediately following, a few steps away from Qin Li, a scarlet magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of thin air on the ground. After the magic circle appeared, a giant red-haired wolf with a body length of nearly 5 meters emerged from the magic circle. In a pair of scarlet eyes as big as bowls, there were strange golden triangular pupils flashing. My lord! After the ordinary form of the evil god 1,000 wolf appeared, it knelt on the ground with its forelimbs very respectfully. From its huge wolf head, a very deep voice of a middle-aged man came out. Qin Li nodded slightly in response. This 1,000 wolves has the combat power of Silver 2-star. It can be said that this is the strongest type of troops in Qin Li's hands. Before, Qin Li had been tracked by a team of grass monsters, but now he can be tracked by the evil god 1,000 wolves after they have been bound. Even after death, it can be summoned again, but I don't know how long it will take to resummon. After dozens of breaths, Qin Li's evil god army, the 1,000 wolves, led by an orc ice lizard warrior, climbed over the cliff and headed north to chase the scent left by the grass monster. Qin Li had seen Qianlong's evil god body, and what he summoned now was just an ordinary body. It was a type of soldier that was proficient in illusion and escape techniques, and had divine attributes. Among the silver-level soldiers, it was at least one of the top ones. After a moment, inside the jungle, the snake demon Shui Kuei has already headed north, thousands of meters away from its original location. After choosing a secluded tree hole to rest for a while, Shui Kuei suddenly felt a little uneasy for some reason. Swish! The snake demon Shui Kuei, who had originally closed her eyes to rest, opened her eyes. This feeling came suddenly, but it is most likely an instinctive warning. He might be being tracked by the human lord. However, unless he dispatched several silver-level troops, it would be very easy for him to escape. Ah! Suddenly, the snake demon Shui Kuei heard a wolf howl in her ears, and the howl seemed to be very close. Chapter 61, Hunting Down the Snake Demon Lord and Divining the Golden Level Ruins. How was that possible? A monster is approaching. Why is there no movement at all? The snake demon Shui Kuei inside the huge tree trunk widened its pupils with a look of surprise. Bang! Before the snake demon Shui Kuei could think about anything, the thick wooden branch beside it was easily cut in half by a sharp wolf claw. The ironwood branch was like thin paper under the wolf claw. The wolf's claws easily cut open the trunk of the iron tree, causing the upper half of the thick ancient tree to fall directly into the jungle. The snake demon water lily in the tree hole was completely exposed to the jungle air, and in front of the snake demon Shui Kuei, there was a red-haired werewolf with a body height of nearly 3 meters. He stood upright with a pair of golden triangular pupils in his eyes. After the two looked at each other, the snake demon Shui Kuei felt a chill all over her body and stood stiffly in place. Silver-level monster. Shui Kuei's heart skipped a beat. Now, one of the right arms of the red-haired werewolf was several times larger than his body, and it was the wolf claw that just cut the tree trunk directly. The oppressive silver-level aura made the snake demon Kuei understand that the grade of this red-haired werewolf was most likely above Silver 3-star. He was no match. Call. The next moment, after seeing the snake demon Kuei, the red-haired werewolf raised its several-meter-long wolf claws and smashed towards his body with the force of thunder. After being locked by the red-haired werewolf's aura, the snake demon Kuei wanted to escape, but he had a strong illusion that no matter how he ran, he could not escape the attack of this wolf's claw. This is indeed the case. The snake body under the snake demon Kuei quickly retreated several meters, but in his eyes, the wolf claws still did not move at all, still following his body and smashing down hard on his head. Puff! The giant claw fell. Like a huge rock weighing tens of thousands of pounds, it smashed the snake demon's head into its chest, and at the same time fell all the way down, from top to bottom, completely smashing it to pieces. Judging from the aura of this snake demon lord, it seems that he has just been promoted to the silver level. Silver level power has not yet been mastered. He thought that after escaping for several thousand meters, the other party would not be able to catch up with him easily in the first level of the God-Falling Tower. After all, there might be dangers everywhere in this place. But when he was killed by this silver-level, red-haired werewolf, he also saw a familiar man in white armor standing on a branch on one side. He was the soldier under the command of the human lord he had been tracking before. The identity of the red-haired werewolf can be imagined. But when he found out his identity, his body was smashed to pieces. The target snake demon Lord Kuei has been killed. A silver-level lord's treasure chest dropped, keenly from the waterfall cliff in the distance. Under the intermediate co-vision, he witnessed with his own eyes the process of the 1,000 wolves of the evil god's army chasing and killing. Although they were both silver-level soldiers, the running speed of the 1,000 wolves left the orc ice lizard warriors far behind. The entire process of killing the snake demon was basically smooth, and there was no hindrance at all. A silver-level snake demon lord was smashed into pieces of rotten meat by Qianlong's hands before he could even survive a single round. The other two silver-level grass monsters around, as well as the remaining dozens of bronze-level grass monsters, were also severely injured after their lord was killed. The demonic energy on his body was weakened by 70% to 80% in an instant. The red-haired werewolf and the ice lizard warrior joined forces and killed them all in just 3 minutes. They obtained several wood energy cores, but the rest did not drop anything else. It is already quite rare for the troops under other lords to drop energy core crystals, and other items will not be dropped. Unless this type of soldier is equipped with other weapons by their lord, there is a very small chance of it dropping out. After solving the snake demon, the red-haired werewolf and the ice lizard warriors rushed back. After destroying the snake demon lord nearby, Qin Li's sense of crisis was weakened a little. If he knows about this kind of danger, he must kill him as soon as he has the strength to deal with it. Even if he does not have the strength to deal with it, he can temporarily weaken the combat power around him, so that he will feel the pain and will be a little afraid. Inside the cave, when a silver-level snake demon treasure chest appeared in Qin Li's backpack, he opened it immediately. The silver-level snake demon lord treasure chest has been opened. A bronze 2-star territory upgrade stone has been obtained. Obtained a bronze 2-star straw monster servant altar. I have obtained a silver-level demon skill, the dragon transformation technique, restricted to snake life forms. The territory upgrade stone can be used just after you return. The level of the grass monster soldiers is high enough, so you can also consider using them. However, he was unable to practice the snake monster skill book that was finally opened from the treasure chest, as it was a restricted technique. However, once the human lord's regional channel opens up regional channels with other races, this method can be used for transactions. Certainly. Later, if you have snake-type soldiers with snake attributes, you can also train your own soldiers. It's time to use this fortune-telling treasure. Then, Qin Li took out the round coin with the mysterious runes. About the same size as an ancient bronze coin. It's just that the whole body is as bright as gold, and the texture is also metal. Take a closer look. There was a hazy white light shrouding the divination coin, and in the white light, a flying insect that looked like a small ball was vaguely condensed. Use the divination coin, divining the nearest gold-level ruins to me. Qin Li's mind moved. Swish! The golden coin on his right hand immediately released a hazy golden light, floated up from the palm of his hand and rotated 2 inches away from the palm of his hand. Finally, the golden coin disappeared and turned into a round flying insect with white gold edges. This flying insect is as big as an ordinary marble and is very small. On both sides of the flying insect, there is a pair of transparent cicada wings, which release a faint buzzing sound in the air. After circling around Qin Li happily, the golden flying insect flew towards the jungle in the southwest direction. At the same time, a piece of information was transmitted into Qin Li's mind. In Qin Li's mind, a map covering an area of more than 10 kilometers unfolded. On the map, there was a green spot, which was Qin Li himself. And in the southwest direction, the red light spot about 11 kilometers away is the destination of the gold-level ruins found by the Divination treasure money this time. So close. Qin Li didn't expect this either. Just about 10 kilometers away from him, there's a gold-level relic. There are gold-level ruins, but most of the other ruins will not be like the ruins under the cold pond. The monsters guarding the ruins are most likely also gold-level. However, we still have to go and investigate the specific situation. Chapter 62. Drive away the herd of earth-armored dragons and enter the ruins. It was approaching dusk. The light in the forest was much dimmer than at noon. The sun sets in the west. From the top edge of the distant mountain range that was rolling and undulating like a dragon's back, a golden line was outlined, which was very bright. In the jungle below, on an open plain with sparse trees, some ankylosaurs that are nearly 10 meters long and more than 3 meters tall are leisurely lying on the grass to rest. Just on the plain, at a glance, there are more than 50 of them, which is obviously a tribe of ankylosaurs. All of these earth-armored dragons are silver-level Earth-type subdragon species. In the center of these ankylosaurs, there were some young and immature ankylosaurs, only 2 or 3 meters in size. These smaller ankylosaurs gathered together and played with each other. From the mouths of these little earth-armored dragons, there were even more childish dragon roars. The edge of the ankylosaur tribe. There are also many male ankylosaurs who occasionally lower their heads to nibble on the grass, while looking vigilantly at the surrounding jungle. These male ankylosaurs are the most marginal guards of this tribe, and also the sentinels. If other monsters want to attack them, they can also notify other earth dragons and other groups immediately. These earth-armored dragons are protected all over their bodies by a thick layer of ochre-colored scales. Their backs are protected by a thick layer of ochre-colored shells. There are also many places on the shells with protrusions that are nearly half a meter high. Even the head and limbs are protected by some fine ochre scales. It can be said that a full body armor grew out of the body of this ankylosaur. Outside the group of ankylosaurs, on the thick branches of a jungle 100 meters deep, the 5-meter-long red-haired wolf king stood on it with a ferocious figure, and his wolf head tilted towards the location of the Tujialong tribe, on the back of the red-haired wolf king. Qin Li, wearing white Spider King armor, clearly saw the group of ankylosaurs through the gaps in the woods. After throwing out a detection skill, the simple Ankylosaurus attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Nicknamed Tujialong. Level, Silver 1 star. Skill, Evaluate. More than 50 silver-level earth-armored dragons. Qin Li had a headache. The golden flying ball, transformed from the divination coin, was flying beside him, and a slight buzzing sound was echoing in his ears. The location of the gold-level ruins shown on the memory map in his mind is the location of the thick ancient trees in the center of this group of earth ankylosaurs. Another hidden relic? Qin Li understood it in his heart. It is also a bit difficult to deal with this group of ankylosaurs. He is not sure now whether this group of earth-armored dragons are specifically guarding this gold-level relic. Perhaps he could try to drive them away. Qin Li thought to himself. Afterwards, his sight fell on the Thousand Wolf, the evil god soldier he was riding. Among his own soldiers, only the Thousand Wolf could make the group of ankylosaurs feel a little apprehensive and afraid. After all, in his opinion, Qianlong's combat power is infinitely close to the gold level. It was precisely because he had the Thousand Wolf army in his hands that he dared to go to this gold-level ruins to try to get some gold-level treasures. Go ahead. Let's see if we can scare away this group of earth-armored dragons. After Qin Li rolled over and got off the red-haired Wolf King's back, he patted the red-haired Wolf King's head and said, "Yes, my lord." Qianlang bowed his head respectfully and spoke. The words fell. It turned into a swift red afterimage and leaped above the lush tree canopy, flying low over the tree canopy, and swept towards the group of earth-armored dragons. Far away, some ankylosaurs at the edge of the tribe were leisurely eating grass when suddenly, a nearly 20-meter-long red-haired wolf king jumped out from the jungle on one side. The red-haired wolf king had 3 huge wolf heads, and they roared in unison. The huge sound waves echoed throughout the entire group of ankylosaurs. Several ankylosaurs on the edge of the ankylosaur tribe were stunned and retreated backwards with fear in their huge eyes. The entire group of ankylosaurs began to become restless. Roar! The larger Ankylosaurus king in the center of the Earth Ankylosaurus tribe roared, and then retreated into the jungle at the outskirts of the Ankylosaurus tribe, which was farthest from the Thousand Wolves. For the time being, only some sturdy ankylosaurs are left. Thousand Wolf Illusion. Thousand Wolves' soul-devouring technique. In the blink of an eye, Qianlang fixed his eyes on the 2 Earth-type ankylosaurs in the front and cast an illusion at the first opportunity. 2 strong mental powers enveloped the 2 Earth-type ankylosaurs. The 2 ankylosaurs suddenly stopped moving. The yellow soul ball in the ankylosaur sea of consciousness was also being chased and eaten by the red wolf's soul-devouring body that had entered their sea of consciousness. However, after a few breaths, the 2 Earth-type ankylosaurs fell heavily to the ground. After seeing this scene, a dozen or so Earth ankylosaurs around looked at each other and began to retreat at an accelerated speed. None of them continued to move forward. The group of ankylosaurs on the plain behind them had basically retreated, and then the ankylosaur warriors on the outermost periphery looked at each other. Without paying any attention to the 2 tribesmen lying on the ground, he turned around and ran into the jungle. Qianlang controlled his own flesh and blood and temporarily increased his body size. This state also consumed a lot of his body strength and could not be maintained for too long. The Thousand Wolf raised its claws. He walked to the sides of the 2 Earth ankylosaurs on the ground, and when their spiritual bodies were severely damaged and their bodies could not move, he used his wolf claws to pierce the fragile scales on their necks and chopped off their heads in a few strokes. Bang! After completely killing the 2 Earth armored dragons, their bodies disappeared out of thin air, and Qianlong's body quickly shrank to only about 5 meters long. After driving away the group of Earth armored dragons, Qin Li, riding on a frost dragon, flew over from the side of the tree canopy, following the guidance of the golden flying autumn. It landed under an ancient tree that was so straight that it required 6 or 7 people to hug it. Most of the roots of the ancient tree were exposed. Under the tangled roots of the old tree, the golden flying ball drilled directly into the space under the roots, and finally drilled into a root that was nearly 3 meters wide, and the figure disappeared immediately. The moment the golden flying ball entered the ruins. In the void in front of the tree roots, faint ripples of light golden color were rippling, like a stone falling into the calm water. The ripples soon subsided. Qin Li rolled down from the frost dragon, walked to the thick tree root, raised his right hand, and reached into it. In sight, he could clearly see that his entire right hand was immersed in it. The entrance is indeed here. It is much less hidden than the bottom of the cold pond, but it is acceptable. This kind of place can easily be broken into by some smaller monsters. Night. There must be quite a few small monsters hiding in the space under the tree roots, but the group of Earth armored dragons that originally lived here definitely couldn't get in with their size. It could be considered as protecting this relic. Immediately, Qin Li let the 1,000 wolves and the ice lizard warriors go first and enter the ruins. He and the other silver-level soldiers followed behind. As for the advanced version of the bone-type ice bats, because of their large size, he let them hide in the lush tree canopy nearby and wait for him to come back. Chapter 63, Dimensional Space, The Ruins of the Elf City. Clear sky. In front of a ruined city submerged by a large amount of green vegetation and trees, there's a grassland covering an area of about dozens of acres. On the soft grass, there are many rotten tree trunks that are nearly 10 meters thick. Only a few broken sections are left lying diagonally on the ground. Outside the tree trunks, they're all covered by green grass, and only a vague outline can be seen. Buzz! This moment, a huge circular arch, nearly 5 meters high, suddenly appeared on the grass that had been quiet for a long time. The outlines of the arches are all constructed from pure green fluorescence. On the fluorescent outline stripes, there are many runes of the ancient elves. Immediately following, two figures, one red and one white, flew out from the arch. The red figure was a huge red wolf with a body length of nearly 5 meters, looking around with golden triangular pupils. The other white figure, which was much smaller, was a man wearing heavy white armor. Behind the armor, one could clearly see a lizard tail about 1 meter long, swaying slightly behind him. As soon as the 1,000 wolves and the orc ice lizard warriors passed through the ruins' teleportation portal, they looked around with serious expressions. Fly out with them. There is also a smaller golden flying ball, which is suspended in the air more than 1 meter above the ground, hovering in front of the teleportation arch. There's an eye on the flying ball. His sight also fell on the ruined city not far in front of him. The surrounding area is flat. There is only a collapsed city wall not far in front of him, and the wall was covered with lush green vegetation. When he looked into the city through the gap in the wall, it can be clearly seen that there are many tall and straight fruit trees in the city. On the fruit trees, even at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, you can still see some blurry shadows of red fruits. The fruits hanging on the trees look like enlarged versions of red apples. A few seconds later, Qin Li, the wolf priest, and several other bronze-level soldiers also walked in from the archway behind them. Has the weather changed? Is this an independent relic space? Qin Li felt the fresh air blowing in the wind and the clear weather in the sky. The whole sky was clear blue with only a few idle clouds floating around, which was very pleasant. After passing through the archway, the two wolf priests summoned out the frost dragons immediately. Qin Li and one of the wolf priests stood on the back of one of the frost dragons. It was directly pulled up to over 100 meters. Buzz! The golden flying ball in front of the archway sensed Qin Li's breath and entered the archway. Its pair of cicada wings flapped rapidly, turning into a platinum afterimage and heading straight for the collapsed city wall hundreds of meters away. But just as the golden flying ball came within 100 meters of the city wall, it seemed like some hidden magic circle was triggered. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a few steps in front of them, several dark elves with white bandages wrapped around their bodies broke out from under the grass. They were equipped with longbows and iron swords. The exposed skin of these dark elves is dark. The pupils were completely replaced by whites. The most crucial thing is that wisps of black smoke can be seen escaping from under their white bandages. The area within several meters around the entire figure is shrouded in a thin black mist, which looks very strange. Not like normal elves. The three dark elves, whose bodies were wrapped in white bandages, raised their longbows with incredible speed and pulled the bowstrings to the full moon state. 3 arrows made of undead magic blasted towards the golden flying ball that flew in front of the city wall from 3 directions. The swift flying ball, after dodging 2 arrows in succession, was hit by the 3rd arrow. Bang! After a dull sound of metal collision, the golden flying ball was blasted more than 10 meters away, and its body fell directly on the grass. If you walk closer to take a look, you can see that the golden flying ball has a crack running through its entire body, and it is almost split in 2. Qin Li, who was 100 meters in the air, saw this scene. Immediately let the wolf priest raise the altitude of the frost dragon. At the same time, he also threw down a detection skill from the air. Nickname: Corrupted Dark Elf Warrior. Level: Silver level. Skill: Evaluate. If it were only 100 meters high, it would still be too low. For a silver level archer, this height would not be any obstacle at all. What corrupted it? A simple attribute panel appeared in front of Qin Li. Fortunately, the level is silver. If it were gold level, Qin Li would turn around and fly towards the archway right now, leaving this place of trouble as soon as possible. Attack! Qin Li issued an attack order to the remaining silver-level troops below. Swish! The 3 corroded dark elves below raised their heads, pulled the bowstrings of their longbows to the full moon again, and aimed at the frost dragon rising above. 3 swift arrows shot up. The wolf priest rose into the air, releasing a strong magical power from the silver magic wand in his hand. In the air beside me, 9 crescent-shaped ice blades, several meters long, condensed, and attacked the corroded dark elf arrows below. The 3 arrows were blocked by 3 ice blades. Arrows and ice blades exploded in the air. Even if the arrow passes through, only about 20% to 30% of the arrow's power remains. When the arrow hit the frost dragon, it was no longer strong enough to penetrate its scales. At this moment, Thousand Wolf had already arrived in front of the three dark elves, raised its huge wolf claws, aimed at the dark elves' heads, and slapped them hard. Thousand Wolf Illusion. When the thousand wolves came closer, a golden mist light suddenly emanated from a pair of golden triangular pupils. Three forces of illusion fell on the three corrupted dark elves. This caused their movement to retreat to suddenly stop. With just such a slow movement, Thousand Wolf's claws easily smashed a dark elf's head, which immediately turned into countless black spots of light and scattered in the air. The target monster, the silver-level corrupted dark elf, is dead. A silver-level dark energy core crystal has been obtained. In the air, these two lines of prompt text appeared in front of Qin Li's eyes. And at this time, the Thousand Wolves, one of the evil god's soldiers below, suddenly mutated. A bulge of flesh began to grow rapidly from the flesh on one side of its abdomen. The raised front part suddenly turned into a wolf head, followed by the wolf's neck and torso, and finally the red-haired wolf's limbs. Another Thousand Wolf, which seemed like a clone, grew out of the first one, but it separated from the original body in just 2 breaths. And at this time, the Thousand Wolf's body was still continuing to transform, and eventually it transformed into 4,000 wolves. Together with his original body, there were a total of 5,000 wolves, and the aura and pressure from these 5,000 wolves was still at the silver level. However, the Thousand Wolf aura on these 5 independent individuals is much weaker than before the clones were created. It is estimated that if it continues to split, the grade of the 6,000 wolf will definitely drop to the bronze level. Chapter 64. The Elves Corrupted by the Evil God. On the grass, under the dark elf whose body was smashed by the 1,000 wolves, the green grass on the ground was corroded into black by the smashed flesh. Wisps of black smoke rose from the meat residue, and all of this black smoke was absorbed by the 1,000 wolf's body. Becoming stronger? Qin Li on the back of the frost dragon in the air. Feel it from a distance. After the 1,000 wolf army devoured the strange black smoke emitted by the dead dark elves, there was a slight increase in their aura. Although the increase was very small, Qin Li, as the Lord, still noticed it. That's what I said. The corrosive power of this dark elf may be from the same source as that of the 1,000 wolves. Evil God. Swish. In an instant, Qin Li seemed to have thought of something, and the murals of evil gods in the cave at the bottom of the cold pond immediately emerged in his mind. Every evil god in the murals was extremely strange. Just the ordinary observation of the murals had already consumed a lot of his mental energy. And judging from a number of evil gods in the murals, the conservative estimate is that there are at least 100 of them. We have some understanding of these evil gods' military forces. Qin Li still knows too little. After leaving the God-Falling Tower, if I have free time, I will talk to Qinling about their evil god and gain some knowledge about the evil god's troops. However, there is a high probability that there's a relationship of conflict between the evil gods. On the grass below, the 1,000 wolf clones that split out now pounced on the other 2 slow-moving dark elves, and their wolf claws pierced into the bodies of the dark elves. The sharp teeth in the wolf's mouth bit the dark elf's neck. However, after these dark elves were stabbed or bitten on the neck, no blood seeped out, and only some dark flesh and blood tissue could be seen from the wound. The energy and blood in these corrupted dark elves had long been sucked dry. The target monster, the dark elf that was corrupted, is dead. Target. 2 text prompts appear. The several dark elves that awakened from underground were all dealt with. Is this the ruins of an elven city? 300 meters in the air, looking down. In the city below, which is covered with a lot of vegetation, many buildings are shaped like enlarged short trees, and there are also some mushroom-shaped houses. The 1,000 wolf clones and some other silver-level troops continued to advance. Entered into the ruined city of the elves. The golden flying ball, transformed from the divination coin, was shot up, and now he could only rely on his own silver-level troops to explore this ruined city. If it is really a treasure, it must radiate strong power. It must be perceptible. Now, 1,000 Wolf has several more clones, so the speed of exploration can be increased. After dozens of breaths, bang! In the ruins of the city, a green mushroom house that was more than 10 meters high on one side suddenly exploded, and a huge hand covered with black mucus was blasted through the roof of the mushroom house. Large pieces of rubble from the roof scattered and fell to the ground on one side. At the same time, a smoke and dust tornado tens of meters high was set off, which was extremely conspicuous in the entire ruined city covered with green vegetation. Immediately, the giant hand, several meters long covered with black mucus, grabbed one side of the roof of the mushroom house. Then, another giant mucus hand stretched out from the roof several meters away. When the two giant black mucus hands touched the stones and green vegetation on the roof, a violent corrosive reaction occurred. Large amounts of corrosive white smoke rose up like a smoke screen. But only a few seconds. The entire mushroom house collapsed, revealing a dark slime giant from inside. The giant's facial features were completely invisible, and his entire body was covered in thick corrosive slime. The slime giant raised his 7 or 8 meter long arm and smashed it toward one of the 1,000 wolf clones at his feet. The reason why this slime giant awakened was probably due to the stimulation from the 1,000 wolf clones. But just as the slime giant's right arm fell down, in the void around his right arm, icicles several meters long suddenly condensed, with one end of the icicle connected to a towering wall on the side. Several icicles froze the slime giant's right arm, causing the action of swinging his right arm and smashing it down to be frozen in midair. Click, click. But after being frozen for only 1 or 2 breaths, some fine cracks began to appear on the icicle. And at that moment when the slime giant paused, the 1,000 wolf clone opened its huge mouth and bit the slime giant's right leg and lower belly tightly. As if it was crazy, it desperately bit the slime flesh and blood on the slime giant's lower belly. At this time, on the streets surrounding the slime giant, several 1,000 wolf clones began to appear. They gathered together at the fastest speed and pounced on the slime giant from all directions. For the 1,000 wolf clone, the corrosive mucus on the giant's body was so severe that even if its hair was corroded, revealing the hideous flesh underneath, it would continue to bite and devour the flesh like a mad dog without stopping for a moment. Qinli controlled the frost dragon and hovered above the slime giant. When looking down, it could be clearly seen that the lower limbs of the slime giant are shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The slime giant, which was originally slow in movement, is being sealed by one ice prison spell after another. He couldn't carry out any attack moves at all. To the agile 1,000 wolf clones, the slime giant in front of them was no different from a huge cake. On the side of that slime giant, another wolf priest rode on a frost dragon, waving the silver scepter in his hand, and used freezing magic to freeze the arms of the slime giant who had just awakened, blessing him layer by layer. Whenever the slime giant was about to break free from the seal, he would be cast into an ice prison spell without hesitation. Half a quarter of an hour later, the corrosive slime giant, which was originally more than 10 meters tall, was eaten away by 5 silver-level 1,000 wolves, and only a piece of meat less than half a meter long remained. The stomachs of the 5,000 wolves were bloated, but the 1,000 wolves were digesting food very quickly, and their aura was visibly increasing. This slime giant had a lot of evil god power gathered in him. It is estimated that he is at least a 3-star silver evil god monster. Unfortunately, he encountered the 1,000 wolves, which are the young forms of the evil god. They restrained each other, and he lost the advantage of the evil god's power. You can only become a piece of fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. Bye! Your evil god unit, the 1,000 wolf, has been upgraded to silver 3 stars. This line of text appeared in front of Qinli's eyes. I didn't expect it to be upgraded like this. Qinli looked a little surprised. In most cases, naturally upgraded soldiers can only be upgraded by taking energy core crystals or some other energy treasures. Moreover, if the talent of a type of soldier is not enough, you can only upgrade the talent of the type of soldier before proceeding to the next step. Roar! Below, the 1,000 wolves on the city streets had slightly increased in size after being upgraded. At the same time, bulges of flesh and blood began to grow rapidly from one side of its abdomen, and 3 more bodies split out, making a total of 8 silver-level 1,000 wolves. Chapter 65, Elf Temple, Healing Wings. Gold-level ruins inside the ruins of the elf city. Qinli, riding on a frost dragon, flew all the way to the top platform of the towering Elven temple in the center of the ruined city under the protection of the wolf priest. The trees are green and the flowers are in full bloom. The air is filled with fresh fragrance. After inhaling it into the lungs, I felt a sense of comfort flowing into every part of my body. After Qin Li walked down from the back of the frost dragon, his eyes fell on a stone tablet on the platform above the temple. This stone tablet, engraved with ancient elves' characters, has been cut in half. A lot of wildflowers are growing on half of the stone tablet. One side of the stone tablet, there lay a female elf entangled by green vines. This elf had long dark red hair, pointed ears, and fair and tender skin. It's like sleeping in a vine. Qin Li was stunned when he saw this scene. My lord, this elf should be dead. I can't sense any life force from her body. However, this vine does contain a lot of life force, which is constantly nourishing this elf's body. The wolf priest next to him spoke at this time. Qin Li nodded in response. Then he used a detection skill to confirm. Niknameheling vine. Level, silver level. Skill, evaluate. The detection skill only showed the information of those vines. This was actually a branch of a silver level vine. From the nickname of this vine, it was enough to prove what the function of this vine was. After such a long period of time, with the help of the healing vines, the body of this elf has remained so intact. The power of the vines is indeed extraordinary. The wolf priest on one side summoned a floating crescent-shaped ice blade. With a thought, the ice blade turned into a swift white afterimage and cut off the healing vines. Immediately afterwards, the body of the elf, protected by the vines, also turned into ashes. Qin Li was a little disappointed. There is indeed no text prompt of killing. The healing vine whose branches were cut off chose to run away directly, shrinking to the bottom of the platform and disappearing. This kind of healing vine monster is definitely not good at fighting, although its level is not low. But it is estimated that among the silver-level monsters, they can only be said to have the weakest combat power. Perhaps some powerful bronze-level monsters could destroy these healing vines. Qin Li studied that half of the stone tablet, but couldn't find out anything. He asked the wolf tribe to use a few ice blades to attack it, which left a few faint marks on the stone tablet, but didn't produce any results. This temple in the center of the city is very quiet. There were only some stone walls that had collapsed over the years, and in the corners there were some elves wrapped in healing vines. This healing vine seemed to have grown all over the temple. After walking all the way down from the bottom of the platform, I saw several elves with their bodies well preserved on the road. Without exception, they had all been dead for a long time. Qin Li was still thinking about whether he could pick up an elf, so he asked the wolf priest to kill his way through and cut off the healing vines one by one, but he did not obtain a single item. A moment later, other places outside the city. The investigation has been completed. Several clones of the Thousand Wolf Army have also arrived at the temple and began searching in a dilapidated house at a very fast speed. Ouch! At this time, suddenly, from a remote house below the temple, the cry of a 1,000-wolf clone was heard, calling out, as if it had discovered something. Qin Li hurriedly followed the wolf priest and followed the sound. He found the tribe's remote house, but the door of the house had disappeared. In the house, there was also a member of the elf tribe among them, his entire body covered in emerald green healing vines. His fair skin looked glowing white under the sunlight, shining through the cracks in the walls of the dilapidated house. Wearing an emerald green dress. However, this female elf is different from other elves in that she wears a crown woven with emerald grass rings on her head. This grass ring crown is also inlaid with several dazzling gemstones. This identity is definitely not an ordinary member among the elves. Probably the royal family of the elves. However, what attracted Qin Li's attention the most was the white pendant worn on the snow-white neck of the female elf. It was made of a white jade chain, and the pendant was a heart-shaped transparent pink gem. Inside the gemstone, it has a pair of spread white wings, pure and flawless. When the distance got closer, Qin Li, who had practiced many skills, could also slightly sense a faint magical fluctuation emanating from the gem. Detection skill is thrown out. Nickname Healing Wings. Level, gold level. Skill, effect, still dead. Qin Li was a little disappointed. If you kill this elven royal family, good things will definitely drop from them. However, he was somewhat fortunate that he had obtained a gold-grade item after all. However, his detection skills were unable to detect the specific properties of this gold-grade pendant. Swish! Inside the stone house, the temperature dropped suddenly. The wolf priest thought about it and summoned a crescent ice blade, which cut off the healing vines that wrapped around the elven royal family. Like the other elves, their bodies suddenly disintegrated. Qinli caught the gold healing pendant. After holding it in his hand, Qinli felt that his entire right arm was protected by a warm current, and a cool feeling surged into his sea of consciousness, making Qinli's mind suddenly clearer. What a good thing. Qinli put the healing wings into his backpack and continued searching in the Elven temple. This gold-level relic finally yielded a reward. After a while, the 1,000 wolf clones and some other soldiers searched the entire temple, but they did not find any other gold-level items except the healing wings. Although Qinli wanted to kill the healing vines that covered the entire temple, the main body of the vine seemed to be 100 meters underground. It is not easy to pull it out, and even if you dig it out, the healing vines underground will be alarmed and move away. Buzz. Now, one of the skeleton warriors holding a silver-level weapon emitted a mental wave, conveying a message to Qinli that he had also discovered something in the ruins of the elf city. Intermediate co-vision. After the skill was activated, it was bestowed on this skeleton warrior. Qinli's vision changed. What appeared before his eyes was an old and ancient summoning array with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the middle of a dark room, with some unfamiliar runes on it. Moreover, many parts of this summoning formation are incomplete. But in the center of the summoning formation, there is a dark mucus sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters, and the corrosive mucus on the surface of the sphere is flowing slightly. This shows that this is a living creature. Chapter 66. The Rotten Snake, the Illusion of Bewitching. In the ruins of the Elven city, in the eastern area, there's a very hidden stone house. The skeleton warrior holding a silver grade star iron sword was now standing next to the ancient altar. Around the house, they are all ruins of stone pestles that are tens of meters high. On the stone pestles, many towering trees have stubbornly grown from the cracks in the stones. The lush, giant trees were like huge green umbrellas held up above the houses, casting everything around them in a huge shadow. The next moment, a frost dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flapped a pair of huge white dragon wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed. It reached the side of the house in almost the blink of an eye. The sharp dragon claws landed steadily on a huge rock. On the back of the flying dragon were the figures of Qinli and a wolf priest. Qinli had no intention of getting off the back of the frost dragon. After all, the specific situation of this house has not been figured out yet. If anything unexpected happens, the wolf priest guarding the house can directly control the frost dragon and fly into the air. In an instant, there were also the sounds of several chaotic footsteps and the panting of several wild beasts coming from the stone pestle next to it. Qianlang, do you know which evil god gave the slime giants you devoured their power? Qinli asked. My lord, it should be the power of the rotten snake. Among the many evil gods, he is only ranked at the bottom. Moreover, the power of the evil god that descended to this place is not strong. It is not above the gold level. The 1,000 wolf's real body who had rushed here turned his head and answered Qinli, who was standing beside him in a very respectful tone. Snake of decay? Qinli nodded slightly. My lord, there's also the smell of the rotten snake in this house, and it is close to the gold level. I suggest that you avoid it. Qianlang looked towards the house dozens of steps in front of him, whose surface was entangled with vines, and said with a solemn look on his face, Go ahead, try to destroy him. Qinli said. At this time, the other 7 clones of 1,000 Wolf also rushed to the vicinity, as well as the skeleton warrior team he had formed and the orc ice lizard warriors. All their forces gathered here. Swish, swish, swish. Next to the house, several red afterimages suddenly flew out and directly entered the house where a lot of parts had collapsed. At the same time, Qinli, who was on the periphery, also shifted his perspective from the skeleton warrior to the 1,000 Wolf's body. If you look at it from the perspective of the skeleton warrior, the first-person perspective will be obscured by a hazy red light, making it a little unclear. But from Qianlang's perspective, it was extremely clear. However, when the 1,000 Wolf was running at high speed, the surrounding scenery became blurry. After entering the house, without any hesitation, the 1,000 Wolf clones opened their huge, fong-like mouths and bit the protruding flesh ball on the ancient altar. But just as the 1,000 Wolf clones approached the mass of flesh where black mucus was flowing, bang! A muffled sound of flesh and blood exploding was heard. The entire meat ball exploded directly, and hundreds or thousands of pieces of dark flesh and blood scattered everywhere. When the flesh and blood fell to the ground, the pieces of meat immediately turned into dark, slimy snakes. After the blood, flesh, and slime, snake condensed into a body. It fled in all directions with nimble movements, burrowing into stone pestles or under ancient branches piled on the ground. It can be said that it could penetrate every hole, and most of the flesh and blood escaped in a blink of an eye. And in the center of the flesh mass that was nearly 2 meters high, there was also a rotten snake as thick as a bucket, nearly 11 or 12 meters long, which hatched out from the meatball. This rotten snake exudes a slightly pungent smell that is very unbearable. The smell is mixed with an illusory poison. Once a monster below the silver level inhales it, its body may be corroded within a few minutes, becoming nutrients for him to enhance his power as the evil god. 1,000 wolves! How dare ye, my clone? When I grow up, I will definitely kill you first. The head of the rotten snake was half made of bones, and the other half was made of rotten flesh and blood hanging on it. Moreover, small pieces of flesh were falling from the other half all the time. Even those tiny pieces of meat that fell on the ancient altar would transform into black mucus snakes only an inch long. These small snakes would consciously devour each other, and after growing bigger, they would swim away from the altar, trying to escape into the stone cave at the edge of the house. But before the rotten little snake swam a few meters away, it was surrounded by 1,000 wolf clones that turned into red afterimages. The clones bit it directly, chewed it a few times in midair, and swallowed it into their stomachs. You talk a lot of nonsense. You are just a projection, and you want to kill me. The murderous intent in the 1,000 wolf's original expression surged. 1,000 wolf illusion. Tous en wolves soul devouring technique. Wolf démon edjog technique. A moment. The 1,000 wolf used 3 skills, and 2 huge mental powers descended, covering the rotten snake on the altar in front of it, making the rotten snake have a pair of turquoise eyes. For a moment, I became confused. At this time, the tuft of soft red hair on the 1,000 wolf's neck began to grow rapidly. The red hair grew from a few inches long to more than 10 meters in length, like a red python made up of red spikes. Like a gust of wind, it bound the rotten snake body on the ancient altar. From the outside, the appearance of the rotten snake looked like it was covered with a layer of red hedgehog armor, but the spikes of this hedgehog armor not only grew outwards, but also inwards. Puff, puff, puff. Countless spikes broke through the rotten flesh and scales on the rotten snake's body and pierced into his torso, binding his body in place. No matter how the rotten snake struggled, it could not break free from the constraints of the hedgehog technique. Fortunately, the aura of this rotten snake is only of silver grade. Although it has reached the peak of silver grade, it still cannot break through to the gold grade life level. Therefore, for Qianlang, this is still an existence that he can deal with. 1,000 wolves. I have finally found a dimensional world that is easy to invade and have descended. If you cooperate with me and bring my projection to a place with a large number of living beings, I will help you, a young body, break through to the diamond level or above. How about that? No, above overlord level. It will definitely not be difficult for us 2 evil gods to grow together if we work together. The rotten snake bound by the red spikes gave up, struggling, and spoke at the same time. While speaking, its voice also released a strong mental wave that echoed throughout the house. Do you think that as a fellow evil god, your illusions and bewitches will work on me? Qianlang said with a grin. The words fell. The countless red spikes that wrapped around the rotten snake began to shrink suddenly, like a clenched fist, squeezing and crushing the rotten snake inside. Chapter 67 Harvest, Silver Level Elf Tribe, Altar, outside the stone house where the rotten snake is. Several skeleton warriors and several other bronze-level soldiers surrounded the stone house in front of them. Any dark, slimy snake that escaped from the stone house would be attacked and crushed one by one. Prevent other slime snakes from escaping. As for some of the larger slime snakes, they were killed by the wolf priests themselves, who used the technique of chain ice blades. Swift ice blades shot out from their sides, smashing the slime snakes into pieces. Qin lay on the back of the frost dragon. Intermediate level co-viewing. He also clearly saw that on the ancient altar, the evil god's rotten snake had been controlled by the 1,000 wolves and was eventually crushed to pieces. The projection of the target monster, the evil god, the rotten snake, has been killed. Gain the favor of the elf god. Increase the main body's affinity for the elves. Obtained a silver level ring, Eye of Decay. Now, after killing the projection of the evil god, the rotten snake, a few lines of text appeared in front of him. Buzz. A moment. Qinli seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. His body seemed to be pulled into a pitch-black room, but there were a lot of green energy particles floating around him. Qinli's perception of the aura of the elves suddenly improved to a higher level. Maybe this rotten snake had killed many elves before, so only after killing the projection of the evil god Rotten Snake did he gain the affinity of the elves. Some traces can be seen from the altar of the Rotten Snake that appeared in the ruins of the Elven city. There was a dark ring in the backpack. The shape of the ring is a bone ring formed by the head and tail of a white skeleton snake, and a pale snake pupil is inlaid on the ring. When the thought fell on this ring, suddenly, the ring's attribute panel appeared. Nickname Eye of Decay. Level, Silver 3 stars. Condition, in good condition. Equipment requirements, a lord of all races above Silver 1 star, or a life form of all races. Additional skill, summon a 3-star silver projection of a rotten snake. The level is not low. It's just that it can't be equipped yet. The skill of this ring is pretty good, but because of the stronger Thousand Wolf evil god suppressing it, the combat effectiveness of the rotten snake could not be fully exerted. The power of the evil god has lost its effect. In Shinlong's opinion, there's basically no difference between it and an ordinary silver 3-star monster. If I could use this ring to summon a 3-star silver rotten snake, it would be a great fighting force to have around me. Half a day later, after searching the entire ruins of the elf city, no other location of the rotten snake evil god was found. After leaving the ruined city, Qinli continued to march north with many troops. After he gained the sense of the aura of the elves, he discovered that there was an extremely rich aura of elven energy particles emanating from a place in the north, which might be some good things from the elves. Go north, 3,000 meters later. In the center of the jungle in this dimensional space, an elf summoning altar covered with thick weeds was found. There were no guards around the altar. Qinli ordered Qianlang and other soldiers to clear the weeds above the altar, revealing the full picture of the elf summoning altar. If Qinli did not have super strong elven perception, it would be impossible to find the elven summoning altar unless he searched every inch. Qinli swooped down riding on the frost dragon. The next moment, Qinli received a message prompt after he approached the altar 50 meters away. I sense that there is a silver level, unlocked elf summoning altar, incomplete, near the Lord player. Do you want to put it in your backpack? Yes. Qinli's mind moved. Buzz. The ancient altar beneath him disappeared out of thin air, and an icon of an elf summoning altar appeared in Qinli's backpack. It's quite regrettable that this summoning altar is broken, and Qinli has no idea how to repair it. Perhaps he has to wait until Qinli reaches a certain level and can use this broken altar before he can see how to repair it. Qianlang, do you know how to repair this elf summoning altar? Qinli, who was standing at the edge of the jungle, asked. A formation master should be able to do it. There should be formation masters in the cities of the human race or other intelligent life forms. If my rank can reach diamond level or even overlord level or above, and I awaken more memories, I might be able to gain some knowledge about formations. Qianlang responded. Qinli nodded slightly. He didn't know whether there were any human cities on the battlefield of the 10,000 races lords, but at least in the early stage of the competition among the 10,000 races lords, there were no such large human cities open, or other large cities where the lords of each race could conduct transactions. Outside world. Outside the Elven ruins. A spider demon whose lower body is a spider and the upper body looks like a middle-aged woman. She was dressed in black and looked at Qinli and most of the other soldiers with a murderous look in her eyes, and they entered the entrance of the ruins under a towering ancient tree. At this moment, the spider demon was holding a black stick more than 2 meters long in his right hand. At the other end of the stick were 2 human male lords with only their heads left. The old man and the young man both opened their eyes wide, their expressions filled with fear. The hideous wound on the neck was very smooth, as if it had been cut neatly by some huge, sharp scissors. At this time, there was a black jade gourd hanging around the spider demon's waist. The mouth of the gourd was wide open, and a number of smaller black jade spiders crawled out of the gourd. They nimbly climbed onto the heads of the 2 human lords on the long stick. It drilled into the ear of the human lord and began to eat the flesh and brain of the human lord. These children of the spider demon love the brains and flesh of these human lords the most, and their demon and monster tribes want to grow up quickly. They must devour the flesh and blood of humans. In their eyes, every human is like a living panacea, even those humans who have not entered the ranks of cultivators. After she is swallowed, the blood, chi, and demonic energy in her body can also be increased. Therefore, after arriving on the battlefield of the lords of all races, the spider demon had been searching for the breath of the human lord. This time, she was alarmed by some earth dragons fleeing in panic. Following the breath of the earth ankylosaur, they arrived at the jungle grassland where they were originally staying, and they actually smelled the scent of humans. In their opinion, wherever human life has moved, there will be a very tempting aroma of flesh and blood left behind. This human scent cannot be avoided unless the person is a human lord who is proficient in concealing his own breath. This just gave the demons, monsters, and other powerful lords the opportunity to hunt. Chapter 68. The Spider Lord's Fear, Squeeze, and Crush. What an alluring smell. The smell of this human lord's flesh and blood is stronger than the ones I hunted before. Is he bronze level? My children, you are in for a treat this time, the female spider demon said with a smile. The next moment, its 8 black spider legs are nearly 2 meters long, and each of the thin spider leg hairs is more than 10 centimeters long, which looks extremely creepy. The long spider legs bent slightly, and then it jumped directly onto a tree trunk about 100 meters high. A large amount of spider silk immediately spewed out from the silk glands in its abdomen. Countless spider silks floated around the tree trunk, and the moment they fell to the ground, the light black spider silk actually hit itself. If you don't look carefully, you can't see any traces at all. At this time, on the outskirts of the plain, about 40 to 50 meters away from the jungle, underground, there were dark spiders nearly 5 or 6 meters long hiding in the pits they had dug. Above the pit, there was only a layer of soil only an inch thick covering their bodies. After the soil cover was lifted up a little, the pairs of dark spider eyes could be clearly seen underneath the soil cover. If you look down from more than 200 meters above the plain, some powerful monsters with good eyesight can see that there are spiders lurking under the pits on the edge of the plain, waiting for prey to come. However, this human lord is quite lucky to have discovered such a hidden relic, but all this is a blessing for me. On the tree trunk, under the cover of night, the female spider demon was completely black, and it could be said that it blended perfectly into the night. A thick spider silk spewed out from the silk gland in its abdomen and hung upside down on the thick branches above. The entire huge spider body was hanging upside down. His pair of dark eyes, without a trace of white, were staring straight at the branch below. He greedily took a few breaths of a human lord's aura that permeated the air, and then began to wait for what he thought was his prey to come. Half an hour later, below, at the exposed thick old tree roots, a circular arch emitting a faint golden light suddenly appeared, illuminating the surrounding dark environment. Such a bright light. It is extremely conspicuous in this plain, open space in the jungle. Squeak! From the outermost part of the plain, the spider monsters hiding in the pits began to squeak excitedly after seeing the golden arch. The huge pair of poisonous pincers in front of him were rubbing up and down, and he seemed to be getting impatient. Swish! The female spider demon, hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly released a gleam of brilliance in her eyes. Raised his hands. Click, click! Then 2 light black bone spurs began to grow out of the skin from the positions of its 2 forearms. They grew more than 1 meter long. The female spider demon took the 2 light black bone spurs in her hands and made a gesture as if to throw them out. Children, go ahead, the female spider demon whispered. Crash! A spider river that looked like a black stream began to spew out from the gourd on his waist. Upon closer inspection, the black river flowing out of the gourd was made up of some smaller black spiders. These spiders raised by the female spider demon are all extremely poisonous, and their teeth are extremely sharp. Even some silver-level monster armor can be eaten out in a short period of time. Take a closer look. The black spider stream that spewed out from the gourd of the female spider demon fell to the ground and began to surround the thick old tree root below at a very fast speed, forming a layer on the ground. Immediately following, a nearly 5-meter-long giant red-haired wolf walked out of the golden arch. The moment the giant wolf walked out, It sensed the huge black carpet laid by the small spiders next to the old tree roots. Thousand Wolf Illusion. Thousand Wolves' soul-devouring technique. A moment. A powerful mental wave, with Thousand Wolf as the center, swept in all directions, causing a group of small spiders lying in ambush on the ground to be affected by this mental shock. Direct dizziness. Then their souls were devoured by the Thousand Wolves' soul-devouring technique. A large group of poisonous little spiders lay quietly on the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Swish! Qianlang raised his head and looked at the branches on one side. He sensed a cold and chilly aura coming from above. When looking over, then he saw the female spider demon hanging upside down in the air. At this moment, the spider demon's eyes were full of anger, but also a deep fear. A weak human lord actually has silver-level troops in his hands, and these silver troops are also good at restraining the spiritual secrets of their spider clan. Moreover, for the female spider demon hanging upside down in the air, he sensed a dangerous aura from the giant red-haired wolf that he had not sensed for a long time. I was born with a sense of blood pressure. Only some monsters with powerful bloodlines can suppress him, such as powerful life forms like dragons. Illusion. A red light flashed from Qianlong's eyes. The mental shock instantly overwhelmed the female spider demon hanging upside down in the air. Ah! A shrill scream came from the mouth of the female spider demon and echoed throughout the surrounding plain, including the giant black spiders hiding in the pits at the edge of the plain. After sensing that the Lord was under attack, they immediately climbed out of the pit and began to pounce on the Thousand Wolves under the ancient tree like mad dogs. But at this time, after the female spider demon suffered a mental shock, Qianlang immediately grabbed the tree trunk like a civet cat and rushed towards the spider demon hanging upside down on the trunk. Wolf Demon Hedgehog. As he ran quickly, the red hair on the neck grew rapidly, like a red hedgehog python, crossing a distance of dozens of meters and coiling around the female spider demon hanging upside down in the air. The extremely hard red hedgehog spikes pierced into the spider demon's body from all over its body. The severe pain rushed to her head like a wave. She was originally trapped by the illusion, but she woke up immediately. However, at this time, she only saw the oncoming red spikes, which wrapped around her head several times. The spikes pierced her eyes and head. Puff! Qianlang had an idea and did not give the spider demon any chance to struggle. The wolf hedgehog that bound the spider demon shrank rapidly under his control and was squeezed and crushed like the rotten snake. After crushing the body of the female spider demon, the speed of the big black-haired spiders that were flying towards it from all directions immediately slowed down by more than half. Because their lord was killed, they, as a branch of the army, suffered heavy losses. Chapter 69. Spider Demon Clone Egg, heading north to the base. Under the night, above the dark forest, a bright crescent moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, in this clearing in the jungle, there were black jade spiders with broken bodies everywhere. In this clearing, several swift red afterimages attacked together. They attacked from several directions and surrounded the last black jade spider, which was severely injured. The sharp wolf claws easily cut off the spider's long legs. A stream of dark green blood gushed out from the place where the long legs were cut off. At the same time, a sharp scream came from the air of the black jade spider. Puff! Without waiting for the black jade spider to think more. Those pairs of dark eyes immediately fell into confusion, and the struggling movements also stopped, allowing the blood in the body to flow out, and a slightly pungent smell filled the air. Then, the Thousand Wolf's real body flew in front of the black jade spider, raised its wolf claws, and smashed its head. Several clones around it immediately pounced on it. The core energy organs in the black jade spider's body were completely eaten up, leaving only a broken body, which was exactly the same as the broken bodies of the surrounding black jade spiders. At this time, if you look closely, you can still see that in the eyes of Thousand Wolf, inside the triangular golden pupils, there's a pair of extremely mysterious runes. When the Thousand Wolf's body began to realize that something was wrong, it started killing. Qinli has always activated the intermediate level of shared vision. Although there is a teleportation arch between them, the magic power stimulated by the shared vision can still pass through the teleportation portal and land on the Thousand Wolf's body. He also didn't expect that outside the entrance to the ruins, there was a spider demon that had set up so many ambushes. If Qinli hadn't let the Thousand Wolf's real body lead the charge, he might have lost several silver-level soldiers. Qinli couldn't understand how these demon lords discovered their traces. Odor, or have they already set up some kind of security precautions around here? A hint of doubt appeared in Qin Li's expression. But what Qin Li was most concerned about was that just before, when Xinlong's main body killed the female spider demon hanging upside down in the air, Qin Li did not see any clues. This also shows one thing, that the one killed by the Thousand Wolf's original body might just be the clone of the spider demon, and the probability of this is very high. It is indeed necessary to prepare some items to remove the smell from your body. Qin Li thought to himself. The last time he came into contact with a snake demon lord, the grass demon soldiers he sent out should have been tracking his scent and chasing him. Qin Li has already practiced the minor 5 elements illusion technique, which allows him to condense some of the 5 elements power. If these 5 elements power are mobilized, they will condense outside the body surface into a set of 5 elements illusion robes, which may be able to cover up the smell on his body. We have to leave here first. Since the spider demon is not dead, maybe it has other tricks up its sleeve. Qin Li asked Xinlong's main body to track the scent of the spider monster, but it turned out that there were hundreds of spider monster scents extending far away near the jungle. And there isn't much difference between each scent. If we were to check them one by one, it would probably take several days. If it took that long, the female spider demon would have escaped long ago. Qin Li in the ruins of the elf ruined city. After making sure that there was no threat from the outside world, he left the ruins with his many troops. After walking out of the arch, Qin Li's perception of the 2 white bone ice bats suddenly increased. The 2 white bone ice bats did not show any warning, but were on the treetops in the east and west, as if they were hit by some kind of illusion. Depressed. After Qin Li took the initiative to summon, there was no movement. The spider demon was able to take down 2 silver 1-star bone-type ice bats silently. So she did have some means, but what she faced later was the 1,000 wolves with divine attributes. In this relic, the 1,000 wolf, whose grade has been upgraded to 3-star silver, can be said to have enough combat power to fight against even gold-level monsters. A type of soldier with divine attributes, with extremely powerful talents. Basically, when facing some monster troops of ordinary races, or the lords of all races, it is definitely possible to exert cross-level combat power. Qin Li rode on the frost dragon and flew to where one of the bone-type ice bats was. The bone-type ice bat seemed to be poisoned, with a poisonous thorn on its forehead, and the ice bat's body was wrapped in a layer of spider silk. The whole person fell into a coma. Swoosh! The jungle sighed. On the tree canopy, a giant red wolf leaped up as if riding the wind, and landed on the tree canopy branch below Qin Li, opening its mouth and looking at the white skeleton ice bat bound by spider silk. My lord, it's been poisoned by spider venom. Let me do it. Qianlang opened his wolf mouth, full of sharp teeth, and a deep middle-aged man's voice came out of his mouth. Qin Li nodded slightly. After receiving Qin Li's order, Qianlang jumped and landed next to the sleeping ice bat. He raised his right paw, pulled out the poisonous stinger on the ice bat's forehead, and threw it directly to the ground. At the same time, the right claw stretched out and pierced into the ice bat's neck. The wolf claw immediately emitted a suction force, causing the toxins in the ice bat's body to begin gathering towards the wolf claw as if attracted by something. It took less than 10 breaths. All the poison in the ice bat's body was sucked away. In a blink of an eye, the ice bat woke up, easily broke free from the spider web covering its body, and lowered its head towards Qin Li. My lord, I was ambushed. I lost consciousness before I could even warm myself. The bone-type ice bat spoke. We already know about this matter. Let's leave here first. Qin Li finished speaking. He led 1,000 wolves to the place where another white bone ice bat was. Just like the previous one, after sucking out all the spider venom, he woke up leisurely. Then, Qin Li left this place with many soldiers and headed towards the cliff where he was originally located in the north. After all, apart from the cliff stronghold next to the waterfall, the rest of the jungle is unknown, and there are definitely a lot of bronze level or even silver level soldiers hidden there. The danger is quite high. Let's find a familiar place to rest first. After all, the countdown for this dark disaster has begun. We are just waiting at the stronghold under the waterfall for the countdown to end and return to the forest and snow. At the same time, to the west of this jungle, 6 kilometers away, in the center of a pile of rocks, there is a spider silk cocoon covered by layers of spider webs. Inside the huge, white spider silk cocoon. The next moment, a seemingly extremely sharp white spike, about 1 meter long, pierced through the spider silk cocoon directly, splitting it from top to bottom. Crash! A large amount of mucus gushed out from it, and a female spider demon covered in mucus fell out from it. Her appearance was no different from before. It's just that it's only about 1 meter long, like a smaller version of a spider demon, and its body is covered with white hair, which is much more fragile and soft than the black spider hair. It takes a lot of time to grow up. This is an egg clone refined by the spider demon, and it is also her trump card to save her life. Human race. The newly hatched spider demon saw the image of the giant red-haired wolf in its sea of consciousness, with a look full of hatred. Chapter 70 Merchants of All Races, Clown Traveler. The waterfall hits the water, making a loud roar. Qinli returned to the waterfall stronghold and relaxed a little, but he still asked the bone-type ice bats to patrol back and forth within a 3-kilometer radius. This dark disaster is about to end. Since we will have to go back in 2 or 3 hours, there's no need to look for some boss-level monsters to obtain the teleportation card. Ding-ling-ling. The next moment, suddenly, in the jungle nearby, there was a clear and pleasant sound of bells. The sound of the bell is extremely penetrating. Even Qinli, who was resting in the cave, could hear it very clearly. Swish! Qinli, who had just sat down, suddenly opened his eyes and directly activated the intermediate shared vision, connecting to the 1,000 wolf's body outside the cave. At this time, it's not just Qianling. Even the other silver-level soldiers around Qinli turned their heads and looked towards the place where the bell sound came from in the jungle. In the sight of Qianling. Then I saw a thin, hunchback clown wearing a large blue clown hat, nearly 3 meters tall, walking towards this side leisurely. From the clown's back, he used his bird claw-like hands to grab a huge bulging cloth bag covered with patches. At the same time, there was also a shiny golden bell hanging on the right ear of the red-nosed clown. Behind it, above its head, was a jellyfish emitting blue light all over its body, floating in the air, with transparent tentacles floating in the air. The blue jellyfish was like a lamppost, illuminating everything around the clown man. It is detected that there are merchants from all races passing by. The Lord can trade with them. The merchants of all races are in a neutral camp on the battlefield of all races. You cannot fight with them, otherwise you may be killed. Even if you win, if you meet the merchants of all races later, they will sense you and attack you. Buzz. This moment, these 2 lines of text appeared in front of Qinli's retina. Merchant of all races? Qinli was stunned for a moment. Then his expression lit up with joy. This was the first time he had encountered a force from the neutral camp. Before this, he had never seen anyone in the channel area say that they had encountered any merchants from all races. This merchant from all races would definitely not be encountered easily. Qinli then ordered all his troops not to harbor any ill will towards the red-nosed, clown-looking merchant from all races. Then he stood up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the red-nosed clown walked over from the distant jungle, stopped beside the cold pond, and put the huge package in his hand on the ground. After the package was put down, it was immediately spread out into a patch blanket and fell in front of him, and he set up a stall directly in the cold pond under the waterfall. The hunched-over traveling merchant clown casually took out a small silver kettle from the space storage bag on his waist. Although the silver kettle was nearly 10 centimeters high, it was held between 2 fingers in the hand of the skinny, red-nosed clown. He then placed the silver kettle into the cold pond beside him. Crash! A huge suction force suddenly emanated from the mouth of the silver kettle, forming a whirlpool on the surface of the cold pond, which madly sucked in a large amount of water from the cold pond. Then, Qinli brought 1,000 wolves and the wolf priest and walked up to the red-nosed clown. I want to buy something. Is there a list of items so I can choose? Qinli asked him in a kind tone. After filling the silver kettle, the red-nosed clown poured some water from the kettle into his mouth, then looked up at Qinli, who was standing in front of his stall. After his eyes swept across 1,000 wolf and the wolf priest, he looked at 1,000 wolf again. Human lord, you are lucky to have obtained an evil god soldier. This kind of item is hard to come by in the early stages of becoming a lord of all races. You are qualified to trade with me. I am very interested in your evil god soldier. I suggest that you trade the flesh and blood of this evil god soldier next to you with me. I can provide you with a batch of items that are comparable to gold grade or above. The red-nosed clown then looked at Qin Li with a bright smile on his face and spoke to Qin Li without any concealment. My lord, if I lose a piece of flesh from my body, it will grow back quickly and can be traded. After hearing what the red-nosed clown said, Qianlong's real body immediately spoke. What a loyal army. The red-nosed clown businessman nodded and smiled, his interest in Qianlang growing stronger and stronger. Here is a list of 3 exchange items I provide for you. You can choose one. The clown businessman raised his right hand. A wisp of black smoke emerged and condensed into a piece of black paper. On the paper were 3 objects with patterns drawn on them, as well as some simple text introductions below the objects. This introductory text is based on the text that is most familiar to the ethnic group that the merchants of all races trade with. Qin Li took the black paper handed over by the clown businessman. A golden sword lion cub, a gold-gray dragon armor, and a random gold-level skill book. Qin Li glanced at the 3 items on the list. The talent of the golden sword lion is definitely above gold, but for Qin Li, who has a golden synthesis column, it will not be difficult for him to synthesize soldiers and servants above gold level in the future. I want a type of soldier that can assist me, preferably one that can be integrated into my body so that I can have faster speed or stronger defense. Qin Li hesitated for a moment, then spoke. King. The clown businessman blinked his dark red eyes twice, looked at Qin Li, and nodded slightly. Swish. A moment. The black paper in Qin Li's hand suddenly changed. The 3 original patterns drawn with gold threads disappeared and turned into a pair of wings, a heart, and a ring. Weapon type flesh and blood soldier type wind and fire wings. Note, wind and fire wings can be cultivated with energy cores or some high-purity wind and fire energy bodies. They can parasitize the user's flesh and blood, merge with their genes and bloodline, and become stronger as the user's level grows. Golden grade steel heart. Note, after use, the user's heart can be transformed. After the transformation is complete, the user can release the Iron Heart skill to greatly enhance the defense of his physical body, making the physical body stronger than steel. Cubis Wind Bird Ring. Note, the Cubis Wind Bird Ring is of gold quality. It can summon a gold-grade Cubis Wind bird to fight. If worn for a long time, it can slightly transform the user's body. Chapter 71 Transaction. Parasitic Flying Soldier type Wind and Fire Wings. 3 items, all very good. Unfortunately, you can only choose one. Qin Li glanced at the 3 items on the black paper and was interested in each of them. What are the conditions for choosing more than 2 items? Qin Li continued to ask. 2. Unless you can come up with something that interests me, but unfortunately, the only thing I like is the divine attribute soldier next to you. If you are willing to give up this divine attributed soldier of mine, I can trade with you for items above the overlord level. At this time, the clown businessman said in a flat tone. Qin Li shook his head. I finally encountered a divine attribute soldier called Thousand Wolves. How could I possibly trade it? Moreover, Qin Li witnessed the power of Thousand Wolf with his own eyes. In the ruins of the Elf City, if Thousand Wolf had not restrained the projection of another evil god, only himself and the previous wolf priests and some silver-level soldiers would have entered. It is extremely difficult to get rid of the projection of the evil god. Moreover, it was Qianlang who dealt with the female spider demon. This happened several times in a row, which gave Qin Li a clear understanding of Qianlong's combat power. Continue to improve like this. It won't be long before Thousand Wolf can successfully upgrade to the gold level or above, and with the help of the golden synthesis bar, he will definitely be able to reach the higher overlord level and above. It's just a matter of time. Qin Li gave up on trading Thousand Wolves and could only choose one item from them. I want to change to Wind and Fire Wings. After hesitating for 2 seconds among these 3 items, Qin Li made his choice and directly decided on the Wind and Fire Wings. A parasitic type of weapon. This method is basically the same as Thousand Wolves, except that it is a parasitic weapon. It is so fused with one's own flesh and blood that it is difficult to separate. Snap! The Thousand Wolf's true form at the side opened its ferocious, sharp-toothed wolf mouth and bit hard on the side of his shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh nearly the size of a basketball. Not a drop of blood oozed out of the piece of meat, but it merged into a slowly wriggling red mass of flesh, with even some tiny tentacles growing out of it, shaking its tiny body. Large tentacles grew out of the flesh, as if a patch of red fluff had grown all over the flesh. Li took the piece of meat from Qianlong's lowered mouth. This strange blood clot feels warm to the touch. After holding in the hand, one can even feel the red fluff growing outside the flesh, wriggling. Deal done. At this time, the clown merchant in front of the stall raised his right hand, which was like a dead branch, and pinched the lump of flesh with two slender fingers. He looked it up and down with a look of great satisfaction. The next moment, the piece of flesh on his right hand disappeared out of thin air and was replaced by a green and red crystal stone the size of an apple. Inside this translucent crystal, there's a pair of green wings, but on the edge of the green wings, there's a circle of red fire patterns. Take a closer look. Even in some inner areas of the green wings, one can see some subtle fire patterns flowing on them, which is very gorgeous. Friendly human lord, this is my token dice. If you come across anything good later, you can roll this dice and I can come to you again. If the transaction satisfies me, we can establish a long-term cooperation. Immediately following, a red crystal, dice the size of an almond, suddenly appeared between the two fingers of the clown businessman, with dots of gold powder on all 6 sides of the dice. Inside the crystal, you can even see a clown laughing heartily, and behind the red-nosed clown, there's a vague outline of an archway or portal. After Li took the dice. The clown businessman in front of him disappeared out of thin air, and the light produced by the bright jellyfish suddenly became dark at this moment. It was as if the clown merchant had never appeared, but the red crystal in Li's right hand confirmed that the clown merchant had indeed been here once. Li put the dice into his backpack. At this time, Li took out several silver-grade energy core crystals and handed them to Qianlang next to him. Qianlang swallowed the energy core crystals into his abdomen. On one side of his shoulder, where the piece of flesh was bitten off, one could see some granulation tissue growing. The granulation tissue grew, intertwined, and fused rapidly, and soon filled the uneven wound. And the remaining wounds began to recover rapidly. If it continues to recover at this rate, it will probably heal in less than 2 or 3 hours. The recovery speed is already very slow. The main reason being that this is the flesh and blood bitten off by Thousand Wolf himself. If it were the scars caused by other monsters, it is estimated that it will heal immediately in a few breaths of time. It's time to go back. Li returned to the cave. Prepare to use this type of parasitic weapon. Bite. It has been detected that there is a parasitic weapon type wind and fire wing that can be used. Do you want to bind it? Yes. This time, when this line of text appeared in front of Li again, he agreed without hesitation. Snap! The red crystal on the right hand suddenly cracked into a shocking crack, which spread rapidly and soon covered the entire crystal. The crystal shattered. Immediately, a mist mixed with bright green and red colors began to surge out from it, wrapping up Li's entire right hand. The next moment, Li felt the power contained in the clouds and mist, which was constantly penetrating into his body through the pores of his right hand skin. This power began to spread from his right hand. After only a few breaths, it spread to the whole body. Li felt a heat radiating from his limbs and bones. His entire cheeks turned red, and even his skin looked red, as if it had been burned. Ice prison. Li was standing next to the wolf priest, who cast the ice prison spell and created several icicles around him to cool him down. Li felt a little dizzy at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 8 icicles as thick as buckets began to rise from the ground 2 or 3 meters away from Li. They rose from the bottom of the cave to more than 10 meters above the cave. The temperature around Li began to drop rapidly. The chill surrounded his body, reducing the burning heat in Li's body a bit. Chapter 72 Announcement from the 10,000 Races. The protection period for newbies is coming. The Tower of Fallen Gods, the Dark Forest. The moonlight is cool. Li, who was in the cave at the moment, felt hot all over after being parasitized by the wind and fire wings. The terrifying tempering force generated made him feel hot all over. The chill emitted by the 8 huge icicles around could only barely offset the heat outside the body. Time passes. Half an hour later, the 2 forces of wind and fire in the body were finally used up. After such a long period of tempering, Li felt that the quality of his body was stronger than before, and his fists were more powerful. Close your eyes. It seemed as if he had entered a state of some kind of perception skill, and everything within a few meters around him vaguely emerged as a rough outline in Li's mind. The ears moved slightly. Qinli even heard the subtle chewing sounds of a dozen grass insects gnawing at the roots of the bushes at the bottom of the bushes more than 10 meters away outside the cave. In the Sea of Consciousness. In the center, there is an additional skill card with green and red colors intersecting. The skill card is slowly rotating on the spot, and now occupies the center of the Sea of Consciousness. The other skill cards are completely centered around him. It can be said that the increase in Qinli's perception ability is entirely due to the blessing of the wind and fire wings. There was not such a big change before, and most his strength increased. This state of perception is very wonderful. Qinli feels that his strength is comparable to that of ordinary bronze 2-star monsters or above. Of course, Qinli has never fought with monsters above bronze 2-star level, so this is just a rough judgment. When he returns to the snowy forest, he can compete with the bronze-level troops in his territory to see how big the gap between them is. In this way, Qinli can make a judgment himself. Buzz. Immediately following, a wind and fire wings attribute panel appeared in front of Qinli's eyes. Nickname: Parasitic Soldier Type Wind and Fire Wings. Talent: Bind to the Lord level, can be up to 2 major levels higher than the host. Level: Silver 1 star. Vital Energy: 7.6. Equipment level conditions: any parasitic arms and weapons within the 2 major ranks of the myriad life forms can be equipped. Skills: Wind Control, Fire Control, Small Fire Hurricane, Elementary Rage. Evaluation: an extremely rare type of parasitic weapon, refined by the Clown Traveler, a merchant from all races, capable of both offense and defense. Silver level. Qinli's eyes lit up with delight. It was indeed a good thing. And it was also tempered by that Clown Traveler. The merchant from all races must have more good things in his hands, but it's a pity that his vision is too high and he is probably only interested in items with divine attributes. Fortunately, Qinli had an evil god soldier, the Thousand Wolves. Otherwise, even if he met this merchant from all races, he had limited things to offer, and the other party might not bother to pay attention to him. He would just set up a stall there for a while and then disappear. Your unit, the 6-legged ice lizard, is dead. Your unit, the Snow Wolf King, is dead. The next moment, when the countdown for the transmission to the Tower of Fallen Gods reached about 2/4 of an hour, a few lines of text appeared in front of Qinli's eyes. Someone attacked my territory? Qinli immediately realized something. Fortunately, the ones who died were only some ordinary grade soldiers patrolling the outer area of the territory. However, a silver-grade wolf priest was left in his own territory. Unless there are silver-level soldiers who actively attack him, it is possible that they will pose some threat to Qinli. But this stage, even some ordinary lords of the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan would have to consider whether they are qualified enough to deal with him, and whether they would be killed by Qinli. Of course, Qinli himself understood it. The means of the demons and monsters are definitely much more than those of the human lords. Take the female spider demon, for example. We still don't know where her real body is or what trump card she used to escape. If you're not careful, you may be targeted by some insidious tricks. At this stage, you still have to attack the places where other monsters are entrenched. Cultivate your strongest 1,000 wolf troops. The evil god Thousand Wolves is his most powerful soldier now, so naturally he has to do his best to raise his rank. Pity. Intermediate co-vision cannot pass through the Godfall Tower. Qinli tried the intermediate shared vision again. The only ones who could be blessed were still the soldiers Qinli brought with him and those left behind in the original territory. Although he could feel the faint life breath of his soldiers' servants from afar. But it cannot add the shared vision skill. Soon, Qinli looked at the countdown, which was about to end. Today, the dark forest outside is much quieter than before. Most of the lords of all races choose to spend it peacefully before the countdown begins. While waiting, Qinli opened the regional channel of the Human Lord. At the same time, he also checked the channel announcement to see if there was any public intelligence information on the 10,000 Races battlefield. Announcement from the 10,000 Races battlefield. The 10,000 Races Lord's Novice period will end at the 3rd Dark Disaster. At that time, some creatures entrenched in various places on the 10,000 Races battlefield will decide whether to expand their territories based on their will. Announcement of the 10,000 Races battlefield. The races of a neutral camp are now open to the public. The lords of all races can have friendly exchanges in the cities built by the neutral camp or in the trading market. They must not take the initiative to kill the races of the neutral camp, Otherwise, they will be rejected by the entire race of the neutral camp. Neutral camp races: Underground Cave Insect Tribe, Snow Elves, Southern Sky Tree Demon Tribe, Golden Flame God Tribe. Announcement from the 10,000 Races battlefield. The city of 10,000 Races is under construction, and the opening time is yet to be determined. In the notice board, there are indeed several public messages, and they were released an hour ago. The novice period is over so soon. Chinli frowned slightly. In a trading area of the human race's regional channel, there are some more bronze-level resource exchanges. After this dark disaster, there must be many lords who are lucky enough to train their lords up. And it is also possible that some other human lords may encounter some relics. If we wait until the next dark disaster, those gold-level creatures nearby will be restrained in their own territories by the power of rules. Once the protection of the novice period ends, the other party is likely to expand. When Chinli was exploring further to the north, he encountered a gold-level ice dragon. That kind of nearly pure-blooded Western dragon would definitely not be able to control its temper and would expand towards the area around the mountain. There is no force of rules to suppress it. The enemy is only a dozen kilometers away from his original territory. If this continues, he must upgrade the quality of the 1,000 wolf troops to above the gold level before the next dark disaster ends. Only in this way will he have some self-protection power. Chapter 73. Changes in the Ice Valley, Giant Insects Attack. The announcement did not say whether the trading areas between ethnic groups would be opened up or a new trading area would be established after the novice protection period ends. The only opportunity to trade with other races is to go to cities built by neutral races or to trade in trading markets. Your unit, the six-legged ice lizard king, is dead. Just as Chinli was flipping through the bulletin board of all races. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of me again. Bronze-level soldiers have already died. Chinli frowned slightly. The one who can attack so proactively must be a lord of all races. He must be the lord chosen by the first dark disaster. Otherwise, he must be in the Tower of Fallen Gods or in the Abyss at this time. At this time, in the snowy forest covered by dark clouds all day long. From the south of Chin Li's original territory. In a clearing in the jungle near the Ice Valley, there were more than a dozen giant bipedal insects surrounding the corpse of a six-legged ice lizard king and were biting it desperately with their sharp mouths full of huge, sharp teeth. Most of the two-legged giant insects lowered their heads to the soft belly of the six-legged ice lizard king and began to devour pieces of flesh and blood. Two of the two-legged giant insects even drilled into the ice lizard king's abdomen and tore apart the organs inside the ice lizard king's body. Beside the six-legged ice lizard king lying on the ground, there was a two-legged giant insect king emitting silver light all over its body. The body of this two-legged giant insect king was nearly 5 meters long. When the sturdy legs walked on the snow, they left behind a very conspicuous and hideous trail of footprints. Judging from its size, it is like a smaller Tyrannosaurus rex. Moreover, this silver-level bipedal giant insect king has a huge, sharp-toothed mouth, and its bite force seems to be stronger than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Take a closer look. The eyes of this bipedal giant insect standing next to the six-legged ice lizard king were replaced by black, while the eyes of those ordinary bipedal giant insects were dark red. After killing the bronze-level six-legged ice lizard king, this silver-level, two-legged giant insect king was stimulated by the smell of blood that filled the surroundings, and his original intention to continue heading north was suddenly shaken. That pair of extremely dark eyes, in that instant, faintly revealed a dark red color. But before this silver-level bipedal giant insect could struggle any further, the demon runes deep in his eyes released another wisp of demonic energy. Under the interference of the dark demonic energy, the originally silver-level bipedal giant insect king, who had just regained a little clarity in his eyes, was immediately submerged by the dark demonic energy. Losing his mind again, roar! The silver-level bipedal giant insect king growled. The body that had originally stopped in place immediately followed the breath in the air and began to run straight towards the direction of the original territory built by Chinli in the distance. At the same time, under an underground crack about 10 miles away from the southern Ice Valley, in an empty underground cave, there's a very old city ruin here. There are some ancient magic patterns engraved on the walls. At the outermost part, there is half a bronze door standing on the ground. Under the deepest building, There is a temple full of cracks, and above the temple is a carving of a three-eyed god. The god has the same face as humans, but between his eyebrows, there is a single eye standing upright. At this time, a faint golden light was emanating from the single eye. The carved three-eyed giant stands at the top of the temple, nearly 6 meters tall. Even though the surrounding buildings have been buried underground over the years, most of them have been buried underground. But this huge stone-carved three-eyed giant is very complete and even has a touch of divine glory on it. But, unlike him, the temple building he was standing on had a collapsed wall behind it, and a number of shocking dark cracks had spread across the other 3 walls. The cracks started from the sealed altar in the center of the temple building, spreading in all directions like a spider web, and had already climbed up 2/3 of the way up the 3 walls. Under the altar, black fog was everywhere, and even a lot of demonic black fog flowed out through the cracks on the altar. These strange black fogs flew out from under the altar. When the surroundings reach a certain size, they will actively gather together and transform into a dark head as big as a watermelon. The floating black skull will immediately pounce on the three-eyed person above the temple with its fangs and claws. But when the black skull flew to the side of the three-eyed person, about 3 or 4 meters away, a golden ring appeared in the air around the three-eyed person in an instant to protect him. The dazzling halo radiates golden light. When the dark skeleton collided with the halo, more than half of the demonic power in its body was instantly consumed, and it let out a shrill scream. At this moment, outside the entire temple, there's a translucent light golden eggshell shield, which protects the entire temple in the center, but this eggshell shield has been corroded over the years. There were 2 cracks on it at some point, the moment the crack appeared. In addition, another dark skull hiding under a stone pestle on the side of the wall seized the opportunity of the random crack and burst out at full speed at the first moment. A black afterimage flashed through the air and flew straight out from the crack. The dark skull flew out of the eggshell shield, circled outside the shield, and then flew towards the outside of the underground cave, flying from the bottom of the crack canyon to the top. Flesh and blood. Human flesh and blood. Under the altar, in the dark magic fog, a voice of ancient demonic language could be faintly heard. Outside world, the 2-legged giant insect king, controlled by evil spirits, was now desperately running towards the human territory where Chinli was. The 2 were now only 2 kilometers apart. Roar! Just then, a roar of a flying dragon came from the treetops above. A frost dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew over and opened its sharp mouth more than 10 meters away from the bipedal giant insect king, spewing out a breath of frost from its mouth. The frosty breath mixed with countless pieces of ice. When it fell on the bipedal giant insect king, suddenly a series of metal collision sounds were heard. The damage to this giant bipedal insect was almost zero. Swish! The 2-legged giant insect king on the open space below slightly bent his thick hind legs, and the next moment he suddenly exploded. A terrifying thrust was applied to his body, and he jumped straight up from the ground. Its powerful jumping force is twice as fast as the frost dragon's flying speed. The 2 collided almost instantly. The slightly smaller claws of the bipedal giant insect king directly grabbed the 2 sides of the frost dragon's wings. The terrifying giant mouth on its head opened and bit the frost dragon's long neck directly. Chapter 74, Bloody Fight, the Giant Bipedal Insect King. The giant bipedal insect king, with amazing jumping ability, bit off the frost dragon's neck with one bite of its huge teeth. Blood splattered into the sky as the frost dragon lost its head. After the dragon's wings struggled and flapped a few times in the air, they were taken down by the giant 2-legged insect king hanging on its body. The body began to fall downward rapidly. Boom! The 2 huge monsters fell to the ground in the snow forest below, immediately creating a snow wave that was hundreds of meters high. The snow on the surrounding lush treetops also fell to the ground. The 2-legged giant insect king fell to the ground, glanced at the frost dragon with his dark eyes, then raised his hind legs, and used the sharp claws of his hind legs to easily cut the skin at the frost dragon's heart. The flying dragon's hard scales were easily torn apart by the giant insect king's sharp claws, like a piece of thin paper. After digging twice in the chest of the frost dragon, they dug out a huge heart of the frost dragon. In the heart, one could vaguely see an energy core emitting a faint white light. Only the soldiers and servants of the lords killed the enemy's soldiers during the fight. Monsters or soldiers will disappear, and there's a certain chance that some items will explode. However, when a lord of non-10,000 races kills the lord's soldiers and servants, they will not disappear into digitized form out of thin air and will not drop anything, but real flesh and blood with normal body structure. Puff. The giant bipedal insect king stuffed the frost dragon's heart directly into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, he swallowed the flesh and blood of the heart. While chewing, strands of light blue blood flowed from one side of its mouth and dripped onto the snow-white ground, which was quite conspicuous. Behind the bipedal giant insect king, more than 20 bipedal giant insects, which were much smaller, gathered into a group, their eyes full of excitement and revealing a man-eating light. There were even a few giant bipedal insects that drooled after smelling the energy and blood of the frost dragon. This group of giant bipedal insects pounced on the frost dragon, opened their huge mouths with sharp teeth, and began to tear the frost dragon's neck and vulnerable buttocks. The two-legged giant insect king began to run wildly forward again. In the last few hundred meters, the figure of the wolf priest stood outside the territory, holding a silver magic wand. Under the huge magic hat, a pair of sharp eyes full of murderous intent stared at the giant two-legged insect king running wildly from the bottom of the snow forest in the distance. When the giant two-legged insect king began to run wildly on the ground with its huge body, it raised a terrifying snow wave behind it, which was nearly tens of meters high. When the two sides were only a few hundred meters apart, the wolf priest could even feel the slight vibration coming from the ground. At this time in Sheen Li's territory, as far as the eye can see, there are only the lowest combat units summoned by the altars, without the blessing of Sheen Li's golden synthesis column. If these ordinary combat units were to fight against the giant bipedal insect king, they would probably not last more than 3 minutes before being slaughtered. Ice Prison. A powerful ice magic power was released from the silver magic wand in the wolf priest's hand. Hundreds of meters away, as the giant two-legged insect king was running wildly, thick icicles suddenly shot out from the snow under his feet and blocked his way. Each icicle was nearly 2 meters thick, and there were 8 in a row, like a small city wall made of black ice, hiding the figures of both of them. At this time, on the snow beside the bipedal giant insect king, there were also several thick icicles rising up. The chillness around immediately dropped a lot. Boom! But the two-legged giant insect king, who was running wildly, didn't say a word and didn't hesitate at all before slamming into the row of icicles in front of him, shattering the icicles and making most of the icicles full of cracks. A shaky look, immediately following. After the bipedal giant insect king paused for a moment, it exerted force with its hind legs again, turning into a huge white afterimage, and slammed heavily into the ice wall again. This time, the ice wall was directly smashed and a gap was created. The two-legged giant insect king with dark eyes roared and opened his huge mouth. Streams of ice magic as thick as an adult thigh gathered from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a huge spiked ice ball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters formed in his mouth. The bipedal giant insect king made a swinging motion with his head, and the ice ball in his mouth immediately turned into a swift afterimage. The spiked ice ball swept across the snow, and the strong wind and wave carried by the snowball had left a deep groove on the ground, which was extremely conspicuous. Less than 2 breaths. Then he arrived in front of the wolf priest. Snowstorm. A terrifying magical power burst out from the wolf clan's sacrificial wand again. A storm tornado tens of meters high immediately formed on the ground a few steps in front of him, mixed with countless tiny ice blades. This blizzard tornado was more than 10 meters in diameter. The rapidly flying spiky ice ball was blocked by force. After it slammed into the storm tornado, it only advanced a few meters inside. The spikes on the surface were smoothed out by countless ice blades. The ice ball stopped in it, and some cracks gradually appeared on it. Chain of ice blades. Buzz. In the air beside the wolf priest, huge crescent-shaped ice blades suddenly formed. There were 10 of them in total, all emitting a faint white glow. In the dark night of the snowy forest, it is quite conspicuous. Weapons shot out in the air, leaving behind a series of extremely fast sounds of breaking through the air. One could see crescent-shaped ice blades hitting the giant two-legged insect king that continued to rush over, knocking its body back several steps. The huge mouth, which occupied nearly two-thirds of the body, also had several shocking scars. A lot of dark blue blood flowed from it. However, although the attack of the wolf priest broke his defense, it failed to damage the bones of the two-legged giant insect king and only caused some superficial injuries. The giant insect king, whose body was blocked by the crescent ice blade, opened his huge mouth again, let out a huge roar, and rushed towards the wolf priest who was already 100 meters away. For the giant bipedal insect king, such a short distance is only 2 or 3 breaths of effort. The ground shook violently. The snowflakes rolled in from behind the giant insect king like a tsunami several meters high, with such momentum that it was heart-pounding. What a strong body! The wolf priest who saw this scene had a look of fear on his face. Frost Dragon. Wolf tribe sacrifices consume a lot of magic power. After the frost dragon he summoned was killed, his magic power reserves were directly weakened by several times. Now the distance is so close. Even if he summoned the frost dragon, the giant insect king was unable to avoid his pursuit due to his amazing jumping ability and could only resist to the death. But at this time, a low wolf howl was heard from the stone wall behind him, and a huge red beast shadow flew out from the territory, rushing towards him like a gust of wind. Chapter 75. Kill the insect swarm and plot against the unknown evil god. The two-legged giant insect king opened its huge and sharp mouth, and its teeth were stained with blood. Its strange black eyes stared straight at the wolf priest, just as its huge mouth was about to swallow the wolf sacrifice into its stomach. Suddenly, the scarlet afterimage that flew out from the inside of the stone wall arrived in front of him almost in an instant and knocked the two-legged giant insect king, whose body was emitting a fierce bloody aura, directly away. Bang! A heavy bang was heard. The giant insect king, who was several meters away from the wolf tribe's priest, flew backwards to one side and finally crashed into several towering ancient trees that were so thick that several people were hugging them. After several ancient trees were broken, they finally collapsed onto the snow, raising snowflakes all over the sky. Finally, the red shadow revealed its true appearance. It was a giant red-haired wolf that was nearly 4 or 5 meters long. The giant wolf turned its head to look at the wolf priest on the side and nodded slightly. The next moment, he flew towards the giant insect king, his wolf eyes filled with solemnity. Just now, when Xianlang came into contact with the giant two-legged insect king, he sensed an extremely powerful evil spirit attached to the body of this monster. This evil spirit made him feel a sense of crisis. It is possible that the opponent is also a creature with divine attributes, able to control a silver-level monster and attack the Lord's original territory. The opponent's grade is most likely above gold level. It may even be higher. Thousand Wolf Illusion. Thousand Wolves Soul Devouring Technique. Qianlang flew in front of the two-legged giant insect king and used his 2 signature moves. 2 mental shock waves almost simultaneously landed on the two-legged giant insect king, who was lying on the ground and trying to struggle to get up. In the blink of an eye, the bipedal giant insect king, who was standing up, suddenly paused for a moment, then lost control and fell heavily to the ground, as if he was dead and had lost control of his body. The soul-devouring red wolf transformed from the thousand wolves drilled into the giant insect king's sea of consciousness. In the center of his sea of consciousness sat a dark skull that emanated dark demonic power. It is indeed a divine attribute. Qianlong's eyes lit up. Moreover, this evil demonic power with divine attributes is very weak and very easy to devour, which can be used as food for him to improve his own quality. At this time, after seeing Thousand Wolf entering the sea of consciousness, the dark skull also felt a sense of crisis and began to want to escape, but the cage formed by Thousand Wolf's first mental power bound it firmly in place. No matter how he impacted it, it remained motionless. Finally, the Thousand Wolf soul-devouring body flew into the illusion cage, opened its sharp mouthful, and swallowed the dark skull mouthful by mouthful. Outside world. The Thousand Wolf soul-devouring body returned to its main body and immediately felt that the power accumulated in its body had increased a little. Although the opponent was controlled by a certain evil god, that evil god was not very strong. The power of the evil god bestowed upon this giant insect king is pitifully weak. It is estimated that the grade of the evil god's real body is not that high, and the gold grade is the peak. Qianlang made his own judgment, then raised one of his wolf claws and easily cut off the neck of the giant insect king, whose eyes had returned to their normal dark red color. The target monster, the giant bipedal insect king, which was contaminated by the power of the evil god, has died. A silver-level ice energy core has been obtained. Obtain a bronze-quality beetle shield. At this time, Qin Li, standing on the stone wall of the territory, looked at the giant insect king whose neck was cut off in the distance, and then two lines of text appeared in front of his retina. Contaminated by the power of the evil god? Qin Li was stunned. The lord of all races of the evil god clan? No. If it was a normal lord of the 10,000 races, he would never add the word polluted. It must be a native race on the 10,000 races battlefield. Otherwise, he would definitely not give such a reminder. Qin Li's expression showed some thoughtfulness. Far away, hundreds of meters away, the other ordinary bipedal giant insects following the giant insect king felt threatened at this time because their leader, the giant insect king, had died. The fear of powerful creatures occupied their hearts, causing them to retreat hastily towards the Ice Valley area in the south. These bipedal giant insects were seen by Qin Li at the edge of the Ice Valley when he was exploring southward after he had defeated the Foxman Lord and harvested the six-legged ice lizard soldiers and servants. Qin Li's original territory has a cliff about 10 kilometers to the north and an ice valley about 10 kilometers to the south. The east and west directions have yet to be explored. But even if he only explored the north and south directions, Qin Li already felt a lot of crisis, and now he is in this ice valley in the south. It seems that some changes have occurred, contaminated by the power of the evil god. Perhaps in this ice valley, there is also a projection of some evil god's power, just like the rotten snake encountered in the ruins of the Elven city. It's just that the projection of the rotten snake appeared in the dark forest on the first floor of the God-Falling Tower. And this unknown evil god may have appeared in the Ice Valley. After the 1,000 wolves devoured the projection of the evil god in the ruins of the elf tribe, their own grade was directly upgraded to above 3 stars of the silver grade. The evil god in this Ice Valley was also a restricted projection. After the 1,000 wolves devour it this time, doesn't it mean there will be a chance to be promoted directly to the gold level? Think of this. Qin Li's eyes lit up. Southern Territory. After killing the giant insect queen, 1,000 Wolf began to chase after the group of ordinary bipedal giant insects. With 1,000 Wolf's peak silver level speed, it caught up with the bipedal giant insects in just a few breaths. Its wolf claws swung like sharp guillotines. A large part of that group of giant bipedal insects was chopped off. The target monster, the bronze-level bipedal giant insect, is dead. Has obtained, after a few prompts. After dealing with all the invading monsters, Qianlang rushed back. My lord, the giant insect has been contaminated by the power of the evil god. There may be an evil god in the south. There was an eager look in Qianlong's eyes. Can you track down that evil god? Qin Li asked. The chances are very high, but if this guy is good at hiding his aura, it might be difficult to track him down. Qianlang replied. After accumulating some strength, send the ice bats to investigate the group of monsters entrenched in the southern ice valley. After daybreak, we will make some plans. Qin Li nodded slightly. After all, the 1,000 wolves and the evil god that appeared were both high-level soldiers with divine attributes. If they want to track down people in their own tribe, they must have their own methods. And, after Qianlang devoured the opponent's evil god's power, it is possible that the other evil god also felt it. In any case, first use the territory upgrade stone. You gotta upgrade his original territory to bronze 3 stars, so that he can be equipped with higher grade equipment and skills. Chapter 76 Territory Upgrade, Bronze Peak, Snowy Forest. Under the night, Qin Li stood on the stone wall of his territory, his mind focused on the 2 territory upgrade stones in his backpack. Use bronze 2-star and bronze 3-star territory upgrade stones, Qin Li said in a calm tone. The territory upgrade stone has been used successfully, and the territory upgrade conditions have been met. The upgrade is in progress. Boom! The ground shook. It was as if a minor earthquake had occurred, and the stone wall where Qin Li was standing began to retreat visibly, expanding to a distance of 100 meters. As the stone wall retreated, pieces of magic stone slabs began to appear out of thin air in the empty space inside the territory and were laid evenly on the ground. The stone house in the center remains unchanged from the original. But on one side of the stone house, there was a circular altar base with a diameter of about 10 meters. On the base was just a circular foundation stone that framed a small area. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The size of the several summoning altars in the territory has not changed, and they're all the same. Maybe just upgrading your territory at the bronze level will not bring big changes. Unless it is upgraded to the silver level, there'll be big changes. Buzz. The next moment, the attribute panel of Qin Li's territory appeared in front of his eyes. Territory nickname: Temple of the Gods. Nickname can be changed. Territory level: Bronze 3 stars. Bound Servant Altars: Ordinary 1-star Snow Wolf Altar, Ordinary 3-star Six-Legged Ice Lizard Altar, Ordinary 1-star Mountain Dwarf, Ordinary 3-star Ice Bat, Bronze 1-star Skeleton Warrior Altar. Territory upgrade conditions: You need a 1-star silver territory upgrade stone, 2 1-star silver or higher soldier servants, and a number of this type of soldier reaches 2 or more, and build a 1-star silver magic defense tower. Number of servant camps that can be bound to a territory: 5. 0 remaining positions. Area: both length and width are 600 meters. Unlocked building: silver 1-star magic defense tower. Not built yet. No new servant camps have been added. When Qin Li saw the 5 locations of the bindable servant camps, his brows slightly frowned. It seems that in the future, only when a higher rank is added, will it be possible to add new territory servant positions, and in the rules of this territory. Once a servant camp is bound, it cannot be modified. That being the case, after the new type of soldiers and servants are unlocked, he will definitely have to give more consideration. Perhaps only after the territory rules on the battlefield of all races are modified, it will be possible to unbind the original servant camp. Of course, you may also need to rely on some kind of unbinding card or other items. However, at this stage, these were just Qin Li's guesses. Qin Li, who had a golden synthesis bar, began to synthesize the several types of servants that he had summoned for a day one by one. This could be combined into 4 silver level units: the Wolf Priest, the Advanced Bone Ice Bat, the Orc Ice Lizard Warrior, and a new Hutching Silver 1 Advanced Frost Skeleton Warrior. With 4 more silver level troops, we will feel more confident when exploring the Southern Ice Valley. When Qin Li synthesized the advanced version of the Frost Skeleton Warrior, a skeleton monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared in front of him. His entire body was covered in a light blue skeleton, with a thin layer of ice protecting the bones, and deep orange soul fire was burning in his eyes. "My lord!" The Frost Skeleton Warrior who had just been summoned knelt on the ground without saying a word, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Immediately following, a property panel floats before your eyes. Nickname: Advanced Frost Skeleton Warrior. Talent: Silver 1 star. Level: Silver 1 star. Vital Energy: 8.8. Skills: Intermediate Rage, Undead Recovery, Ice Skeleton Armor, Ice Spear, Ice Wall. Evaluation: The rare mutant Frost Skeleton Warrior is among the top talents among the skeleton soldiers. This data is still acceptable. With the increase in the synthesis column, the vitality has reached the late stage of the same level of troops. According to the system's evaluation, it is also among the top among the same level of skeleton troops. With the addition of these 4 silver level troops, plus the previous 8 silver level troops, Qin Li now has 12 silver level troop subordinates, but the dwarf silver troops are only reserves. Moreover, there's also a silver level evil god unit. With such a powerful force, during this novice protection period, Qin Li is definitely the strongest lord of the entire Earth human race. Now that my own territory has been upgraded, I can synthesize a star iron sword of silver 3 stars or above. Before, it was only silver 1 star. The Frost Skeleton Warrior summoned by synthesis can also be equipped with a 3-star silver level star iron longsword. Walk. Qin Li's mind moved. He summoned 1,000 wolves and a wolf priest and rushed to the underground mine, 5,000 meters away in the east. Roar. Magic surged from the silver wand in the wolf priest's hand. A huge 5-pointed star summoning circle appeared out of thin air more than 10 meters in the air. A roar of a flying dragon was heard. The next moment, a frost dragon covered with white scales flapped its pair of sickle-like dragon wings that were more than 10 meters long, flew down, and landed next to the stone wall. She jumped from the stone wall onto the back of the frost dragon. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the flying dragon flew above the treetops and headed towards the east, while the thousand wolf was running wildly on the snow in the jungle. Its running speed in the underground snow forest was even faster than the frost dragon flying in the air. However, it only took a few dozen breaths to reach the entrance of the underground mine, 5,000 meters away. At the same time, it is located to the south of Qin Li's original territory, under the crack of the ice valley more than 10 kilometers away. The unknown evil god who was sealed by the broken altar of the gods was hiding in the thick black fog. After the thousand wolves swallowed the evil god's power in the giant insect king's sea of consciousness. In the thick black fog, a pair of red eyes that looked like those of humans suddenly opened, but these eyes emitted a strong red glow. My evil god power was eaten. Hina, who sensed that her power was being devoured, had a look of surprise on her face. There's also some fear mixed in. The opponent is most likely a creature possessed by a projection of an evil god and is not much stronger than him. Now in this world of battlefield of all races, it is extremely difficult for their evil god clan to infiltrate. Most of them are projections, or the places where they are sealed are randomly spliced into the space on the battlefield of all races. This is why Xena has the opportunity to escape from this sealed place. The main reason was that he had heard the reminder of entering the battlefield of all races a few days ago, and the external environment had begun to undergo earth-shaking changes. She also used her gradually recovering strength to infiltrate her power and control the minds of some external monsters, forcing them to try to capture some human blood food. Chapter 77, Evil God Xena, Treasure Rune Bead. For the evil gods, human blood is a high-level divine medicine that helps them recover their spiritual bodies. Moreover, on the battlefield of all races, even the sealing power of their evil god clan could be moved here, and among them there must be many human beings moved here. Now that his strength has just begun to recover, if he wants to break free from here as soon as possible, after eating the blood and souls of several humans, the recovery time will definitely be greatly shortened. But now, he encountered a strange evil god. The only way for the evil god to recover his power faster is to devour his own kind. But considering Xena's current sealed state, if that strange evil god came to her first, she would most likely be devoured by him. She must find a way. Conceal your own breath, or create multiple evil god auras that match your own, and let the monsters under your control move around within the range of the Ice Valley. It would be better to have a few monster troops and let them leave the Ice Valley directly and go to other places. In this way, the opponent's attraction can be diverted and more time can be bought for yourself. Under the altar, the black fog that was originally rolling rapidly below began to shrink rapidly at this moment. She had to gather a stronger force of the evil god than before to create one or two clones to blur the judgment of the evil god outside. The evil god's black fog under the altar had all dissipated at this moment, leaving only a girl who looked only 8 or 9 years old, with long golden hair and a decent white gauze dress. The girl's pupils are scarlet red. When they're not emitting red light, they look like a red amber stone inlaid on it, which is very beautiful. This is an ordinary human body condensed by the evil god Xena herself. Hina raised her right hand. Buzz. Then, a black jade bead began to rise from her white palm. The black jade bead was as big as an egg and was surrounded by several black halos. The black jade bead spun around in his palm. Take a closer look. The mist within this black jade bead is composed of countless tiny evil god runes. This is the only evil god magic weapon in Xena's hand. It was refined by Xena in her prime before she was sealed. Unfortunately, during the battle with the Three-Eyed God clan, her rune bead was also severely damaged. It shattered into dozens of pieces and merged into her body. Nowadays, after she collected a lot of blood and the souls of some monsters from the outside world, her own strength recovered a little. She also began to use the power in her body to nourish the rune bead. Now, in the past 2 days, the rune beads that were broken in the body began to gather together, and the originally broken shell has just been restored and can exert some power. But this power can only reach the silver level. It seems that I can only use this rune bead to attack the seal of the Three-Eyed God, although it will be more difficult to wait for the next healing. But only by getting out from under this sealed altar as soon as possible can she avoid being hunted down by the unknown evil god from the outside world, She even felt that she had a chance to fight back against the evil god and absorb his power. She might be able to grow to above the gold level in one go. Now, the black mist gathered in front of Xena suddenly transformed into another girl who looked like her, with golden curly hair and a white gauze dress. Swish! Xena threw the runed bead in her hand, and the runed bead turned into a swift black afterimage, rushing straight towards the defensive shield above. A height of over 100 meters was reached in an instant. When the rune bead was about to exceed this height, a huge semicircular shield appeared out of thin air outside the temple. After the shield reappeared, cracks on the shield were left under the powerful impact of the rune bead. There were actually 2 more cracks, making a total of 4 cracks. The power of the shield seal was weakened a bit. On the 3 walls surrounding the temple, the black cracks began to spread upwards for several meters, one step closer to reaching the top. At this time, under the altar, Xena's clone immediately flew towards one of the largest cracks, and after holding the rune bead for a full 3 seconds, it flew out of the sealed altar. After doing all this, Xena quickly summoned back her rune bead. The rune bead fell straight down from the sealing shield, passed through the many cracks on the altar, and finally landed in her hand. Xena looked at the rune bead in her right hand. Compared with before, the black jade bead, which originally had a smooth and intact shell, now had a tiny crack on it. The crack was only 2 or 3/10 of the way from top to bottom before it was penetrated. Xena felt distressed when she saw this, as this was the only protective treasure she had now. In addition to the rune beads, she also had several treasures that she had either refined or snatched from other gods. But all of them were smashed to pieces by the sealed, 3-eyed Protoss. The opponent's strength was 2 small ranks higher than hers. Although she was very cautious in her prime, she still couldn't withstand the tracking method of the 3-eyed Protoss. It was too outrageous, and she was in a weak period at that time. A stream of pure evil god power spewed out of Xena's mouth and merged into the rune bead, causing the cracks on the bead to slowly heal, but the evil god power in Xena's body was weakened a lot. Immediately, Xena, who was standing under the altar, had an idea. Outside the crack of the canyon, there were several peak bronze-level monsters and several silver-level monsters under her control. After receiving her call, they who were originally hunting and tracking in the snow forest suddenly stopped their movements. Their eyes, which were originally filled with black, were filled with darkness within a few seconds. Then, they turned around and rushed towards the direction of the canyon crack. A few minutes later, beside the huge canyon crack that was nearly 10 meters wide, there were more monsters of varying sizes. One was an ice and snow mountain monster that was as big as a hill and nearly 10 meters tall. It had 2 huge white bullheads on its head and wore a white leather armor, but there was a lot of blood on its leather armor. In addition, there was a blood-stained giant axe hanging around his waist, which was nearly 2 meters long and had a lot of blood on it. There's also a vine rope on the back, with several huge monster heads tied to the rope. The smallest one is a giant snow rat. It was only 4 meters long and looked like an enlarged version of a giant white rat, with a mouth full of sharp teeth and fangs, but its tail was covered with white hair and it had 8 thick legs. Both sides of the snow rat's mouth were swollen. If you looked from the front, you could see that the snow rat was biting the heads of several monsters. Chapter 78, Silver Peak Star, Iron Longsword, Small Hematite, Snowy Forest, next to the Ice Valley Crack. In addition to the Minotaur and the giant snow rat, there are also 2 giant snow white wolves. Each of the giant wolves has a single horn on its forehead. Like the other monsters, their bodies are covered in blood. When these evil monsters, filled with murderous aura, gathered together, a faint smell of blood floated in the air around them. The next moment, these monsters began to jump down from the crack one after another. Each time he landed very swiftly on some huge rocks protruding from the cliff. Relying on a few fulcrums, he landed at the bottom of the canyon crack in just a dozen breaths. Entered into the underground ruins temple. All stood outside the temple. Bang! One of the 2-headed bull monsters clenched its fist and smashed it hard into the broken temple in front of it. Buzz! A half-fastened circular shield wrapped the entire temple. At the same time, after the shield appeared, the 4 cracks on the shield became clearly visible. These monsters immediately began to throw their heads out from the gap. The heads were like balls. After entering the interior through the cracks, they all rolled to the side of the altar. Under the altar, the sealed Xena, with a thought, raised her slender white little hand, and a thick black mist gushed out and turned into a chain. The chains intelligently extended from the cracks in the altar, binding the skeletons of the monsters outside the altar one by one and coiling around their heads. It began to devour the blood and energy in the monster's head and the spirit trapped by the evil energy. Outside world. What can be seen with the naked eye is that the heads of the monsters that were pierced by the black mist chains are shrinking rapidly like quickly withering plants. Within a few breaths, he became a miserable sight with only skin and bones, which was frightening. A thick smell of death filled the air. A moment later, only pale skeletons were left of the monster creatures' heads, which rolled to the side. The piled-up skulls outside the altar almost occupied half an acre of land. After devouring the blood and spirits of more than a dozen monsters, Xena gradually recovered some strength and barely recovered most of it. But if she wanted to recover completely, at least 100 bronze, 3-star monster blood and spirit bodies are required. But if it is the human race, probably only a few bronze levels will be enough. Leave the jungle. Go somewhere else. Don't go near the temple without my order. Now, Hina, who was under the altar, conveyed this message to the many monsters under his control through the evil power that she bestowed on those monsters. The monsters that left the vicinity of the temple one after another looked at each other, and each headed in one direction, began to run into the jungle, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Under the underground mine, during the day that Li was teleported to the God-Falling Tower, there were no signs of other monsters approaching the area several miles away from the underground mine, let alone 10 kilometers further north. Li had no plans to explore, so as not to attract any new gold-level monsters. Now the novice protection period is about to end. When exploring towards the north before, they had already provoked an ice dragon. Now, under the rules of the territory, they would be restricted to the location of its nest. When the protection period ends, these gold-level monsters are very likely to begin expanding their power. After Dongfang explored the advanced version of the bone-type ice bat 10 kilometers away, he was summoned back by Li and sent to explore the ice valley in the south with another silver-level ice bat. After all, there is a high possibility that a projection of an evil god is hidden in this southern ice valley. Although the bone-type ice bats cannot track the breath of the evil god, they can at least investigate the distribution of some ordinary monsters. Then, once it is daybreak, if they go to explore the ice valley, they can avoid some troubles. Intermediate co-vision. When the first bone-type ice bat entered the range of the ice bat, Li activated the intermediate shared vision, and a bone-type ice bat's perspective page appeared in the upper right corner of his first-person perspective. Ice bats at night. Above the treetops of the Ice Valley jungle, a powerful night vision capability was activated, and basically any monster within 1,000 meters that revealed a little bit of energy and blood could be sensed. Unless some monsters know how to hide their bodies and breath, they may not be discovered by the ice bat's powerful night vision. Below the mine, next to the altar of the mountain dwarf army servants, Li synthesized these mountain dwarf civilians one by one, and once again synthesized a silver-level dwarf chief, and asked the chief of this second mountain dwarf tribe to start building a forge, choosing a site right next to the first forge. Although only one day and one night had passed, but under this underground jungle, a number of wooden houses have been built on the original locations of the nests of the red-hair velociraptors, and each of these houses is inhabited by mountain dwarves. Moreover, a few hundred meters west of the dwarf's residence, near the edge of the mine, a pool of water with a diameter of more than 10 meters was dug out, and its depth was also more than 10 meters. The spring water in the dug pool is so clear that you can see the bottom. In the center of the pool, at the bottom, there are circles of underground springs gushing out, solving their water problem. After entering the underground jungle, the temperature became very suitable. It's much better than the extremely cold weather outside. My lord, the chief of the number 1 mountain dwarf tribe spoke respectfully and bowed when he saw Li coming over. Within the territory, nearly dozens of other mountain dwarves also saluted hurriedly with a hurried look on their faces. It could be said that they were all created by the Lord himself. The moment they were born, they all had seen the Lord. How much of this underground star, Iron Vein, that I asked you to explore is left? Li nodded slightly in response, then asked, in reply to your lordship, I have personally investigated it. If the current dozens of dwarves are mining it, this star Iron Vein will be mined within a month. The star iron or vein has almost been dug to the bottom, and only about 1% of the original amount is left. However, I explored the underground volcano and found some good quality hematite, all of which are of bronze 1-star quality, but the quantity is very small. It requires a lot of blacksmiths to mine it. The number 1 dwarf chief in front of him spoke hurriedly. Assign half of the people to mine hematite. I need to see finished hematite swords within 3 days. The more the better. Qin Li ordered. Yes, my lord. Dwarf chief number 1 replied respectfully. Then, Qin Li ran straight to the warehouse on the side where the star iron swords were stored, and used the golden synthesis bar to quickly synthesize a top-level silver grade star iron sword.